I, the last emperor of the human race, and dead. Cause of death. I refused to be a licker for an alien goddess and was stabbed to death by a sword. When he opened his eyes again, he was reborn in the high school classroom 20 years ago. The phone showed that it was September 4th, 2121. There were only 10 minutes left before the whole grade would travel through the realms game together. Old show. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get the eggs. My best friend Gao Tian, who had a garlic-shaped turtle face, patted my shoulder fiercely. It's time to draw a blind box. If a hydralisk comes out, we'll fly straight to Wuhu. I stared at his shiny forehead and tears almost burst out. In his previous life, this guy was blown into a pile of scum by an incendiary bomb in order to save me, but now he is actually alive and well. When we were queuing up to receive the eggs, squad leader Lin Yuru handed over a green egg with a cold face. Your egg. Hold it steady. The corners of my mouth twitched. Squad leader, this is ambiguous. Her ears turned red, and she kicked me into the portal. Entering the realms, the main brain prompts detected the only item, Heart of the Swarm. The talent is locked at SSS level. I laughed wildly and slammed the table. Do you understand the value of the reborn? Heart of the Swarm has incredible effects. It ignores system options, fuses gene templates, and can make the bug guys loyal to me. Originally, I could only choose jumping insect or worker bee. But now, I got a green quality, human leaping insect, double the attack speed, ignore terrain, and explode 3 soldiers in 3 seconds. The main brain was stunned. Where did you buy this cheat? Please link. The class points competition started. While other students were still busy hatching springtails, my 3 humus springtails were already dancing around the dungeon. Why does your bug look like a mutant husky? Gao Tian stared at the bug behind me, baring its teeth and shaking its tail, dumbfounded. I smiled evilly. This is called beauty and strength coexisting. The next second, the bugs pounced on the dungeon boss. Bone blades danced wildly, and the boss's health bar was shattered as if it had been chewed by a dog. The whole place was silent. Lin Yuru silently put away her hydralisk eggs. Me, are you hatching a bug or a Godzilla? When the main brain was testing talents, it suddenly prompted. Your excellent reproductive ability was detected, extracting D-level talent. I burst out in tears. This is all I am good at? Reproduction enhancement. Effect. Hatching eggs 6% faster. Insect cub health +6. Gao Tian laughed like a pig. Lao Zhou, your talent is suitable for opening a breeding farm. But the next second, Heart of the Swarm was triggered, and the talent was directly upgraded to SSS level. The insect cubs collectively evolved, their attack power skyrocketed, and they could lay eggs while fighting. Yes, lay eggs. This is called self-sufficiency and sustainable development. I commanded the swarm of insects to flood the enemy's main city, turned around, and gave a heart to the stunned players of the 10,000 races. Thank you for the experience pack, my friend. With the help of Heart of the Swarm, I reverse-cracked the Zerg gene pool and fused the golden legendary Dark Crystal Tyrant. Its size is comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, and it can blow up a planet with one blow of its tail. The alien goddess Mu Qingyun came to me again. Surrender, and I will make you the Zerg prince. I scratched my ears. Big sister, I am now the master of the Zerg. If you want to be a princess, you have to queue up and draw lots. Her hand trembled slightly when she drew the sword. Are you polite? I snapped my fingers and billions of Zergs tore through the void. Let's go. Show the alien beasts what a real beast tide is. Chapter 4 Chongfu Bao arrived. I snapped my fingers and buzz with a buzzing sound. I was instantly brought into a huge white box. The scene around me made me a little stunned. This is a huge space, and almost every corner has a picture of humans and Zerg families living in harmony. This 100 by 100 by 100 giant space represents a specific area of our Luqing No. 2 middle school. This place is considered a part of the Earth, but it doesn't seem to be completely the Earth. Because this space is actually part of the Realms game, one of the multiple channels connecting the Earth and the Realms, a small projection on the Earth. I had just arrived here and was still looking around, thinking about how to find my class, when I suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was my good friend Gao Tian. Lao Zhou, over here. I turned around and saw Gao Tian holding up his ID, Tanhong Jan, and waving at me. Coming, I answered and walked towards him. In high school, I was in Class F, and everyone in the class was nicknamed All Idiots because we were the only class that wasn't assigned to a proper class. The school had 5 levels of classes: A, B, C, D, and E. Class F? It didn't exist. We, the students in Class F, all have our own stories behind us. Some of us were given up by the school, and some of us were given up by our families. But even so, the class monitor Lin Yuru stepped forward and fought for a work-study class qualification for us, giving us the opportunity to continue staying in school. However, as a work-study class, We must pay 3-star or as a contribution every month. Otherwise, we will be kicked out of the school and will not be able to continue studying. Walking into the classroom, I saw some familiar IDs. Xiaoyan Didi, Huahua, Tang Jiechi Xiao Shanzhong, Shepherd God, Natural Born Zhongyou, Add Firewood, Potato, D.O. Joster. I can't help but feel a little funny when seeing these middle school names. Compared with them, I think my Iping Lei Duoa is simply the most elegant name. Ah, you're here. Class monitor Lin Yuru saw me approaching, smiled, stood in the position of deputy class monitor, and said calmly, "The deputy class monitor is here. Everyone is almost here. The game is about to begin." Lin Yuru cleared her throat, stood on the stage, and began to announce to everyone. "This is our first official class points competition since we entered the 3rd year of high school. It is an opportunity to show our strength. As long as our class scores a certain amount, we can be exempted from paying the 3-star mine tribute to the school every month. After the competition, everyone will be teleported into an independent dungeon. Everyone should try to survive for 3 days, complete the mission, and earn points." She paused and continued. "Each of us will have 200-star broken ore as starting capital, but some students may choose fission zerglings for their zerglings, and to hatch these zerglings, 60-star broken ore is needed in the dungeon. So, I plan to give everyone 100-star crusher or points, and collect a total of 300, so that everyone can ensure that they have a full army from the beginning." As soon as I finished speaking, my main brain received a system prompt. "Ding! Your Changfu Bao has received 100 broken star minerals. Please use them in the next copy in time, otherwise they will be invalid." Hearing this reminder, everyone cheered. "Squad leader, what a joke. I was just wondering what to do with my fission worms." There are 30 people in our class, and this is 3,000 broken star ores, equivalent to 3 pieces of star ores. This is a month's work study fee for our class. It's not a small amount. Lin Daliupi. There was a cheer in the class, and a genuine smile appeared on Lin Yuru's face. It seemed that she really cared about us. The squad leader is really generous. Gao Tian walked up to me, smiled, and nudged me with his arm. Most people use the broken star ores in the dungeon to exchange for real star ores. Who would spend so much real money for these little things in the dungeon? I nodded and continued. The exchange rate between star ore and broken star ore is 1:1000. Knowing it's a trap, you're still willing to exchange it. Only Lin Yuru would do this. What impressed me most about Lin Yuru was that she treated us, who came from ordinary families, equally. In this world where strength is paramount, it is not easy to do this. To be honest, the 100 points of star broken ores today are also very important to me. As long as I gather 300 star broken ores in the dungeon, I can hatch 15 Humican leaps. These 3 extra Humican leaps can increase the combat effectiveness of my army by at least 25%. In the swarm of insects tactics, this 25% increase is absolutely crucial. While we were discussing this, a frivolous voice suddenly came from behind us. "Hey, isn't this my 4th sister?" I turned around and saw a well-dressed young man holding a paper fan and walking with a few people to the gathering place of our Class F. When Lin Yuru saw him, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and her tone became a little cold. "Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan put away his paper fan and glanced at us F-class students with a smile. Finally, his eyes stopped on me and sneered. Are you going to participate in the class points competition?" Hearing his words, several classmates from Class A behind him couldn't help but sneer. The work-study class doesn't even have a teacher, so they must have never gained any experience, right? They're going straight into the dungeon. How bad can the basic attributes of their followers be? Our Class A talents have all been awakened, and we can at least get 3 basic attributes. Class F, you guys are going into the dungeon like this. Do you expect to survive for more than 3 days? These words made all the students in our class silent. It was indeed the case, and there was no way to refute it. "Hey, we are all classmates. Don't be so excessive." Lin Yuan waved his hand and prepared to leave with the students in Class A. Before leaving, he suddenly turned around and said to Lin Yuru, "Oh, I almost forgot. Our Lin family must be the leader wherever we go. In order to let you continue to be the class monitor, I specially distributed 40 or 50 pieces of broken star or to the students from Class B to Class E as needed." He paused, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuru. "I am doing this for you and for our Lin family." After that, he left happily with the students in Class A, leaving us all to watch them go. Lin Yuru's face was a little gloomy, but she quickly regained her composure and looked up at Lin Yuan, who was going away. At this time, the students in Class B, Class C, Class D, and Class E also looked at us with indifference and ridicule, and some even showed pity. But at this moment, The voice beside her made her relax a little. Class monitor, the competition has started. When can we go in? Don't just stand there, squad leader. Quickly open the dungeon permissions. Let's see how we can beat those guys from Class A. Hearing these challenging voices, the coldness on Lin Yuru's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of warmth. She looked up at our class and found that every student's face was full of sunshine and fighting spirit. I looked at Lin Yuru beside me, then looked at my classmates, smiled slightly, waved my hands and shouted, "Classmates, charge! Beat these guys!" Oh. Chapter 5, Yunlan Worm Valley. Come on, everyone. As the students in Class F encouraged each other, white lights flashed, and we were teleported into our respective copies. Lao Zhou, come on. You must hold on for 3 days. My good brother Gao Tian did not forget to cheer me on before leaving. You too. I responded to him with a smile, said goodbye to him, waved to the squad leader Lin Yuru, and pressed the start button. Ding. We are matching you with a random dungeon. Please wait. Ding. Welcome player, Pinglei Duhua, to the novice dungeon, Yunlan Chonghua. A flash of white light passed by, and everything in front of me was blank. When my vision returned, I was already standing on a small plateau, surrounded by a Zerg hatchery where 5 worker bees were busy, and a few astral mineral clusters scattered in the distance. In the class points competition, everyone will be teleported to the same map. It seems that I have been randomly sent to Yunlan Worm Valley again. I am familiar with this map. I thought to myself, with a smile on my face. The main brain's prompts sounded one after another. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Star Shatter or X300 temporary. Ding. The current copy difficulty is G1 level, and you will receive 1x points reward at settlement. You can adjust the difficulty at any time in the novice copy, Yunlan Worm Valley. Ding. G1 level, 1x points. G2 level, 2x points. G3 level, 3x points. G4, not unlocked. I didn't hesitate and directly chose the G3 difficulty. Choosing the G3 difficulty will not only earn you more points, but you may also unlock the G4 difficulty, so it's worth a try. I had my own plan in mind. Realms is like a huge roguelike game. Every time you enter a dungeon, the map will be slightly adjusted, and the path you choose is irreversible. Each time you complete a dungeon challenge, you will receive points based on your performance. Points are like the universal currency of all realms, and can be used to strengthen yourself, upgrade your followers, or purchase items to help you gain more benefits in the next dungeon. As the difficulty was adjusted, I could clearly feel the changes around me. The terrain changed, the height of the high ground was lowered, and I could see the enemy territory below more clearly. The number of enemy nests in the distance increased, and they became larger and obviously more powerful. As expected of AG3, the enemy's numbers are 50% more than before. If we really encounter a swarm of insects, the number might be 3 times that of AG1. I sighed, then turned to the hatchery next to me. This Zerg structure is about 10 meters high, with 5 huge spikes mixed with chaotic muscle tissue, constantly moving, as if breathing. It is obviously a living structure belonging to the Zerg, and can slowly recover after being injured. I opened the property panel of the hatchery. Hatchery. Introduction. The basic building of the Zerg. It is the core building for hatching Zerg units. Every once in a while, a larva is automatically generated. The larva can mutate into different types of alien insects through gene sequences. In the novice copy, the number of larvae is unlimited. Defense, 0 health, 1,500, recovery 1 per minute. Larvae, unlimited genetic sequence. Worker bee, springtail. After reading the panel, I smiled slightly. In the novice copy, the number of larvae is unlimited. If there are enough resources, the army can be hatched continuously. Moreover, the gene sequences of worker bees and springtails have been automatically unlocked. Players like me who have the springtail gene can use the worker bee gene for free. This is a benefit for novices. I thought of Lin Yuru. Her family's queen gene, in novice mode, is almost equivalent to being able to use 3 genes for free, which is much more convenient than mine. If Gao Tian is like in his previous life, he will also unlock the special gene of hydralisk and have 3 genes at the beginning. This will make him much stronger than me. After putting away the panel, I looked at the 5 worker bees around me. They were busy working. Species. Worker bee. Introduction. Spend 50 Star Shatter and take 4 minutes to cultivate. You can hatch 1 worker bee. The worker bee can collect resources and build buildings. Attack. 5 defense. 0 health. 30. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed. 0.7/s movement speed. 8/s skills. Collection. Construction sealed. I noticed that in reality, it takes star ore to hatch followers, but in the dungeon, these restrictions no longer exist, and a large number of troops can be hatched with broken star ore. However, the building function is sealed, and the worker bees cannot build. If the hatchery is attacked and destroyed, the defense fails, the points will stop increasing, and the instance will end early. I ordered 5 worker bees to collect resources, and they quickly flew to the nearby star mine cluster. Star Crusher +1. As resources were continuously collected, my task panel popped up. Task 1. Protect the hatchery for 72 hours. The instance will end if the hatchery is destroyed, and the points will be calculated in advance. Task 2. Collect star ore. Every 10,000 broken star ore can be exchanged for 1 star ore, which can be exchanged for 10 points unlimited. Task 3. Eliminate the enemy tribe's alien insects and gain points. Looking at these tasks, I secretly calculated in my mind. Kill enemy units and get high points. This is the key to obtaining points. As for Task 2, the exchange rate of star ore is too low, and it is not worth spending too much time to pay attention to it. The most important thing is to kill the enemy as quickly as possible so that you can quickly earn points. I decided to focus on improving my combat power instead of wasting time on the mine. So, I invested all my resources in that hatchery to hatch more Humican Leap. With the 100 star broken ore points given by Lin Yuru, I now have 300 star broken ore, which is enough to hatch 15 humus leaping insects. I made a quick decision and invested resources in the hatchery. 3 seconds later, 15 humus leaps appeared around me. They looked ferocious and powerful. I touched the nearest humus leaps and whispered, "Although I can't take you out of the realms, it should be no problem to kill you here." Then, I ordered the worker bees to continue collecting resources and set them to hatch automatically. Every hour, my worker bees will be able to collect 300 broken star ores. When the number is saturated, the star ore collection efficiency will double. In this way, I can hatch about 15 Humican Leaps every hour. After the calculations were completed, I felt more confident. Then, I led the 15 humus leaping insects down the high ground and headed towards the nearest enemy nest. In the novice copy Yunlan Insect Valley, everyone was defending their homes, but I chose to take the initiative to attack, eliminate the enemy, and challenge a higher score target. If students from other classes saw me doing this, they would probably be terrified, but I knew that this was the only way to victory. Chapter 6 Surrender? 10 minutes later, I finally arrived at a nearby Zerg nest. From a distance, I saw a group of vigilant springtails patrolling everywhere. Just as I was about to send out a humus springtail to scout out the enemy's details, suddenly, detailed information about the enemy's springtails popped up in front of me. Species, Zingling fission bug variant. Rank, white normal. Description, the Zingling in the enemy's nest evolved into a fission bug at G3 difficulty, and its attributes have been greatly improved. Attack, 6 defense, 0 health, 39, recovery 1 per minute, attack speed, 1/s movement speed, 10/s. So this is the second effect of Heart of the Swarm, which allows me to directly view the enemy's attribute panel. In my previous life, every time I faced an unknown enemy, I would send out some suicide squad members to test the enemy's combat effectiveness, but now, with Heart of the Swarm, I can accurately control every battle. After seeing the enemy's attributes, I couldn't help but think to myself, the enemy's Zerglings have increased in number by 50% with the help of the fission worm variant. Attack power increased by 20%, from 5 points to 6 points. Health points also increased by 30%, from 30 points to 39 points. Overall, this attribute improvement is not small. However, despite this, the enemy's improvement is still limited. Since these Zerglings are not real, fission Zerglings, I won't be polite. I open my character panel with a thought. As an SSS-level talent holder, my free attribute points have not been allocated yet, and the army has just begun to take shape. Every player can accumulate experience by learning the knowledge of Zerg or fighting. The experience slot will change with the awakening of talents. F-level talents require 1x experience, E-level talents require 2x experience, and so on. In my previous life, I had a D-level talent, which required 3 times the experience to level up, and I could get 3 free attribute points for every level up. But now, my Heart of the Swarm talent is SSS-Level, which requires 9 times the experience, and I can get 9 free attribute points for every level up. This is my advantage. I was secretly excited, and then opened the character panel to check my attributes. Name, me level, 1 experience, 0/36,000, attributes, 9 points unallocated. It takes 4,000 experience points for an average player to advance from level 1 to level 2, but I need 36,000 experience points. The gap is huge. Looking at the huge experience demand, I quickly decided. Allocate 9 free attributes to 3 points of strength, increasing the attack power of Humus Leaping Insect to 10 points. The remaining 6 points are all added to toughness, increasing the defense of Humus Leaping Insect to 6 points. In this way, the attack power of Humus Jumper is enough to kill a Zergling with 39 health points within 4 attacks, while the enemy's attack cannot break through the defense of Humus Jumper and can only cause 1 point of force damage. I finished the calculations and smiled. The formula for victory has been written. The chances of winning the war are 1000%. Immediately, I waved my hand and ordered, "Guys, charge." The 15 Humus Jumping Insects behind me responded immediately, rushing out of the grass like wild horses and attacking the enemy's nest. Ho! Humus Leaping Bug let out a low roar and rushed towards the enemy's nest like a dark cloud. This Zerg nest is the closest to me and the weakest. I observed carefully and found that the enemy's defense force is not strong, with only 36 springtails and 8 worker bees. Moreover, like my base, the enemy's building also has only 1 hatchery. Is this the simplest enemy nest in G3 difficulty? I remember when I first entered Yunlan Insect Valley 20 years ago, the enemy nest only had 14 springtails and 3 worker bees. Every 6 hours, the enemy from a distance would send troops to attack, but the enemy was extremely weak at that time and the defense was relatively simple. It's not difficult to hold out for a day or two, but if the insect swarm comes, the chance of defense failure will increase greatly. However, this time I don't plan to wait for the insect swarm to attack, but to take the initiative to attack. Among my 15 Humus Leaps, 11 will be used to contain the enemy's main force, and the remaining 4 will concentrate on harvesting the enemy. Unfortunately, the enemy's number of Zerglings was too large. Although the 11 Humican Zerglings I sent out resisted tenaciously, they were still surrounded by the enemy's Zerglings and suffered huge damage. However, since our army was larger than the enemy, the loss of health was not fast. Thanks to the 100-star shatter minerals given by the squad leader, my army has increased by 25%. Otherwise, my army would have been in tatters. Under the fierce attack of the enemy, my 4 Humus Jumping Insects can harvest the life of a jumping insect every second. They were like tigers descending from the mountains, slaughtering the enemies at will. Even though the Zerglings resisted, they could not threaten my Humus Zerglings at all. As the enemy was suppressed, my Humus Leaps strode forward, destroying more enemies, while my own army suffered little damage, and I couldn't help but secretly rejoice in my heart. Soon, all the enemy's Zerglings were destroyed, leaving only a lonely hatchery. I checked my loot. Experience X 21 22 points X 40 Star Crusher X 50. If I only had an ordinary F-level talent, the experience I got now would be enough for me to reach level 2, or even a little more. With a full harvest, I was ready to start destroying the enemy's hatchery when the main brain suddenly issued a new prompt. Ding. The other party has sent you a friendly surrender. Do you want to accept it? Ding. After accepting the surrender, this Zerg nest will become your affiliated camp. You will receive a resource bonus of 100 star or /hour and a troop bonus of 1 springtail egg /2 hours. Ding. If you refuse to surrender, the Zerg nest here will be destroyed, and you will receive 500 experience points, 1000 star shatters, and 5 springtail eggs. I hesitated for a moment. The benefits of surrendering were huge, but if I refused, the benefits would also be huge. This was a difficult question. How should I choose? Chapter 7, Kill Without Restraint. Is this surrender? I looked at the option of accepting surrender that appeared in front of me and smiled slightly. As long as I accept the surrender, the opponent's camp will start to pay tribute to me, which is equivalent to getting a camp that automatically produces resources. I quite like this setting in Reals. However, surrendering does not mean there is no risk at all. The other party may choose to rebel. If they think they are powerful enough to overthrow me, they will directly rebel and rise up. I know this clearly in my heart. Everything depends on strength. Now, I am very confident in my own strength. Accept. I chose to accept the surrender without hesitation. However, after accepting the surrender, the main brain suddenly issued an unexpected prompt. Ding. The other party senses that you have the heart of the swarm, and their loyalty to you has increased to 100%. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a resource bonus of 200 star shatters /hour and a force bonus of 1 Zergling egg /hour. Oh my god, I was slightly stunned when I heard the main brain's prompt, and then the smile on my face deepened. Effect 3 of Heart of the Swarm can actually be used like this? It's amazing. After surrendering, this camp sensed my Heart of the Swarm. Not only did its loyalty increase directly to 100%, but the bonuses to resources and manpower also doubled. The resource bonus of 200 star shattered minerals per hour, plus after 3 hours, when my camp is fully productive, it can reach 300 star shattered minerals per hour. With this bonus, my total output will be 500 star shattered minerals per hour. I calculated this number, and the smile on my face became even brighter. Star Crusher is the universal currency of all realms, which has surpassed the value of any currency on Earth. After the realms invaded Earth 100 years ago, the Earth Union created the Alliance coin as the universal currency. Although its purchasing power far exceeds any previous currency on Earth, its exchange rate with the star-shattering mine is only 10:1. In other words, 10 Alliance coins can be exchanged for 1 piece of Broken Star, Oregon. If an ordinary family of 3 goes to the star mining world to collect star ore for a month, they can only earn 3,000 Alliance coins at most, which is equivalent to 300 Broken Star ore. I couldn't help but think of Lin Yuru, the generous woman who dared to spend 3 pieces of star minerals worth 30,000 Alliance coins. Her family background is indeed not small. Even Lin Yuru's third brother Lin Yuan, in order to make Lin Yuru's life unhappy, specially distributed a large amount of star-shattering ore to students in other classes. The cost was really high. However, as the guardian family of Ziqing, the Lin family means nothing to them. If all the 500 pieces of Star Crusher ore I obtained in this hour are converted into the combat power of Humic Springtail, plus the Springtail eggs provided by that camp every hour, I can get 9 Springtail eggs every hour, which means at least 27 Springtails can hatch every hour. After an easy calculation, my smile deepened. These dozens of humus leaps per hour may not be a big deal for the Sea of Insects in Yunlan Insect Valley, but the growth rate of my troops has far exceeded that of other players. Even if the insect tide is as big as the sea, I will be like Moses and separate this sea of insects. Keeping these gains in mind, I began to head towards the next target camp. Just one of the smallest and weakest camps can provide so many resource bonuses, so if multiple camps surrender to me, that would be amazing. I couldn't help but laugh and rush towards the distant camp with my 15 humus Springers. Along the way, I killed several small Springer troop. Even though these Zerglings are like wild monsters with no hatcheries to reproduce in large numbers, and their combat power is much weaker, I still feel a bit at a disadvantage. It's a pity that I have just started to enter the realms and have not yet learned any skills. It would be great if I could choose the taming skill. It's such a waste that I can't recruit these dozen or so lone Zerglings into my fold. These wild monsters are the main way for ordinary players to earn points by killing monsters. After all, it is rare for a player like me to rush to the enemy camp with a large army at the beginning of the game. 20 minutes later, I finally arrived at the target enemy camp with the swarm. There were 18 Zerglings and 12 workers in this camp, far more than the one I just destroyed. But these Zerglings looked obviously different from the ones I just destroyed. Their hind legs are thicker, and they have 2 pairs of mantis-like wings on their backs. Although they don't seem to be able to fly, they at least appear more flexible. I took a closer look at their attribute panels and was surprised to find that species, Zerglings, varied variants, rank, white normal description. The Zerglings in the enemy's nest evolved into Zerglings under the blessing of G3 difficulty, and their attributes have been significantly improved. Attack, 9 defense, 0 health, 30, recovery 1 per minute, attack speed, 1.8/s movement speed, 18/s. It turns out that the fewer the number of Springtails, the easier it is to mutate into leaping worms. I felt the power of G3 difficulty. The attack power increased by 40% from the basic 5 to 9 points. The attack speed increased from 1/s to 1.8/s, a 50% increase. The movement speed also increased from 10/s to 18/s, an 80% increase. If other players encountered this kind of army of leaping bugs, they would have surrendered long ago, right? I looked at the jumping worms in the distance, with a slight smile on my face. This is the jumping worm at G3 difficulty. It's really not simple. Their 9 attack points are enough to easily penetrate the 6 defense points of the humus jumping worm, and each attack can cause 3 damage. What's even more terrifying is their attack speed of 1.8 seconds and movement speed of 18. Once they come into contact with my troops, there is absolutely no chance of escape. But I was also prepared. My humus leaping insect can strengthen the toughness attribute by 6 points. I waved my hand and ordered my humus leaping insect to attack immediately. With the blessing of 6 points of toughness, each attack of the opponent can only cause 3 points of damage, while my humus springtail can cause 10 points of damage each time it attacks. It only takes 3 times to kill an enemy springtail. No matter how fast the enemy's Zerglings are, they can't defeat my humus jumping in a short time. This battle must be won. Kill as much as you can. I shouted loudly, leading my humus jumping to rush towards the enemy. Chapter 8. The army has tripled. Under my precise command, 3 Humican Springerlings can directly kill 1 Springerling in 1 round of attack, and each round of attack only takes 1 second, and 5 enemy Springerlings will be killed instantly. This efficiency is simply shocking. Combined with the movement and encirclement of the jumping worms, the whole process took less than half a minute. I had easily conquered the enemy camp and turned it into a no-man's land. As for how the original owner of this land disappeared, it doesn't matter anyway. After the battle, I counted the rewards I got from destroying this camp. Experience points x 1982, points x 39, and star shattering or x 48. The number of Zerglings in this camp is much less than the one I conquered before, but because these Zerglings are more powerful and of higher quality, the rewards are also increased. However, in terms of total amount, the rewards obtained by destroying this camp are still less than those of the previous camp. Ding. The other party has surrendered to you in good faith. Do you want to accept it? Ding. After accepting, you will get 120 star or /hour and 1 springtail egg /2 hours. Ding. After rejecting, you will get 480 experience points, 900 star or, and 5 springtail eggs. Accept. I chose to accept the surrender without hesitation. After all, this was another bonus for resources. After accepting the surrender, the panel that popped up before appeared in front of me again. Ding. The other party senses that you have a heart of the swarm. Loyalty 100%. Ding. Resource output plus 100%. Insect egg output plus 100%. So far, I have participated in the dungeon activity for a full hour. My hatchery has also reached its maximum output, producing 300 stars shatter or per hour. Together with the newly acquired subsidiary camp, I now have 3 bases, and the total hourly resource income is reached. 700 stars shatters /hour, 2 Zerglings /hour. It's only been an hour since the game started, and this income makes me feel like I can wake up with a smile in my sleep. However, the rewards that follow will be even more terrifying. Attacking the leaping bug variant camp is more detrimental than destroying the fission bug variant camp, both in terms of damage and rewards. Although it takes a long time to destroy the fission worm variant camp, the losses are low and the benefits are high. While destroying the leaping worm variant camp takes a short time, the losses are high and the benefits are relatively low. After all, the time to brush the points is only 3 days. If we want to maximize the reward, it is better to destroy the camp of the fission worm mutants. I pinched my chin and began to recall the terrain of the Yunlan Worm Valley. I remember that in my previous life, I unified the Zerg, and a member of the tribe awakened a special king bug, which surveyed the entire Yunlan Zerg Valley and uploaded the map to the main brain. Luckily, I have a good memory and wrote these down. After spending more than 10 minutes, a rough map of the Yunlan Insect Valley has formed in my mind. After all, I'm participating in the G3 difficulty Yunlan Worm Valley, and the terrain will change. It's not good to remember it too clearly. With this rough outline of the map, I began to move towards the next camp with a large number of springtails in my memory. According to the rules, as long as there are a large number of Zerglings in the camp at normal difficulty, then with the blessing of G3 difficulty, these Zerglings may mutate into fission Zerglings. Variants with large numbers but weak combat effectiveness. This type of camp has higher star shatter or an experience gains, but because of its weaker combat power, I decided to conquer it first. Before I reach level 2, with only 9 attribute bonuses, I'd better go and bully the camp of the fission Zerg mutants. Only by maximizing the benefits can you accelerate your own growth. After reaching level 2 and gaining 9 free attribute points, I can start the push mode. When the time comes, no matter what kind of bug variant it is, I will kill them all together. After I made a decision in my mind, I controlled the main brain to command my hatchery. Now an hour has passed, and the production of the hatchery has reached full value, and I can fully produce troops. Every hour in the instance, the affiliated camps I occupied would automatically send resources and eggs to the hatchery. Even if I clicked surrender at the 59th minute, it would still contribute resources as scheduled after 1 hour. Therefore, the sooner I captured the camp, the faster my army would expand and the faster my strength would grow. The sooner I capture more camps, the faster my army will expand and the faster my strength will grow. I smiled and checked the resource balance of my hatchery. Star Crusher, 612 springtail eggs, 2. Although his main camp had just started production and resources were still limited, the 400 star fragments handed over by the 2 subsidiary camps had already arrived. Adding the scattered Zerg I killed along the way, his own Star Shatter mine has also exceeded the 600 mark. This means I can hatch 10 more Humican Leap eggs. When I thought of this number, my eyes lit up. Immediately, he waved his hand, put 600 star ore into the hatchery, and selected the springtail icon. In an instant, 10 larvae transformed into green eggs. These 10 eggs, along with the eggs from the 2 affiliated camps, moved rapidly within 3 seconds, analyzing the gene sequence of the Humican leptozoa. Replication, integration, division, mutation. Pop. 3 seconds later, 12 insect eggs burst at the same time. In a flash, 36 humus-leaping insects hatched from the eggs, spread their wings, let out deafening roars, full of energy, as if they couldn't wait to join the battle. I originally had an army of only 15 humus-leaping insects, but with the addition of these 36 humus-leaping insects, the size of the army instantly tripled and expanded to 51. This is what we call an army. These newly hatched, humus-jumping Zerg are still in the camp, and it will take some time for them to join up with my main force. After giving them orders to march toward the designated camp, I began to calculate. Once the army grows stronger, I can divide the troops to suppress other camps. After dividing our forces, the efficiency of conquering other camps will double. With a slight smile, I led my troops and rushed towards the target camp. The suppression operation officially began. Chapter 9, Queen of Insects. Boss. When I led my troops to the next enemy camp with a large number of springtails, he found that his Humican springtail troops had also arrived in advance under the command of the main nest and successfully joined my army. As expected, I am the one who slowed down the marching speed. I sighed slightly, remembering that before my genes were enhanced, my marching speed was always behind that of my followers. The basic movement speed of a springtail is 10/s, which means it can run 10 meters in 1 second. As for me, as a human being, even after training, I can only barely maintain a speed of 10 meters per second. Once my physical strength is exhausted, I need a long time to recover. This is the horror of the Zerg. Even so, I still understand that this is temporary. As long as he can master the ability to copy gene fragments from his followers, his physical strength and speed will also be enhanced. But now, there is no need to think too much about these issues. I calmed myself down and focused on looking at the enemy camp ahead. This camp was the one I had chosen specifically because it had a large number of Zerglings, making it suitable for the possibility of mutations breaking out at G3 difficulty. Sure enough, all the springtails had mutated into fission worms, and their number was extremely large, a full 56. The number of these springtails was more than the springtails in the 2 camps I had encountered before combined. But this time the enemy camp is not just filled with springtails. In addition to the 16 worker bees responsible for collecting resources, there is also a huge alien insect, the queen, which suddenly appears in the center of the camp. This queen insect is half human, half scorpion, nearly 2 meters tall, with 2 huge spikes on its back. It can attack 2 targets at the same time or the same target at the same time. Although its body is slender, its head is like a radar, covered with a huge membrane and shell, which seems to be able to receive signals. What is even more surprising is that the huge lower abdomen and 5 pairs of huge legs in the back half of the insect queen's body give it a strong mobility. This insect queen is the core unit of the current enemy camp. Species, queen, introduction, only appears in normal nests at G3 difficulty. Attack, 8/2 defense, 2 health, 300, recovery 2 per minute, attack speed, 1/s movement speed, 10/s. After carefully checking its properties, I chuckled. It seems that springtails aren't the only thing worth seeing. This is really a hard dish. This queen has 8 attack points and deals 2 damages with each attack. The damage per second, DPS, is as high as 16 points, which is enough to tear apart ordinary Zerglings. Combined with 2 points of defense, the 5 attack points of ordinary Zerglings are reduced by 40%, and they can only deal 3 damage in the end. The queen's 300 HP also makes it very tough in battle, and it can even survive to the end when facing 4 or 5 ordinary Zerglings. Obviously, this kind of enemy can already be considered a boss. Facing this seemingly powerful boss, I frowned slightly. This time it may take some time. However, the Queen of Insects had obviously discovered my presence. Roar! The queen let out a deafening roar and turned to face me. Her green eyes glowed with a sinister light, full of threat. Then, the Zerglings behind her rushed towards me as if they had received an order. I calmly raised my hand and commanded my humus leaps, troops, go. Then, the battle began. Ding. Experience plus 49, points plus 1, Star Crusher +1. 40 seconds later, the battle was almost over. My troops easily wiped out the Zerglings behind the queen, and the remaining queen was isolated and helpless and began to ask for surrender. Ding. The other party has sent you a friendly surrender. Do you want to accept it? I chose accept without hesitation. Ding. The other party senses that you have heart of the swarm. Loyalty 100%. Ding. Resource output plus 100%. Insect egg output plus 100%. After the battle, I looked at the corpses on the ground, clapped my hands, and said with a smile, done. This is just a small boss and a bunch of small fish. Why should I bother with it? To me, this boss is just a boss designed to target the Zerglings of ordinary players, and which of his humus jumping insects is vulnerable. If my army directly besieges the queen, how can it fight back? Even if the queen has 8 attack points, what does it matter? My own, Humican Leap, has 6 points of defense alone. Each attack by the opponent only causes 4 points of damage. The queen's huge size means it is hard for her to escape being besieged. With 64 points of damage per second, the queen will be completely defeated in less than 5 seconds. It seems that I may have gone too far in bullying the weaklings. I smiled, counted the spoils, accepted the double tribute, and then led my troops to rush towards the next target camp. As my army continued to expand, my clearing speed became faster and faster. Every time I defeated an enemy, I would obtain a large amount of star-shattering ore. When the amount of Star Crusher ore accumulates to a certain level, I will use the main brain to invest in the hatchery, to hatch more humus-leaping insects, and further expand my army. As time went by, I captured more and more territory, and the number of Star Shatters and Springtail eggs increased significantly. The army of Humican Springtail increased at an alarming rate. 80, 200, 500. As time went by, more and more areas gradually lit up on my map of Yunlan Insect Valley. The army and territory were expanding steadily. Chapter 10 The Zerg Tide is coming. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, I have been fighting in the Novice Dungeon for a full 5 hours. There is only 1 hour left before the 6th hour of the enemy Zerg siege. During these 5 hours, I led my troops and successfully captured 14 enemy Zerg camps. As a result, resource production increased rapidly, reaching 3,300 star/hour, 16 Zergling eggs/hour. The size of the Humican army also increased from 51 4 hours ago to 902, nearly 1,000. This is called an invincible swarm. I looked at the map that was gradually lighting up, with a proud look on my face. This feeling of being in control of everything made him feel very happy. He had begun to focus on efficiency and no longer worried about damage. Instead, he relied on his powerful army to push forward and destroy everything. When the decomposing Leptozoa were freed, my army's speed soared and the march time was greatly shortened. Originally, he could only capture 2 enemy camps per hour, but in the past 4 hours, he has increased this number to 14. The battle was fruitful. I looked at the expansion of the map and sighed in my heart. Compared with the huge army of humus-leaping Zerg, the resources I have are simply insignificant. At this time, my balance of Star Shatter ore was only 13 units, but he was not worried about it. Star Shattering ore, Star ore, and even the Real Alliance coin are not his main goals. His goal is the expansion of the army, because the army is his greatest strength. The more troops we have, the stronger our strength will be, and the accumulation of resources will catch up sooner or later. I already knew in my mind that there are many ways to obtain Star Shattering ore in dungeons, especially the dungeons of high-energy star mines, which can provide huge income from Star Shattering ore. The current Yunlan Worm Valley instance is mainly for accumulating points through fighting. The basic unit of every battle is the army, and the explosion of troops is my magic weapon for victory. Fighting endlessly and blasting troops endlessly is the ultimate tactic in the Zerg instance. I know that in a battle between Zerg, the final victory depends on numbers. With the help of the Zerg, humans must clean up these unenlightened tribes in each instance and suppress the low-level Zerg of the Zerg in order to fulfill their tribute obligations. Although these low-level Zerg have made certain contributions to humans, they do not have strong potential. The advantage of humans lies in tricks. Although the Zerg look down on human technology and resources, their degraded genes are fully utilized in front of human wisdom. This is also the reason why humans can survive and grow under the rule of the Zerg. I took a deep breath and recalled the lessons of my previous life. Fortunately, I found an opportunity to disintegrate the internal strength of the Zerg, thus preserving humanity's retreat. Alas, he sighed, knowing that he was still not fully powerful. The disastrous defeat in the realms in his previous life always made him sad. At that time, the sword of the white-robed Empress Mu Qingyun shattered the galaxy and almost killed him completely. Mu Qingyun, if the various realms want to kill me, how can you protect me? If you don't kill me, you can't even protect the spiritual realm. He forced himself to pull away from these memories and return to the battle in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, the hostile alien insects in Yunlan Insect Valley should be ready for the first insect tide to attack the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the main brain's message prompt sounded. Ding. Yunlan Insect Valley, the main nest has discovered your presence and is gathering insects. The first siege will be launched against you in 1 hour. Ding. Please pay attention to defend your camp and plan your troops reasonably. I wish you good health. After the message was prompted, I saw that the unlit area on the map was suddenly covered with a large number of red dots. These red dots were gathering quickly and advancing towards my camp. These red dots were undoubtedly the enemy Zerg troops that were about to attack the city. Seeing this, I frowned and calculated the enemy's movements in my mind. These red dots seemed to be summoned and quickly gathered into a river, surging in one direction, obviously preparing to besiege my camp. He quickly unfolded the map in his mind and assessed the enemy's strength. Under G3 difficulty, the first wave of Zerg will affect the forces of 9 Zerg nests, including 6 large nests and 3 small nests. If I'm not mistaken, this is equivalent to the strength of 6 Fission Worm, Mutant Zergling camps and 3 Leaping Worm, Mutant Zergling camps, and the number of Queen Worms is roughly 9. I pondered for a moment and determined that the enemy's gathering direction was a camp 2 kilometers away. This camp was closest to his camp and was very likely to become the main target of the attack. In 1 hour, the Zerg will gather and will prioritize attacking the camp I occupy. I clenched my fists, and I had already made up my mind. In order to prevent the enemy from taking back the camp, I must take the initiative and directly eliminate the gathered enemy forces. He quickly assembled his troops and headed towards the enemy's assembly point, ready to destroy the enemy's forces in advance and ensure the safety of his own camp. This battle has just begun. Chapter 11, Hidden Away Player, S. Yunlan Insect Valley. While the first wave of insects is gathering on top of a hatchery, a boy who looked like a garlic turtle sat on it, raised his eyebrows, and showed a very scared expression. Look at the red dots on the map. They are swarms of Zerg gathering from 6 camps in the distance. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I chose the G2 difficulty. After saying that, he jumped down from the top of the hatchery and was caught by a half-human, half-snake Zerg, who landed steadily on the ground. This Zerg is called hydralisk. It is 2 meters tall, with an inverted triangle upper body and mantis-like blade arms on both sides, which is extremely threatening. Its lower body is as flexible as a snake, moving quickly, and there is a large pinhole under its head, as if it can fire spinal needles at any time. The young man looked at the 3 hydralisks behind him. The smile on his face disappeared, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. There are still 40 minutes before the insect tide is gathered. I wonder how Lao Zhou is doing. If he draws the eggs of the worker bee, then the defense will be in trouble. However, if he knew that I drew the hydralisk, gene of the archer sequence, I'm afraid he would be so angry that his face would turn green. Haha. After saying that, he stretched his body and walked away with 3 hydralisks and a dozen Zerglings, targeting his enemy camp. After the insect swarm gathers, they will prioritize attacking my outer camps. The 2 camps that I captured with great difficulty can provide 100 star-shattering ores and 50 diluted gases per hour. I can't give them up easily. He thought silently as he led his army toward the enemy camp ahead. This time, let me be the last one in Class F. EQ. The player, Lin Family, Night Patrol Yuru, S. Yunlan Worm Valley. There are still 20 minutes. Lin Yuru stood on a gray muddy ground, looking at the enemy camp closest to her. The fungal blankets of the 6 affiliated camps have been laid, which will allow my troops to quickly provide support. This way, no matter which place the insect tide attacks first, I can minimize the losses. As long as I can defend it, I can continue to expand and lay a farther and larger fungal blanket. She let out a long sigh and looked back at the 5 queens, who were busy deploying fungal blanket tumors. The Lin family's Queen of Insects unit has the innate skill Fungal Blanket Tumor, which can plant active biomass tumors on the ground. After the tumor absorbs the vitality of the land, it will explode and form a fungal blanket. With the technological support of the Zerg standing on the fungal blanket will gain great bonuses, increasing a series of buffs such as movement speed, attack speed, and life recovery. Although my queen units are relatively weak in combat and are mainly auxiliary, the fungal blanket they lay can at least provide a basic movement speed bonus, making them the most suitable for defense. In the first wave of siege with G1 difficulty, there are only 3 enemy camps gathering troops. The difficulty is not high, and it is not a problem to defend for 3 days. My Zerglings are not very powerful. After the queen leaves the fungal blanket, Her movement speed will be greatly reduced, so defense is the most suitable. Her eyes became more determined, and she continued, I chose the easiest G1 difficulty, so I should play to my strengths, play steadily, defend well, and wait to harvest more resources. Even without the bonus points, I can make up for the gap by collecting more resources. I must get a high score. Yunlan Worm Valley, of the player Lin family, Qingqing Grassland. Damn it, don't touch my camp. I worked so hard to occupy it. Queen, run faster. Your steps become heavy when you leave the fungal blanket, don't they? Xanphenals, stop them. Stop them. Don't let us get wiped out. Lin Yuan, the squad leader of Class A, was anxiously commanding the camp he had just captured. When he saw the enemy Xanphenals counterattack, his camp quickly reversed and lost control. Ding. Your affiliated camp senses reinforcements, and its loyalty drops to 0%. Ding. You have lost an affiliated camp, and you get a resource bonus, Star Crusher-50/hour. Lin Yuan was so angry that he yelled, Fuck. Loyalty is so low. I have eliminated all your manpower. Why don't you raise the loyalty to 100%? It's just the G2 difficulty. The difficulty is obviously not high. Why are there so many Zerg? Despite his anger, Lin Yuan remained rational. Return to defense. All Zerglings come back. Stand on the fungal mat and rely on your movement speed to fight the enemy. Lin Yuan urgently mobilized the troops to retreat, and the Zerglings retreated quickly. However, the two queens slowed down significantly after leaving the fungal blanket and have not yet returned to the high ground. As the remaining 46 enemy springtails recaptured the camp and continued to attack, Lin Yuan became even more anxious. Go! Don't let the queen die. All Zerglings come back and protect the queen. Lin Yuan hurriedly pressed the F2 key in his mind and commanded the troops to return to the battle. Although he lost most of his Zerglings and worker bees, Lin Yuan's army gained a significant bonus thanks to his E-level talent, hidden talent. At the last moment, he managed to save 2 queens. Both were seriously injured, but not dead. It's good that they're not dead. It's good that they're not dead. Lin Yuan sighed and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my talent allowed the Queen of Insects to survive, otherwise it would have been finished long ago. From now on, I can only focus on my development and stop going out. He joked, fortunately, my talent, hidden deep, enhances my defense, otherwise the Queen of Insects would have turned into ashes long ago. But, where did the talent, hidden deep, come from? Chapter 12, Challenge of Dungeon Upgrade, that's it. I stood beside the corpses of the insect swarm, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, and muttered, 160 fission worm variants, 60 vaulting worm variants, and 6 queen worms. This is really not enough. In fact, I arrived at this insect camp half an hour ago. I killed most of the insects in 2 minutes, and the rest I just had to wait here for them to fall into my trap. After all, if I deal with this camp directly, the Zerg will skip the assembly process and start attacking aimlessly. So, it is better to let them die purposefully. But it was boring. A dozen springtails came and went, and they were dealt with in no time. Then another queen came, and I also dealt with it easily. So I simply sent most of my troops to sweep Yunlan Insect Valley. Until the last jumping worm was destroyed, I finally completely eliminated the remnants of this camp and took it under my command, becoming an emotionless ATM machine. After clearing out these alien insects, my points increased dramatically to a terrifying degree. Although I didn't gain any resources, because I had already used the Star Crusher minerals to increase my troops. After the first insect tide ended, the number of my springtails increased from 1115 to 1136. The more I killed, the more they grew. It felt like my humus springtails had the ability to reproduce. The more I killed, the more they grew. At this moment, the Zerg tide finally ended. At this moment, a reminder from the main brain came to my mind. Ding. Congratulations on surviving the first Zerg tide. Please cherish your opportunity and continue to develop. I didn't rush to close the main brain interface, but stared at it, waiting for new information. Soon, a new prompt popped up on the interface. Ding. Since the difficulty you are challenging is the highest level, level 3, of Yunlan Worm Valley G-level, the Yunlan Worm Valley Upgrade Challenge is now open. As the system prompt sounded, a sci-fi challenge panel appeared before my eyes. Yunlan Insect Valley Upgrade Challenge. Challenge description. You have selected the highest difficulty level of the current dungeon. If you successfully survive 12 waves of insects, the G4 difficulty level will be unlocked. Please note that the damage you cause to the tribe in Yunlan Insect Valley will be counterattacked by the remaining tribes. If you can clear the alien insects in Yunlan Insect Valley before the 12th wave of insects, the reward will be even more generous. Challenge goal: survive 12 waves of insect tides. Clear out the alien insect tribe in Yunnan Insect Valley before the 12th wave of insect tides. Current wave of insect tides. 1. Current tribe remnants, 99.8%. Current tribe attribute bonus, 0.2%. Challenge reward: open, Yunnan Insect Valley G, for difficulty for humans, unknown. After seeing these tips, I smiled slightly. I had already guessed that this day would come. I chose the G3 difficulty, Yunnan Worm Valley, not for the triple points bonus, but because the highest difficulty of the novice dungeon is only G3. The higher the difficulty limit of the novice copy, the better. At least this way, if other geniuses are lucky, they won't be restricted by the low difficulty like me. If the difficulty of the copy is still sealed, then let me break this restriction with my own hands. I clenched my fists, and a fighting spirit surged in my heart. After all, I have done this kind of thing of constantly increasing the difficulty of the dungeon more than once in my previous life. Next to the challenge panel, there are 2 rankings with cold ranking characters. Yunnan Insect Valley, G3 Progress. Number 1 Green Glowing Snake Tribe, 100%. Number 2 Spirit Flame Fox Tribe, 100%. Number 3 Iron Tooth Crocodile Tribe, 100%. Number 15 Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan, 100%. Number 16 Mist Frost Spider Clan, 86%. Number 17 Human Clan, 67.3%. Number 18 Slime Clan, 12%. This ranking list shows the progress of each race in the G3 difficulty dungeon of Yunnan Worm Valley. The races at the top have reached 100% progress, and the races at the bottom are sorted by progress. This also explains to some extent the strength of the subordinate races of the Zerg. The longer these races stay, the stronger their abilities become, the higher the level of their eggs, and the more complete their gene sequences. They became the biggest obstacle to the human race's progress. In my previous life, I spent 4 years to subdue these miscellaneous races, and another 4 years to unify all the Zerg. I put away the rankings, with a confident smile on my face and a determined look in my eyes. In this life, I will set a small goal to unify the Zerg within 2 years. I don't care about these small tribes at all. Then, I saw the second ranking list, which was about the progress of the strategy of the G3 difficulty of Yunnan Worm Valley of the race I led, the human race. Number 1 Tsiu Tsiu Yindi Pseudonym, 67.3. Number 2 Low Place Unbeatable Fire Pseudonym, 56.8. Number 3 by Ri Yijio Pseudonym, 53.2. Deceased. Number 4 by Yi Hua Meng Pseudonym, 49.6. The people on this list are all seniors that I am very familiar with, except for number 4 by Yi Hua Meng, who is of the same generation as me. In the previous life, we discussed strategies together, worked together, and quickly suppressed the 16 races that stepped on our heads. In this life, when I become stronger, I will definitely visit these predecessors. After putting away both rankings, I sighed deeply. No matter how great my future plans are, there are only 4 words in front of me now. A long way to go. In the dungeons led by Zerg, each dungeon has a similar ranking list. Although the human race has a place on these rankings, it is almost always at the bottom. Especially in high difficulty dungeons, we have almost no name. But what I have to do is to repeat the path of my previous life. Change the name on every leaderboard to human race. Let the name of human race appear at the top of every leaderboard. I stood in the camp, looking into the distance. Before my eyes was still the dark, Yunnan Insect Valley. The ambition in my heart was ignited again. Since I have been reborn, I must achieve greater success than in my previous life. I want to lead the human race to create greater glory. Chapter 13 A perfect score is an insult to me. If you want to achieve the same success as in your previous life again, what you need most is fighting power. With his eyes focused, Zhou waved his hand, and threw all the obtained star-shattering ore into the hatchery, and began to breed humus-leaping worms, wildly. To unlock a higher level of difficulty in the dungeon, you need more troops. Stronger combat power. Zhou doesn't need to worry about the number of troops. As time goes by, those affiliated camps will supply themselves with star-breaking ore and springtail eggs on time and in quantity. As for the issue of combat power, Zhou looked at the experience slot on his attribute panel. Experience, 35987/36,000. With only 13 experience points left, Zhou will be able to reach level 2. With Zhou's SSS-Level talent, Heart of the Swarm, when Zhou reaches level 2, he will be able to obtain it again. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 2. Ding. Your talent is detected to be SSS-Level, and you get 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them reasonably according to your needs. Note: The character levels and free attribute points in the dungeon cannot be taken out of the dungeon, so please allocate them as you like. Before Zhou Zhui could finish his words, an unknown, humus leaping insect killed the enemy at the right time, bringing him crucial experience, allowing him to reach the required experience and reach level 2. Immediately, Zhou Zhui opened his property panel and checked. Name, Zhou Zhui. Level 2. Experience, 96/72,000. Attributes, Strength, 3 Agility, 0 Intelligence, 0 Spirit, 0 Constitution, 0 Health, 0 Toughness, 6. Technology, currently 9 points of technology have been contributed. Looking at the experience requirements that have doubled, Zhou Zhui couldn't help but sigh. The experience required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 is 8,000 points. With the SSS-Level talent, Heart of the Swarm, I need to spend 9 times the experience, a full 72,000 points, to upgrade to the next level. However, the high experience requirements bring real free attribute points that can be allocated. There are another 9 free attribute points available for allocation. What attributes should they be allocated to? Looking at the extra 9 free attribute points, Zhou Zhui began to consider what points to add. Now, Zhou Zhui has started the challenge of upgrading the current difficulty. Every time an insect tide passes, the enemy's attributes will increase by a percentage based on the number of tribes that have been eliminated in Yunlan Insect Valley. Therefore, Zhou Zhui thought that he should calculate his added points carefully. Bullshit. Immediately, Zhou Zhui waved his hand and directly allocated all the free attribute points to the Strength attribute. Strength, 312. The damage is full. In my previous life, I was so calculating and calculative because I didn't have enough strength. In this life, I can win with F2, what's the point? It's a waste of effort. After all the attribute points were allocated, the attributes of Zhou Zhui's Humus Jumper also changed drastically. Species, Humican Jumping Insect. Grade, Blue Rare. Attack, 19. Defense, 6. Health, 30. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 1/s. Movement speed, 10/s. The base attack damage of a Zergling is 5. Zhou Zhui's Humus Jumping Bug has the combat power bonus of the Leaping Bug, variant Jumping Bug, which has increased to 7 points. With the bonus of Zhou Zhui's total strength attribute of 12 points, the attack power directly reached 19 points. How much health can those springtails in Yunlan Insect Valley have no matter how high their health is? 40 points? 50 points? With Zhou Zhui's Humus Leaping Bug's extremely high attack power, plus the massive number of troops, which battle would not be a crushing victory of both numbers and combat power. As long as 3 Humus Springer, siege 1 hostile Springer, no matter whether the opponent's Springer is a Leaping Springer variant or a Efficient Springer variant. Zhou Zhui's Humus Leaping Insect can kill instantly. This is a battle with high combat effectiveness and high quantity. After Zhou Zhui finished allocating these 9 attributes, he could clearly see that the advancement speed of his Humus Leaping Worm army on the map was at least twice as fast. If at the beginning, Zhou Zhui's meager army could only barely conquer 2 subsidiary camps in the first hour. Then after Zhou Zhui's army increased dramatically and was completely formed, Zhou Zhui's Humus Jumping Insect troops would be able to conquer 9 camps within 1 hour. And now, after the attack power of Zhou Zhui's Humus Leaping Insect has soared again, Zhou Zhui can conquer at least 30 camps per hour. At least now, it has been less than an hour since the insect swarm just ended. Zhou Zhui has only sent out 70% of his troops and has already conquered 26 camps. If Zhou Zhui put all of the remaining 30% of his troops into the battlefield, the benefits brought about would make Zhou Zhui earn a fortune. Moreover, because Zhou Zhui's Humus Leaping Insects were extremely powerful, after each battle, the Humus Leaping Insects were basically slightly injured with less than 5 points of health lost. On the way to the next camp, which is at least 10 minutes long, restore 1 health point per minute at the basic health recovery rate of the Humican. By the time they reach the next battlefield, Zhou Zhui's Humus Leaping Insect will basically have its health restored to full. Fighting power is once again at full strength. Basically, every 2 minutes, Zhou Zhui's main brain would pop up a message prompt, reminding him that he had conquered another subordinate camp, and the production of star-shattering ore and springtail eggs had increased by blah blah blah. Zhou Zhui sat down safely on a rock next to the camp, patiently watching his sphere of influence continue to expand. As everyone knows, All Realms is an idle game. Listening to the good news coming from the main brain, the smile on Zhou Zhui's face deepened. I haven't felt this sure of victory in a long time. After all, in his previous life, Zhou Zhui reached the late stage, and after ascending to the 72nd heaven, spiritual realm, Zhou basically had no more victories. Zhou tasted this long-lost feeling of obtaining the fruits of victory, and it tasted especially sweet. The remaining tribes and territories of Yunlan Insect Valley are also being continuously reduced and compressed with the proliferation and expansion of the humus leaping insect troops. 99.6%, 99.1%, 98.8%. As the humus leaping insect continued to advance, more and more enemy forces were destroyed, and Zhou's points soared. For example, 1 point is earned for every 2 worker bees killed. After accumulating 100 points, the calculation formula becomes 1 point is earned for every 4 worker bees killed. Killing 1 springtail will earn you 1 point. After reaching 100 points, you will need to kill 2 springtails to earn 1 point. Killing 1 insect queen will earn you 5 points. After reaching 100 points, you will need to kill 2 insect queens to earn 5 points. Zhou had already maxed out these discount points formulas that were similar to reward mechanisms in the early stages. Normally, the Queen Zerg, an alien Zerg unit, can basically only be seen during Zerg tides. In G1 difficulty, a queen may appear in the last wave. In G2 difficulty, the Queen of Zerg will appear from the very beginning of the Zerg tide. It is only at G3 difficulty. In addition to the queen that must appear in every wave of Zerg, there is a queen that can provide long-range fire support in many tribal camps. After Zhou destroyed these units, the points he earned exceeded the specification. After each instance is completed, it will be rated stars based on the points earned. But with my points, I feel like a full score is an insult to me. After Zhou sighed, he looked at his 5-digit points and fell into deep thought. Chapter 14, Jade Pavilion. The star rating of the Yunlan Worm Valley dungeon is 10 stars. 1 star 1 point, 100 points. 2 stars 101 points, 200 points. 3 stars 201 points, 300 points. 4 stars 301 points, 400 points. 10 stars 901 points, 1000 points. That's all, just these 10 levels. No matter how many points exceed 1000, the highest star rating you can get is 10 stars. Zhou's current points. 10,346. This is without the calculation of triple points for the G3 difficulty, and it already exceeds the star rating. Of course, getting a 10-star review is nothing. As long as you stay alive, collect resources, or go out and kill a few hundred jumping insects, you can basically get a good score. Even though Zhou awakened as a worker bee in his previous life, and there was no record of the evolutionary template of worker bee on Earth, Zhou still scored 908 points and received a 10-star rating. At that time, when Zhou got this score with the help of worker bee, even the other students who got 10-star evaluation were stunned. It's different now. Zhou grinned and couldn't help but laugh. Others gave it 10 stars because they can only give it 10 stars. I gave it 10 stars because this novice copy can only be rated with 10 stars. After clearing a dungeon, you can use your points to open the store in all realms and redeem items. Points are an essential currency that can improve your strength. Compared to star mines, points are more important to me. After closing his points panel, Zhou no longer looked at it. After all, the current points are still far from what Zhou wants to buy. Along with the skyrocketing points, experience points also skyrocketed. The numbers are jumping up every minute and every second. It took Zhou 6 hours to reach the 36,000 experience points required to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Now, to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 72,000 experience points are required. Less than an hour had passed, and Zhou's experience value was about to reach full value again. Ding! Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 3. Ding! Your talent is detected to be SSS-Level, and you get 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them reasonably according to your needs. Note: the character levels and free attribute points in the dungeon cannot be taken out of the dungeon, so please allocate them as you like. Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, Zhou upgraded again and gained 9 health points again. Zhou added 4 of the 9 free attribute points he obtained this time to the toughness attribute, increasing the defense of his humus leaping insect to 10 points. With this kind of defense, Zhou's humus leaping insect truly becomes a boss. Finally, Zhou added 5 free attribute points to agility. After Zhou's humus jumper receives a 5-point agility bonus. The attack speed increased from 1/s to 1.5/s, which is equivalent to a 50% increase in attack speed. The movement speed increased from 10/s to 15/s, a 50% increase. Not only has it become much stronger in combat, but even its mobility has been enhanced. Humus jumper with 19 attack power and 10 defense power, compared to a normal Zergling with 5 attack and 0 defense. Zhou Zhua's Humus Leaping Insect is almost invincible in the same level. It is simply a big boss. Like Shrek. Looking at the 100 Humus leaps around him as guards, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but sigh. The higher the talent level, the less experience points are needed to obtain free attribute points. This is the benefit of having a high talent level. If a player with F-level talent wants to obtain 9 free attribute points, he needs to upgrade to level 9. Players with F-level talent will need a total of 260,000 experience points to reach level 9. Zhou Zhua has SSS-level talent, and he only needs to upgrade 1 level to gain a bonus of 9 free attribute points. You only need to pay 9 times the experience value to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. 36,000 experience points compared to 260,000 experience points. Any handsome guy or beautiful girl can see how much better SSS-level talent is than F-level talent. The experience level gained in the dungeon cannot be brought out of the dungeon. Although it is a bit unfortunate, it can be regarded as an alternative protection for the human race. All players cannot take the free attribute points they gain from leveling up in a dungeon out of the dungeon, nor will they be inherited to the next dungeon like in an idle game. These free attribute points will be added to the 7 Luminaries technology tree of the player's race after the player leaves the dungeon. That's right, this 7 stars technology tree corresponds to the 7 major attributes: strength, thunder; agility, wind; intelligence, ice; spirit, water; constitution, fire; bloodgrass; tenacity, rock. For example, Zhou Zhua has now added 12 points of strength, 5 points of agility, and 10 points of toughness. Then when Zhou Zhua leaves the copy, he will add 27 attributes to the human race's 7 stars technology tree. When any attribute on the 7 stars technology tree reaches the maximum value, it will add attributes to human followers. This will prevent players from having their followers' attributes be so low when they enter a new dungeon. After officially entering the Reals, if you learn key skills, some of the attributes of your followers can be fed back to the player. This is the evolutionary path that the Zerg provides for humans. So, in the dungeon, there is no such thing as adding the wrong attribute points. No matter which attributes are added, they will be presented to the 7 stars technology tree after exiting the copy. Anyway, every time you enter a copy, you start upgrading from scratch. As for the experience points accumulated before the copy is opened, that's just like the star shattering or that monitor Lin distributed before the game started, and it can only be used in the next copy. Because high-level talented players need less experience points to provide attribute points for the human race, the probability of making contributions to the human race will be greater. Therefore, every player with high-level talents can choose to record a copy of his or her own information in the human race's archives. Among the human race, there is a special force established to protect humans with high-level talents. This force will provide a certain amount of help to players who need secret protection and resource allocation. This is a force that is wholeheartedly dedicated to the prosperity of the human race. Every leader of this force and its internal staff are elites of the human race. Talents are public, accounts are public. Apart from their personal private information, they selflessly devote everything they have to humanity. Faced with this group of people with high moral standards, no one can stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at them, because they themselves are the role models of morality. The night is filled with stars, throwing bricks to attract jade. The name of this force is called Kunyu Pavilion. After the establishment of Kunyu Pavilion, a saying was circulated: as a human being, you can be suspicious and wary of everything. This is an obligation you must fulfill in order to survive. But you can let go of all your guard against the Kunyu Pavilion, because this is a right you can enjoy after you have exhausted yourself in order to survive. Kunyu Pavilion gathers the elites of all races. If you don't get a 10-star rating in a novice dungeon, you'd be embarrassed to enter the Jade Pavilion. When Zhou Zhua recalled the things about Kunyu Pavilion, he couldn't help but smile. My wife was assigned by Kunyu Pavilion, a formal unit. Hee. Chapter 15, Killer God by Chiming. The leisure time passed quickly, and the sun quietly disappeared into the valley. After all, the class points competition started at 8 o'clock in the morning, and after experiencing the first insect tide, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So Zhou Zhua had not been fishing for long before night fell. But under the dark sky, in Yunlan Insect Valley, there was still war. Countless alien insects are fighting each other. But from the perspective of an outsider, it was a complete massacre. One side killed the other side without any chance of fighting back. In the safest place at the back, Zhou Zhua sat on a stone platform, stroking the head of the humus jumping insect, lying beside him, feeling very comfortable. Although the fighting is fierce, it will take a long time to occupy the entire Yunlan Insect Valley. Although you can unlock the G4 difficulty, Yunlan Insect Valley, after surviving 12 waves of insects, I didn't start this challenge just to unlock the G4 difficulty. Zhou was still interested in the hidden reward of Yunlan Insect Valley. In the previous life, almost every senior chose to survive the insect swarm when opening a new instance with a new difficulty. As for directly wiping out the entire copy of the enemy, almost no one has accomplished it. In Zhou's memory, in the 100 years since the Earth was pulled into the Real's projection, there was indeed a person who eliminated all enemy forces, unlocked the high difficulty, and obtained the hidden reward. That person is still alive. He is the current leader of the Kunyu Pavilion, Bai Qiming, also known as Mr. Bai. 10 years ago, Bai Qiming had no idea what had happened to the aliens, and in a rage, he led his army directly to the border, intending to kill all the aliens in that difficult copy. Indeed, Reals is a game, and even if one dies in Reals, it will not cause any substantial harm to oneself. But failing to exit the copy means that all the points and props spent when entering this copy will be wasted. To undertake a highly difficult challenge, the investment is naturally huge. If it fails, the consequences cannot be underestimated. Therefore, the aliens were timid and did not want to exit the copy early, so they chose to surrender. But Bai Qiming, whose reverse scale was touched, refused to surrender and killed hundreds of thousands of aliens in a cruel way. Since that battle, Bai Qiming was also called the White Killer God. He was famous far and wide. Among the entire Zerg subordinate races, among the 17 subordinate races other than the human race, Bai Qiming's name is definitely one of the two greatest killing weapons that can stop a child from crying. As for the other one, Zhou himself refused to admit it. One of the reasons why the White Killer God is so powerful is that he is extremely lucky. He extracted the Thunder Beast gene from the initial insect egg, which is almost the ceiling level in the guard sequence among the ground units of the Zerg. It has a 5-meter-tall body, sturdy limbs, and huge bone sickles on both sides of its head, which can easily crush the bones of creatures with less calcium content than it. Zhou could never forget that in his previous life, when he led his army to fight against the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe, the battle situation was at a stalemate. The White Killer God raised his arm and his Thunder Beasts, relying on their huge bodies and strong physiques, squeezed through the iron battle line of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe, and fiercely tore a gap in it. This gave Zhou the opportunity to win the war. Thinking back to everything he had experienced, and thinking about the days when he had a drink and a chat with Bai Shashan, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Although our human race ranks last in terms of combat power under the Zerg, the title of White Killer God still has a strong deterrent effect in front of other alien races. As for why Zhou knows so much about this White Killer God, there is no other reason. It was simply because the wife Zhou brought from Kunyu Pavilion had the last name Bai. As for the hidden reward obtained by destroying all the alien races in the entire copy, Zhou also got a general idea of it from the White Killing God. If you completely eliminate all alien races in a copy, you will see a free gene fragment selection interface. Gene fragment. This thing is extremely precious. It can be encountered by chance, but not sought after. Basically, a player has to complete 10 dungeons before he can see a gene fragment on the points settlement panel. The price of these gene fragments is extremely expensive, and ordinary players cannot afford it with the points they earn in the dungeon. Therefore, by completely exterminating the other alien races in a copy, in exchange for a free gene fragment, it's really not something that ordinary people can do. The number of gene fragments is small, but they are all good genes that can strengthen the Zerg followers. Gene fragments. There is no way to make all followers evolve, but you can let an insect egg fuse these gene fragments to produce evolution. The White Killing God obtained a gene fragment, called Pejuan Beast, in the copy. When a Thunder Beast of the White Killing God merged with gene fragment and evolved into a Pejuan Beast, it had 2 pairs of bone sickles. The Pejuan Beast, with double attack speed, made the White Killing God the guardian of the human race, the nightmare of foreign races. I did get some gene fragments in my previous life, but I never unlocked all the Zerg gene evolution panels. After the gene fragment is taken out of the copy, it will also be recorded on the genetic evolution panel of the race. When the number of gene fragments of a certain alien insect on the genetic evolution panel recorded by the race reaches the standard, it will become a complete gene sequence. providing an evolution template for every player who can choose this alien insect to enter the copy. At that time, as long as players spend points, they can purchase it and use it for the evolution of their own followers. The two evolutionary templates of the springtail, the leaping bug and the fission bug, are the only evolutionary directions that our predecessors have collected after expending countless efforts over the past 100 years. Other Zerg species, at least for now, don't have a systematic, gene sequence evolution plan. Looking down at the humus jumping insect beside him, Joshua couldn't help but sigh. I have the heart of the swarm and have ignored the evolutionary choice, allowing my Zerglings to combine the characteristics of leaping Zerglings and fission Zerglings. However, the collection of the genetic fragments of these Zerglings cannot be separated from the accumulation of every predecessor. Standing up from the stone platform, Joshua looked at the humus leaps in the distance that were still fighting and roaring, and his fighting spirit rose in his chest. In this life, I will use my followers to carve out another kingdom for the human race. Chapter 16, Not Enough. Even in my previous life, I only tried to challenge the highest difficulty of the low complexity level when the 7 luminaries technology tree had grown to a certain stage. Moreover, I chose to survive the dungeon's time limit to unlock a new difficulty level of the dungeon. Recalling the hardships of his previous life, Joshua couldn't help but sigh and started to play with the humus jumping insect beside him. A novice copy is a novice copy. There is no limit on larvae, population, or resources. Except for the uncomfortable start, everything else is pretty comfortable. When it was late at night, Joshua looked up at the system time. 1858. It's almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Joshua entered the Yunlan Insect Valley at 8 o'clock in the morning, which means he had been in the Yunlan Insect Valley for nearly 11 hours. There was only 1 hour left before the second wave of insects arrived. The second wave of insects is coming soon. Joshua smiled, and soon a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 5. Ding. Your talent is detected to be SSS-Level, and you get 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them reasonably according to your needs. Note: before the second wave of insect swarms arrived, Joshua's level was the first to reach level 5. Once again, I gained free attribute points that could be allocated. For my SSS-Level talent, upgrading from level 3 to level 4 requires 108,000 experience points, and upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires 144,000 experience points. Seeing his experience bar being filled up again, Joshua smiled and said, "This upgrade speed is unparalleled. My swarm is so powerful that it allows me to upgrade automatically." After all, under the ruthless attack of Joshua's massive, humus leaping insects, the alien insects in the entire Yunlan Insect Valley could not resist Joshua's army before being strengthened. Originally, Joshua's troops could easily defeat 10 at a time. As a result, Joshua's troops were still 10 times larger than the enemy's. This overwhelming military advance made Joshua smile. With my current ability to snowball, as long as I am given enough resources at the beginning, I might be able to fight in a G7 or even G8 level dungeon with my current ability. When Joshua reached level 4, the humus leaping bug once again gained 5 points of agility and 4 points of strength attribute enhancement, making the humus leaping bug's attack power reach a terrifying 23. Attack speed reaches 2/S. The movement speed reaches 20/S. After once again gaining a surge in attributes, each of the humus leaping Zerg's subsequent battles will become shorter and shorter. Even the time it takes to travel to the next campsite was shortened a lot. Now, when Joshua reached level 5 and once again had 9 attribute points, he didn't know which attribute to strengthen for a moment. Allocate all 9 attribute points to agility. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The attack speed reaches 2.9/S. The movement speed reaches 29/S. Now, Joshua's humus springtail's attack speed and movement speed are almost 3 times that of ordinary springtails. The attack power is more than 4 times that of ordinary springtails. The horrific output is simply horrific. As the humus leaping continued to advance, the system time reached 1900 hours, and Joshua heard the main brain's prompt in his mind. Ding. Yunlan Insect Valley. The main nest is gathering insects. It will launch a second siege on you in 1 hour. Ding. Please pay attention to defend your camp and plan your troops reasonably. I wish you good health. As 2 familiar main brain voices sounded, Joshua saw dense red dots on his map in the nearly 90% fog of war. That's right. In the real map that Joshua can see, the fog of war is still more than 90%. Yunlan Insect Valley. It's too big. And this G3 level, Yunlan Worm Valley, is the smaller one among many dungeons. In future copies, the maps will be even larger as the complexity and difficulty increase. Did we affect 18 enemy Zerg camps this time? That's not good enough. Looking at the source of the 18 red dots that suddenly appeared in the fog of war, Zhou closed the map with disgust. Zhou remembers it clearly. At the G1 difficulty level in the previous life, the first wave of insect swarms involved 3 camps, the second wave involved 6 camps, and so on. The original wave of Zerg swarm involving 18 camps should have been the 6th wave of Zerg swarm at G1 difficulty. But now, at G3 difficulty and with 3 times the number of enemies, Zhou felt bored facing these 18 Zerg hordes and gave the order directly. Speed up the pace, all humans. Listen up, F2. Follow the red dots on the map and destroy these 18 camps. The humus leaping insects that were on the march after hearing Zhou's order let out excited roars, then turned their heads and followed Zhou's conscious guidance, heading directly towards the place where Zhou gave the order. It is now the Zerg tide, period, and the number of Zerg in the 18 camps responsible for dispatching troops far exceeds that of other nests. Especially influenced by the main nest of Yunlan Insect Valley, these 18 camps will not only ensure the original number of troops, but also breed additional troops that can be dispatched, the number of which is at least twice that of normal times. But unfortunately for them, what Zhou is least afraid of is too many insects. At this moment, the troops sent out from these 18 camps were like 18 fuses. Zhou's humus leaping insects followed these 18 fuses and rushed straight to Huanglong, trying to rush over and detonate these 18 bombs. Moving at nearly 3 times the speed, Zhou's humus jumping insects quickly completed the reunion and cleaned up the 18 meeting places of the camps, leaving only one worker bee trembling in the place, not daring to move. Next, the humus jumpers that have gathered together follow the red dots all the way north. At the dividing line of the red dots, Zhou's humus jumping Zerg also divided into 18 armies at almost the same time and headed directly towards the 18 camps. Even though the Zerg camps that had provoked trouble had 2 or 3 times the military strength of other camps, it was still very difficult for them to resist. This little extra force is like a drop in the bucket in front of Zhou's humus leaping insects, and is completely useless. 1718 done. And take over this campsite that will serve as the rendezvous point. Zhou looked at the 18 camps that were lit up almost simultaneously on the map, raised his hand, ended the life of the shivering worker bee, and gained another subsidiary camp. Just after Zhou cleared all these camps, the main brain also sent a message reminder. Ding! Congratulations on surviving the second insect wave. Please cherish your opportunity and continue to develop. Ding! Since you have already started the Yunlan Insect Valley Upgrade Challenge, the Yunlan Insect Valley main nest has begun self-inspection. Chapter 17 Upgrade completed. Ding! Self-test completed. Current insect tide wave number 2. Current tribal remnants 93.2%. Current tribal attribute bonus 6.8%. There are still 93.2% of the nests to be cleaned up. Zhou looked at the numbers calculated by the main brain, and his smile grew even wider. Although 2 waves of insect swarms have passed, Zhou only has 60 hours left to complete the novice copy. But Zhou was very satisfied with his cleaning efficiency. Before the first insect wave, we only cleared 0.2%, but during the second wave, we cleared 6.8%. Just from the efficiency point of view, it has reached 34 times. After closing the panel of Yunlan Insect Valley, after self-inspection, Zhou sent the humus leaping insects to continue to occupy the camp. Right now, the attributes of the alien insects in Yunlan Insect Valley have increased by 6.8%. Although it's not much, it's not a bad sign. The 6.8% attribute bonus does not significantly improve the Zerg's combat attributes, such as attack power and defense. But there is a more significant improvement in movement speed and health. The most basic Zergling unit, with 30 health points. With a 6.8% attribute bonus, an additional 2.04 health points will be added. Even the most basic Springtail can get a 2-point health bonus, which is equivalent to an additional 2 points of the Springtail's physique. In addition, at the G3 difficulty level, the Zerglings gain more additional attributes after being enhanced with mutant genes. Speaking of the Queen, the most basic Queen has 300 health points, which is 10 times the health of a Zergling. The Queen insect's health can be increased by 20.4 health points, which is equivalent to adding 20 points of Constitution. This is not just for individual units, But all the remaining alien insects in the Yunlan Insect Valley will have such attribute bonuses. This also means that if I don't speed up the invasion, then at the end of the Zerg wave, the last 1% of the troops I have to face may have nearly twice the attributes. After making this decision, Zhou Zhuo was slightly stunned. It seems that there are not that many. Zhou Zhuo, feeling instantly relieved, waved his hand. 100,000 springtails instantly swarmed like locusts and began to devour the remaining 90% of the tribe in the Yunlan Insect Valley. The 100% loyalty bonus that comes with Heart of the Swarm is really useful. Zhou Zhuo controlled the humus leaping insect as smoothly as moving his arm. In his previous life, when Zhou Zhuo controlled multiple units, he needed the help of King Insect and Queen Insect to help him strengthen the command signals. Even among the King Insect and Queen Insect, Zhou Zhuo specially trained several hero units to make it easier for him to control them. But now, after possessing the Heart of the Swarm, Zhou Zhuo can control these more than 100,000 units easily with his mind. Next, let's speed up. After a slight smile, Zhou Zhuo began to recruit soldiers even more aggressively. Hatchery provides an unlimited number of larvae. Every 60 points of star shatter or input into the hatchery will turn into an egg. After a brief 3-second hatching, the eggs transformed into 3 humus leaping insects, embarked on a long journey, and charged towards the front line. Every hour, Zhou Zhuo would obtain at least 150,000 star shatter ores from the supply from the affiliated camps. After these star-shattering ores are handed over to the hatchery, they will turn into Zenglinger eggs. Together with the tribute from the affiliated camps, there are nearly 3,000 of these springtail eggs. In other words, Zhou Zhuo will be able to obtain at least 9,000 humus jumping insects every hour. A large army. This is what we call a large army. That's why once you have the strength, you don't have to worry about the Star Crusher mine at all. 1,500,000 broken star ores per hour. Even if they are kept and converted into star ores, there can be 15 pieces in an hour. The income from this 1 hour alone is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a comfortable life for half a year. But if we consider the military strength, this is far from enough. After the smile on Zhou Zhuo's face faded, he began to give orders even faster. Speed up. Made in heaven. With every accurate command issued by Zhou Zhuo, the mighty army of humus leaping insects continued to advance in the Yunlan Insect Valley, in full swing. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 6. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 7. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 8. The remaining tribes and forces in Yunlan Insect Valley are also shrinking rapidly. Along with wave after wave of insect swarms, the humus leaping insect lit up piece after piece of map for Zhou Zhuo. Current insect tide wave number 3. Current tribal remnants 83.3%. Current tribal attribute bonus 16.7%. Current insect tide wave number 4. Current tribal remnants 66.2%. Current tribal attribute bonus 33.8%. Current insect tide wave number 5. Current tribal remnants 45.6%. Current tribal attribute bonus 54.4%. Finally, is this the last tribe left? Zhou Zhuo stood on a high ground, overlooking the last camp in the center of the sea of humus leaping insects, and couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that I could finish it before the 9th wave of insects, but it took until the 9th wave of insects to clear out the alien insects in Yunlan Insect Valley. Current insect tide wave number 9. Current tribal remnants 0.01%. Current tribal attribute bonus 99.9%. After closing the Yunlan Insect Valley interface that popped up from the main brain, Zhou Zhuo took a deep breath. I've been in Yunlan Insect Valley for quite a while now. It's time to go out and get some fresh air. Zhou Zhuo waved his hand and ordered, let's solve it. Following Zhou Zhuo's order, the humus leaping Zerg roared excitedly, rushed forward, and tore the last alien insect main nest into pieces. Yunlan Worm Valley Exploration Degree 100%. As the last spot on Zhou Zhuo's map was lit up, Zhou Zhuo saw the world around him tremble, and the endless, humus jumping worms turned into photons and dissipated everywhere. The light gradually became brighter. When Zhou Zhuo closed his eyes and opened them again, he was no longer in the Yunlan Insect Valley, but appeared in a familiar small box. At this moment, the main brain's settlement voice also rang in Zhou Zhuo's mind. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the G3 difficulty, Yunlan Worm Valley, in 54 hours. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Ding. The number of broken star ores you obtained in Yunlan Worm Valley is 202,000, which can be exchanged for 20 star ores. The 2,000 broken star ores as a fraction will be converted into your points at the formula of double points. Ding. The points you obtained in Yunlan Worm Valley are 1,162,624. Because the difficulty you chose is G3, the final points are X3. Your final points are 3,487,872. Ding. Because your points are greater than 1,000 points, your final star rating is 10 stars. After curling his lips and accepting the dull 10-star review, Joshua looked forward to the next main brain prompt with great interest. Ding. It has been detected that you have upgraded your level to level 12 in the Yunlan Worm Valley instance, with a total of 108 free attribute points allocated. Ding. Your level and experience have been reset to 0. 32 points of strength, thunder, 20 points of agility, wind, 30 points of constitution, fire, 11 points of health, grass, and 15 points of tenacity, rock, have been added to the 7 stars technology tree. The human race thanks you for your contribution. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Yunlan Worm Valley Upgrade Challenge. You have unlocked the G4 difficulty level of Yunlan Worm Valley for your race. Ding. The main brain has detected that you have increased the exploration level of Yunlan Insect Valley to 100%. Congratulations, you have received a hidden reward. As the main brain's voice sounded, 2 technological panels with genetic double helix appeared in front of Joshua. Chapter 18 White Dream. Kunyu Pavilion, top floor, Yijingtai Hall. In the middle of the hall, a huge, snoring thunder beast was crawling on the ground. When snoring, the thunder beast's 2 pairs of bone sickles trembled slightly with its breathing, and its drool flowed all over the ground. Behind the giant thunder beast, an old man in white with a stern face and a strong physique was frowning and stroking his long beard, reviewing the letters of allegiance of the new term of Kunyu Pavilion. After all, every September when the school starts, there are always a large number of passionate young people who do not want to go to college and want to contribute their own strength to the human race, so they offer their loyalty to Kunyu Pavilion. But this isn't the military. If you want to make a contribution, you can go to the military and be a guardian. Why do you always choose this place as your first choice after high school graduation? It's just like Tsinghua University and Beijing University. All kinds of idiots come to apply. They come year after year. And some even come here relying on family connections. Damn it. The old man in white, who had been dealing with paperwork for the whole day, was obviously in a bad mood. His cursing even scared the giant thunder beast in front of him awake. Woo! However, when the thunder beast turned its head and saw the old man in white cursing at the scroll, it yawned again and fell asleep on the ground. There's nothing I can do. I'm used to it. This old man has a very bad temper. Every time I read the documents, I get so angry that I want to go into the dungeon and fight him. The old man in white cursed and raged, but he did not slack off in his work. He carefully read the document in his hand that introduced the other party's identity, and then solemnly stamped a seal of not allowed. And he carefully wrote on the receipt, stroke by stroke. If the youth are strong, the human race will be strong. Study hard and trust, Kunyu Pavilion. I will wait for you to visit again. After writing another receipt, the old man in white stood up, walked to the sleeping thunder beast, stretched his waist, and sighed. I'm really old. I can only judge about 20,000 documents at a time. Although, he could also understand the idea of these children wanting to contribute to the human race. But these kids are just kids. Right now, the human race is not in such a critical situation, and we old guys are still alive. Why should we let these kids who haven't even been to college become the backbone of the race? I must tell old Tang to remove Kunyu Pavilion from my first choice. Ding. Congratulations to human race for unlocking the G4 difficulty of Yunlan Worm Valley. Just when the old man in white was still complaining, suddenly a voice from the main brain came into his mind. What the hell is this? Has anyone completed the dungeon upgrade challenge? The old man in white was slightly stunned and called up the main brain in disbelief. After carefully reading the message from the main brain, he dared to believe that he had heard it correctly. Ha ha ha. Good. After confirming the news was correct, the old man in white laughed loudly and happily slapped the big butt of the thunder beast in front of him. Woo! The thunder beast was sleeping soundly and even dreamed of a female thunder beast, but a slap from the old man in white scared the thunder beast so much that it became limp. After being frightened awake, Lao Zhou thought something had happened, but when he turned around, he found that the old man in white was so happy that he couldn't help hitting him. The Thunder Beast was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Ah, meow, roar. Hearing what the Thunder Beast said, the smile on the old man's face froze, and he became angry again, questioning him on the spot. Hey, who taught you these words? Don't meow, don't meow. Those are dirty words. You can't say them. Before he had finished training his own Thunder Beast, there was a knock on the door of the Yujingtai Hall. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing the knock on the door, the old man in white stretched out his hand and put the huge Thunder Beast into his small box. He quickly sat back at his desk, straightened his clothes, and said, Enter. After the old man in white agreed, the gate of Yujingtai slowly opened. As the gate of Yujing Terrace opened, a girl dressed in pure white, about 1.6 meters tall, with short shoulder-length hair and two big, bright eyes, walked in expressionlessly. Mingyu, what do you want from Grandpa? As soon as the old man in white saw the newcomer, he happily put down his airs, stood up from his seat, and called the short-haired girl to come and sit down. But the girl in white, who was called Mingyu, did not show any change in expression when she saw the old man in white. After taking a few steps forward, the girl in white made a move behind her and transmitted the statistical information in the main brain to the old man in white, and said, Master Bai, this is the list of students who have recently participated in the G3 level of difficulty in the Yunlan Insect Valley. The Yunlan Insect Valley instance happens to be the assessment for this year's senior high school students. A total of 10.82 million people have participated in the trial in the past 4 days, and 8.72 million people have already completed the trial. Among the 8.72 million people, 230,000 have completed the trial and achieved a 10-star rating. It is estimated that the student received a triple bonus for the G3 difficulty, so the scores of each student are now being counted around the world. If the student wants to reveal his or her identity, we can use the score ranking to narrow down the area of investigation. Seeing his granddaughter handling things in a businesslike manner, the old man in white also let out a long sigh, retrieved the 230,000 quota from the main brain, and saved it. After accepting the quota, the old man in white looked at Bai Mingyu again and asked expectantly, Is there anything else? Yes. Bai Mingyu stood straight, glanced at the pool of transparent liquid on the ground, and said, Kunyu Pavilion is an office space. Pavilion Master Bai, please don't summon the Thunder Beast. Delay has recently stolen the inventory of Kunyu Pavilion again. I have used your pension to pay for Delay's compensation. The amount is not small, so please pay attention. After saying this, Bai Mingyu bowed, turned around, and walked out of the Yujingtai Hall. The old man in white stared blankly at Bai Mingyu's back, without saying anything for a long time. After Bai Mingyu closed the door, an old man's furious voice came from the Yujingtai Hall behind him. Delay, you cheated again. Today I will teach you a lesson about my power. Listening to the energetic voices behind him, Bai Mingyu's cold face suddenly revealed a faint smile, as if ice and snow were melting. Then Bai Mingyu quickly restrained her expression, took a step, and walked away. Being able to complete the upgrade challenge of G4 in Yunlan Insect Valley makes you more powerful than me and my father. You should be able to be admitted to Chuanyu Pavilion as an exception. Bai Mingyu was also a little expectant as she thought about these words in her mind. What kind of insect egg was awakened by the person who was able to complete the G4 upgrade challenge in Yunlan Insect Valley? What kind of talent did he rely on to survive 12 waves of Zerg? If this person is given more resources and trained well, maybe we can get another rare gene fragment for our human race. With expectation, Bai Mingyu walked away. But, unlike others who had expectations, Zhou's current mood was like constipation. The expression on his face was as if he had just had a meal. Zhou looked at the 2 gene fragment selection screens in front of him and fell into deep thought. Should I say my luck is good, or should I say it is bad? Chapter 19, Daydreaming on the Blue Clouds at Night. Gene Fragments, Cloud Healing Insect Mother. Grade, Green Excellent. Introduction. After use, a Warlock sequence, Queen of Worms. Egg can be evolved into a Cloud Healing Worm Queen. And in your race, the Queen of Worms, Follower Evolution Template. Cloud Healing Worm Queen Fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire the special skill, Quick Acting Breastfeeding. Quick Acting Breastfeeding spends 50 magic points to restore 2x magic points consumed, health to friendly units, including buildings. Gene Fragment, Bone Piercing Snake. Grade, Green Excellent. Introduction. After use, a shooter sequence, Hydralisk. Egg can be evolved into a Irritating Storm Snake, and the Hydralisk Follower Evolution Template in your race, Irritating Storm Snake, Fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire the special skill, Multiple Spinal Needles. Multiple spines. 2 spines can be fired with each attack. After seeing the 2 gene fragments, Zhou stroked his forehead. It turns out that the words Yun and Lan in Yunlan Worm Valley are reflected in the hidden gene fragments that can be spawned in this instance. Even if he realized this, Zhou fell into deep thought about which gene to choose. What the hell is this? One can provide evolution for Queen of Worms, and the other can provide evolution for hydralisk. It has to be said that both of these gene fragments provide a good way of evolution for the Zerg, the backbone of the Zerg. But these 2 gene fragments are useless to me. I only have Xamphinus now. Who can I evolve? Zhou, who wanted to cry but had no tears, curled his lips, and then an urging voice came from the main brain in his mind. Ding. Please select the gene fragment you want within 10 seconds. After hearing the prompt from the main brain, Zhou also raised his head and prepared to choose gene fragment, bone-piercing storm snake. I don't have any use for it anyway. If Gao Tian's luck is as good as in his previous life, and he draws the gene of the hydralisk, then this irritating mist snake gene fragment will be a bargain for him. Zhou smiled slightly and was about to make a choice when suddenly the main brain sent a prompt. Ding. It is detected that you have Heart of the Swarm. You can ignore the current selection. As the prompt sounded, the 2 gene sequence fragments in front of Zhou simultaneously turned into streams of light and penetrated into Zhou's body. To be precise, it entered the small box inside Zhou's body. Zhou couldn't help laughing when he looked at the 2 tubes of bright green liquid placed side by side in the small box inside his body. What else can I choose? I want them all. Heart of the Swarm, forever my god. After having Heart of the Swarm, Zhou feels that his life is smooth sailing. The gene fragments of Bone-Piercing Mist Snake can be given to Gao Tian, and the gene fragments of Cloud Healing Insect Queen can be given to Lin Yuru. After receiving both gene fragments, Zhou began to consider the issue of distribution. After obtaining the Cloud Healing Insect Mother, Squad Leader Lin will have additional healing abilities. In the battle to defend the city this winter, he should be even more powerful. There was no point in thinking so much, so Zhou simply shook his head and closed the gene fragment selection interface. Just after Zhou received both gene fragments, another system prompt popped up from the main brain. Ding. You have made contributions to the human race and are on the list. For your safety, please give yourself a pseudonym. After receiving this message, Zhou thought carefully and said directly, Daydreams on the blue sky at night. Ding. Recording completed. After the system prompted him again, Zhou checked the 2 rankings of Yunlan Worm Valley E, 3 difficulty. Yunlan Worm Valley G, 3 progress. Number 1 Green Snake Clan, 100%. Number 2 Spirit Flame Fox Clan, 100%. No. 3. 16. Humans, 100%. Number 17 Mist and Frost Spiders, 87%. Number 18 Slime Tribe, 17%. Yunlan Worm Valley G, 3 progress, human race. Number 1 Daydream on the blue cloud at night, pseudonym, 100%. Number 2, I am Emperor Yin, pseudonym, 67.3%. Number 3, Undefeated in Low Places, pseudonym, 56.8%. Number 4, The Day is Still Here, pseudonym, 53.2% deceased. Number 5, by Yihuan Meng, 49.6%. Well, I remembered this alias in my previous life, and I finally have the chance in this life. Zhou smiled slightly and closed the pseudonym interface. Don't ask what the blue sky is, and don't ask what a dream is. Those who understand will understand. Ding. We have detected that you have left the instance. We have opened the All Realms store interface for you. Please select the item you want to redeem. Following this message from the main brain, a huge screen popped up in front of Zhou. There are dozens of densely packed plates on it. Newbie discounts, instance exclusives, gene sequences, family equipment, architectural blueprints, hero units, etc. Everything you need. Zhou skipped the newbie discount at the top of the list and looked directly at the dungeon exclusive at the second place. I hope I can be lucky enough to see the gene fragments in dungeon exclusive. After clearing the dungeon, every realms, player will open the dungeon exclusive first to see if they are lucky enough to spend points to buy good things in the dungeon exclusive. After all, the things that can be dropped in the copy are too complicated. If it were a pay-to-win mobile game, it would probably be because the card pool is too deep. It is like the pool of Genshin Impact. In addition to characters and equipment, there are also food, Chungu pot decorations, breakthrough materials, mora, etc. In realms, Things like gene sequences, disposable resources, dependent equipment, and building blueprints can all be found in Copy Exclusive. But every time you leave the copy and open Copy Exclusive, you may not find what you want in it. If it is not in Copy Exclusive, it will not appear in other settlement store interfaces. In this case, if you still want what you want, you can either download another copy or buy it from someone else at a high price. Every time I check the rare items available for purchase in Dungeon Exclusive, it is a kind of psychological torture. If I see them but cannot buy them, it is even more torture for Landry. After opening Exclusive to Dungeon, Zhou's heartbeat accelerated subconsciously, and then his fingers slid down quickly, trying to find what he wanted to see. Spirit Orb, Blood Orb, Creep Tumor Blueprint. As the props passed by one, Zhou soon dragged the progress bar to the bottom. I saw 3 triple helix gene structure cards placed steadily at the bottom. Good. It showed up. Seeing these cards, Zhou immediately showed an excited smile. On the 2 cards in front were engraved names familiar to Zhou. Gene Fragment, Cloud Therapy Insect Mother. Gene Fragment, Bone Piercing Mist Snake. These 2 gene fragments are the ones Zhou got for free after completing the challenge. Now, these 2 gene fragments appeared in Exclusive to Instances, and the price was clearly marked below. Gene Fragments, Cloud Healing Insect Mother. Grade, Green Excellent. Price, 1 million. Introduction, After Use. Gene Fragment, Bone Piercing Snake. Grade, Green Excellent. Price, 1,200,000. Introduction, After Use. I have to say, the price of these gene fragments is really too terrifying. Although in the later stages of the realms, these prices are not expensive. But in the eyes of new players, getting 1,000 points and a 10-star rating is already a rare achievement. I am the only one who has these extra points. After smiling slightly, Zhou did not plan to buy these 2 gene fragments, but looked at the 3rd gene fragment in the last corner. Chapter 20 Gene Fragments, Swepshura Insect Hunter. Gene Fragments, Rapid Hunting Bug. Grade, Blue Rare. Price, 3 million. Introduction, After Use, a warrior sequence, Xamphinus, egg can be evolved into a Swift Hunting Bug, and in your race, the Swift Hunting Bug Follower Evolution Template and Swift Hunting Bug Fragment are +1. Effect, passively increase movement speed by 5 points. Learn special skill, Charge. Charge, instantly bursts out 300% of the movement speed, rushes towards the target, causes 1 damage to the enemy, and causes 0.1 seconds of stun. The cooldown time is 60s. As expected, we were able to find this gene fragment. Looking at this gene fragment of high blue rare grade, Zhou was so happy. In my previous life, I was lucky enough to see this gene fragment of the springtail in the C4 level Yunlan Insect Valley copy. However, I was busy resisting foreign races at that time, so I had fewer points and was not enough to buy it. But now, Zhou looked at his points balance. 3,487,872. I've earned over 3 million points in the Novice Dungeon. I guess I'm the only one who has done that. With a slight smile, Zhou directly clicked on the purchase button. If other students saw Zhou's direct purchase behavior, they would probably be frightened and quickly dissuade him and tell the teacher. After all, what students should buy should be decided by teachers and parents after teachers have analyzed the student's strengths in detail. This is equivalent to suddenly giving a student a huge sum of money. It is inevitable that some people will worry that he will spend the money indiscriminately instead of spending it in the right way. However, Zhou had 20 years of experience in his previous life and knew himself best. So I skipped the step of consulting the teacher. Besides, I have too many points. If the points list is published after I get out, it will be a bit scary. It's better to spend more. Zhou had made up his mind and heard the reminder from the main brain. Ding. Purchase successful. Once the news gets out, it's worth a ton of gold. After the main brain issued this prompt, Zhou's points instantly decreased by 3 million. But Zhou didn't feel any heartache at all. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Good steel should be used on the blade. Besides, if my Heart of the Swarm can still work. Ding. Heart of the Swarm detected a new Zinglinger evolution sequence fragment and is beginning to analyze it. Ding. Your Springtail has successfully fused with Gene Fragment, Swepshura Hunter, and the gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. Your Humus Springtail has evolved into Humus Hunter. I admit that I gambled a lot, but I won the bet. After 2 consecutive system prompts were issued, Zhou looked at the 3 Humus hunting insects beside him. The original, Humus jumping insect, had strong hind legs and 2 pairs of wings on its back, and the whole insect made a flash sound when it ran. But now, With the help of Heart of the Swarm, the Humus Leaper absorbed the genetic fragments of the swift hunting bug and evolved into the Humus hunting bug. The two pairs of wings on the back of the Humus hunting insect fit more closely to the back, making the whole body look slimmer. The muscles of the hind limbs are tighter, making it appear less bloated. The limbs look more coordinated, and it is obviously easier to move. Yeah, even more handsome. I like it. Reaching out and caressing the evolved Humus Hunter, Zhou's eyes also popped up the Humus Hunter S attribute panel. Species: Springtail, variant of Humus Hunter. Grade: Blue Rare. Introduction: it costs 60 star ore and takes 3 seconds to cultivate, and 3 Humus Hunters can be hatched. Attack: 7. Defense: 0. Health: 30. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed: 1/s. Movement speed: 15/s. Skill: Raid. Instantly bursts out 300% of the movement speed, rushes towards the target, causes 1 damage to the enemy, and causes 0.1 seconds of stun. The cooldown time is 60s. Nice. Another fusion. After the new gene fragments were fused, the strength of my Humican Hunter is stronger than other blue rare level variants of Zerglings. In addition to the passive 5-point increase in movement speed, an additional raid skill is also gained. With this raid skill, my Hermister Hunter can be more flexible when moving. Although the duration of the stun on the enemy is very short, it is perfect for interrupting the enemy's actions. As long as I control it well, the stun time will be infinite. After taking in the panel of Humus hunting insects, Zhou closed the copy-exclusive interface without any reluctance. Now that we have the desired gene fragments, it's time to buy something more practical. After closing the copy-exclusive interface, Zhou opened the recommended for newbies interface, which was at the first place. 10% off. At the forefront of the recommendations for newbies interface is a large 10% discount message. This is a benefit for newbies. Below the words 10% off, the first item that can be exchanged is the equipment gene of the Zerg's basic combat unit, Zerglings. Equipment gene is a gene injected into exclusive alien insect eggs. By injecting the equipment gene into the insect eggs, they can be equipped with a set of equipment when they hatch. There is only one reason why equipment gene ranks so high. Equipment gene is a non-binding gene. That is to say, after a follower with an equipment gene dies, the next follower without an equipment gene will automatically pick up this set of equipment genes and retain the previous enhancement effects of the equipment gene. If you have 10 sets of equipment genes and then enter the dungeon, as long as the number of troops remains at the unit of 10, the owner of the equipment gene will always remain at the number 10. Combat effectiveness will also be guaranteed, which is equivalent to raising the lower limit of the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Moreover, equipment gene is a permanent item. No matter how many copies the player goes through, the equipment gene will always exist. This is why equipment gene is the first recommendation for beginners. Zhou clicked on the equipment gene of the Zergling, and after pulling up the drop-down menu, a total of 10 sets of equipment genes were displayed. These 10 sets of equipment genes have exactly the same names, but their grades are arranged from 1 star to 10 stars. The star rating you get in Yunlan Worm Valley will determine the star-level equipment genes you can purchase here. The star rating of the equipment gene also represents the level to which the equipment gene can be enhanced. The upper limit of the level of 1-star equipment gene is 1. 2-star equipment genes can be enhanced to level 2. By analogy, a 10-star equipment gene can be enhanced to level 10. I got a 10-star rating in Yunlan Worm Valley, so I can buy equipment with all 10 ratings. But if you want to buy, you have to buy the best. Zhou clearly remembered that in his previous life, many players spent a large amount of alliance coins in reality to buy 10-star equipment because they did not get a 10-star rating at the beginning. After all, for novices, 10-star equipment can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of followers. In my previous life, I only had 900 points, which was only enough to buy 1 set. In this life, I can buy as many as I want. Immediately, Zhou opened the 10-star equipment gene panel. Zergling equipment gene, 5-piece set. Grade, 10 stars. Price, 900 points, original price 1,000 points, per set. Description, after use, one of your Zergling eggs will gain the gene of the selected equipment. Package contents. Strength Thunder Seal, provides 1 attack power bonus to the wearer, max plus 10. Agility Wind Seal, provides the wearer with 0.1 attack speed bonus, max plus 1, 1 movement speed bonus, max plus 10. Physical Fire Seal, provides 5 health points bonus to the wearer, max plus 50. Bloodgrass Seal, Provides the wearer with a 0.5 health recovery bonus, max +5. Tough Rock Seal. Provides 1 point of defense bonus to the wearer, max +10. Set effect, May 5th, Double Strike. Double Strike. Every 5 times a Zergling attacks, it can trigger a double strike effect, attacking once more. The second attack can cause 50% of the Zergling's attack damage. That's right. As an equipment gene that can add attributes to alien insects, it is ultimately the core product of the 7 Stars technology tree. In the early stages, my main army only has Zerglings, so the more of these equipment genes, the better. After making a judgment, Zhou waved his hand and added numbers to the purchase value. Buy 500 sets first. Ding. Purchase successful. In an instant, Zhou spent another 450,000 points to purchase a total of 500 sets of Zergling equipment genes. After the purchase, Zhou's points balance was reduced to a pitiful 37,852 points. Looking at the 5-digit points, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Making money is like catching ghosts, and spending money is like flooding. The points are not enough to spend. Of course, for other players, these more than 30,000 points are also a huge sum of money. Chapter 21 Contributing to the Human Race. The initial attributes added by the equipment genes are very small, but they will be very powerful after they are fully upgraded. Looking at the 500 equipment gene potions that suddenly appeared in the small box he was in, Zhou suddenly felt that the small box was a little full, so he simply chose to use them directly. Ding. Your Zergling has successfully fused a 10-star equipment gene. Ding. Your Zergling has successfully fused a 10-star equipment gene. Nearly 5 minutes later, all the 500 gene-equipped medicines were used up. When Zhou goes to the dungeon next time, he will be able to directly hatch the Humus Hunter with the equipment gene. After acquiring the equipment gene, even the appearance of my Humican Hunter has changed slightly. Zhou lowered his head, activated the special observation ability of Heart of the Swarm, looked at his Humus hunting insect, and said sincerely, "To be honest, it is true. The Humus Hunter, following Zhou can see different colors under the special vision of Zhou's Heart of the Swarm. The bases of the 2 sharp claws behind the neck of the Humus hunting bug that were used for attack were faintly glowing with a lavender, strength thunder seal. There is a light blue, agility wine seal on the limbs. There are light red, physical fire seal, and light green, bloodgrass seal, on the body. The carapace has a pale yellow, tough rock seal. But when Zhou closed the special vision of Heart of the Swarm, all these blended colors disappeared, as if they were hidden in the body of Humus hunting insect. After acquiring the suit, my Humican Hunter also gained a suit skill called Double Strike, which deals even more terrifying damage. The smile on Zhou's face became happier. Now, Zhou's troops have been upgraded in all aspects, and they are even eager to enter the next copy to show their prowess. After obtaining the equipment genes, the next step is to consider how to brush the upgrade materials for the equipment genes. Zhou also made plans for the next step, but, unfortunately, I am still in the 3rd year of high school. To enter the dungeon, I have to follow the rhythm of high school. After stretching, Zhou rubbed the head of Humus hunting insect, then walked out of his small box alone and appeared in the big box of Luching No. 2 Middle School. As soon as he appeared in the big box of Luching No. 2 Middle School, Zhou saw his classmates. All of them were in high spirits, and he didn't know what they were happy about. Gao Tian and the squad leader haven't come out yet. It looks like they have to wait for 3 days. After looking around, Zhou did not find these 2 friends. He nodded involuntarily and felt happy for his 2 friends. In defense mode, the longer you can defend, the better. Don't be like me, killing the enemy early and having nothing to do. After stretching himself, Zhou came to an ordinary-looking bald man and asked, "Shanzhang, what are you laughing at?" Tang Xing, a student with the abandoned young master of the Tang family mountain peak, on his bald head, is a kind person. His relationship with Zhou in the class is not bad, but it can't be said that they have a good relationship either. After all, Zhou in his previous life was a very outgoing person, with social skills ingrained in his bones, so he had a very good relationship with everyone in the class. Old Zhou. Tang Shanzhang touched his bald head, and when he saw Zhou, he smiled and asked, "Didn't you receive the news? Someone from our human race has unlocked the G4 difficulty of Yunlan Worm Valley." Hearing Tang Shanzhang's excited words, Zhou also smiled and replied, "Oh, it means someone has cleared the G3 difficulty of Yunlan Insect Valley." "Yes, that's the G3 difficulty, Yunlan Worm Valley." At this time, another excited voice came and interrupted their conversation. "I chose the G1 difficulty. It's so hard to defend my own camp, let alone the G3 difficulty. The owner of the voice had a head of shaggy hair, a handsome face with a sunny smile, and an ID of Sheng Aiwawa on his head. He looked like a cocky little brother and smiled innocently. My eldest brother told me that every time the difficulty level goes up, the number of insect swarms will double when defending. At G3 difficulty, the number of insect swarms is 3 times that of G1 difficulty. Hearing Xiao Huahua's words with stars in his eyes, Zhou couldn't help but smile and said, "Really? So amazing." Of course, in the novice copy, he opened a new difficulty for the entire human race. This is a Genesis-level achievement. If I knew him, I would definitely give him the Firefly gene fragment that I treasured at home. Xiao Huahua waved his fist, wishing that he was the big boss who opened the G4 level of Yunlan Insect Valley for the human race, and then he could go and wipe out the alien insects quickly. "Idiot, you come out too." When Tang Shanzhong saw Xiao Huahua, he also greeted him in a friendly manner. "Idiot, your Firefly gene fragment has a market value of 80,000 points. Are you willing to give it up?" Because Xiao Huahua's name contains 2 Hua, people call him Erwo, which means Erwo when translated phonetically. This guy is a bit fierce and stubborn. He is stubborn and reckless in his actions and behavior. This nickname is just right for him. Anyway, he himself has no objection. That's right, not to the extent that it's not to the extent that it is. Seeing Xiao Huahua like this, Zhou felt like he was being flattered to death and couldn't help but smile. "Idiot, the Xiao family relies on the gene fragments of the shooter sequence, Igniter, to survive, and those are gene fragments that will never be passed on to others." Zhou is also quite familiar with the Xiao family of his classmate Xiao Huahua. Zhou was even more familiar with the treasured Firefly gene fragment. In his previous life, after Zhou achieved some success, Xiao Huahua helped him with all his heart and even used his life as a guarantee so that he could own a fire bug that could spit out flames, causing fan-shaped damage, which was extremely effective against insect swarm tactics. This Firefly has helped me countless times in countless battles. But in a later battle, Xiao Huahua heard that the main city where his Xiao family lived was under siege and hurried home to help. 7 days later, Zhou finally resolved the pressure from the enemy and sent troops back to rescue Wuqing. Then, he saw the head of his good friend on the wall of Wuqing. The silly Xiao Huahua, who once used a human head as a guarantee for himself, is now left with only his head. At that time, Zhou, in a rage, directly wiped the name of that alien race from the universe forever. "That won't do. Although my Xiao family has declined, we still have to make contributions to the human race. As long as that big guy doesn't mind, I will use my head as a burden for him." Woo! Before Xiao Huahua could finish his words, Zhou covered his mouth tightly. "Why are you setting a flag? Swallow it back." When Tang Shanzhong saw Zhou's strange behavior, he hurried over and rescued Xiao Huahua, who was almost killed early, from Zhou. "Why are you covering that idiot's mouth? If I could get to know that big guy, my lurker gene fragment would be worth 120,000 points, and I would give it to him anyway." That's right. My family's ancestral insect host gene fragments are not valuable, only worth 100,000 points, but I will never hide them. The bombardment gene fragments my father gave me as a dowry, don't say they're given away for free. I'll even give my fiancé's infected gene fragments as well. Together, these 2 items are worth at least 150,000 points. Just as everyone in Class F was discussing enthusiastically how to empty the house, a young man waving a paper fan came over unsteadily and glanced with disdain at Zhou and the others who were playing. Commoners are worthy of being commoners. There are only 1 or 2 cheap gene fragments in the entire family. Do you dare to show off? Chapter 22. Why aren't you talking? The voice came before the person arrived. The young man looked at Zhou and others with contempt and said sarcastically, "My Luqing Lin family didn't say anything, but you guys all jumped out, huh? People, night on the blue clouds and daydreaming, but..." Puff. When Zhou heard Class A monitor Lin Yuan say his code name, he couldn't help laughing and interrupted Lin Yuan's speech. Trying hard to suppress his smile, Zhou waved his hand and said, "Sorry, please continue." However, how could Lin Yuan, who was interrupted, continue speaking? He immediately stared at Zhou with wide eyes, pointed at him with his paper fan, and said, "Commoner, what family are you from? How dare you ruin my peace of mind?" After Zhou suppressed his smile, he smiled disdainfully. "A nobody, not as good as your Luqing Lin family. Humph, you still have some self-awareness." After hearing what Zhou said, the monitor of Class A felt that it was a waste of his time to argue with someone like Zhou who had no family power, so he ignored Zhou. "He is Yishang Qin Yun by Ri Ming, a great god who has made contributions to the entire human race. He will definitely be recommended by Kunyu Pavilion. Why would he be interested in 1 or 2 cheap gene fragments of yours? Besides, you are a bunch of useless people abandoned by your family, kicked out, and unwanted. You boast so much, but if I ask you to take the gene fragments, can you do it? Lin Yuan, waving a paper fan, spoke with every word that hit the heart. After a few words, everyone in Class F was choked and speechless. That's right, they were indeed driven out by their families. Moreover, the family is not large, and only 1 or 2 cheap gene fragments are passed down from ancestors. Even if they wanted to give the gene fragments to that big boss, would the family give it to them for their sake? The family must have already gone to curry favor with them. What does it have to do with them? Just as everyone lowered their heads in shame and was speechless in response to Class A monitor Lin Yuan, a clear voice came out. Then I wonder what quality of gene fragments the class leader Lin Yuan, who is not a commoner, can produce. Hearing this question, Lin Yuan didn't care who asked it. He immediately waved his paper fan, his face full of pride. If the great god establishes diplomatic relations with my Lin family, I will definitely be able to take out the Queen Insect, Graceful Insect Mother, gene fragment worth 300,000 points from my family. Oh, seeing Lin Yuan's face full of pride, Zhou Zhuan nodded involuntarily. This is a Graceful Insect Queen, gene fragment worth 300,000 points. It's a white ordinary grade. It can increase the extra magic value by 100 points, which is almost a 50% increase. It's really good. Zhou Zhuo held a green excellent grade, Cloud Therapy Insect Queen gene fragment worth 1 million points, indicating that he no longer wanted to bother with him. After hearing these analyses, Lin Yuan was stunned. Who knows so much about the genetic fragments of the graceful queen insect of their own Lin family? After turning around, Lin Yuan discovered that the person who was speaking was the student from Class F, who had just laughed and interrupted him. His anger immediately increased. You again? What's your name? Zhou Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a tone that was not at all inferior. Why should I tell you my name? Are you going to sue the teacher? You? Just wait. Hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Lin Yuan was so angry that he simply put away his fan and said disdainfully, This class is really worthy of being led by my 4th sister, a bunch of rabble. Talking to you is a waste of my time. Zhou Zhuo was neither humble nor overbearing. He took a step forward and, with his height advantage, looked down at Lin Yuan and teased him unkindly. Then I wonder how Class A's monitor Lin, like us rabble, withdrew from Yunlan Insect Valley so early. Zhou Zhuo's words made Lin Yuan's face instantly stiffen. The students from other classes behind him seemed to be frightened and pursed their lips, not daring to speak. Of course they knew about this, but they dared not say it. Students from other classes might not dare to say anything, but there's nothing to be afraid of in Class F. Yes, and he came out earlier than me. I couldn't withstand the 8th wave of insects, and I saw him when I came out. My 7th wave of insects came out, and he happened to come out at that time. Yes, doesn't this mean he also lost in the 7th wave of insects? Isn't this just as bad as me? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Our Lin University is almost facing the 10th wave of insects, and they haven't come out yet. Tang Shanzhong and Xiao Huahua looked at Lin Yuan from afar, and their voices came intermittently, making Lin Yuan's face turn pale and blue. At the same time, another wave of students were teleported out from the white space of Luqing No. 2 Middle School. Before they knew it, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, which means that these students fell in the defense against the 10th wave of insect swarm. Seeing more and more people around him, Lin Yuan was so angry that he held the paper fan and snorted at the people in Class F with an angry face. Humph. Ignorant. Do you think I'm the same as you? The Yunlan Worm Valley I entered is at level G2. Even if I came out first, I still have more points than you. My star rating is also higher than yours. Lin Yuan's roars made this corner of Luqing No. 2 Middle School quiet down. The monitor of Class A entered the G2 level. He is probably the only one in the entire Luqing No. 2 Middle School who dares to enter the G2 level. That's what I told you. How could our squad leader come out so early? He can't be that fast. G2 level. The final score calculation will be doubled. The star rating will definitely be 10 stars. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the students from the other 5 classes except Class F covered their mouths and noses in surprise. The shock on their faces was hard to conceal. They were already having a hard time resisting the G1 level insect swarm alone. And G2 level, double the number of insect swarms. Although Lin Yuan failed to stop the 7th wave, he was able to resist 6 waves of Zerg. At G2 2 difficulty. The Zerg army from 12 camps would be mobilized. Just thinking about that number makes the students in these classes tremble all over. So horrible. After hearing the praises from all around him, Lin Yuan became more confident. He stood in front of Class F with a haughty manner and scolded everyone in Class F. What about you guys? Huh? The G1 difficulty is out so early, and you still have the nerve to mock me. Finally, Lin Yuan stood in front of Zhou Zhua, who was smiling, and shouted fiercely. What about you, kid? You're the one who came out of the 9th wave of G1 difficulty, and you dare to challenge me. Do you know what G2 level is? Just when Zhou Zhua couldn't help himself and wanted to punch this ignorant Lin Yuan in the face, a familiar sarcastic voice came from behind Zhou Zhua. G2 difficulty? It turns out that Class A's monitor Lin is so amazing. Zhou Zhua turned his head and saw a garlic turtle. It was very tall. Gao Tian came to Zhou Zhua with a nonchalant look on his face, and then protected Zhou Zhua in front of him. He turned sideways and put his arm on Zhou Zhua's shoulder. He stared at Lin Yuan with contempt and said with a smile, Come on, squad leader Lin, let me see your performance in the G2 difficulty. I have never seen the world, please open my eyes. Humph, I'm going to open your eyes today. Seeing that Gao Tian was even more arrogant than himself, Lin Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves and displayed a battle record panel in front of everyone. Name, Lin Family Green Grassland. Dungeon, Yunlan Insect Valley. Difficulty, G2. Star rating, 10 stars. Points, 1,045. See? My score is 1,045. If there is a higher rating, I can be directly judged as 11 stars. How dare you? Lin Yuan was quite aggressive at first. But when a panel appeared in front of him, Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. Name, Tianhong Jian. Dungeon, Yunlan Insect Valley. Difficulty, G2. Star rating, 10 stars. Points, 4,396. What in front of you? Class leader Lin? Why aren't you talking? Gao Tian stared down at Lin Yuan, and every word he spoke was like a hammer, striking the hearts of every student present. Chapter 23, Ababa Ababa. What the hell is that? 4,396 points. That's more than 4 times Lin Yuan's points. Is this reasonable? That guy with a face like a garlic turtle actually chose the G2 difficulty. He even survived 2 more waves of insects than Lin Yuan from Class A. During the theory class, I learned that there was a student named Zhou in Class F who had good grades. Could it be that this person named Tianhong Jian was that Zhou? While people from other classes were discussing the matter, they ignored the embarrassed Lin Yuan and cast admiring glances at Gao Tian. Class F, when did such a godlike person appear? Gao Tian obviously enjoyed the feeling of being praised. He held his head so high that he almost forgot his own name. Xiao Tian, congratulations. You got more than 4,000 points. Zhou Zhua woke Gao Tian up at the right time and congratulated him. After hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Gao Tian smiled and was also very proud. Of course I did. I got the hydralisk eggs. Compared to the Lin family's queen insect genes, they're not weaker. After saying this, Gao Tian turned around and glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't dare to speak. He lowered his head and went back to Class A in dejection. Afterwards, Zhou Zhua took out the tube of gene fragment potion that symbolized the impernicable snake from his small box and handed it directly to Gao Tian. This is for you. Just consider it as a congratulations. Thanks, old Zhou. Gao Tian was so excited at the moment that he didn't care what Zhou Zhua handed him. He took it and put it in his own small box. After the students from Class F saw Lin Yuan off, they surrounded Gao Tian. Awesome, Xiao Tian. I didn't expect you to choose G2 difficulty. And your score is higher than that, Lin Yuan. Wow, you got over 4,000 points. How many Zerg did you kill? Even our Lin University may not be able to get such a high score. Gao Tian straightened his back and said proudly, with my performance bringing honor to the class, Linda University must make me a class leader or something? Looking at Gao Tian, who was in an excited state, Zhou Zhua's expression was indescribable, and he couldn't help but sigh. That's all you want. Before Lin Yuru came out, Zhou Zhua said to everyone in Class F based on his memories of his past life. Now, with Xiaoyan's score, our class will definitely be able to get rid of the status of a work-study class. When Zhou Zhua mentioned the name of the work-study class, the 20 or so people in Class F all fell silent and listened to Zhou Zhua continue. The school's requirement for our class is that if the total score reaches 20,000 points, we can remove the status of work-study class. With Xiaoyan's points, plus the points of the class monitor who has not yet come out, our class's removal from the work-study student status is now a sure thing. Our class no longer needs to pay the school items worth 3 star or every month. With the money saved, everyone can continue to improve themselves. After finishing his polite words, Zhou Zhuo recalled the tragedy that happened at the end of this year in his previous life, so he added, "In 3 months, it will be the winter exam. During this period, we must work hard and never forget the frustrated face of Lin Yuan. Everyone should strive to surpass him." After Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, the classmates in the class also jumped for joy. "Okay, I want him to avoid our class whenever he sees it." That's what the deputy monitor would say. Go, go, go. After the students expressed their lofty aspirations, they dispersed into their own spaces and began to communicate with their families. For a moment, Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian were the only ones left in this corner. "Old Zhou, what did you give me?" Gao Tian originally wanted to ask about Zhou Zhuo's battle record, but suddenly remembered that Zhou Zhuo came out earlier than him, and he must have not drawn good insect eggs and failed to hold out in the Yunlan insect valley. Therefore, Gao Tian immediately changed his words and did not ask about Zhou Zhuo's battle record. Instead, he reached his hand into the space to touch the prop that Zhou Zhuo had just given him. Zhou Zhuo shook his head slightly and continued, "It's just a worthless little thing. When I heard that you have the hydralisk gene, I felt that you should be able to use this thing." Looking at Zhou Zhuo's expression, Gao Tian thought that it was his words that irritated Zhou Zhuo. He didn't even bother to take out the things in the space and hurriedly explained, "Lao Zhou, I didn't mean to show off just now. I just didn't like that guy and said it on purpose. I didn't mean to mock you. We have always been brothers." After all, Zhou Zhuo must have withdrawn so early because he didn't draw any good insect eggs. "Why are you stacking up armor as soon as you open your mouth? Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Even if the insect eggs are not as good as yours, I'm not weaker than you, okay?" Only after Zhou Zhuo said this did Gao Tian calm down. He smiled and reached out to take out the things Zhou Zhuo had just given him. Gene fragment, bone-piercing snake. Looking at the tube of genetic medicine in his hand, Gao Tian's smile froze instantly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Zhuo. His other hand trembled as he pointed at the tube of genetic medicine. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. "Ababa." Zhou Zhuo nodded and confirmed, "Well, it's really not worth much. I was lucky and found it in a corner without spending any points." "Waby Babu." Zhou Zhuo raised his eyebrows, clearly dissatisfied with Gao Tian's suspicion. "What are you talking about? Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, give it back to me." Seeing Zhou Zhuo extending his hand, Gao Tian immediately performed a medical miracle and restored his ability to speak. "I believe it. Of course I believe it." Holding the bottle of gene fragments of the bone-chilling mad snake tightly in his hand, Gao Tian's face was filled with joy. This is a green excellent level gene fragment worth 1.2 million points. Although it can only evolve a single Zerg, the accompanying multiple spines skill is equivalent to directly adding an extra hydralisk. The combat power is doubled. But after receiving the gift, Gao Tian did not forget his good brother. He turned around and smiled at Zhou Zhuo. "You gave me such a big gift. I can't let you suffer any loss." Gao Tian then reached into his own space and found 3 tubes of genetic medicine. This is... Looking at the 3 extra tubes of genetic medicine in Gao Tian's hand, Zhou Zhuo pretended to be surprised and looked happy. "This was given to me by my family. My father was afraid that I would draw a worker bee and my combat power would be insufficient in the early stages. So he gave me these 2 tubes of gene fragment potions, hoping that it would make it easier for me at the beginning." Without blinking, Gao Tian stuffed the 3 tubes of gene fragment medicine into Zhou Zhuo's hands. After Zhou Zhuo took the genetic medicine, he turned his eyes to the genetic medicine in his hand, and an information panel popped up. Chapter 24, Gene Fragments, Energy B. Gene Fragments, Psychic Worker B. Grade, White Ordinary. Price, 200,000. Introduction. After use, a Worker bee egg can evolve into a psionic worker bee, and in your race, the worker bee follower evolution template and psionic worker bee fragment will be +1. Effect. Acquire the special skill, Efficient Collection. Efficient Collection. Resource collection efficiency increased by 20%. Worker bees are the most basic resource gathering units. Their combat power is negligible, so they don't belong to any class sequence. After taking in the information of the 2 tubes of genetic medicine, Zhou Zhuo felt a little warm in his heart. In his previous life, the eggs Zhou Zhuo drew were worker bee eggs. When Zhou Zhuo came out of the novice copy, Yunlan Worm Valley, and unlocked the function of all realms to interact with props, Gao Tian immediately gave him the 3 tubes of genetic medicine. This move by good brother Gao Tian is like timely help. This also made Zhou Zhuo's subsequent start much smoother with the help of 3 worker bees with extra collection efficiency. The bond of brotherhood goes without saying. My 3 tubes of gene potion are only worth 600,000. Compared to the gene potion you gave me, my potion is worthless. Gao Tian scratched his head and said helplessly, my family's star mining business has been in some trouble recently, and we are indeed a little short of money. Just think of it as me owing you 600,000 points. Next time I get the other gene fragments of the worker bee, I'll give it to you directly. I'll have repaid the debt then. Hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou's doubts were raised, and he asked Gao Tian, is there something wrong with Uncle Gao's star mining industry? In his previous life, Zhou had never heard of any problems with Gao Tian's family's star mining industry. After Zhou thought about it, he could only conclude that he was too weak in his previous life. In the eyes of the Gao family, it was not yet time for him to share their worries. Hearing Zhou's concern, Gao Tian waved his hand and said confidently, it's okay, there's just a small problem with the mine's source. It shouldn't be a big problem. Who is my dad? Can he be stumped by such a small problem? Besides, if a problem stumps my dad, even the two of us can't solve it. Hearing Gao Tian's straightforward response, Zhou chuckled twice and said to himself, indeed. What kind of family is the Gao family? The top 5 business groups in Luqing. If there is a problem that can stump Gao's father, with Zhou's current ability, he may not be able to help. Then, Zhou said, forget about the 600,000 points you said you owe me. I gave you this gene potion because you needed me, not because I wanted you to owe me. If Uncle Gao is in trouble, let's not cause him trouble. If you must return it to me, there is no need to rush for 1 or 2 years. In his previous life, Zhou also said the same words that Gao Tian said at this moment. But at that time he owed Gao Tian 400,000 points, which he never repaid until the other party died. This also became a big regret in Zhou's heart. Ha ha ha, if you don't need to thank me for your kindness, then I won't say anything. Gao Tian also knew that if he continued to calculate like this, it might hurt the Brotherhood, so he simply stopped talking and said, then I will go and fuse the gene fragments of the Bone Siege into my hydralisk. But Zhou nodded after hearing this and responded, go ahead. It's getting late now. See you tomorrow. After Lin Yuru comes out, the class points competition will be over. After saying goodbye to each other, the two returned to their respective space equipment. After Zhou returned to his space device, he looked at the 2 tubes of gene medicine in his hand and smiled bitterly. Alas, I got 3 more tubes of gene fragments that I can't use. Recalling Gao Tian's cautious remarks, Zhou couldn't help but say awkwardly, Xiao Tian seems to think that I got the worker bee gene, and I failed the novice trial. How can I show off my points? Zhou was thinking hard when he suddenly heard a reminder from the main brain. Ding! Heart of the Swarm detected that the gene fragments of psychic worker bee are incomplete and can be repaired. Zhou was stunned when he heard the voice of the main brain. Then he looked over the genetic medicine in his hand several times and wondered, what do you mean by incomplete? The 2 tubes of genetic medicine I obtained in my previous life also had similar information panels. Ding! Consume, gene fragment, psychic worker bee, X3, can be repaired. Ding! Is it repaired? After hearing the news from the mastermind, Zhou glanced at the genetic medicine in his hand and nodded. Begin repairs. Ding! Consumed 3 white ordinary quality, gene fragments, psychic worker bee. Repair in progress, please wait. Ding! Repair completed. Congratulations on obtaining the green excellent quality, gene fragment, source energy spirit B. Gene fragment, source energy B. Grade, green excellent. Price, 800,000. Introduction. After use, A. Worker B. Egg can evolve into a source energy spirit B, and in your race, the worker B, follower evolution template, and source energy spirit B, fragment will be +1. Effect. Acquire the special skill, spiritual instinct. Spiritual instinct increases resource collection efficiency by 50% and can sense stellar mineral resources within a certain range. Hiss. Zhou took a deep breath when he saw the gene fragments that were directly upgraded. If others directly use the gene fragments of these 3 psychic worker bees, they will only gain the special skill of efficient collection, which will increase the resource collection efficiency of these 3 worker bees by 20%. But after I use the gene fragment of this source energy spirit bee, all the worker bees I hatch in the future will gain the special skill of spirit source instinct. In addition to increasing the resource collection efficiency by 50%, it also has the function of sensing the existence of mineral resources like a radar. After accepting this gene fragment, source energy spirit B, Zhou secretly said, next, we need to get the genome sequence of worker bees on the agenda. When the time comes, my worker bees will be able to sense the existence of mineral resources, and maybe they can help the Gao family with their mineral resources. Once you own the worker bee unit, you will have the most basic resource gathering unit. With the addition of the most basic combat unit, the Zergling, Zhou's camp was initially formed. However, if you want to get the gene sequence of the worker bees, you have to swipe a copy of the gene sequence. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but pinch his chin and start thinking. In realms, if you want to obtain a certain type of resource, you have to enter that type of copy. If you want to get equipment breakthrough materials, you have to enter the equipment materials dungeon. If you want to get resources such as star, ore, and gas, you need to enter the basic resources copy. If you want to get the genetic blueprint of a building, you must enter the building blueprint copy, and so on and so forth. Therefore, if you want to hatch the alien insect you want from the eggs, you need to enter the gene sequence copy. After destroying the same type of Zerg in the gene sequence instance, there is a certain chance that the Zerg basic gene fragment will drop. After collecting a certain number of basic Zerg gene fragments, a complete gene sequence can be formed. Injecting the complete gene sequence into a larva or into a gene-free egg would permanently unlock that class of Zerg. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of money to buy the genetic sequence of the Zerg from others. I don't want to waste this money. It would be best if I could go to the dungeon to grind, and I can also contribute some of my own technology points to the 7 stars technology tree. After making a plan in his mind, Zhou rested comfortably in the small box. Time passes by every second. When the sun rose again from the horizon, Zhou was awakened by a message alert from the main brain. After waking up, Zhou moved the dozens of kilograms of springtail that was sleeping on him to the side and checked the messages sent by others. The class points competition is over. If you're awake, come out. The school is going to count the points. Lin Yuru. Looking at the final statistical points of the message, Zhou smiled slightly. It's time to count the points again. In order to prevent my points from being too eye-catching, I even spent more than 3 million points, so that it wouldn't be so shocking. After stretching, Zhou took a step and left his small box. Chapter 25 Class F 57620 points. As soon as Zhou came out of his little box, he saw his classmates surrounding the class monitor Lin Yuru in the gathering place of Class F not far away. Lin Daliu. He actually survived 12 waves of insects. There are only 100 senior students in Luqing No. 2 high school this year. There are definitely no more than 3 people who can survive 12 waves of insects. Linda is conservatively estimated to be in the top 3 in the whole school. Even at the G1 difficulty, Linda scored over 5,000 points. This is even better than Gao Wangba. Bah, that's not what you said when I gave out over 4,000 points just now. Lin Daliu. Forever God. Zhou smiled faintly and found Gao Tian, who was pouting and pinching his waist and was obviously not that happy, and joked. Linda is really amazing. He even scored over 5,000 points in the G1 difficulty level, and he is not arrogant or impatient, unlike some people. After hearing what Zhou said, Gao Tian rushed towards him madly. Old Zhou, even you said that. I want to end all ties with you. Zhou also laughed, took a step forward, and ran around the crowd. Ha! You want to catch up with me? Come on. Come on. Ga? Don't run. Just as the two were playing around, Lin Yuru also spoke up and stopped the two from playing. Stop it. We need to count the points now, and I will report to the school later. Yeah, okay. Zhou stopped and nodded. Gao Tian behind him took the opportunity and jumped onto his back. I caught you. All right, squad leader, I'll upload the results right away. After the two stopped playing around, they uploaded their points to Lin Yuru, just like everyone else in the class. But some students with low scores became a little hesitant. Can't the results be kept secret? My score is really too low. It would be embarrassing to post it. I promise that my scores will be good in the next winter exam. Can I just not upload it this time? Yes, Linda, do we have to upload our results? Hearing what these classmates said, Lin Yuru shook her head slightly and continued. This is the school's rule. You have to upload it. There's nothing I can do about it. Don't worry, the school and I can only know everyone's star rating, but we won't look at the specific scores. The school also said that individual scores will not be made public. Even if they are made public, only the class score list and class average score list will be made public. After hearing Lin Yuru's words, the students with low scores calmed down and uploaded their performance records to Lin Yuru in an orderly manner. Lin Yuru did as she said. She collected the scores of all 30 students in Class F and submitted them directly to the school without even taking a second look at them. This move also made the students in Class F feel more comfortable. This is a good monitor. Looking at Lin Yuru on the high platform, Zhou couldn't help but think in his heart. This year, We will work harder to prevent the tragedy in Luqing from happening again. Zhujia's data processing speed is also extremely fast as soon as each class uploads their grades to the school. In the central area of the school, several huge words, rankings, popped up. These were the rankings that Lin Yuru had just mentioned. On the ranking list, the scores of each class in the third year of high school began to be slowly displayed. Moreover, probably out of consideration for the students' face, not only did the students' names not appear on the list, but the ranking list was not even arranged according to the scores, but was arranged in order of class. But even so, the rankings still attract everyone's attention. Class standings. Class A, 10 people 8,986 points. Class B, 15 people 12,694 points. Class C, 15 people 12,135 points. Class D, 15 people 11,963 points. Class E, 15 people 10,903 points. Class average score list. Class A, 898.6 points. Class B, 846.3 points. Class C, 809.0 points. Class D, 797.5 points. Class E, 726.9 points. Everyone at Luqing No. 2 Middle School looked up at the rankings. After seeing the scores of their respective classes, they all breathed a sigh of relief with smiles on their faces. Luckily, I got 40-star shatters from the monitor of Class A. Otherwise, I would have chosen Fission Zerglings, and it would have been very hard to start the game without a few Zerglings. If it weren't for the few star shatters that the monitor of Class A gave me, our class wouldn't have gotten such a good result. This ranking is said to be arranged according to class order, which is no different from ranking according to ability. Wow, Class A is indeed Class A. The average score per student is 898.6. Yes, as long as each of them kills 1 or 2 more Zerglings, the total score will reach 900, which is equivalent to 10 stars per person. My D class is just a little bit short of this. If we kill a few more Zerglings, we can get an average rating of 9 stars. After hearing everyone's praise, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's originally gloomy face. The shock he felt just now when he heard that his fourth sister Lin Yuru had scored over 5,000 points had been wiped out. But at this moment, a tall boy in the distance stared at the rankings and suddenly said something that made Lin Yuan's face darken again. I want to see how many points Class F got. There's Tan Hongjian and the monitor of their class. Those two alone got nearly 10,000 points. Yes, even though Class A is made up of elites and has a small number of students, the average score is not low. But logically speaking, only 2 students from Class F, who were at the bottom of the list, got more points than the total scores of all 10 students in the class combined. Who is the elite? For a moment, the entire Class A fell silent. Everyone stared at the list intently, wanting to know how many points Class F, which was at the end, would get. After all, the unexpected Tan Hongjian and the monitor of Class F scored nearly 10,000 points in total. Therefore, how many points Class F can get in the end is still a concern for everyone. However, after the list reached Class E, it was not updated for a long time. What's going on? Where are the points for Class F? Zhou looked up at the 2 rankings that did not record Class F scores, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He thought to himself, I guess even the teachers in the school are shocked. They don't know whether they should give up our class's scores. However, Zhou knew very well that the scores of these students had to be submitted to the highest decision-making body of the human race, Kunyu Pavilion. Kunyu Pavilion will also include students' regular test scores as an assessment during the interview. Therefore, even if the school does not want to announce it, these points must still be announced and synchronized to the Kunyu Pavilion. However, the students in Class F did not understand this and had already started to panic. What's going on? Why aren't there any points for our Class F? I was so determined to hold back that I submitted my own score. Isn't the school still looking down on our class? Our class's points should have reached 20,000, right? What's going on? Just as everyone was discussing this, the list trembled and was finally updated. It's okay, it's refreshed. But, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and focused their attention on the list, the entire Luqing No. 2 Middle School fell into deathly silence. What the hell is this? It must be fake, right? Isn't that Class F? Even if the points of those 2 people add up to barely 10,000, the total points would only be over 20,000 at most, or 30,000 at most, right? But is this number really something that Class F can achieve? Unlike everyone else, Zhou looked at the numbers on the rankings without any shock on his face. He just smiled slightly and said nothing. Class standings. Class F, 30 people 57,620 points. Class average score list. Class F, 1920.7 points. Chapter 26, I want to make a deal with you. Kunyu Pavilion. The data transmission came in at 37,852. Where is it? Lucheng, the 9th grade main city in the most remote area in the north. Understood. In Yujingtai, an old man in white turned off the communication, patted the thunder beast beside him that had just finished eating the Kunyu Pavilion inventory and was about to go to sleep, and took it back into the space device. Then the old man in white reopened the communication and issued a few simple orders. Mingyu, why don't you go to Lucheng? Yes, just find the city guard's family. They will help you find the person. You can also check it by the way to prevent corruption. After giving the order, the old man in white looked at a virtual screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. On the screen is a newly compiled ranking list. And on the leaderboard, the name that is far ahead has more than 3 times the points of the second place. The old man in white looked at the name of the first place and narrowed his eyes. He felt a strange feeling. Night on the blue clouds, daydreaming? What does this name mean? Cheating. It must be cheating. After seeing the score of Class F, Class A's monitor Lin Yuan shouted hysterically. How could Class F have such a high score? It must be fake. Fake. Even that kid named Tan Hongjian must have cheated to get such a high score. Although Lin Yuan's roaring face and trembling eyes were filled with disbelief and anger, he was very clear in his heart. Zhujia, how can there be any cheating? For hundreds of years, all behaviors that are incomprehensible to humans are simply beyond the scope of human understanding. And this thing in front of me is just something I don't want to understand. If the total score of a class of 30 people reaches 57,000 points, it will be considered cheating. So, is the great player who, alone, opened the G for difficulty for the entire human race also cheating? Lin Yuan's voice became smaller and smaller until it became silent. Finally, Lin Yuan sat on the ground in a daze, his spirit and appearance weakened, and he muttered in disbelief. It's fake. It must be fake. I can't accept it. The entire Lucheng No. 2 middle school fell into silence again. The 10 students in Class A, in particular, recalled the ridicule they had shown towards Class F before the class points competition, and they all lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. However, unlike the other classes, Class F cheered and jumped for joy. 57,000. Is this our class's points? Am I seeing things? Holy shit. This is real. Almost 2,000 points per person. What kind of points are these? After seeing this list, everyone in Class F showed incredible joy on their faces. After Gao Tian was overjoyed, he subconsciously turned around and looked at Zhou Zhua. Lao Zhou, did you see that? Damn, over 50,000 points. When Gao Tian saw the smile on Zhou Zhua's face, his voice stopped abruptly. Gao Tian immediately recalled all the abnormalities that Zhou Zhua had been experiencing during this period. Meaningless conversations, expensive genetic medicine, and meaningless smiles. Gao Tian nudged Zhou Zhua with his elbow and asked in a low voice, Old Zhou, how much do you have? Zhou Zhua had no intention of hiding anything from his good brother who he had grown up with and wore the same open-crotch pants with. He smiled slightly, raised his thumb and little finger, made a 6, and confessed. Not much, about 60%. Hiss. Hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Gao Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. 60% of more than 57,000 points. At least 34,000 points. This old friend of mine had quietly earned over 30,000 points in Yunlan Worm Valley. Gao Tian glanced up at Zhou Zhua, then turned his attention back to the rankings and whispered to Zhou Zhua. Based on what I know about you, you must have underestimated the number of points you have. Your actual points must be more than what you said. Zhou Zhua didn't reply, which was considered as his agreement. At this moment, an even more shocking thought arose in Gao Tian's mind. His pupils trembled, and he looked at Zhou Zhua again, suppressing his voice and saying in shock. Could it be that the person who activated the G for difficulty? Zhou Zhua smiled even more. He finally got the chance to show off. Immediately, Zhou Zhua slowly raised a finger and put it in front of his mouth. Hush! What a scoundrel! Gao Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down with difficulty. He looked a little strange and spoke out in confusion. Open a new level of difficulty. How can I do this? This has never happened before in the knowledge I have learned. I really underestimated you. It seems that you will definitely enter the Kunyu Pavilion. If you enter the Kunyu Pavilion, you probably won't be interested in the 3 tubes of gene medicine I gave you. Give it back to me. After hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhua clearly felt that Gao Tian seemed to have created a little gap between them. That won't do. Zhou Zhua immediately responded, acting like a scoundrel, and put his arm around Gao Tian's shoulders, responding like a gangster. Since I have money now, You are not going to return the remaining 600,000 points? You even want to take back the things you gave me, you wicked thing. Hearing Zhou Zhua's response, which was intended to close the distance again, Gao Tian also smiled and stretched out his hand to hook Zhou Zhua's shoulder. Haven't you heard that those who owe money are all masters? You want me to pay you back 600,000 points? Just wait. Forget about it within 10 years. Zhou Zhua chuckled. Then I will wait for you for 10 or 20 years, and I will pay you back when I have money. The two of them laughed heartily. The invisible barrier had disappeared, leaving only the purest friendship. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Old Zhou, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better, except for the Kunyu Pavilion. Don't worry, I'm smarter than you and I know everything. You're insulting me again? At this time, Lin Yuru on the podium also spoke up. Everyone, be quiet and stop asking each other about points. The voice of squad leader Lin made everyone in Class F quiet down, and they listened to Lin Yuru's next words at ease. Our class can achieve such high results, which is inseparable from everyone. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. After saying these words, Lin Yuru looked at the students below and saw that they had calmed down and continued. I think everyone is tired now, so go offline and go home to rest. Now that the class points competition is over, the school has also said that they will have a week-long vacation. During the vacation, you can ask people who can provide reference opinions on how to distribute your points. If you trust me, I can also provide you with some personal insights. After we go online next week, everyone will allocate points and start to officially enter the realms according to their own ideas. After Lin Yuru finished speaking, every student said goodbye to each other with a smile and walked towards the portal in the direction of the school gate in the distance. As long as you walk out of the portal again, you can leave the realms and return to reality. Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian also stretched, then walked towards the portal in the direction of the school gate arm in arm. But at this moment, the main brains of both of them trembled at the same time. The two looked at each other and opened each other's message prompts, only to see the same name written on the message prompts. Lin Family, Night Patrol Yuru. Zhou Zhua, Gao Tian, the two of you wait a moment. I have something to say to you too. Lin Yuru. Hearing Lin Yuru calling them, Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Yuru in confusion. Zhou Zhua looked at Lin Yuru's slightly serious eyes, raised his eyebrows, and asked, Is there anything else, squad leader Lin? Lin Yuru walked down the platform and came in front of Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian. She bit her lower lip and said after she finished her inner struggle, I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 27 Blood Orb. Trade. Hearing this word, Zhou Zhua raised his eyebrows, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. What deal? In the previous life, I never heard Lin Yuru talk to me about anything related to transaction. And together with his good brother Gao Tian, what were the three of them trading? Points? Lin Yuru did not hide it either, and said directly, I want to buy your points with real money. When trading points, the realms will charge a 10% tax. One piece of star, or can be exchanged for 1,000 points. I'll pay before tax. Of course, the decision is yours. I'm just stating my thoughts. When Gao Tian heard Lin Yuru say that she wanted to buy points, he was stunned. Points. Class monitor, you have more than 5,200 points, which is not a small amount. Why do you want to buy more? Gao Tian thought that Zhou Zhua might have come out of the small box a little late and did not see the monitor's points, so he did not know the monitor's specific points. But he clearly saw Lin Yuru's performance panel. Name: Lin Family, a Night Patrol Yuru. Dungeon: Yunlan Insect Valley. Difficulty: G1. Star rating: 10 stars. Points: 5,213. Perfectly passed the G1 level difficulty and scored a whopping 5,000 points. This kind of achievement should be something to be proud of, but why does Lin Yuru still want to buy points? Is it because you want to buy something but don't have enough points? Zhou Zhua felt that Lin Yuru's eyes were always on him, so he simply took a step forward and asked, Purchasing points is a small matter. Why did you leave Xiao Tian and I alone to discuss this matter? After hearing Zhou Zhua's question, Lin Yuru did not speak, but directly opened a panel in front of her, showing it in front of Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian. Class F star rating, 208 stars. 10 stars, 3 people. 9 stars, 1 person. 8 stars, 3 people. 7 stars, 12 people. 6 stars, 7 people. 5 stars, 3 people. 4 stars, 1 person. Looking at this panel, Zhou Zhua was slightly stunned. I have never seen this panel before. It turns out that the class monitor can also have an extra star rating on the transcript. After showing this panel, Lin Yuru stared at Zhou Zhua closely. She didn't know where she got her confidence from, and said to Zhou Zhua, because in our class, only 3 of us got a 10-star rating. And this third person will only be you. After saying this, Lin Yuru looked at Zhou Zhua, who remained calm, and said firmly, "In the past 2 years of mock exams, you have defeated me countless times with fewer people. I am not bragging, I am not weak, but you will be stronger than me. Therefore, the third person with a 10-star rating will only be you. For the same 1-star rating, I have 5,213 points. Gao Tian has 4,396 points. This is the clear result. The remaining 27 students, even if each of them is rated with full marks in each star level, will only have a score of 17,800. Adding Gao Tian and I together, the total score is only 9,609. Lin Yuru stared at Zhou Zhua, took a deep breath, and set a score that she couldn't accept. This can only prove one thing, that you have at least 30,000 points. After saying this, Lin Yuru exhaled, easing the imbalance in her heart, and laughed as if she was mocking herself. Although I know that you have done very well in academic subjects in our class over the past 2 years, and have been ranked first in the grade for 2 whole years, I still find that I underestimated you. I heard from my classmates that you came out first, but you were able to get 6 times the score as me. I was too arrogant. Zhou Zhua, you definitely didn't choose the G1 difficulty." Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Gao Tian glanced at Zhou Zhua beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "It seems that I've been exposed. I thought I was the only one who knew about this, but the squad leader guessed it anyway." Zhou Zhua couldn't help but nodded and admitted it. "Yes, I chose G." Just when Zhou Zhua was about to say that he had chosen the G3 difficulty, Lin Yuru interrupted him with a sentence. "You chose G2, right?" There was a gleam in Lin Yuru's pupils, and her original reluctance had all turned into enthusiasm for admiration. "You must have discussed with Gao Tian and decided to choose G2 difficulty together, but Gao Tian is obviously not as good as you. Although you didn't make it to the end, you must have relied on your own layout to get such a good result." Gao Tian. Zhou Zhua looked at the monitor with admiring eyes and nodded stiffly. "Yes, that's right. You guessed it all right." Gao Tian, who felt that he was inexplicably attacked, suddenly frowned and said unhappily, "Squad leader, let's talk business. Why are you talking to me nicely? I'm not weak either." Ahem. Lin Yuru, feeling that she had lost her composure, cleared her throat and then spoke awkwardly. I've got my eyes on an item worth 30,000 points, but I don't have enough points. I wanted to give up at first, but after I found out that you two had high scores, I thought about it again." At this point, Lin Yuru realized that her remarks were inappropriate and quickly waved her hands and explained, "I don't mean to ask you to agree to this deal. I just proposed this idea, and I absolutely respect your thoughts and judgments. After all, points are very important to everyone. Besides, I never intended for this deal to go through from the beginning. I was just trying to ask you guys." After hearing Lin Yuru's words, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but frowned and followed Gao Tian and said, "Squad leader, let's get down to business. Get to the point. What do you want to change?" Gao Tian also stroked his forehead and said, "Yes, squad leader. As the financing party who may negotiate this deal, we should have the right to know, right?" Seeing that the two did not directly refuse, Lin Yuru felt a little relieved, but she did not confirm this idea directly. After all, everything is unknown until it is done. Okay. After showing a smile, Lin Yuru opened her own All Realms store and opened her own copy-exclusive interface. Soon, Lin Yuru displayed her target props in front of Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian. Blood Orb. Price, 30,000. Introduction. A one-time item that can only be used in the current instance. After a follower uses this gem, a blood aura with a radius of 10 meters and centered on the follower will be generated. Effect. Within the range of blood aura, the blood of all friendly forces is increased by 1. An additional 1 health point can be restored per minute. I got information from the teacher. Next month, I will have another chance to enter the dungeon. For the first monthly exam, in addition to the single-player mode, I can also choose the team mode based on the class. At this point, Lin Yuru showed an even happier smile. My Queen Insect's combat ability is relatively weak, and I can only provide support. As long as I have this item, I will be able to provide better support the next time our class forms a team. By then, our class will all get better grades. After hearing Lin Yuru's sincere words, Gao Tian couldn't help but raise his hands to cover his eyes, pouting and saying, "Squad leader, you are simply an angel. I'll follow you and take all 4,000 points." Zhou Zhua also took a deep breath. Zhou Zhua knew that his squad leader had a talent of D level called maternal thinking. The effect is Spirit plus 6, can restore an additional 6 magic points per minute, and the healing effect plus 30%. A complete nanny panel. Therefore, This item that can restore health of a group is perfect for Lin Yuru. Although I know that class monitor Lin Yuru often puts others before herself and sacrifices her personal interests to contribute to the entire class. However, Zhou never expected that Lin Yuru's selfishness was actually for the class as a group. After nodding secretly, Zhou said, I won't give you any points. Chapter 28, Gene Fragments, Cloud Therapy Insect Mother. After hearing Zhou's words, Gao Tian and Lin Yuru were stunned. Gao Tian put down his hands that were covering his eyes and stared at Zhou in disbelief. Old Zhou, why are you? Never mind. Your points should be spent on something more important. Gao Tian, who was about to say something, considered the reality. Everyone's points are everyone's most valuable asset. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to spend your own money to buy things for others. After all, we live in a society ruled by law, and no one has the right to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at others. What's more, based on my understanding of Zhou, he must have his own considerations. After making up his mind, although Gao Tian's face was still a little embarrassed, he still gave Zhou an understanding look. Lin Yuru lowered her head somewhat disappointedly, but her words were full of understanding. Indeed, I was abrupt. The fact that you have earned so many points also shows that you have put in so much effort. You need these points even more. Hearing what the two said, Zhou smiled slightly and said, for point transactions, an additional 10% tax on points needs to be paid to the various realms, just to prevent multiple transfers. After he finished speaking, Zhou stretched out his hand and opened his copy exclusive, spending 30,000 points to purchase the blood orb. Props don't need that, so the inheritance mechanism of props is the optimal solution for common prosperity. Under the shocked gazes of Gao Tian and Lin Yuru, Zhou stretched out his hand. Zhou has two props in his hands. One is the blood orb, and the other is a tube of bright green potion. Captain, these two things are for you. I hope that after you have them, you will remember your original intention and always put the interests of the team first. Lin Yuru looked at the blood orb in Zhou's hand and stood there in a daze for a moment. After a moment, Lin Yuru hurriedly said, This is 30,000 points. How? Why did you just pay it directly? If all three of us drive, you can at least save 1/3 of the points you pay. Zhou shook his head and said directly and generously, It's only 30,000 points, which is not a lot of money. With a smile on his face, Zhou continued, Besides, you said this is a deal. In my eyes, you have something more valuable than these 30,000 points. Where there is a huge reward, there will always be traitors. Everyone has the potential to betray. All it takes to prevent these people from betraying their original camp is just one thing. That means paying more money. In Zhou's memory, Lin Yuru, who once failed to defend the city, died as an atonement. Want to keep her loyal to the human race. The chips you pay are just cheaper. A mere 30,000 points could buy short-term stability in the rear, which was a huge profit. Lin Yuru's loyalty to the human race and her supreme idea and concept of team interests are more valuable than 30,000 points in Zhou's eyes. Just after Zhou said this, Gao Tian beside him suddenly came over, nudged Zhou with his elbow, and asked secretly, Old Zhou, the squad leader does have a good figure, but you can buy more beauty with these 30,000 points. Woo! Before Gao Tian could finish his words, Zhou covered his mouth tightly. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Am I that kind of person? Wow? You still dare to nod. The simple-minded Lin Yuru took the two props thrown by Zhou and looked at Zhou who was covering his mouth tightly with his hands, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart. Lin Yuru didn't understand what Zhou meant by this, nor did she understand what Gao Tian meant by this. She just nodded in confusion. If you need that important thing of mine, tell me and I'll give it to you. As a member of the Lin family, I will never take advantage of you. After hearing what Lin Yuru said, Gao Tian stopped struggling, and the look he gave Zhou was a little vulgar. I've accepted the blood orb, but what about this potion? After Lin Yuru accepted the blood orb, she also opened the data panel of the potion in her hand. After opening it, Lin Yuru stood there in a daze. Seeing Lin Yuru's stunned look, Gao Tian turned around and looked at Zhou and said in disbelief, Old Zhou, this potion, isn't it the potion I imagined? Zhou looked at Gao Tian and chuckled. Oh my god. Immediately, Gao Tian reached out and opened the data panel of the gene medicine in Lin Yuru's hand. Gene fragments, Cloud Healing Insect Mother. Grade, Green Excellent. Price, 1 million. Introduction. After use, a Warlock sequence, Queen of Worms. Egg can be evolved into a Cloud Healing Worm Queen. And in your race, the Queen of Worms, Follower Evolution Template. Cloud Healing Worm Queen Fragment +1. Effect: acquire the special skill, quick-acting breastfeeding. When Gao Tian saw the tube of medicine emitting a bright green light, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Now, after seeing the information on this tube of medicine clearly, Gao Tian was even more certain of his thoughts. You are such a jerk. You didn't get other gene fragments in Yunlan Insect Valley, did you? Zhou smiled but didn't answer. Guess. Seeing Zhou's expression, how could Gao Tian not guess what Zhou meant? Gao Tian's expression was one of surprise and laughter. Damn it, Lao Zhou, you are really like a piece of gauze to wipe your ass. Show me your skills. After hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou's smile froze on his face. Why does this kind of praise have a smell? After Lin Yuru reacted, she looked up and stared at Zhou blankly. Ababa. Yes, this is for you too. Waby Babu. Oh, it's free, don't mind it. Gao Tian stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, and was stunned. He looked at Zhou. How did you understand what she said? Zhou turned his head and stared at him, not wanting to speak. Lin Yuru finally reacted, holding the two props tightly in both hands, and said firmly to Zhou. Zhou, you gave me such a big gift, I must repay you. I will do something for you. Oh, let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. A little thing, a little thing. No. Seeing that Zhou refused to accept any gifts, Lin Yuru suddenly had an idea. Zhou, I really want these two items, but you insist on not accepting the money, so I have nothing to repay you for. Well, let's put it this way. I am the fourth daughter of the new generation of the Lin family, the city guardian of Luqing. I came of age this year. Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Gao Tian's eyes lit up and he smiled like an auntie, as if he was expecting something. Then Lin Yuru continued. Every descendant of the city lord will be given a population voucher every year after they awaken their talents. When you are free, come to my house and I will apply for my population voucher from the family. I hope it can replace the two items you gave me. After Lin Yuru finished speaking, Gao Tian's original expectant expression disappeared. But soon, the word population voucher caught Gao Tian's attention. Even Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard the name population coupon. Chapter 29. Raise the population limit? Population voucher. After use, you can enter a special copy. If you destroy enemy units in this dungeon, you will get an item that can increase the upper limit of the number of followers of the realm's player outside the dungeon. Increase the upper limit of dependent population outside of dungeons. This means that when the player increases the upper limit of the dependent population and increases the dependent population to the maximum, and enters the dungeon again, he will have so many troops at the beginning of the dungeon. The initial population limit for each awakened player is 10. Take Springtails as an example. In Zhou's Humus Hunter, 3 Springtails take up 1 population. If Zhou fills up the population, that is, he can have 10 Springtail eggs and carry up to 30 Humus Springtails into the new copy. As long as the population limit is increased, it means that every time you enter the dungeon, you can bring a few more followers with you, and the start will naturally be more comfortable. With more initial troops, it will be more convenient to seize resource points in the dungeon and save more time. Population vouchers are indeed a good thing. Zhou couldn't help but nodded. Zhou has plenty of ways to get other Springtail eggs. However, the only way to increase the population supply limit is to rely on population vouchers. Seeing that Zhou was interested, Lin Yuru said sincerely, "Please accept it, otherwise I will have no reason to take your things." Gao Tian swallowed his saliva and asked the squad leader. Squad leader, the population voucher you're talking about, is it the red 10 level population voucher, worth 500,000 points per voucher? Yes, that's right. Lin Yuru nodded and said awkwardly. After all, our Luqing is only a 9th grade main city, and my Lin family can only get the lowest grade red 10 grade population voucher. In the dungeon that red 10 level population vouchers enter, if you kill monsters, there is a chance that 1 point of population limit will be dropped. Although it is very little, if it accumulates, it can still increase the population limit by a lot. Hearing Lin Yuru's description, Zhou's mind also emerged the 9th level and 9th grade, which symbolizes the racial status and identity of the Zerg followers. According to the upper limit of the population occupied by the dependents, the player's rank is also divided into 9 ranks. The next 3 levels, red 10, black iron, bronze. Middle 3 levels, silver, gold, platinum. Top 3 levels, diamond, star, king. Each level of rank is also divided into 9 grades. For players of the first rank of red 10, the population limit is 100. For players of the second rank of red 10, the population limit is 200. For players of the third rank of red 10, The population cap is 300. By analogy, for players at the 9th rank of Red 10, the population cap is 900. When the population limit and the number of dependents reach 1,000, it reaches the 2nd level, Black Iron. Each subsequent rank is based on decimals, which means that if someone reaches the 9th rank of King, the number of followers can reach 10 billion, an army of tens of billions. With a wave of his hand, he can control an army of tens of billions. This is enough to prove how powerful the 9th level King is. Of course, among the subordinate races of the Zerg, there has not yet been a 9th order King, and even 6th order platinum powerhouses are rare, because the resources required to have an army of that level are simply too huge. The strongest person of the human race so far, despite consuming massive amounts of resources every day, has only barely reached the weakest level of the middle 3 stages, Silver. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I became the supreme will of the Zerg in my previous life, and my army does not occupy the population, otherwise I really would not be able to charge into the 72 heavens. Even though it failed in the end. Our current population limit is only 10, and none of us can be considered as Red level warriors, so I won't think too much about it. Lin Yuru looked up at Zhou, her eyes full of admiration, and said, "But Zhou, you're different. You will definitely become a Red 10 level warrior. If you work harder in your lifetime, you can become a Black Iron level lord. Then you can own a fiefdom of your own. You can also become a city defender." Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Zhou smiled slightly and said nothing more. "We'll talk about the future when the time comes." Then it settled. "Anyway, the holiday lasts a full week. When you are free, come to my house and I will ask my father for permission." After Zhou thought about it for a while, a little doubt arose in his heart. Still need to apply? It's unlikely that such a precious item would be given to an outsider like me, right? But even so, Zhou still answered, "Then tomorrow, I will come to see you tomorrow." After hearing Zhou's answer, Lin Yuru nodded and said happily, "Okay, then I will wait for you at home tomorrow." After saying that, Lin Yuru waved to the two of them, stepped into the portal, and left the multi-dimensional space of Luqing No. 2 Middle School. After Lin Yuru left, Gao Tian raised his eyebrows and came over to ask, "Are you in such a hurry to meet the parents?" "Get lost." While laughing and cursing, the two of them left the realms, one after another, and returned to reality. Accompanied by a flash of strong light, Zhou opened his eyes again. The air smelled slightly of burning, the sound of construction work could be vaguely heard, and there was a gloomy sky. Everything smells familiar. It's strangely familiar. Not far away, a technologically advanced timepiece floats in the center of Luqing No. 2 Middle School in reality. Y. Year 2121. M. Month 9. D. Day 7. H. Hours 9. M. Minutes 2. S. Seconds 32. Gao Tian adjusted his clothes and followed Zhou's gaze to look at the clock. He exclaimed in amazement, "Time flies so fast in the various worlds. 3 days have passed without me noticing." Zhou also nodded and responded, "Indeed, after entering the realms, I was so busy grinding that I naturally couldn't feel the passage of time." Gao Tian took a deep breath, sniffed the smell of reality, and couldn't help but sigh. "I'm finally back. Although the air is not as good as in the realms, this air with a smell gives me a feeling of home." Zhou looked up at the gloomy sky, with a smile full of nostalgia on his face. "Indeed, I'm finally back." Seeing that Zhou suddenly seemed to be in the internet depression music period again, Gao Tian also came over, put his hand on Zhou's shoulder, and found a topic. "Come to my house for lunch at noon. My mom said she will cook for me after the exam. We have to go back quickly to stop her." After nodding, Zhou also responded, "Okay, I haven't seen Uncle Gao and Auntie for a long time." "Wait, Auntie is cooking? Isn't it Uncle? Damn, can't Uncle stop her?" Gao Tian's face was ashen. "Yes, I can't stop her. My mother is determined to cook." "Then I'd better go home today. I have some leftovers at home." Before Zhou finished speaking, he suddenly felt his shoulders tighten. He turned his head and saw Gao Tian staring at him with a tearful look. "You're the only one who can stop my mom from cooking. Please." "Lao Zhou." Gulp. Zhou swallowed hard and said helplessly, "I try my best." The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they gritted their teeth and took firm steps. "Even if it's extremely poisonous, I will go." Chapter 30. You listen to bullshit. The Gao family is considered to be one of the top 5 wealthy families in Luqing. At least all the industries in the southeast corner of Luqing have the word "high" in their names. The large white villa at the east gate of Luqing belongs to the Gao family. "Okay, we're home." As soon as Gao Tian brought Zhou Zhuo to the gate of the yard, he stretched out his hand and prepared to go through the fingerprint verification. Ding. Verification failed. You have 2 more chances. What's going on? Puzzled, Gao Tian immediately used his other hand to verify. Ding. Verification failed. You have 1 more chance. Hiss. It's the last time, Lao Zhou. Come here quickly, it's your turn. Gao Tian, who was about to trigger the alarm with only 1 chance left, suddenly changed his expression and quickly looked at Zhou Zhuo beside him. Asshole, you're clearly trying to hurt me. You won't be able to escape when the alarm goes off. Zhou Zhuo gritted his teeth, took 2 steps to the door, and put his hand on the fingerprint verification area. Ding. Unlocked successfully, welcome home. Gao Tian. After hearing the sound of the door, Zhou Zhuo raised his eyebrows, stepped aside, stared at Gao Tian with contempt, and said nothing. Gao Tian's face turned red when he was stared at, and he became angry and said, Why don't you say something? Don't you make me look stupid? I'm at your house now. How dare I say anything? Fuck. You're making me angry. After the 2 entered the villa, they walked out of the neatly trimmed yard for 10 minutes and came to the main door of the house. Woo. As soon as he reached the door, Zhou Zhuo saw 2 guarding springtails running towards him from the bushes in the distance and making friendly noises towards him. Zhou Zhuo leaned over and touched the springtail's head, feeling very relieved. Gao Tian also made a happy voice at this time. Daming, I'm back too. But obviously, the 2 roaring springtails were not so friendly to Gao Tian. Gao Tian? Dad. Mom. I'm back. After entering the door, Gao Tian started shouting. Gao's father, who was sitting on the sofa in his pajamas reading an electronic newspaper, heard Gao Tian's voice and replied without even looking up. Oh. Then he dipped his finger in his saliva, pressed the button for the next page, and continued reading the e-newspaper. Master, you're back. At this time, an old man in butler's clothes came from the end of the long corridor and brought slippers for Gao Tian. Gao Tian also took off his school uniform while asking about the door lock at the gate of the courtyard. Well, Uncle Lu, I'm back. Is our door locked? However, before Gao Tian finished asking, the butler known as Lu Bo suddenly saw Zhou Zhuo behind Gao Tian and immediately shouted excitedly. Master Zhou, you're back too. Well, hello, Uncle Lu. Then Lu Bo walked up to Zhou Zhuo, took away his white school uniform, and led him into the living room. Gao Tian's hand holding the school uniform froze in midair before he could even hand it over. For a moment he didn't understand what was happening. After hearing the housekeeper's voice, Gao's father immediately threw down his electronic newspaper, walked barefoot to the corridor, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at Zhou Zhuo. Zhou Zhuo is back. Come on, come in and sit down. Oh, no need to change your shoes. Why are you being so polite in your own home? Gao Tian? Gao Tian stood in the corridor, looking at Zhou Zhuo, who was being hugged by his real father and helped by Uncle Lu to change his shoes in the distance. Thousands of divine beasts were running through his heart. The school uniform slid silently to the ground. At this moment, a half-sobbing, half-loud female voice suddenly came from the 3rd floor. Huh? Who's back? After Gao Tian put his school uniform on the hanger, he walked in and responded, Mom, I'm back. Zhou Zhuo, who was pressed on the sofa, stood up and looked at the middle-aged woman who was applying a facial mask on the 3rd floor of the room. He responded, Auntie, I'm bothering you again. Immediately, the woman on the 3rd floor took off her facial mask and hurried downstairs, laughing even more happily. Zhou Zhuo is back. Gao Tian? I will definitely cook today. As Gao Ma said this, the atmosphere in the entire Gao family suddenly turned cold. Except for Gao Ma, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Gao Tian is different. He can't even laugh. When Gao Ma walked into the kitchen, Zhou Zhuo suddenly felt his shoulders tighten. Turning his head, Zhou Zhuo saw the slightly red eyes of Gao's father and Lu Bo, who looked ready to die. Whether I can survive today, Zhou Zhuo, depends on you. I understand. Zhou Zhuo nodded solemnly, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. Andy, let me help you. Just after Zhou Zhuo said this, Gao Tian's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, as if he had made up his mind to die, and he said something that made the entire Gao family feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. My mom is in such a good mood. Just take a break. Woo. Before Gao Tian could finish his words, his father Gao and Uncle Lu covered his mouth with their eyes glowing scarlet. Filial son, you've lived enough, but I haven't. Master, you can't be so cruel. Gao Ma also poked her head out of the kitchen at this moment and asked doubtfully. Did anyone speak just now? Gao's father immediately turned around, with a smile on his face, and said, No, honey, Zhou Zhuo is so sensible, I want to help you cook. Really? Oh, you're so sensible. Come in, Zhou Zhuo. The moment Zhou Zhuo entered the kitchen, he turned around and found that Gao's father and Lu Bo saluted him solemnly. Zhou Zhuo understood what was going on, rolled up his sleeves, and started a war filled with oil and smoke. No, Auntie, cutting vegetables is dangerous. Let me do it. The oil is hot. Don't burn yourself. Let me do it. The smoke is too dense. Auntie, please stay away. The facial mask I just applied. It was not until Zhou Zhuo entered the kitchen and heard that the kitchen was gradually taken over by Zhou Zhuo that Gao's father and Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that their stomachs still had room to survive. Dad. At this time, Gao Tian had a huge red slap mark on his lips and asked Gao's father, "Am I your biological child?" Father Gao smiled kindly and answered gently, "If your mother heard what you said just now, then you are not." Gao Tian felt a little aggrieved and asked, "Then why did the door control of our house block even me just now? Lao Zhou can come in, but I can't." Hearing Gao Tian's words, Gao's father was stunned and looked at the electronic newspaper he had placed on the sofa. After some doubts in his heart, he turned around and said to Lu Bo, "Uncle Lu, go check it out." Lu Bo understood instantly, raised his hand to open a portal, entered the realms, and disappeared into the living room. Seeing his father and Lu Bo's sudden actions, Gao Tian's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? What are you checking? Blood relationship? I'm really not your son, am I? Bah. Hearing his son's words, Gao's father slapped Gao Tian on the back of the head. "What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard?" Father Gao took the electronic newspaper and said, "The door lock at home was fine this morning, but during the time you were back, the electronic door lock failed and the electronic signal of my electronic newspaper was not working. When I unlocked and turned the page, I had to dip it in water to make the fingerprint clearer before I could unlock it. But now there is no problem. It's possible that something just scanned our electronic information network, causing the signal fluctuation. Given the strength of our electronic network's defenses, these phenomena could only have occurred because our superiors were searching for something. You should learn more about these details in life. They will be useful to you in the future." A trace of calmness flashed across Gao Dad's eyes behind his glasses, and he said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it may be that Kunyu Pavilion is looking for something again. I wonder if my Gao family can help. Do you understand?" After hearing what Gao's father said, Gao Tian hesitated for a moment and responded, "I understand. I am your biological child." Dad Gao was stunned and slapped him again. "You heard shit." Chapter 31. Second Sister Lin Xuehan. After a long time, the noise in the kitchen stopped. Gao's mother also opened her voice. "It's time to eat. It's time to eat. You little bastard. Come in and serve the dishes." After hearing what his mother said, Gao Tian got up from the sofa, went in, and helped Zhou Zhuo to carry the dishes out from the kitchen. As the two served the dishes, Gao Tian did not forget to exchange secret codes. "How's the battle going?" Zhou Zhuo chuckled, half a step ahead of heaven. Hearing Zhou Zhuo's reply, Gao Tian smiled happily. "Okay, then the dish will be fine. You are worthy of me." When the food was gradually placed on the round table, Uncle Lu also withdrew from all realms and appeared behind Gao's father on the sofa. After whispering a few words, Gao's father also showed a happy smile. "Great. It turns out that hero is in my Lucheng. What a great joy. If we find that hero, my Gao family will definitely offer the psychic worker bee gene fragments to him." When the food was served, Gao's mother also greeted them. "Don't chat when the meal is ready. Uncle Lu, come and eat with us." When Lu Bo heard Gao's mother calling for dinner, he froze and subconsciously made an excuse. "No, I have things to do." Only after Lu Bo secretly glanced at Zhou Zhuo and Zhou Zhuo nodded did Lu Bo feel relieved. Gao's father also took over the conversation and said, "Alas, Uncle Lu, food is the most important thing for people. No matter how important it is, it cannot beat eating. Let's eat first." After hearing that he had a golden medal of immunity from death, Lu Bo felt relieved, went to the table and sat at the last seat. After everyone toasted, they began to eat with relish. "It's worthy of being cooked by my wife. It's delicious. Mom, you are really good at cooking. With Madam's cooking skills, I can retire soon." Hearing everyone praising her cooking skills, Gao's mother also covered her mouth with laughter. "You like it so much I'll make it for you next time." After hearing what Mother Gao said, Father Gao subconsciously swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Zhou Zhuo eagerly. "Zhou Zhuo, you must come here often in the future. Just treat it as your own home, and don't be polite." Of course, of course." Zhou Zhuo smiled and continued to eat the rice in the bowl. After dinner, Zhou Zhuo dragged Gao Tian to wash the dishes, then sat in the living room and watched TV. Gao's mother went upstairs to apply a facial mask, while Uncle Lu went to the Lin family to inform them of the news. Father Gao continued to read the e-newspaper, occasionally answering the phone without concealing it, and handling official business in front of Zhou Zhuo and the others. Zhou Zhuo listened to Gao's father's judgments and decisions intentionally or unintentionally, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This ability to handle interpersonal relationships and business affairs is so strong. Gao Tian was also influenced by his father invisibly, which is why he pays so much attention to everything. Although the two were watching TV, Gao Tian still whispered to Zhou. "Did you hear that? My dad doesn't sound anxious at all, which means it's not a big deal. The mineral source issue will be resolved soon." "What? The mining planet was taken back by the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Wait, I'll be there soon." Before Gao Tian could finish his words, his father, who was on the phone nearby, suddenly became hurried and nervous. "You guys can play whatever you want. I have to go out for something." After Gao's father put on his clothes and entered the Reals, Zhou stared at Gao Tian beside him. "Don't blame me. I didn't say anything." Gao Tian quickly waved his hands, indicating that it was not his fault. Zhou naturally wouldn't really say anything, but he still kept the Gao family's situation in mind. It seems that Uncle Gao is a little nervous about the mineral resources. Looking at Gao Tian, Zhou also spoke directly. "Xiao Tian, if there is any situation with Uncle Gao, remember to tell me, in case I can help." Gao Tian originally wanted to refuse, but after opening his mouth, he swallowed the refusal back. After all, with Zhou's current status, there might be areas in the Gao family where Zhou could really help. So Gao Tian said, "I understand. I might have to trouble you when the time comes. What's the point of saying thank you between us brothers?" After Gao's father went out, the two of them had no intention of continuing to watch TV, so they simply started playing chess and gambling. After being chosen by the Zerg 100 years ago, the human race began to prepare for war and focus on strategy, so playing chess became the most basic way to play. It was not until the evening that Father Gao withdrew from the realms. When Gao's father saw that Zhou was about to leave, he kept trying to dissuade him, which is why Zhou was allowed to live in Gao's house. Zhou slept in the 100 square meter bedroom allocated to him by the Gao family. The next day, after Zhou had a night's rest, he washed up, had breakfast, changed into yesterday's school uniform, and got ready. Gao Tian was wearing pajamas, holding half a fried dough stick in his mouth. He looked at Zhou sleepily, then woke up a little and said jokingly, "Oh, you're so well dressed, you've really grown up. It's time to go out and get some cabbage." Zhou immediately stiffened his fist and said to Gao Tian with a smile, "If you didn't have enough breakfast, do you want to take a punch from me? It's guaranteed to satisfy you." After hearing this, Gao Tian retreated back into his room and stopped talking. After saying goodbye to Gao's father and Lu Bo, who had gotten up early to practice Tai Chi, Zhou left Gao's house and headed towards the center of Luqing, the direction of Lin's house. It was 2 full hours later that Zhou arrived at the gate of the Lin family compound. "You can trust your own legs the most." Zhou walked all the way here as a warm-up. After taking a long breath, he reached out and pressed the doorbell of the Lin family compound. But at this moment, a cold voice came from behind Zhou. "Who are you?" Zhou turned around and saw a larger version of Lin Yuru. The older Lin Yuru in front of him was the same height as him and looked 70% similar to Lin Yuru, with the only 3% difference being in development. In comparison, Lin Yuru is a little worse. The other person had waist-length hair and was wearing a school uniform. The style of the uniform was more exquisite than the one Zhou was wearing. On the left chest, the 4 big characters Luqing University and the school emblem of Luqing University were embroidered in beautiful handwriting. What a big school emblem. At this moment, the other party was looking directly at Zhou, waiting for Zhou's answer. Zhou retracted his gaze from the school badge, smiled and replied calmly, "Zhou, Lin Yuru's classmate. The class monitor asked me to come over today." "Yuru's classmate?" After hearing Zhou's answer, the cold woman was slightly puzzled. Then she walked forward, opened the door, and walked in first. After entering, the cold woman found that Zhou was still there and seemed to want to continue ringing the doorbell, so she asked, "Why don't you come in?" Zhou stopped what he was doing and said to the cold woman, "I can't make a decision without the master's consent. You still know some etiquette." The cold woman nodded expressionlessly, turned around and continued to walk forward, and before leaving, she did not forget to speak. "I am Lin Yuru's second sister, Lin Xuehan. I am still the head of the Lin family. Come in." "Thank you, second sister." After making sure that he could enter the city guard's house, Zhou took a step forward, keeping a certain distance from Lin Xuehan, and followed her all the way into the Lin family compound. Chapter 32 Aberration? Not long after entering the compound, Zhou saw 3 springtails suddenly stand up from the grass in the corner, showing hostility towards Zhou with bared fangs and claws, and approaching Zhou as if they could pounce on him at any time. A gleam of light flashed across Zhou's eyes, and he immediately took in the information of the 3 fish and worm, variants of springtails. It hasn't been enhanced in any way? This must be a new Zergling brought in by some high school kid, right? After a quick glance, Zhou smiled slightly and asked Lin Xuehan in front of him, Does the Lin family keep a close watch on their pets? Lin Xuehan stopped, turned around, stared at Zhou Zhuo, and said coldly, dogs are not my business. If they offend guests, it's because the owner didn't educate them well. Guests can do whatever they want without considering the owner's mood. Hearing Lin Xuehan's words, Zhou Zhuo's ears moved, and he smiled slightly, and asked Lin Xuehan with a smile. That means if I'm sure they offend me, I can do whatever I want with them, right? As long as it's reasonable. Lin Xuehan turned around and no longer looked at Zhou Zhuo. After leaving 2 words, please go ahead, she continued to walk forward. Arguing with a dog will never get you anywhere near the big stage. Lin Xuehan had made a good judgment and had just taken a few steps when she heard several sounds of breaking through the air behind her. Then the roars of the 3 jumping insects turned into whimpers. When Lin Xuehan turned around, she found that the 3 springtails were already obediently sticking to Zhou Zhuo, leaning down, raising their hind legs, and rubbing against Zhou Zhuo's trouser legs, as if they were ready to be picked. What just happened? I only diverted my attention for 2 or 3 seconds. Why did these 3 springtails completely change their temperament? It's like it has a new owner. Lin Xuehan narrowed her eyes, stared at Zhou Zhuo, and asked, what did you do? Why do they listen to you so much? Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly. A little secret trick passed down from my hometown can improve the loyalty of my followers a little bit. It's nothing to mention. Raising his head, Zhou Zhuo looked back at Lin Xuehan and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, since you said I can do whatever I want with them, then I can take them under my command. Is that okay? After Lin Xuehan looked at Zhou Zhuo deeply, she still said those 2 words. Please. Then I would like to thank you here. In front of Lin Xuehan, Zhou Zhuo raised his hand and put the 3 springtails directly into his space device. After the 3 springtails entered Zhou Zhuo's space device, they seemed to be sleepy. They came together, then huddled together and gradually formed a large insect egg. When the eggs were formed, just 3 seconds later, with a pop sound, they turned into a variant of the humus-hunting insect. Now, these 3 springtails were completely engraved with Zhou Zhuo's mark. Zhou Zhuo was frightened by these springtails. After getting the right to deal with them, he wanted to release his humus-hunting insect to directly deal with these 3 springtails. If you were bitten by a vicious dog, should you bite back? That's not the case. But Zhou Zhuo thought it was necessary to beat the vicious dog half to death after being bitten by it. And these 3 springtails pounced towards Zhou Zhuo the moment Lin Xuehan turned her head. Zhou Zhuo had just released his humus springtail, but before he could make any move, the 3 efficient springtail mutants sensed that they were outmatched and surrendered instantly. After surrendering, he also felt the aura of a heart of the swarm on Zhou Zhuo. Therefore, these 3 springtails turned against him instantly and threw themselves directly into Zhou Zhuo's arms. Hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Lin Xuehan turned around completely, looked at Zhou Zhuo, frowned slightly, and said, there are followers of the master. If others want to rebel against the followers, they will have to start calculating the favorability of the followers from negative numbers. In those few seconds, you gained a huge amount of favorability towards those 3 Zerglings. Taking a step closer, Lin Xuehan stared at Zhou Zhuo, who was so close, with the huge school badge already pressing against Zhou Zhuo's chest, and continued to ask, how did you do that? Listening to Lin Xuehan's question, Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly, took a step back, away from Lin Xuehan holding up his school badge, and responded calmly. As for my talent, it's not convenient to go into details. Lin Xuehan's slightly frowned brows relaxed, and she returned to her usual coolness. Since it is your personal privacy, I will not ask any more questions. After saying that, Lin Xuehan turned around and continued walking forward. Zhou Zhuo also followed behind her and continued walking towards the villa. Before she reached the villa, servants standing in 2 rows at the door came over and handed Lin Xuehan a luxurious ice blue coat. Lin Xuehan took off her Luqing University school uniform, handed it to the servant beside her, then took the coat and put it on, bringing up a gust of fragrance. Turning around, Lin Xuehan continued to say to Zhou Zhuo, if one day in the future your talent is upgraded and can help others, and their followers improve their favorability, forget it. At this point, Lin Xuehan shook her head, stopped talking, and murmured, I agreed not to ask. Then, Lin Xuehan continued. This house is mine. Yuru's family is 5th. The house is over there. Go find her. After raising her eyes and pointing the way to Zhou Zhuo, Lin Xuehan turned around and walked into the villa. After Lin Xuehan entered the villa, a somewhat mature maid who looked to be about 25 or 26 looked at her, then came to Zhou Zhuo, bowed slightly, and then asked, my sir, the Lin mansion is a bit big. Do you need a guide? The style of this maid's clothes is somewhat different from that of other maids. It looks more refined, like a head maid. There is also a word, Lin, embroidered on her chest, indicating that it is the family emblem of the Lin family. Wow, what a big family emblem. It's even bigger than Lin Xuehan's school emblem. Seeing the maid being so polite, Zhou Zhuo nodded slightly. Thank you very much, sister. Guests, there is no need to be polite. This is my job. After being called sister by Zhou, the head maid remained expressionless and led the way respectfully. Following behind the head maid, Zhou couldn't help but marvel at her. It is true that what kind of master you have will make what kind of servant you have. This head maid, like the other servants, was meticulous in her manners, appearance, and attire. It looks very clean, and there will be no hostility. If we have to break down the camp, it might be lawful neutral. Just after Zhou drew a camp for the head maid in his mind, the heart of the swarm, talent in his body suddenly trembled. Call out. Zhou looked to the right vigilantly, crouched down, and prepared to dodge the sneak attack from the dark. Ding ding. But at this moment, a tall black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Zhou and blocked the sneak attack from the dark. Zhou looked up and saw that what was blocking his way was abnormal. Part of the swarm was activated, and immediately, the attribute panel of this aberration appeared in front of Zhou. Species aberration. Introduction. It costs 200 star minerals and 75 high-energy gas, and takes 6 minutes to cultivate. It can hatch 1 mutant and occupy 3 population supplies. Attack, 25. Defense, 3. Health, 350, recovery 5 per minute. Attack speed, 1.2/s. Movement speed, 16/s. This kind of creature has very strong limbs with multiple joints, a huge and bloated body, more than 2 meters tall, with distorted facial features, and tumors all over the body, looking extremely deformed. However, this kind of follower is 1 level higher than the Zerglings in the guard sequence. Not for any other reason, simply because this creature has a lot of health. If you increase the toughness a bit more, then the aberration will be able to form a great wall of steel on the battlefield. However, the Lin family's exclusive family alien insect gene sequence should be the queen insect. How do deformities occur? And the properties are not bad. Obviously, they have been specially enhanced. At this time, Zhou heard the voice of the head maid. Wu, this Mr. Zhou is Shui Han, and you ruse guest. You, don't act rashly. Hearing this slightly unfriendly tone, Zhou felt a little doubtful. This head maid, she has such great authority. Although I don't know who the Wu is. But he dared to call the second child Lin Shui Han and the fourth child Lin Yuru by their names? This fifth child should also be a person of status. Maybe he is the youngest of the 5 people of the new generation of the Lin family? Even though Lin Shui Han is the second daughter of the Lin family, she is still quite impressive among the new generation. But would her head maid dare to speak like this to her master's youngest sister? After Zhou walked out from behind the deformed body, his pupil shrank slightly. Because Zhou saw a scene that was unimaginable in any way. Chapter 33. The head maid is the eldest sister? 6 tall and strong mutants pinned the 9 springtails down under their bodies. The springtail was already whimpering in fear, but it couldn't escape anyway. 3 more deformed forms pinned a queen insect under them, rendering her unable to move and unable to resist at all. By bringing the aberration that was protecting Zhou in front of her, it was equivalent to the head maid summoning a 30-person Zerg army in an instant. At least there are more than 30 dependents, which is really generous. In the middle of this group of alien insect followers, a little loli with twin ponytails pouted and stared at the head maid beside Zhou with grievance. In this scene, smart readers can tell at a glance that the little loli is the Wu mentioned by the head maid, and she is the 5th lady of the Lin family. As for the sneak attack sound just now, it was the spinal needle fired by the queen insect. The little girl rubbed her head, as if it was a little painful, and shouted to the head maid. Big sister, he was the one who bullied me first. Why did you suppress my bug? You should suppress him. Hearing what the little loli said, Zhou was stunned for a moment. What? Big sister? I saw the whole thing. It was indeed your Zerglings that attacked first. Mr. Zhou was just defending passively. Just when Zhou was a little confused, the head maid beside Zhou actually took a step forward and responded to Wu with a calm face. This time, even the smart people were stunned. This maid dressed like a maid is really the eldest sister of the Lin family. The eldest sister of the Lin family looked down at Wu and continued. I should have told you yesterday that today we have a distinguished guest coming to our Lin mansion. How dare you let your family out so presumptuously? It would be a light punishment for Mr. Zhou to take your springtails. If your family offends the distinguished guest above, it will be a huge blow to the entire Lin family. Now, if you take back your family, I will not punish you. Otherwise, since you are already an adult, I don't mind letting you receive some real education from the Lin family. Hearing the teachings from the eldest sister of the Lin family, the 5th young lady trembled all over and hurriedly waved her hand to bring all her relatives back into the space device. Then the 5th miss made a face at Zhou and ran away. The head maid, no, the eldest sister of the Lin family, also stretched out her hand and took the 10 deformed creatures back into her own space device, then bowed slightly to Zhou. My sister is ignorant. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Zhou's brain was still a little confused. What's going on? A special quirk of the nobility? As the next generation heir of the city guardian Lin family, who also speaks with great authority, he actually wears a maid outfit and does the work of a real maid. No, after all, it was me who ended her connection with her followers, so her little revenge is understandable. After shaking his head, Zhou smiled back at the eldest sister of the Lin family. Thank you, big sister, for saving my life. The eldest sister of the Lin family raised her eyes and stared at Zhou as if she wanted to see through him. She said, Mr. Zhou, you were joking. Just now, if I hadn't stopped him, my sister would have been in danger. Of course, you will also stay at the Lin family and won't be able to leave in the short term. Zhou smiled slightly, trying to fool him. You are the one joking, elder sister. I am just a commoner with slightly better talents. Where do I get these abilities? Mr. Zhou is such a talent. Calling himself a commoner is too modest. Seeing that Zhou refused to give in, the eldest sister of the Lin family stopped asking questions and continued to walk towards the small villa in the distance. While leading the way, she did not forget to remind him. I hope Mr. Zhou will contribute your special ability to charm your followers to the human race. After saying this, Lin Bingyun, the eldest sister of the Lin family, the big beauty in a maid outfit, stopped and stood in front of the villa, looking back at Zhou and continued. If Mr. Zhou needs help in the future, you can come to my Lin family and tell them my name, Lin Bingyun. The Lin family will provide you with help within a certain range. Zhou also clasped his fist respectfully and responded with a smile. I appreciate the Lin family's kindness. Lin Bingyun nodded slightly and said goodbye. Today, another distinguished guest is coming to the Lin mansion. Please go ahead, Mr. Zhou. I will go check the various defenses of the Lin mansion first. After saying that, Lin Bingyun walked towards the tallest building in the distance in her high heels. After Zhou watched Lin Bingyun walk away, he couldn't help but sigh that your circle is so chaotic. I have never been to the Lin mansion in my previous life. I just heard that the city guard Lin, who has a son-biased mentality, has 5 children. I have only seen the 3rd child, Lin Yuan, and the 4th child, Lin Yuru. Coming to the Lin mansion today, I have broadened my horizons. The eldest daughter is Lin Bingyun, the 2nd daughter is Lin Xuehan, the 3rd son is Lin Yuan, the 4th daughter is Lin Yuru, and there is also an unknown youngest daughter. Among the 5 members of the new generation of the Lin family, only the 3rd child is a boy. To Lin Chenshou, the 3rd child, Lin Yuan, is probably the most favored. As he made this judgment in his mind, Zhou couldn't help but think of the majestic appearance of his eldest daughter Lin Bingyun and the 2nd daughter Lin Xuehan. He couldn't help but secretly thought, strength is everything. Even though the 3rd brother, Lin Yuan, is the most favored, among the new generation of the Lin family, the ones who speak the loudest are only these 2. Zhou shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and reached out to press the doorbell of the villa. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, a familiar clear voice soon came from the villa. Here I come. After a while, the door in front of Zhou opened and a familiar figure walked out. It was Zhou's squad leader, Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru was obviously very happy to see Zhou and greeted him. Zhou, you're here. I thought you would arrive in the afternoon. Well, a day's plan begins in the morning, so it's better to come in the morning. Looking at Lin Yuru, who was wearing a light blue sportswear and full of youthful vitality, Zhou couldn't help rubbing his eyes. For some reason, after being used to seeing big school and family emblems, Zhou felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly saw such a clean sportswear without any emblems. Wait a moment, I'll go to the main house while I get my coat. After leaving a crack in the door for Zhou, Lin Yuru turned around and ran in, went into her room, and got her coat. Looking at the huge villa where there was only Lin Yuru and not even a servant, Zhou felt a hint of chill coming from the villa. Even Gao Tian's family has Uncle Liu. There will always be some liveliness in the family, so it won't be so cold. After sighing, Zhou had no choice but to turn around and stop looking inside the villa. After walking out of the villa, Zhou looked into the distance at the tallest and largest building, Lin Building. For Lu Cheng, the entire Lin Mansion is the city lord's mansion in the heart of Lu Cheng. For the Lin family, Lin Building is the main house in the heart of the Lin Mansion. All matters, big or small, were discussed in the Lin Tower. Just now, the direction that elder sister Lin Bingyun was heading was Lin Lu. As for the distinguished guest from above that she mentioned, who was he? As soon as a trace of doubt arose in his mind, Zhou shook his head and dispelled the thought. Don't worry about other people's troubles. Don't think too much. It has nothing to do with me. After waiting quietly at the door for a while, Zhou turned around and looked at Lin Yuru, who was wearing her school uniform again, as the sound of someone coming down the stairs was heard. Well, this school badge is okay, about the size of a fist. I still like this dress. While saying something unclear, Lin Yuru closed the door of the villa, led the way, and took Zhou towards the main building. Chapter 34 Sister, you played me again. Arrive. Not long after, under the leadership of Lin Yuru, Zhou finally arrived at the most central building in the entire Luqing, Lin Building. The area around the Lin Building was heavily guarded, with countless hydralisks, queen insects, cockroaches, and other followers, protecting the Lin Building in 3 layers. Looking at the strange insects, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Among the 9th grade main cities, this defense force is already at the top. Of course. Hearing Zhou's sigh, Lin Yuru responded with a smile. Today, the Lin family is going to have a distinguished guest. For the safety of that distinguished guest, we have equipped such a large security force. As if she remembered something, Lin Yuru's face also showed a smile of admiration and expectation, and she said, "Even my second sister took leave from college to come back because of the arrival of the distinguished guest. My eldest sister even personally took action to rectify all the servants in the Lin mansion from the grassroots level." Oh. After hearing Lin Yuru's explanation, Zhou finally understood why he could see so many direct descendants of the Lin family today. With a slight smile, Zhou couldn't help but complain. "I thought your elder sister wore a maid outfit because of her hobby." But after Zhou said this, Lin Yuru nodded and replied, "Well, my eldest sister does like to wear it." Zhou was a little stumped for a moment, turned his head to look at the guards, and changed the subject. "Since the Lin family will have distinguished guests arriving today, it would be inconvenient for me to go in, right?" Lin Yuru looked at the guards in the distance, lowered her head and thought for a while, then responded, "It seems so." "How can you get your population certificate out if you can't get in?" Zhou took a step back, looked at the pavilion not far away, and said, "You can go in and do what you want. It doesn't matter whether you can apply for it or not. Don't feel any psychological pressure. The population voucher was originally prepared for you by your family. It's normal that it's not given to an outsider like me. The guard at the door is already staring at me, so I won't go in and will wait for you in the pavilion over there." After hearing Zhou's calm words, Lin Yuru felt a little doubtful. Was Zhou such a person in the past? Could he say such a thing? Why do I feel like I am no longer nervous after hearing these words from him? After shaking her head and stopping thinking about it, Lin Yuru said goodbye to Zhou, passed the guard's identity verification, and walked into the Lin building. As for Zhou, he leaned comfortably against the stone pillar of the pavilion and admired the scenery of the Lin mansion under the vigilant gaze from a distance. But at this moment, a beautiful woman in a white tight-fitting dress also slowly walked to the pavilion. "Lin Lu. Father, the Lin residence has been fully equipped with security, and all servants have completed their training. Here's the security list. Please check it out." Lin Bingyun, dressed in a maid outfit, stood in front of a huge desk and sent an electronic order to a slightly fat middle-aged man behind the desk. "Hello? Big sis, where's mine?" At this time, a young man with his legs crossed beside Lin Bingyun asked frivolously, "Why didn't you send me a copy?" Lin Bingyun turned her eyes to the side, looked down at the young man on the sofa, and said, "I won't send it to you. The last time a distinguished guest came, it was you who leaked the security catalog, causing the Lin Mansion security map to be taken away by the Zhao family. Fortunately, Xi Weihan retrieved it in time and prevented a major incident." "Are you annoying? It's been a year, and you still remember that shit. Didn't I apologize? Why are you fussing over it?" Lin Yuan was obviously getting impatient and said, "Who told me that I hadn't awakened at that time? I could only read the electronic version on ordinary electronic devices. Now that I'm awakened, can't you send me a copy directly through the main brain of all realms? This is safer and won't be stolen, right?" Hearing Lin Yuan's sophistry, Lin Bingyun's originally cold face frowned slightly, and she was obviously emotional, and continued. "According to my investigation, the secret leak was caused by you actively sending information to the Zhao family. Regardless of whether the realm's main brain is used to transmit information, the security of the information cannot be guaranteed." As soon as the news came out, Lin Yuan slammed the table and stood up, saying, "The Zhao family pays tribute to our Lin family every year, and they always send gifts during festivals. Among the 4 major merchants, the Zhao family is the only one that is sensible. What's wrong with leaking some outdated security maps? It's better to leak it to the Zhao family than to the Gao, Zhang, and Li families, right? They are only concerned with making their own money. When have they ever been on good terms with my Lin family? My Lin family is the city defender. I don't know how much money they have secretly amassed. This is a big problem." Hearing Lin Yuan's sophistry, Lin Bingyun frowned even more tightly, took a step towards Lin Yuan, and directly displayed a series of reports in front of her father, Lin Qingshou, and said, "The financial statements of the 4 major merchants in Luqing, Gao, Zhang, and Li, each of them matches the financial circulation. They did not give gifts to the Lin family. They put all the bribe money on defending the city. Look at the east, west, and south walls. Which one has not been reinforced and thickened? There are also spore crawlers and spine crawlers on them to deal with enemy invasions. Only the north wall, which is under the responsibility of the Zhao family. Only the north wall. Enough. Lin Qingshuo, who was sitting behind the desk, didn't even raise his head, obviously not taking the reports that Lin Bingyun brought out seriously. Scratching his chin, Lin Qingshuo raised his eyes to Lin Bingyun and said, "The money and power that the Zhao family has taken are ultimately in my hands. No matter how greedy they are, they can't take anything out of Luqing. You are just too sensitive. Even if something goes wrong, I'm still here. Even if I try to fix it later, what else can happen to Luqing?" Standing up from behind the table, Lin Qingshuo ordered Lin Bingyun. 1 point for Xiao Yuan. Hearing her father's words, Lin Bingyun clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and then her brows gradually relaxed. She said calmly, "Waiting until the sheep are dead before remembering to mend a fence can certainly save the remaining sheep. But what about the dead sheep?" Lin Qingshuo was obviously a little impatient. He waved his hand and told Lin Bingyun to go out. "Bingyun, there is nothing for you to do here. Go down." The gleam in her eyes faded. Lin Bingyun gave up struggling, stretched out her hand, and sent her security map to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, I hope you can take care of yourself." After saying this, Lin Bingyun turned around and walked out of the huge office. Leaning against the office door, Lin Bingyun heard her brother's loud laughter coming from the office and slowly closed her eyes. The Lin family, power is in the hands of my father and my third brother, so they are doomed. Just as Lin Bingyun opened her eyes again and was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly bumped into a girl who was a head shorter than her. After the girl bumped into Lin Bingyun, she lost her balance and fell backwards. Lin Bingyun was quick to support her and asked, "Yuru? Why are you here?" Lin Yuru rubbed her nose to get rid of the fragrance on her face and said to Lin Bingyun aggrievedly, "Sister, you hit me again." Chapter 35. No need to return. When you grow taller, I won't be able to bounce you. After seeing her fourth sister Lin Yuru, Lin Bingyun's expression eased a little, and she asked, "It's finally a holiday. Why don't you rest and play with your friend? What are you doing here? This is the first time you've brought a friend home. Not to mention that you didn't entertain them well. Our Lin mansion is very busy today." Lin Yuru looked at the office door behind her elder sister Lin Bingyun and responded, "I came to see Daddy to apply for my population voucher." Population coupons? Hearing Lin Yuru's purpose, Lin Bingyun was slightly puzzled. "You just finished the class points competition yesterday. Why are you in such a hurry to get the population coupons?" Just after saying this, Lin Bingyun suddenly thought of the gifted Zhozhua and asked, "You want to give the population voucher to that Zhozhua?" "Yes." Lin Yuru nodded and continued, "He gave me a very valuable item, and I also want to give him a very valuable item. After thinking about it, only the population voucher can match the item he gave me." Hearing this, Lin Bingyun frowned slightly. "What valuable thing did he give you?" "It's actually comparable to the SSS-Level population voucher, worth 500,000 points. In Lin Bingyun's opinion, Zhozhua's talent is indeed special and worth making friends with. But isn't it a bit too arrogant to exchange it for precious red 10-grade population coupons? At this moment, the first thought that came to Lin Bingyun's mind was that her sister was in love and crazy, so she took out the population coupon that only came once a year and gave it to an outsider. Only love can make people stupid. "Wait a minute, big sister. I'll get it out for you." After hearing what her elder sister said, Lin Yuru reached into her space device, searched for a while, and took out a light red crystal ball. Lin Bingyun looked closely. Blood orb. Price, 30,000 points. You want to exchange 30,000 points for 500,000 population vouchers? Could it be that this silly girl was sold out and is still counting money for others? Found it. But just when Lin Bingyun wanted to continue preaching, Lin Yuru took out a tube of genetic medicine from her space device. Seeing the genetic medicine, Lin Bingyun was suddenly stunned. A medicine containing gene fragments? How could such a thing appear in the hands of the fourth sister? Didn't the family secretly give the precious, graceful insect mother gene fragment potion to the third brother Lin Yuan? How come fourth sister has it too? But when Lin Bingyun set her eyes on the genetic medicine, her originally calm face suddenly became interesting. Gene fragments, cloud healing insect mother. Grade, green excellent. Price, 1 million. Green excellent gene fragments? The price is 1 million points. After seeing this pop-up message, even Lin Bingyun, who had seen a lot of the world, was stunned. How could such a precious gene fragment end up in the hands of the fourth sister? After this question popped up in Lin Bingyun's mind, a smiling figure popped up in her mind at the same time. Zhozhua? If this gene fragment was given to Lin Yuru by Zhozhua, then this contribution, not to mention classifying Zhozhua as an outsider, he might even be directly regarded as a guest of the Lin family. Immediately, Lin Bingyun asked her fourth sister Lin Yuru, "Yuru, this genetic medicine, could it be that Zhozhua gave it to you?" Lin Yuru nodded and responded, "Yes, what's wrong, big sister? This thing is so precious, it's worth 1 million points. I wanted to compensate him, but he didn't want anything. I thought that maybe only the population coupon could slightly exchange for this favor." "Big sister, what are you looking at?" Lin Yuru was still expressing her thoughts, but she found that her elder sister Lin Bingyun took 2 steps back and began to circle around her, as if she was observing her carefully. "This feeling is weird." Hearing Lin Yuru's response, Lin Bingyun stopped, stretched out her hand to pinch her chin, and murmured, "It's quite a match." "What did you say, big sister?" "Nothing." Lin Bingyun made a brief assessment, and then said to Lin Yuru, "Yuru, I feel like you may not be able to get the population voucher. You may even have to return this gene fragment." Why? After hearing Lin Bingyun's words, Lin Yuru was confused. She obviously couldn't believe her ears and hurriedly asked her elder sister, "Why can't I get a population voucher?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Bingyun placed her hands on Lin Yuru's shoulders and expressed her own judgment. The red 10-level population voucher has a huge impact on the family. Therefore, when you want to use the population voucher, you must use it in front of the head of the family. It is even more impossible for you to hand over the population vouchers to Zhou, an outsider who has made no contribution to the Lin family. At that time, the family will definitely refuse to give you the population voucher and may even give your population voucher to someone who needs it more because of your act of betraying the family. After hearing what her elder sister said, Lin Yuru's head suddenly buzzed. Many things that I had not thought of were told by my eldest sister. A bystander sees more clearly. Lin Yuru's brain also quickly analyzed a possibility. The person who needs population coupons more is the third brother, right? Lin Bingyun nodded. "To father, my third brother is always the one who needs resources the most. But Zhou is not an outsider." Lin Yuru argued hastily. "Didn't he give me this gene potion? With the contribution of this item worth 1 million points, I will return 500,000 population coupons to him. Shouldn't the Lin family make a profit?" Having said that, Lin Yuru looked at Lin Bingyun's still calm eyes, and a possibility that she had never thought of before came to her mind. And Lin Bingyun said this possibility. "The only one who will make money is your third brother. By then, it is very likely that not only will your population voucher belong to Lin Yuan, but even the cloud therapy insect mother's genetic medicine in your hand will be in his hands." Looking at Lin Yuru, whose smile was no longer on her face, Lin Bingyun reached out and stroked her head, saying comfortingly, "Return the gene potion to him. If you want this gene potion, at least give him something in exchange. It's unlikely that our Lin family's population voucher will be available again." Leading Lin Yuru to the window, Lin Bingyun looked at Zhou in the pavilion far below and continued, "Go and have a good talk with him. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would cut off ties with you just because you can't give him what he promised. Just pay back what you think you owe him slowly." Before Lin Bingyun finished speaking, she suddenly saw a woman in white with a stunning face sitting next to Zhou in the pavilion. "That dress is Kunyuga. Kunyu Pavilion? Didn't they say they would send someone in the afternoon? Why are they here in the morning?" Immediately, the words surprise inspection popped up in Lin Bingyun's mind. Lin Bingyun, who was about to issue an order quickly, saw the 2 people below and seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. There was a sudden click in Lin Bingyun's brain, etc. Everything that has happened recently seems to have an invisible connection. Lin Bingyun narrowed her eyes and began to piece together the fragments of memory in her mind. Class competition, human hero appears, unlock G for difficulty, Kunyu Pavilion, is coming to Luqing, free gift of rare gene fragments, no return, corruption of the Lin family, Kunyu Pavilion, envoy and Zhou. For a moment, fragmented clues were connected in Lin Bingyun's mind, depicting a plot that even Lin Bingyun herself could hardly believe. If this clue is correct. In Lin Bingyun's pupils, there shone a light called wisdom. "Yuru, you don't have to return the gene fragments. Chapter 36. You don't really want to cut in on my team, do you?" Hearing that her elder sister Lin Bingyun suddenly changed her words, Lin Yuru immediately raised her head and looked at her elder sister with misty eyes. Her big eyes flickered and shone brightly. "Sister, is there any solution?" Lin Bingyun took a deep breath and suppressed all the distracting thoughts in her mind. She felt that the possibility that her brain had just deduced gradually became clear. Yes, but the success rate of retaining the gene fragments and obtaining the population voucher is only 60%. Lin Bingyun stared into Lin Yuru's eyes and said, "Now, forget about our conversation just now. Just pretend that you have never seen me. Go in as usual and tell her that you want to give the population voucher to Zhou, and also tell her about the cloud therapy insect mother, gene fragments." Hearing the idea of her elder sister Lin Bingyun, Lin Yuru was stunned. "Eldest sister, this. In this way, won't it be just as you calculated? that the things will be divided by daddy to the third brother. A rare smile appeared on Lin Bingyun's cold face. If Lin Yuan really took your gene fragment, then the success rate will be 70%. Looking at the smile on Lin Bingyun's face, Lin Yiru couldn't help but be stunned. It has been many years since I last saw my elder sister smile. Lin Bingyun lowered her head, looked into Lin Yiru's eyes, and said, "Are you willing to believe my sister?" After saying this, Lin Bingyun saw that Lin Yiru seemed to be a little unresponsive, so she immediately said, "Don't worry, if your population coupon is given to Lin Yuan by your father, I will give you my population coupon this year, and you will be guaranteed not to lose out." After hearing Lin Bingyun's words, Lin Yiru realized that she was in a daze, so she quickly explained, "No, you don't need to give me population coupons. I trust my sister." Both of them had warm smiles on their faces, and immediately, the relationship between the sisters deepened a lot. After a while, Lin Yiru adjusted her state completely, took a deep breath, stood in front of the office door, and said to Lin Bingyun, "Sister, I'm going in. Go ahead." Bang, bang, bang. After Lin Yiru knocked on the door and came in, Lin Bingyun came to the window again and looked at the two people who seemed to have a good relationship under the pavilion. I hope I'm right. 10 minutes ago. Outside the forest building, inside the pavilion. After Zhou Zhuo watched Lin Yiru enter the Lin building, he sat down quietly in the pavilion. Although he was in the pavilion, Zhou Zhuo's mind was on the 6 lively, humus-hunting insects and the space equipment. Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that I would get 3 Zerglings the first time I came to the Lin mansion, which doubled the number of my troops. This is also considered as getting 50 star or directly, which is not a small amount. In the dungeon, the resources needed to produce followers are only the star-shattering ores and dilution gas in the dungeon. But when it comes to reality and the various realms, the resources needed to generate followers become more expensive star ore and high-energy gas. The 3 Zerglings that Zhou Zhuo directly subdued also gave him 50 star mines in disguise. I came out of the novice copy with only 20 star ores on me. The sudden surge in value really made me feel the benefits of the Lin Mansion's rules. With a slight smile, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but look at the guard in the distance who was staring at him, thinking to himself, "It would be great if someone else came to cause trouble. Then I could get the army for free." After shifting his gaze again, Zhou Zhuo began to lean against the pillar of the pavilion, enjoying the warm breeze of early autumn. But at this moment, a flash of white entered Zhou Zhuo's sight. Zhou Zhuo was startled when he saw the familiar white clothes. This is the clothing of Kunyu Pavilion. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Zhuo raised his head and looked at the face of the man in white shirt. Stunning beauty. She is like a fairy descending from the sky, truly the most stunning beauty on earth. The man in white shirt stood in front of Zhou Zhuo, and Zhou Zhuo's eyes lit up. She stood in front of Zhou Zhuo, and Zhou Zhuo suddenly felt that even the air around him smelled much better. This familiar incense smell. Suddenly, Zhou Zhuo understood who the eldest sister of the Lin family and the distinguished guest mentioned by his squad leader were. Kunyu Pavilion, the current pavilion master, the granddaughter of the god of killing by Qiming, by Mingyu. He's also one of the protagonists of Night on the Blue Clouds, Daydreams on Zhozhuabang. How could a distinguished guest have such an identity? I'm afraid even the Lin family themselves don't know how noble the person sent by Kunyu Pavilion is. Bai Mingyu felt Zhou Zhuo's gaze, turned around and returned Zhou Zhuo's gaze, nodding slightly to indicate that she had greeted him. In front of Bai Mingyu, a woman in a professional OL skirt who was leading her was slightly startled when she saw Zhou Zhuo. Why is there a stranger here? But then, the businesswear lady still felt that business was more important. She wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand and quickly said to Bai Mingyu, "Emissary Baiyu, please come this way. City Guard Lin has been handling official business in the Lin Tower since early in the morning. I didn't expect you to come this morning." The woman in business attire could never have imagined that Kunyu Pavilion originally said that they would send someone in the afternoon. But the White Jade envoy said, a day's plan begins in the morning, and actually came in the morning. There was also a surprise inspection, which left her with no chance to report the situation to the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Although the woman in business attire wanted to delay time, Envoy Baiyu insisted on coming directly to Linlu, which left her no time to send a message to the lady next door. All the envoys from the Kunyu Pavilion were given the honorific title of Jade Envoy. Bai Mingyu, known as the Jade Envoy, nodded and prepared to continue walking towards Linlu. "Have you been marinated in the incense?" But the words that suddenly came out of the mouth of this strange man made the two of them freeze in place. Immediately, the professional-dressed woman leading the way was so frightened that she quickly spoke. Envoy, don't be angry. Please move to Linlu. I will deal with this outsider." Afterwards, the woman in professional attire quickly stretched out her hand to greet the guards and Linlu in the distance. The guard in the distance also looked delighted, knowing that the time to perform a meritorious service had come, and hurriedly ran over here with his jumping insects. No need. But at this time, Bai Mingyu raised her hand to stop the woman and the guard in the distance. When the guard saw the distinguished guest raise his hand, they all stood back dejectedly. He's just a senior high school student. There's no need to make such a big fuss. As soon as Bai Mingyu opened her mouth, the woman immediately felt what it meant to listen to heavenly music and have ears temporarily cleared. As soon as she spoke, no one around her spoke anymore, as if her words would disrupt everyone's response to her celestial voice. But there was one person who spoke at such an inopportune moment. If you want to go into the Lin building to discuss business, you may need to queue up first. They should still be processing my business inside. The business-dressed woman, who was originally feeling a little angry, suddenly became alert after hearing what the strange man said and said, "It's okay, Bai Yushi, your business is more important, and this gentleman's business can be postponed." After hearing what the woman in business suit said, Bai Mingyu and Zhou turned around at the same time and looked at her deeply. Zhou crossed his arms, looked up at her, and smiled slightly. "As long as I offend an outsider like me, I can make Bai Yu feel psychologically burdened and stop him from entering Linlu. That's great." Bai Mingyu was naturally not stupid. He stared at the woman in business attire and said, "Don't try to be clever with me. You're just trying to buy time." After hearing what the two said, the woman in business attire felt her heart skip a beat and immediately felt that it was all over. Not only was the time not delayed, but even my own thoughts were completely seen through. However, just as Bai Mingyu was about to continue walking towards Linlu, the strange man's voice suddenly came out again. "Bai Yu Envoy, you don't really want to cut in on my team, do you?" Chapter 37 Infected Neural Interference. After hearing Zhou's words, not only the woman in business attire was stunned, but even Bai Mingyu was stunned where she stood. What does this mean? Didn't you just expose the other side's plan? Isn't this meant to pave the way for myself, allowing myself to enter Linlu for investigation? How? Why did you suddenly say this again? This must be intentional. Where did this bad student come from? At this time, Zhou moved to the side, vacated the seat next to him, and said, "Envoy Bai Yu, some things are already facts when someone starts to cover them up. Don't worry." Hearing Zhou's words, the woman in business attire suddenly felt hot all over. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and she wanted to explain. But when she wanted to speak, she found out. After the other party says this, no matter what you say, it will become the so-called cover-up. So, the woman in the business suit simply kept silent, stood beside Bai Mingyu, biting her lower lip, not daring to speak. Zhou glanced at the woman in business attire, smiled slightly, and patted the place where he had just sat. "I've warmed you up. Sit down and wait." Hearing Zhou's words, Bai Mingyu frowned slightly, stared at Zhou and asked, "What's your name?" "Zhou, what about you?" After remembering Zhou's name, Bai Mingyu had no choice but to sit next to Zhou, waited quietly, and responded, "Bai Mingyu." Zhou nodded and praised, "You talk in your sleep during the day. What a good name." Hearing Zhou's words, even Bai Mingyu, who was a jade envoy with excellent qualities, couldn't help but look cold. Seeing Bai Mingyu's deflated expression, Zhou felt a strange sense of joy in his heart. I dare not say anything else, but Zhou still has a good grasp of Bai Mingyu's weaknesses. It feels good to make my wife feel bad. The feeling of being able to see my wife alive again is even better. With a slight smile, Zhou turned his head and looked at the woman in business attire standing there, shining like a light bulb, and waved his hand. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can go and report now." After hearing what Zhou said, the woman in business attire didn't even dare to move. This move really means reporting and covering up. "Who is this guy? Why don't you leave people a way out when you speak?" After hearing this, Bai Mingyu looked at Zhou beside her and secretly memorized the name Zhou in her heart. Bai Mingyu glanced at the school badge on Zhou's chest, and her eyes lit up, and she asked, "Are you from Luqing No. 2 Middle School?" Zhou nodded, reached out and took off the school badge on his chest, placed it in front of Bai Mingyu, and said, "That's right. I wonder why Envoy Bai Yu came to the Lin Mansion. Could it be for this Luqing 2nd Middle School?" Bai Mingyu kept silent, feeling that she couldn't continue talking. Zhou looked at Bai Mingyu, who was as pure as a piece of white paper in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. After pinning the school badge on his chest again, Zhou said, "It seems that I guessed right. Bai Yushi, you are not here to find me." Seeing Bai Mingyu keeping silent, the woman in business attire had the idea of trying to please Bai Yushi. She immediately decided on her side and said, "You are wearing this school uniform. You are just a classmate of the 3rd young master and the 4th young lady. The Kunyu Pavilion is a gathering place for the human elite. Why would the White Jade Envoy come to find you?" But at this time, Bai Mingyu said leisurely, "Yes, maybe I am here to find you." Hearing Bai Mingyu's words, The woman in business attire suddenly felt like something was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't speak smoothly. Ow, how could this happen? You must have something important to do in Lucheng, right? Bai Mingyu looked up at the woman in business suit and said calmly, I came to Lucheng just to find someone. Looking for someone? Then it doesn't have to be him. Ignoring the woman in business suit, Bai Mingyu asked Zhou Zhou directly, what map is your novice dungeon on? Yunlan Insect Valley. When did it come out? After the 9th wave of insects. After hearing Zhou Zhou's answer, the business-dressed woman laughed out loud. Bai Yusher, did you hear that? He couldn't even survive the 12 waves of insects in the novice dungeon. How could he be the person you're looking for? But at this moment, the woman in professional attire saw the white jade envoy turning his head and staring at her. Suddenly, the woman in business attire was shocked, her face full of disbelief and astonishment. It's hard. Could it be that? Bai Mingyu stood up from the stone bench outside the pavilion, came to the side of the woman in business attire, and spoke softly. Sorry, I'm going to let you get some sleep first. It won't hurt much. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground behind Bai Mingyu. A tentacle as thick as a baby's arm pierced through the air and pierced the back of the woman's neck, which was covered by her long hair. Puff! The tentacle, which was as thick as a baby's arm, only pricked the woman in the uniform once, leaving a tiny red, as big as a pinhole, and then it quickly retracted and drilled back into the ground. The ground also returned to its original state in an instant, as if this scene had never happened. As soon as the woman in business attire saw the spinal thorn, she felt a slight pain in the back of her neck, followed by a strong feeling of dizziness, causing her to lose consciousness instantly and collapse into Bai Mingyu's arms. At this time, Bai Mingyu waved to the guard in the distance, and the guard also ran over happily. She is too tired from work. Help her down to rest. Yes, Master Yusher. The whole process went smoothly. It was obvious that this Bai Mingyu, who was only in her early 20s, was not using this unique trick for the first time. Of course, this completely incomprehensible method, in Zhou Zhou's eyes, is as simple and thorough as observing the lines on the palm of your hand. Because the Zerg eggs awakened by Bai Mingyu are infected of the very rare Warlock class sequence. The infected unit has no combat capabilities, but has a variety of special skills and a huge skill library for the infected to evolve and learn. The skill that made the business-dressed lady sleep just now was the skill that Bai Mingyu locked in to learn after she let the infected evolve into the infected brainworm. Neural interference. The special skill, neural interference, will consume a huge amount of mana of the infected to cause direct damage to the target's brain. It sounds like a very evil skill. However, Bai Mingyu uses this skill only to detect lies and erase other people's memories. Zhou Zhou remembers it clearly. In the previous life, Bai Mingyu was a girl without any fighting ability, but she still went to the front line with him. All friendly forces that are defeated, dying, and in great pain will be taken over by Bai Mingyu, who will use neural interference and neural hallucinations to eliminate their painful memories, create a beautiful illusion for them, and then pass away peacefully. This gentle girl remained so gentle until her death. Looking at Bai Mingyu in front of him, whose back was exactly the same as in his memory, Zhou Zhou still had the smile on his face, but his eyes couldn't help but become a little misty. Fortunately, I was reborn, and these future tragedies will never happen again. After the guards took the uniformed woman away from the pavilion, Bai Mingyu turned around and stared at Zhou Zhou, who had already wiped away his tears. I really didn't expect that the hero of the human race is actually you. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly, turning a blind eye to this common scene in his previous life, and said calmly, Thank you for the compliment. I just did what I should do as a human. Bai Mingyu sat back next to Zhou Zhou and whispered, You seem to know a lot of things. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, I know more, things that cannot be said openly. Just like that, the two of them started chatting freely, knowing each other well. Until the eldest sister of the Lin family, Lin Bingyun, walked out of the Lin building with the somewhat aggrieved Lin Yuru. Chapter 38, We might have a feast today. Looking at Lin Yuru, who was walking out of the Lin building in the distance, Zhou Zhou also said to Bai Mingyu, It seems that my work has been completed. You can go in and find Lin Qingshou. Bai Mingyu smiled and responded, My work was already done when I confirmed your identity. However, judging from what you just said to the person from the Lin family who led me to the place, you seem to want me to investigate this Lin family. Zhou Zhou stood up from the podium, spread his hands and smiled. I didn't say that, but if you think so, I can't help it. In the previous life, at the New Year's Eve of 2121, Lucheng was chosen by all realms and thrown into the Star Sea battlefield. In the Star Sea battlefield, Tasks of fixed difficulty will be assigned according to the level of the city. Lu Cheng was clearly only assigned a simple task of holding on for a month. But Lu Cheng still failed in its defense, causing millions of people to be displaced and directly teleported outside the main city of the Earth, where they were hunted down by countless strange beasts. In the end, there were less than 100,000 people left alive in Lu Cheng. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the Lin family, the guardian of Lu Cheng. What Zhou wanted was to nip this evil in the bud before tragedy happened. It's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. No, in Zhou's opinion, he is not a rancher who owns a sheepfold, but just one of the millions of sheep. Every sheep is an indispensable compatriot. But this does not apply to some sheep who deliberately destroy the sheepfold and let the hungry wolves in. That kind of sheep can only be regarded as a sheep trader. If the Lin family really has a sheep trader who harms the human race, it would be a good opportunity to use the Kunyu Pavilion to clean them up. After suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Zhou looked at the squad leader Lin Yuru who had walked up to him. Zhou, I'm sorry, I couldn't get the population voucher. Lin Yuru could hold back her tears, but when she came to Zhou and admitted her mistake, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Not only did I not get the population voucher, but even the genetic medicine you gave me was taken away by third brother. I can't pay you back. I'm sorry. While crying, Lin Yuru felt very ashamed. She buried her head in her elder sister's family emblem and burst into tears. Seeing Lin Yuru like this, Zhou felt very calm. Considering the Lin family's extra-legal belief of favoring sons over daughters, Zhou had always believed that it was impossible to borrow population coupons. Zhou also reached out his hand, patted Lin Yuru on the back, and said, "It's okay. The gene potion was originally redundant for me, so I gave it to you. As for the population vouchers you said you would give me, for me, it's just a somewhat want, not a must-have, so there's no need to be so sad." However, Zhou looked at Lin Bingyun, who still had a cold expression but was hugging Lin Yuru tenderly, and sighed. You sisters have a really good relationship. As the elder sister, you still protect your younger sister so much. When Lin Bingyun heard Zhou suddenly say this, her body trembled for no reason. What's the meaning? My selfishness won't be discovered, right? Zhou just looked at Lin Bingyun deeply, and then said, Since I didn't get the things, I'd better leave. The Lin family should be even less welcome to me now. Hearing Zhou's words, Bai Mengyu smiled slightly. It was obvious that he wanted people to keep him. Lin Bingyun naturally understood what he said, and quickly said, Mr. Zhou, no matter what, I will definitely compensate you for the genetic medicine you lost. Please stay, I will treat you to lunch, and discuss it. Emissary Bai Yu, I'm very sorry. Today's incident happened suddenly. After I settle my sister and Mr. Zhou, I will take you to Linlu immediately. Bai Mengyu listened to Lin Bingyun's words. It didn't seem like she was trying to delay time. It was clear that she wanted to open the door of the Lin family for herself. Doesn't this mean that the internal competition in the Lin family has become very serious? Then, Bai Mengyu followed suit and said, I came here for urgent matters and cannot afford to waste time. Now that Mr. Zhou's business has been completed, it's my turn to go in. After saying this, Bai Mengyu turned her head to look at Zhou beside her and invited. Why don't you come with me? Zhou smiled slightly and looked at Lin Bingyun. Then, please lead the way, big sister. After hearing what Bai Mengyu and Zhou said, the first thing Lin Bingyun felt was not that her plan was successful, but all his plans were seen through by the two people in front of him. However, these two people seemed to have the same idea, so they were not prepared to expose themselves. Could it be that the Lin family can still be saved? After pulling Lin Yuru out of her family emblem, Lin Bingyun smoothed Lin Yuru's hair and said to her softly, Yuru, you go back first. I will take these two distinguished guests to find my father. At this point, Lin Bingyun smiled with a rare smile and continued, Remember to change into clean clothes. We may have a banquet today. After saying that, Lin Bingyun came to Zhou and Bai Mengyu and made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Afterwards, the three of them walked directly into the Lin building. Under the suppression of Lin Bingyun's identity, the group of guards did not dare to stop Zhou at all. After the three of them walked into Linlu, they said nothing. But the silence between them proved that the three of them had their own ideas, and they all understood each other tacitly. Soon, Lin Bingyun brought Zhou and Bai Mengyu to the door of Lin Qingshuo's office. At this moment, excited laughter continued to be heard from inside the office door. Even though they were separated by the door, Zhou and the other two could still hear it. Oh my god, this is a green excellent grade gene fragment. I have the chance to see a gene fragment potion of this quality in my lifetime. Dad, You've touched enough. How about letting me touch you too? Don't worry, this thing is definitely yours. You can't run away. But how did Ru get so lucky to get a gene fragment of this quality? Oh, Xiao Yuan. Do you know the Zhou that Ru mentioned just now? I don't know him. Her F class is full of losers. The guy named Zhou doesn't sound like a big shot. There's no one named Zhou in the 5 major families in Luqing. That's right. My baby son is a genius who got a 10-star rating. Oh, and how much did Class F get? What about you, Ru? I forgot to ask her how much she got. Why? Why do you care about that? Listening to the ecstasy inside the door gradually turning into calmness, Bai Mengyu and Zhou also felt that they had listened to enough of the show. After they smiled at each other, they looked at Lin Bingyun. Lin Bingyun also smiled slightly, reached out, and pushed open the door, and walked in with the two of them. Chapter 39. I am the useless deputy monitor. Who is it? How rude. You come in without knocking. Lin Yuan had just stood up from the sofa, and before he could yell twice more, he suddenly saw the 2 people in white clothes behind his eldest sister Lin Bingyun. There was a person wearing a white school uniform. He was from the same school as me. He looked very familiar, so I didn't need to take him seriously. The other person was wearing a white, tight-fitting dress without any decoration, but Lin Yuan had seen this dress before. Kunyu Pavilion. Immediately, Lin Yuan felt as if his throat was strangled, and he swallowed back the words he had just said. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of Kunyu Pavilion? Aren't you afraid of being investigated for your family background? But this jade envoy of the Kunyu Pavilion is so beautiful. Lin Yuan, who was frightened just now, couldn't take his eyes away for a while after seeing Bai Mengyu's face. What's wrong, Xiao Yuan? Who's here? Lin Xingxiu, who had taken off his glasses and was still carefully observing the genetic medicine in his hand, asked when he heard his beloved son's voice suddenly stop. After Lin Bingyun walked into the office, she made way for the person behind her. Lin Xingxiu, who was sitting in the main seat, only saw a white mass in front of him and had no idea who it was. But when he slowly put on his glasses and saw the white shirt on by Mengyu, he stood up with a swoosh. Masters from Kunyu Pavilion. Oh my god. Bai Yu envoy. It's you? Why are you here? Lin Xingxiu stood up from his seat in fear, not even bothering to put the gene medicine into his space device. He hurriedly walked out from behind the table, rubbing his hands like a fly, and said in fear, "Why are you here in the morning? I don't have time to prepare properly. Didn't you say you would arrive in the afternoon?" After saying that, Lin Xingxiu shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Bingyun. "Look at you, kid. The white jade envoy from the Kunyu Pavilion came, but you didn't tell me in advance. I didn't even prepare anything." When he saw that it was Bai Mengyu, Lin Xingxiu was shocked. Lin Xingxiu knew Bai Mengyu from the Kunyu Pavilion very well. Bai Mengyu's followers can hypnotize others, making them tell the whole truth without leaking anything. The biggest memorial to the human race against corruption. With Bai Mengyu's arrival, the Lin family's accounts for the past 20 years will probably have to be carefully checked. Thinking of this, Lin Xingxiu felt a chill on his back and cold sweat ran down his face. Zhou was standing aside. Seeing Lin Xingxiu's expression, he smiled and thought to himself, "It seems that today's harvest will be quite a lot." Bai Mengyu stood there, naturally folded her arms, stared at Lin Xingxiu, and said, "Why should I inform you in advance of the inspection of Kunyu Pavilion?" Lin Xingxiu immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, "You are right. You are right in teaching me. I wonder what important matter Envoy Bai Yu has for visiting the Lin mansion today. My Lin family will definitely help you with all we have." Bai Mengyu also stood still and spoke directly. "Everyone, please leave." As Bai Mengyu said this, Lin Bingyun nodded first, then left the office without looking back. After seeing Lin Bingyun leave, Lin Xingxiu chuckled, then looked at Zhou who was motionless beside Bai Mengyu, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Who is this guy? Why doesn't he know how to get out? Could it be that he is not a stray person? Is he a reserve of the Kunyu Pavilion, or something like that? Although Lin Xingxiu had doubts in his heart, he did not say it out loud. But Lin Yuan didn't notice what Bai Mengyu said. He was still staring at Bai Mengyu, muttering, "The fairy's voice is so beautiful." Hearing what Lin Yuan said, Bai Mengyu glanced at him, and Lin Yuan suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Holy shit, it feels like a heart attack. Lin Xingxiu, this is... Hearing Bai Mengyu's question, Lin Xingxiu quickly put on a smile, came to Lin Yuan's side, patted him on the back, and said confidently, "This is my son Lin Yuan. He is young and talented, an outstanding young man of my Lin family. He is a senior in high school this year, 2 years younger than you." After all, some information about the personnel of Kunyu Pavilion can be made public, and their ages can naturally be seen. After being slapped twice by his own father, Lin Yuan finally reacted. He quickly stood up, straightened his collar, and said, "Hello, fairy. Your last name is Bai, right? My name is Lin Yuan. Please give me your guidance." But Bai Mingyu did not take Lin Yuan seriously and said to Lin Qingshou, "Then let him out." Lin Yuan was stunned and was a little unresponsive. Lin Qingshou's smile froze on his face, and a bad thought arose in his mind. He comes with bad intentions. "Xiao Yuan, please go out first." Lin Yuan felt his father patting him on the back a few times. After he came to his senses, he was about to go out. But at this moment, he suddenly saw that the student from the same school as him was standing next to Bai Mingyu. Looking up, Lin Yuan was stunned. How? Why is it the guy from Class F? How dare he get so close to his goddess? "What are you doing here, you loser? Do you know where this place is?" After saying this, Lin Yuan simply took action and wanted to drag Zhou Zhou out with him. But before Lin Yuan raised his hand, and it fell on Zhou Zhou, it was caught by Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou held Lin Yuan's wrist firmly in his hand, looked down at Lin Yuan, and said with a smile, "You still want to fight in front of the Jade Envoy?" When Lin Qingshou saw that Bai Mingyu was unmoved, he immediately understood that the young man opposite him was definitely not an outsider. Immediately, Lin Qingshou was quick to stop Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Stop it. Get out now." Lin Yuan's wrist was grabbed by Zhou Zhou. He turned around and saw Bai Mingyu and Zhou Zhou were very close. Even Bai Mingyu didn't care about Zhou Zhou's actions at all. What does this mean? I was cheated on. Lin Yuan immediately started to feel competitive. "Dad, why can he stay here? Why can't I stay here? I'm not better than him." Bang! In an instant, a loud slap came from Lin Yuan's face. Zhou Zhou also let go of his hand in time, allowing Lin Yuan to fall to the ground perfectly. After Lin Qingshou slapped Lin Yuan on the ground, he roared, "Do you know where this place is? Do you know who the White Jade Envoy is? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Kunyu Pavilion? Someone, take him out." After listening to Lin Qingshou's roar, Zhou Zhou sighed helplessly, feeling it was a pity. If Lin Qingshou couldn't do this and let Lin Yuan jump again, he would do it himself. What a pity. After hearing what Lin Qingshou said, Lin Bingyun, who was outside the door, also walked in, summoned the deformation, carried Lin Yuan on her shoulders, and transported him to an unknown place. After controlling the aberration, to send Lin Yuan away, Lin Bingyun obediently reached out and closed the office door again. After Lin Bingyun closed the door, Lin Qingshou quickly clasped his fists towards Bai Mingyu and apologized. "I am truly sorry, Envoy Bai Yu. I failed to discipline my son properly. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Bai Mingyu turned around, stared at Lin Qingshou who was bending over, and said, "It's not me you need to apologize to." Turning to look at Zhou Zhou, Bai Mingyu continued, "Fortunately, the hero was not hurt. If it was really your son who caused the hero to be hurt, then whether or not to forgive you would be a matter for the entire human race." Hero. Hearing Bai Mingyu's words, Lin Qingshou turned his head stiffly and looked at Zhou Zhou behind Bai Mingyu. How could she be called a hero by the people of Kunyu Pavilion? And she was Pavilion Master Bai's granddaughter. Who is this guy? How much has he accomplished? Suddenly, Lin Qingshou thought of his son's rude remarks to the hero just now. Immediately, Lin Qingshou panicked and quickly moved his body to the front of Zhou Zhou and asked, "May I ask, what is the name of this hero?" Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and said, "Me? My last name is Zhou and my first name is Zhou. I am not worth mentioning." When Lin Qingshou heard Zhou Zhou introduce himself, he was a little stunned. "Zhou Zhou? Why does it sound so familiar? I have definitely never heard of the surname Zhou before, but why does the name Zhou Zhou sound so familiar?" Suddenly, Lin Qingshou was stunned and carefully identified the school uniform Zhou Zhou was wearing. Luqing No. 2 Middle School. Lin Qingshou is not stupid since he can sit in this position. After seeing Zhou Zhou's school uniform, he instantly connected the fragments of memory in his head. Are you my daughter, you Ru's classmate?" Zhou Zhou smiled slightly and said modestly, "Yes, I am the vice monitor of the useless F class your son mentioned, Zhou Zhou." Chapter 40, Lin Family, Ice, Snow, and Rain. Hearing Zhou Zhou's affirmation, Lin Qingshou's fist trembled, and he thought to himself, "Oh no." He quickly bent his waist even lower. "My son is still a child. He is ignorant. It's my fault for not teaching him well. I hope you will forgive me, hero. I will definitely keep a closer eye on my son in the future." Now, there is only one word in Lin Qingshou's mind. Regret. All in all, I regret it very much. If I had disciplined my son a little more, he wouldn't have dared to say such arrogant words just now. Now, every word Zhou Zhou says may become a bargaining chip to increase the punishment of his Lin family. When Bai Mingyu saw Lin Qingshou's expression, she stopped talking, crossed her arms, turned her gaze to Zhou Zhou, and looked as if she was ready to let Zhou Zhou do whatever he wanted. Zhou Zhuo raised his eyebrows. He originally just wanted to watch the fun, but Bai Mingyu actually put this stall in front of him. There was no other way, so Zhou Zhuo simply said, "City Guard Lin, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here to get something back." After saying this, Zhou Zhuo continued with a hint of meaning. "I gave you a prop. Although it is not worth much, it is not a valuable item, but I heard that it seemed to have been confiscated by you." After hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, how could Lin Qingshou not know what Zhou Zhuo was talking about? No, I was just joking. I just haven't seen such a rare item before. That's why I borrowed it to take a closer look. I borrowed it. He bowed quickly, then Lin Qingshou ran back to his desk in a hurry, grabbed the tube of genetic medicine on the desk, held it in front of Zhou Zhuo with both hands, and said, "Hero, the genetic medicine is here. Look, it's well preserved." Zhou Zhuo did not take the gene medicine, but reminded, "This gene fragment is given to you by me. A smart person like Lin Qingshou should be able to understand what I mean, right?" Understood. Lin Qingshou nodded rapidly and responded quickly. After Lin Qingshou heard that this prop was obtained by Zhou Zhuo in front of him and given to his fourth daughter Lin Yuru for free, all this information hidden in his mind was presented to Lin Qingshou like a clear card. Lin Qingshou was also well aware of Zhou Zhuo's title of hero. But Lin Qingshou could never have imagined that the hero who opened up new map difficulties for all mankind and expanded the range of maps that the entire human race could choose from was actually in his own small Lucheng. My main reason for coming to Lucheng is to find Zhou Zhuo, but since I'm already here, I'll just do a simple check. Seeing how scared Lin Qingshou was, Bai Mingyu naturally understood that there was indeed something wrong with the Lin family, and continued, "Lin Qingshou, you should cooperate, right?" Hearing Bai Mingyu's words that sounded like a judgment, Lin Qingshou's face turned grim, but he didn't dare to say no. "Subordinates, I will definitely cooperate." Lin Qingshou knew very well that if his affairs were exposed, he would be demoted at best and dismissed at worst. Now, it would be better to confess and reduce some of your own sins. For the human race, Kunyu Pavilion is like a warm and bright lamp, giving light to the darkness and protection to the weak. But for the parasites on the human race, Kunyu Pavilion is like thunder from the sky, destroying all these cancers hidden in the darkness. Please bring out the account. I will check it shortly. The verification was about to begin, and Lin Qingshou originally wanted to call his beloved son in to help with the verification work. However, this would be tantamount to letting his son walk into a trap again. At the moment, Lin Qingshou had no one else available, so he simply called Lin Bingyun, who was outside the door, in. "Bingyun, most of the Lin family's accounts have passed through your hands. Please take them out." After hearing Lin Qingshou's voice, Lin Bingyun walked into the office and displayed all the accounts according to Bai Mingyu's request. As Lin Qingshou sat down on the chair as if giving up, Bai Mingyu also summoned his own followers. Infected. After the infected person left the underground, his entire body appeared in front of Zhou Zhuo. The infected person is like a large mouse, with a small head and a big butt. The hind half is like a warehouse, a high-raised sack. The liquid in it contains a variety of energies and is also the main source of magic value storage for the infected person. The infected have countless short limbs under their bodies, which make it easy for them to wriggle and dive underground. There is a tentacle spine on their backs that can extend to tens of meters long. I'm going to let you sleep for a while. It won't hurt much. When the infected person stabbed Lin Qingshou with the tentacle spines, Bai Mingyu began to unfold the accounts and match them one by one. Seeing that Bai Mingyu was about to start checking the accounts, Zhou Zhuo quietly left the office. When Bai Mingyu began to check the Lin family's accounts, Zhou Zhuo became a strange person of Kunyu Pavilion and Lin family. Zhou Zhuo has a very clear idea of his own positioning. There are some things that you don't need to intervene in, and there is no need to intervene. After a long time, it was almost noon. Bai Mingyu walked out of the office with a somewhat unfriendly look on her face. Behind her, Lin Bingyun also summoned the deformed form and carried her sleeping father on her shoulders. Looking at Bai Mingyu's unsatisfactory expression, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that city guard Lin has been quite greedy." After Bai Mingyu walked out of the office, she took a breath of fresh air before suppressing her emotions. Turning around, Bai Mingyu brought up a complex virtual panel and said to Lin Bingyun, "The Luqing Lin family embezzled a huge amount of money and abused their power. They failed the audit and will be punished. Starting today, the Lin family, the city guardian of Luqing, will abolish the family head system and adopt a parliamentary system. The successor, Lin Bingyun, will select an odd number of elders from the Lin family to make decisions on all matters of the Lin family. Lin Bingyun will summarize and report to the Kunyu Pavilion for a 3-year observation." After the inspection, we will delegate power based on the Lin family's performance. After drafting dozens of treaties of varying sizes, Bai Mengyu directly transmitted them to Lin Bingyun. You are the Lin family's last chance. If you continue to be corrupt and abuse the law like your father, the family guarding Luqing can be replaced. If you perform well and can restore order, I can nominate you for the Kunyu Pavilion. If you agree, sign your realm's ID on the treaty. After listening to Bai Mengyu's agreement and reminders, Lin Bingyun showed a satisfied smile on her face. I agree. After saying that, Lin Bingyun signed the contract with the same ID. Lin family ice, snow, and rain. After the contract was completed, Lin Bingyun bowed and said goodbye, then controlled the deformed form and carried Lin Qingshuo away. Bai Mengyu also turned around at this time, looked at Zhou Zhua, and said directly, now that the Lin family is in trouble, Zhou Zhua, I sincerely invite you to join the Kunyu Pavilion. Are you willing to fight with me for a better tomorrow for the human race? After saying that, Bai Mengyu took out a card with purple fluorescence and a virtual electronic card from her space device and handed them to Zhou Zhua. After Zhou Zhua took the two things, he also observed the objects in his hands. Chapter 41, Joining the Jade Pavilion. The purple card is a star card, just like the bank card from 100 years ago. But the currency stored here is not the alliance currency commonly used on Earth. It is the advanced currency that can only be used in Reals, Star Mine. By contacting the main brain, Zhou Zhua summoned the query interface and scanned the purple star card. After scanning, a number popped up. 500. Bai Mengyu was a little stunned as she looked at Zhou Zhua's familiar movements. Do today's high school students know how to use the main brain to scan star cards? Then, Bai Mengyu began to explain. This star card contains 500 star minerals, which is enough to buy the dependent insect eggs for your current population limit of 10. Of course, it is limited to basic units. If you want to buy more advanced dependent insect eggs, you need to unlock the gene sequence yourself. Zhou Zhua nodded, then looked at the other thing in his hand, a virtual electronic card with a faint red light. This electronic card is like a prop that does not exist in reality. It looks like a card made of transparent resin, with a faint dim red light, and it feels like plastic when you pinch it. But Zhou Zhua was very familiar with this kind of virtual electronic card, and he immediately said the name of this card. Population Voucher, Red Tin Level. Bai Mengyu nodded and agreed. You are able to understand population coupons, which shows your extraordinary vision. After praising him, Bai Mengyu continued to say to Zhou Zhua, this star card and the Red Tin Level population voucher are what Kunyu Pavilion sent me to give to you. Whether you join Kunyu Pavilion or not, Kunyu Pavilion will not take these things back. Kunyu Pavilion can also provide these two items in unlimited quantities. You can come to Kunyu Pavilion to receive one every quarter. This is the reward for your contribution to the human race. Of course, this reward is not even 1/10,000th of your contribution to the human race. Please accept my greeting. After saying these words, Bai Mengyu took a step back and bowed deeply to Zhou Zhua. Looking at Bai Mengyu's actions, Zhou Zhua rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The last time I saw Bai Mengyu, she was standing in front of me and bowing to me. Or when they were getting married. If you choose to join the Kunyu Pavilion after graduating from high school, the Kunyu Pavilion will also make a guarantee to allow you to conceal some of your personal information and not report it, and promise to give you a complete Zerg gene sequence with a corresponding green excellent gray gene fragment. Hearing Bai Mengyu's description, even Zhou Zhua couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Kunyu Pavilion, what a grand project. In his previous life, Zhou Zhua did know that the Kunyu Pavilion was rich. After all, it was the top organization of the entire human race. These rewards were naturally not worth mentioning to Zhou Zhua at that time. But for me who is still in the initial stage, each of these rewards is extremely tempting. 500 star ores. Enough for Zhou Zhua to directly hatch 8 groups of humus hunters. In this way, Zhou Zhua's troops can be directly expanded to 30 humus hunting insects. Every time you enter the dungeon in the future, start with 30 humus hunting insects and start killing them directly. Don't be too efficient. A Red Tin Level population voucher worth 500,000 points. This is the item that Zhou Zhua wanted to get when he came to the Lin family this time. Although he did not get the Lin family's population coupon, Kunyu Pavilion gave him one. With this Red Tin Level population voucher, Zhou Zhua can enter the infinite battlefield and kill the monsters therein to increase his supply limit in reality. Zhou Zhua can get one of these 2 props every quarter. In other words, even if Zhou Zhui does nothing from now on, his annual salary will have reached 2,000 star mines, plus 2 million points. What a luxurious number. Not to mention entering the stage of moderate prosperity. It can even directly drive the subsequent prosperity. In addition, if Zhou chooses to join Kunyu Pavilion, he can directly obtain a complete gene sequence for free. In other words, as long as Zhou joins the Kunyu Pavilion, he will not have to enter the gene sequence copy to kill specific hostile alien insects in exchange for the gene sequence. Get the complete gene sequence directly and hatch new Zerg followers. And with the matching green, excellent gene fragments. What other options are there? Looking at Bai Mingyu's slightly expectant eyes, Zhou responded. I'm in. Zhou originally wanted to join the Kunyu Pavilion to get a higher level of challenge. Plus now this reward is almost in front of him. Kunyu Pavilion gave so much. Kunyu Pavilion welcomes you to join. After hearing Zhou's answer, Bai Mengyu smiled and asked Zhou, then, what kind of Zerg gene sequence do you want? Tell me now so that I can apply for the gene sequence and gene fragments for you in advance. As he spoke, Bai Mengyu also opened a virtual panel, apparently preparing to record Zhou's request on the panel. When Zhou heard that the goods needed to be transferred, he expressed his understanding. After all, each of these complete gene sequences is a treasure of the human race. It can save a player a lot of time in brushing gene sequence. Adding the included gene fragments, the value is definitely over 500,000 points. How many years of dungeon crawling would it take for a person to find a gene fragment? Therefore, the rarer the gene sequence and gene fragment, even if they are in the inventory of Kunyu Pavilion, the quantity will be very small. But Zhou was not interested in this. I choose the genetic sequence of worker bees. After hearing Zhou's answer, Bai Mengyu was stunned for a moment and was a little unresponsive. Worker bees? Aren't they in the copy of gene sequence? He quickly spoke up to remind her. This is a chance for you to get gene sequences and gene fragments for free. Are you sure you want to exchange them for worker bees? Zhou nodded and said affirmatively. Yes, I choose worker bee. With a slight smile, Zhou said, what I did is not worth mentioning. I can help the human race and benefit myself. The rewards given to me by Kunyu Pavilion are already quite a lot. If I am asked to choose rare gene sequences, it will undoubtedly increase the burden on Kunyu Pavilion. So let's forget it. Regular worker bees, that's fine. Hearing Zhou's words, Bai Mengyu's heart trembled. How could there be such a good person? Suddenly, Bai Mengyu's favorability towards Zhou increased rapidly. Of course, there is still a long way to go before hearts appear in your eyes. As for what Zhou was thinking, Zhou just felt that there were green, excellent level gene fragments in his backpack. Wouldn't it be a pity if we didn't use it? Because of the small number of troops, I have already sent out 2 tubes of gene fragments. Zhou doesn't want to give away the gene fragments that his brother gave him. Since you can get the gene sequence for free, just use it directly. When flowers are ready to be picked, pick them now. Don't wait until there are no flowers left and you are left with empty branches. Chapter 42 The East Wind is coming. Once again, I pay my highest respects to you, Zhou. Bai Mengyu bowed slightly to Zhou again, filled in the virtual panel in front of him, sent it back to the Kunyu Pavilion, and then continued. I have sent the information back to Kunyu Pavilion, and it is expected to be delivered to you this afternoon. Please check it carefully. After Bai Mengyu finished speaking, she and Zhou walked down the Lin building and out of the Lin mansion. Then I'll take my leave. As soon as she left Lin Lu, Bai Mengyu said goodbye to Zhou. Zhou also put his hands in his pockets and said goodbye to Bai Mengyu with a smile on his face. Goodbye. After I graduate, I will report to Kunyu Pavilion. Looking forward to your visit. After watching Bai Mengyu get on the special car of Kunyu Pavilion, Zhou was stretched and prepared to return to his home. After all, the Lin family is now in the process of transferring power and reorganizing internally, and Zhou doesn't want to stay any longer. But at this moment, a familiar cold voice came from behind, stopping Zhou from leaving. Mr. Zhou, please stay. Zhou turned around and saw a huge family emblem and immediately knew who it was. At this time, Lin Bingyun had changed into a proper lady's formal attire, no longer the maid outfit she wore before. She looked more energetic, and her clothes were full of enthusiasm. Zhou raised his eyebrows and greeted. Big sister, what's the matter? If you want to take me to a lunch banquet, forget it. With this sudden change of power, the Lin family should be in turmoil right now. Lin Bingyun bent down and bowed, the huge family emblem swaying slightly, expressing her apology. I'm very sorry. The Lin family's misfortune is much more serious than I imagined. I really can't host a good banquet for you today. Then, Lin Bingyun stood up, walked to Zhou, took out a virtual electronic card with a faint red light, and raised her hands in front of Zhou. This is the population voucher that my sister agreed upon with you. I brought it to you. Please accept it. Casting a gentle look at Zhou Zhua, Lin Bingyun invited. Mr. Zhou, if it weren't for you today, the Lin family wouldn't have been able to embrace reform so quickly. So, I sincerely invite you to become a guest of my Lin family. You don't have to perform your duties, but you can occupy the seat of the elders. Please witness the transformation of the Lin family. After hearing Lin Bingyun's invitation, Zhou Zhua shook his head, took the population voucher from her, and said, My mission is over. I have taken the population vouchers, so I don't need the elder seat anymore. After stuffing the population voucher into his space device, Zhou Zhua also walked towards the distance and said from a distance, I just like to muddy the waters. As for the hard work of fishing, I'll leave it to you. After saying this, Zhou Zhua walked farther and farther away until he disappeared at the end of the road. I hope that my small token of gratitude can help you. After Lin Bingyun could no longer see Zhou Zhua, she turned around and looked at the busy Lin mansion inside and outside, taking a deep breath. Now, my mission has just begun. It's still more comfortable at home. After Zhou Zhua returned to his 200 square meter, 2-story duplex villa, he stretched comfortably and lay down on the big bed with a radius of 3 meters. Bite. Before he had rested for long, a message reminder came from Zhou Zhua's main brain. Zhou Zhua called up the main brain and saw that it was a message from squad leader Lin Yuru. I just heard from my elder sister that the population voucher has been unsealed. I have already received it, but why did you go back? I haven't given you the population voucher yet. If you have something to do, I will find time to send it to you. Looking at the message sent by Lin Yuru, Zhou Zhua puzzledly took out the population voucher given to him by Lin Bingyun from the space device. Lin Yuru just got the population voucher? So what about this population voucher? Zhou Zhua thought of a possibility. The new generation of the Lin family can get a population voucher every year. This voucher is probably Lin Bingyun's own. Immediately, Zhou Zhua opened the main brain and sent a message to Lin Yuru. No, I'm not in a hurry. I'll give it to you when school starts. Who would complain about having too little of such a good thing as population coupons? If it was an item like gene fragments, which had restrictions on military types, it would be fine. Population coupons, this is hard currency. Everyone needs it. Besides, the Lin family is in chaos right now, and Zhou Zhua thinks it would be better for the squad leader to follow her elder sister and get familiar with the new Lin family. Okay, see you at the start of school. After receiving Lin Yuru's message, Zhou Zhua closed the message panel and looked at the population coupon in his hand. I remember that population coupon is a universal ticket. In addition to being able to enter the void supply category dungeon and increase the population limit by killing monsters, it can also fuse any attribute factor of the 7 stars. When killing monsters, equipment enhancement materials can also be dropped, and the final points reward will be more. Zhou Zhua narrowed his eyes and recalled. This kind of copy that gives monsters extra attribute factors was invented by me in my previous life. After all, it is indeed effective. I think it was called a mutation task by the younger generation. It is a normal difficulty copy with additional mutation factors, making the task copy more difficult to complete, more challenging, and with more rewards. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhua smiled slightly. After all, to actively add extra difficulty to oneself, one must be very confident in one's own abilities. Of course, this method also means more consumption and will consume additional population coupons. Each monster in the copy that has an additional attribute will consume an additional population ticket. However, I'll think about this kind of thing later. There's no rush for now. With my current strength, choosing that level of difficulty is like sending yourself to death. After smiling slightly, Zhou Zhua reached out and opened the panel of the Void Supply copy and glanced at the introduction. The Void Supply dungeon is a dungeon opened by the Zerg to all its subordinate races. As long as you have a population voucher, you can enter. But this copy can accommodate up to 4 players. This also illustrates one point. Void Supply can have allies, but it may also be attacked by alien races. The player's task is to resist the attacks of alien insects while protecting the huge main nest behind them. Of course, you will only encounter other clans after you choose to enter the copy normally. Zhou Zhua's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he had another plan in mind. It would be best to take advantage of the fact that I can enter the alien race so early in this life to thoroughly investigate the movements of other races. As long as you enter a normal level dungeon, you will most likely encounter aliens. Then, we can collect some information that is beneficial to our human race. After reviewing the information about the Void Supply dungeon again, Zhou Zhua closed the introduction and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there are 6 days left in the holiday, and the Void Supply Instance will take about 3 days. When my worker bee gene sequence arrives in the afternoon, I can enter the instance. When Joshua thought of the other 17 tribes who crawled at his feet in his previous life, he couldn't help but move his fingers. The sooner I can meet other alien races, the sooner I can understand their current internal situations. This can also be a shortcut to future unification. After making up his mind, Joshua lay comfortably on the bed. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. When the east wind comes, I will be able to launch a new round of sweeps on void supply. Ding dong. Not long after, the doorbell rang in Joshua's villa. The east wind is coming. Chapter 43. Worker Bee Mutation, Healing Energy Bee. After coming down the stairs and running through the 200 square meter living room, Joshua arrived at the entrance. As soon as he opened the door, Joshua saw a girl in white holding a box in her hands with a smile on her face. On her chest were also embroidered the 4 characters, Messenger of Disaster. The Disaster Messenger is an organization directly under the Kunyu Pavilion, specializing in the transmission of goods and important documents. 100 years ago, the Earth was dragged into the realms, and the human race was unable to resist the slaughter by the alien races. In just 7 days, 90% of the population evaporated. The scene during those days was called a natural disaster. After humans survived, the Messenger of Disaster came into being. All members of the Messenger of Disaster do not require any salary and are purely volunteers. Apart from the Kunyu Pavilion above, there is no clear management system inside, let alone a leader. There is also the constant danger of being hunted by strange beasts after leaving the protection of the city. This organization is the Messenger of Disaster. It is the duty of the Disaster Messenger to convey hope to every human being who has experienced the despair of a natural disaster. Hello, Falcon Express. Thank you. You've worked hard. After watching the female Messenger of Disaster leave, Joshua also recalled his parents. I wonder where my parents are delivering the letter now. Shaking his head, Joshua closed the door and returned to the room with a slightly mixed mood. Because the job of the Disaster Messenger is special, it requires running around the earth to deliver precious letters and goods to dangerous places. Therefore, since he was born, Joshua was thrown into the Gao family, his close friend's home, and grew up with Gao Tian. Joshua always had an inexplicable feeling about the Messenger of Natural Disaster. In my previous life, my parents also disappeared without a trace at some point. I was at Uncle Gao's house when I suddenly received 2 boxes of their belongings. Looking at the express box beside him, Joshua took a deep breath to relieve the special emotions in his heart. In this life, if I become powerful, I will go find my parents. Looking up, Joshua rubbed his face and sighed. Perhaps, my sense of justice that has nowhere to go comes from my parents who have been messengers of disaster for more than 10 years. Shaking his head, Joshua opened the box with Falcon Express printed on it and took out his own express delivery. There were 2 tubes of genetic medicine in the express delivery. A tube of genetic medicine containing a complete triple helix gene sequence. Gene sequence, worker bee. Introduction. The complete worker bee gene sequence can be unlocked to build worker bee units after being analyzed by space equipment. Good, I finally got it. After seeing the complete genetic sequence of the worker bee, Joshua directly placed it into his own space equipment. Ding. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the alien insect, worker bee. Following a prompt from the main brain, Joshua successfully unlocked the basic resource gathering unit, worker bee. Let me see, what gene fragment did Kunyu Pavilion randomly give me? After closing the system prompt, Joshua took out another tube of genetic medicine from the express delivery. Suddenly, the data of this tube of genetic medicine appeared in front of Joshua. Gene fragment, Ningyu nursing bee. Grade, green excellent. Price, 1,500,000. Introduction. After use, a worker bee egg can evolve into a healing bee, and in your race, the worker bee follower evolution template and healing bee fragment will be +1. Effect, acquire the special skill repay. Repay. Consume a small amount of resources to allow your worker bees to merge into the building, sleep for a period of time, and restore the health of the building. Joshua was shocked when he saw the repay the feeding skill of Ningyu buff. This gene fragment. Is there only one in the entire Kunyu Pavilion? In his previous life, Joshua inherited the position of the leader of the Kunyu Pavilion from the White Killing God, and also browsed the inventory of genetic fragments of the Kunyu Pavilion. As for the Ningyu nursing bee, with the repaying the parent's skill, although its grade is not high, only green excellent grade, and has no additional attributes, its rarity is not much inferior to the blue excellent grade gene fragments. Repay? Great skill. This is exactly what I need. Although the void supply copy is said to take 3 days, this is due to the influence of the special mechanism in void supply, which results in a short mission time of only 3 days. In the void supply dungeon, each major camp of the hostile Zerg has a huge bile sprayer. Bile sprayer is an advanced tower defense unit of Zerg, able to launch ultra-long-range fixed-point attacks, causing high YoE damage. The bile ejectors of the hostile Zerg will lock onto and aim at the large main nest behind the players. Every once in a while, the bile sprayer of the hostile Zerg camp will fire concentrated corrosive bile, causing massive damage to the main nest behind the player. If there is no skill like repaying the parents to repair the main nest will basically fall apart and turn into a pool of dead meat on the 3rd day. At the same time, the player will be forced out of the dungeon and the mission will be completed. Therefore, almost no one could complete the void supply mission, and they were all sent back to reality around the 3rd day. But as long as I have the returning skill of this condensed healing bee, I can heal the main nest and extend my activity time in void supply. After being amazed, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Then, it will be a bargain for the kids of other races. Afterwards, Zhou took the tube of gene fragment medicine into his own space equipment. Now, let's hatch a worker bee first. After entering his own space device, Zhou spent 50 star mines and summoned a worker bee egg directly in the space device. We have the initial insect eggs. Next, we need to fuse the gene fragments into potions. With a slight smile, Zhou chose to use the 2 tubes of genetic medicine from the space device. Ding! Heart of the Swarm detected a new worker bee evolution sequence fragment and is beginning to analyze it. Ding! The gene sequence of your worker bee has been successfully fused with gene fragment, source energy spirit bee, and gene fragment, condensed healing nursling bee, and the gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. Your worker bee has evolved into healing energy bee. After hearing 2 consecutive prompts from the main brain, the worker bee egg in front of Zhou began to hatch. Looking at the slow movement of the worker bee eggs, Zhou was slightly stunned. After waiting for a long time, I found that the eggs did not hatch instantly, and I slapped my forehead immediately. Forgot. Worker bees are not springtails. They won't hatch so early. Zhou awkwardly opened the property panel of the worker bee eggs and checked the information of the eggs. Species, worker bee variant, healing energy bee. Introduction, spend 50 star ore in 4 minutes to cultivate to hatch 1 worker bee, which can collect resources and construct buildings. Attack, 5. Defense, 0. Health, 30. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 0.7/s. Movement speed, 8/s. Collection efficiency, 1.5. Construction efficiency, 1. Skills, gathering, construction sealed, spiritual instinct, repaying. After taking in the properties of the healing energy bee, Zhou shrugged and said calmly, "There is no growth in attributes. After all, it is a basic resource gathering unit, which is normal." With the blessing of spiritual source instinct, the collection efficiency of his own healing energy bee increased by 50%, which is half higher than the resource collection efficiency of other people's worker bees. Combined with the return skill, it can repair building damage and restore building health. Zhou smiled slightly, feeling that his army was becoming more and more comprehensive. Then he took out a light red electronic card from the corner of the space equipment. It is the SSS-Level population voucher. Chapter 44 Void Supply. So what's next? As soon as Zhou took out the population voucher, the main brain sent a message. Ding. Do you want to use the red 10 level population voucher? Ding. After use, you will be teleported to the Void Supply instance to help a lost main nest survive and defend against enemy attacks. Use. After seeing these 2 prompts from the main brain, Zhou directly chose to confirm. Ding. It is detected that you have star mines, but the population is not full. Do you want to buy insect eggs to fill the population supply? Yes. After hearing the prompt from the main brain, Zhou chose to fill, and then 2 panels popped up in front of him. Worker bee, healing energy bee. Price, 50 star ore. Springtail, humus hunting insect. Price, 60 star ore. After glancing at the prices, Zhou looked at the balance on his body. I just spent 50 star minerals to buy a worker bee egg, and now I only have 470 star minerals left, and the remaining population supply is 7 points. After a little thought, Zhou bought 3 healing energy bee eggs, gathered 4 worker bees, and had 320 star minerals left. Zhou used the last 4 population points to buy eggs of Humus Hunter, and there were 80 star mines left. There's just not enough money to spend. With just a few clicks of a button, Zhou's population was full, and he had very little star or left. It is only enough for an ordinary family to spend a lifetime. All of a sudden, 7 more insect eggs appeared around Zhou. The interior space, which was originally spacious, suddenly seemed a bit crowded. After I come out of the dungeon, I will probably have to find a Zerg character to help me increase my personal space limit. After all, as the number of players' followers continues to increase, the space in personal space equipment will naturally be insufficient. Therefore, players can upgrade their space equipment by finding their superiors, spending certain resources, or completing individual tasks. Puff. Crack. After a while, with a series of insect eggs exploding, Zhou's full-strength army of 10 people was also fully hatched. 4. Healing Energy Bees. 18. Humus Hunters. This is Zhou's current army. From now on, as long as this most basic force does not suffer casualties, no matter which copy Zhou enters, his followers will at least be these. Buzz. After the army was ready, a portal-like existence appeared in front of Zhou. Just like the first time he entered the worlds, as long as he entered this portal, he would pass through the terminal and enter the worlds. Ding. It is detected that your race is human. Based on the uneven belief of your superior race, Zerg, in the 7 luminaries, your followers will obtain additional attributes as follows. Strength +4, attack +4. Agility +3, attack speed +0.3, movement speed +3. Intelligence +1, magic points +1. Constitution +10, HP +10. Health +1, life recovery +1. Toughness +2, defense +2. Ding. Since you have officially entered the realms, your attribute points will no longer ignore the 7 stars faith laws and will add a fixed percentage of attribute bonuses to your followers. Ding. Your attribute points will be reduced in proportion to the attribute growth value of your followers. Please pay attention to your followers. After leaving the novice dungeon, I have to face such a balance adjustment. Zhou looked at his army, and suddenly some light lit up on his body. He frowned and said, after you contribute attribute points after coming out of the novice dungeon, you will be able to gain attribute bonuses for your race the next time you enter the dungeon. This phenomenon occurs not only in the human race. It will appear on the racial followers of the Zerg. This means one thing. In a dungeon where we are fighting against alien races, if there is a race whose 7 lights level is higher than that of humans, then humans will most likely become cannon fodder and the victims of the battle. The strong prey on the weak, it's only natural. With a cruel smile on his face, Zhou looked at the portal and murmured, "Don't let me run into you." Zhou suppressed the smile on his face, took a step forward, and walked into the portal. As Zhou entered the portal that appeared in Zhou's space device also disappeared with Zhou. Ding. Welcome the first-class, human, player of Qixi, Pinglei Duhua, to the dungeon. Void supply. Ding. We are matching teammates for you, please wait. Ding. Welcome the 2nd grade Red Tin Spirit Flame Fox, player, Yeish Yahu, to join the game. Ding. Welcome the first-class Red Tin Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan player, Ms. Han Yen, to join the game. Ding. Welcome the first-class Red Tin Slime player, Rimuru, to join the game. As several prompts sounded in succession, Zhou looked at his teammates' panel, and the other 3 teammates couldn't help but smile. Zhou himself is very familiar with these 3 races. The 2nd clan ranked on the strength list is the Spirit Flame Fox clan. The 15th clan is the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan, and the last clan is the Slime clan at the 18th. Plus, I am ranked 2nd to last, the 17th tribe, the human. No matter how you look at this racial lineup, it feels like a team led by a great god. Moreover, the player, Yajichuk Fox, from the Spirit Flame Fox clan, can even reach the 2nd grade of Red Tin. Only players with a population supply limit between 101 to 200 can reach the 2nd grade of Red Tin. Even if the opponent has just entered the 2nd level of Red Tin, the number of his followers is at least over 100. Seeing the opponent's rank, Zhou grinned, his pupils full of fighting spirit. This initial army alone is 10 times as strong as mine. It's really good. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Star Crusher or X500 temporary. Ding. The current instance difficulty is F1. You will receive 2 times the points reward at the end of the game. During the 5-minute preparation time, you can vote with other players to adjust the difficulty. Ding. You can negotiate to adjust the difficulty range to F1 level, 2 times the points, and F2 level, not unlocked. Ding. If you skip a level and complete a higher difficulty dungeon, all the difficulties under it will be unlocked at the same time. Before the dungeon mission is officially launched, the difficulty of the Void Supply mission can also be selected. However, for a team dungeon like this, if you want to choose the difficulty, the players must unanimously agree. If you skip a level and succeed, all difficulties below that level will be unlocked for the current player's race. For example, the human race today can only choose the highest difficulty level F1 and has not yet unlocked the F2 difficulty level. If Zhou skips the level and chooses F3 difficulty in multiplayer mode and completes the challenge, then the F2 difficulty will be unlocked together. At this time, the other 3 players in the public chat channel also started voice communication. Ye Xiaohu, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. It seems the voice is okay. Ms. Hanyan, Sister Ye has a beautiful voice. I'm so happy to meet a sister from the Spirit Flame Fox clan. I'm counting on you this time. Rimuru, I'm a harmless slime. If you need any help, just call me. Zhou hadn't spoken yet. Seeing this somewhat harmonious scene, he didn't know what to say for a moment. These 3 sounds sounded somewhat thin, not like the sounds made by male species. It can be charm, desire, or purity. I didn't match up with 3 female aliens, did I? Zhou frowned slightly and spoke. Ping Lei Duhua, nice to meet you guys. After the last person spoke, the Yahe Shehu from the Spirit Flame Fox clan also continued to speak. Okay, since everyone can communicate normally, and there are only 4 minutes left to prepare, I will initiate a video link, and everyone can come in to discuss how to deal with the dungeon. After hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, Zhou raised his eyebrows and said to himself, what a rich woman. Chapter 45, Eightfold Fox. In the multiplayer instance of Realms, in addition to free voice chat, you can also choose video link. After each player selects the video link, he or she can directly form a 3D shadow of himself or herself. With 3D virtual images, communication between players can be more convenient. Compared to typing and sending voice messages, being able to have direct face-to-face conversations remotely is obviously more convenient. Of course, the price is also beautiful. 10-star mine. An ordinary family of 3 would have to work very hard for more than 3 months to earn this much money. It's just opening a video link. No matter who hears this, it is an extremely luxurious choice. Although Zhou is rich and is not reluctant to spend, he would rather have a face-to-face conversation with foreigners at the negotiation table. Just when Zhou was about to say no, his brain suddenly rang. Ding! Your Changfu Bao has received 10-star or. Zhou. The money has been transferred to you all. Please remember to activate the video link. I'm going to hang up now. After Ye Xiaohu's last voice message came, she was no longer seen on the public chat channel. Looking at this familiar grand gesture, Zhou always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that in my previous life, I had also met such a generous ally. But at that time, I was busy fighting for the human race and did not add the other party as a friend. I never saw him again in the next 10 years. It seems to be the surname Ye. Zhou squinted his eyes and tried to recall the name for a while, but still couldn't remember it. Afterwards, Zhou saw a video link invitation pop up next to the voice chat. Just spend 10-star mines to enter the video chat interface. Current number of people in video chat, 2. Seeing that there were actually other alien races entering the video link, Zhou was also thinking, if you don't join in, then if you can't hear certain tactics, you might really be targeted. In order to prevent being backstabbed, Zhou chose to spend 10-star or and added a video link. After entering the video chat, Zhou saw a big pink fox and a ball of aqua blue slime the size of a pillow. Looking at this big pink fox, Zhou did feel somewhat familiar. It seems that the fox deep in my memory also has pink hair. After a while, a large fluttering moth with 2 pairs of wings, 1 pair of red wings and 1 pair of blue wings, also appeared in the video chat. Ms. Hanyan, sorry everyone, I'm late. Ye is Xiaohu. It doesn't matter, as long as everyone joins in. Rimuru, thank you for your gift, Master Yayoi. Is there anything I can do for you? Zhou looked at the 3 aliens and frowned slightly. Because Zhou didn't feel much hostility from these 3 aliens. It seems that the other party really came for cooperation. Pinglai Duoa. Now that everyone is here, Master Yayoi, what do you think about this dungeon? Hearing Zhou's question, Yeko tilted his head, showing a cute expression, and said, then I'll get straight to the point. I think everyone probably knows that because of the special map mechanism of Void Supply, the main nest cannot be defended at all and can only survive for about 3 days. In Void Supply, We can only increase the population limit by killing enemy units. So, I want to increase the difficulty of the dungeon to F2, increase the number of enemies, and try to kill more enemies within a limited time. At the final settlement, I can get a reward of 4 times the points. Having said that, Ye Xiaohu also glanced at the ranks of the other people and added, "Don't worry. Although you are the first rank of Qixi, your army is small in number. Before you develop, you may not be able to withstand the first wave of enemy invasion. But don't be afraid. I can assign some troops to you and give you the power of command to help you get through the early stages safely. It's only F2 level, and the number of troops is still within a controllable range for the time being." After hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, the memories deep inside Zhou Zhuo's mind were further activated. This familiar gift army. Extravagant spending. It was indeed the big pink-haired fox from the Spirit Flame Fox clan, in his memory. Hearing that Yajiawak Sixin had used the tactic of dividing the troops, Zhou Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, "Great." In his previous life, after Zhou Zhuo unified the 18 tribes, he was also very clear about the talents of other races. The innate ability of the Slime clan is called mimicry. When producing units, they can use mimicry to create a clone with about 20% of the combat power, which can easily implement the insect swarm tactics. The innate ability of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan is called Wing Phosphorus. When the followers are attacked, the Wing Phosphorus effect will be triggered, producing phosphorus powder to confuse the opponent, thereby reducing the enemy's hit rate. The innate ability of the Spirit Flame Fox clan is called Charm, which makes their followers more loyal to them. Therefore, even if the army is divided among other people, the core of the army's command will still be in the hands of Ye Xiaohu. The population supply limit obtained from the enemy units killed by these armies will eventually be calculated for Ye Xiaohu. After all, these novice players are lacking in the early stages. As long as they get through the early stages and the army has no casualties, then after the army is formed in the later stages, they will also have a certain combat effectiveness. This is a good strategy. In a way, it really is a win-win situation. In this way, everyone can get what they want, and Ye Fox only takes away the points of the early small troops that can be easily obtained. Ms. Hanyan, really? Thank you, Master Yami. Rimuru. As long as we can get through the early stages safely, F2 won't be a problem at all. Just as the big fluttering moth and the slime made excited sounds, Ye Shred Fox also showed a happy smile, turned to look at Zhou Zhuo, who had not yet expressed his opinion, and asked, "Pinglei Duhua, what do you think?" Hearing Ye Xiaohu's question, Zhou Zhuo grinned and said, "Then why not just upgrade it to F3 difficulty?" As soon as Zhou Zhuo said this, Ye Xiaohu widened his eyes in shock. Rimuru stood up in shock, and Miss Hanyan was so shocked that she forgot to move her wings and fell directly to the ground. Ye Xiaohu stretched out his claws to smooth the fur on his face, and felt that Zhou Zhuo might be a novice, so he spoke. "Pinglei Duhua, although the health of the main nest will be increased if you choose F3 level, the damage of the ball sprayer of the enemy camp will also be higher. Without anything that can help the main nest recover, the survival time of our main nest will most likely be compressed to 2 days. By then, you will have less time to develop, and the points and population supply limit you can get will also be less. No matter how you think about it, it's not profitable." But after hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, Zhou Zhuo's smile widened. "I have the means to restore the health of the main nest." Chapter 46. Reinforcements arrived. "You have." Hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Ye Xiaohu was slightly stunned, and then said with a little surprise, "Could it be that you have a queen insect that possesses the genes of the Cloud Therapy Insect Queen?" After Ye Xiaohu mentioned the gene fragment of Cloud Therapy Insect Mother, Ms. Hanyan flapped her wings and said in shock, "Cloud Healing Insect Queen? That's a high-quality gene fragment that has a skill like Quick-Acting Nutrient that can restore 100 health points in one go." Slime Rimuru also shook his jelly-like body, turned to Zhou Zhuo in surprise, and made an unbelievable sound. "Oh my god, isn't that a green excellent gene fragment? We don't have many of them." But at this time, Yashiko sighed again, interrupted, and said, "I know a little bit about Cloud Healing Insect Queen. It takes up to 50 magic points to restore 100 health points. Moreover, the magic recovery of the Warlock sequence itself is extremely slow, and the Queen's spiritual growth attribute is only 0.5. It takes 2 minutes to recover 1 point of magic value. If I want to use a skill, without adding points, how can it take 100 minutes to use a skill? Even if you have a Cloud Healing Insect Queen, the recovery efficiency is still too slow." After listening to Ye Fox's analysis, Big Moth and Slime nodded blankly. From what I heard, it seems that the Cloud Healing Worm Queen can only be used as a strategic unit to restore health to key troops, and cannot be used as a normal unit to restore the health of the main nest. Rimuru of the Slime tribe extended a tentacle, scratched his head, and said in confusion, "If you have multiple Cloud Healing Insect Queens, it seems unlikely. Even if you are a human race that is higher than my Slime tribe, it is unlikely that you have so many green excellent gene fragments, right?" Zhou raised his eyebrows, feeling that if he didn't speak up, he would be in trouble again, so he asked back, "Who said I have the Cloud Healing Insect Mother?" After hearing what Zhou said, the players from the other 3 tribes were stunned. No Cloud Healing Insect Queen. So what other means are there to treat buildings? The Silver Crystal Butterfly and Slime tribes, who were ranked slightly lower in the racial hierarchy, were already confused. Their minds were empty, and they couldn't think of anything. Only the Eightfold Fox of the Spirit Flame Fox clan shook his head slightly, looked at Zhou, and said, "No matter what units you have evolved with gene fragments that can heal the main nest, only a single dependent unit can perform the healing. The quick-acting nutrient of the Cloud Healing Zerg Queen is already the most efficient in healing among all the Zerg of the Zerg. Zhou nodded and responded, "You are right. It is indeed not enough for a single follower to have the ability to heal a building, but..." With a chuckle, Zhou summoned his Healing Energy Bee and displayed its Repay skill to the other aliens. Repay. Consume a small amount of resources to allow your worker bees to merge into the building, sleep for a period of time, and restore the health of the building. When Ye Fox saw Zhou was summoning the worker bees, an idea vaguely arose in his mind, and he prepared himself mentally in advance. When she really saw the skill panel of the worker bee that Zhou had called up, she still gasped. Repay the parents. A special skill brought by the Healing Nursing Bee gene sequence of the worker bees. The quality is as high as Green Excellent level, and all 4 of you have it. After all, the Spirit Flame Fox clan ranks 2nd in strength among the subordinate clans of the Zerg. As a member of the Spirit Flame Fox clan, Ye Xiaohu has very broad knowledge. But even so, Ye Fox still couldn't understand why the human in front of him could possess so many Green Excellent level gene fragments. Ye Fox had been sitting upright at first, but after seeing this scene, he could no longer control himself and stood up from the ground, looking at Zhou with eyes full of scrutiny. It seemed as if he wanted to see through Zhou. "Have you humans unlocked the Green Elite level evolution template for worker bees? How could a race ranked 2nd to last unlock such an advanced genetic sequence?" Zhou shook his head, put his worker bees back into his space equipment, and said perfunctorily, "That's not the case. I was just lucky and drew a good talent. So my worker bee unlocked the genetic sequence of the healing bee." Rimuru of the Slime tribe slowly changed back to his original jelly form, turned his head to look at Zhou, and said in admiration, "Luck is also a part of strength. I wish I had such good luck." After Zhou perfunctorily answered, he also looked at the initiator of this meeting, Ye Xiaohu, and said, "All the worker bees I hatched have the returning feeding skill, which can heal the main nest indefinitely. While preserving the health of the main nest, can we activate the F3 difficulty?" After hearing Zhou's explanation, Ye Xiaohu's eyes lit up, a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Excuse me, could you please reveal your talent?" Ding. There is 1 minute left for communication. Before Ye Xiaohu could finish his words, the main brain sent a message at the right time, interrupting Ye Xiaohu's question. Looking at the short meeting time left, Yashiko also quickened his speaking speed. "Time is running out. Since Mr. Ping Lei Du can guarantee our base camp, shall I apply to open the F3 difficulty level of void supply?" "No problem." "Good. After Yashiko chose the F3 difficulty, the voice of the mastermind came into everyone's mind at the same time. Ding. The current difficulty of the void supply dungeon is F3. You will receive 6 times the points reward at the settlement. The difficulty has been sealed. Ding. The health of the main nest of the defense target is increased to 30,000. The bile ejection damage is increased to 150, and the health is increased to 3,000. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Star Crusher or X500 temporary. Ding. In the current instance, you will receive a total population supply limit of 100x, dependency population limit. Your current population limit is detected to be 10, and your current population limit is 1,000. After several main brain prompts sounded in succession, the entire void supply map changed. Map expansion. The distance between each player increases, and supporting each other takes more time. Enemies strengthen. The Zerg army expanded slightly in size, and its numbers also increased significantly. The battle situation is critical. In camps far away from the players, more ball sprayers are being built one after another. It is conceivable that once those ball ejectors are successfully constructed, the threat to the main nest that players need to defend will be extremely high. Ye Fox looked at the ball ejectors that were getting restless and gradually bloated like pustules and were hatching in the distance, as well as the enemy army that had begun to gather some troops in the distance and began to attack the player camp. Her expression gradually became solemn. Because we chose the F3 difficulty, the enemy will send more troops to attack the camp. I will give each of you 20 units of troops to protect the early stage. Ping Lei Duhua, you are the core of this instance. You need to hatch more worker bees. I will give you 30 units of troops. If it is not enough, tell me again. But when we enter the dungeon, I will need to remotely dispatch troops to you, which will take time. Hearing the somewhat urgent words of Yashiko, before Zhou Zhou could speak, the main brain in his mind sent another message reminder. Ding. You received 4 worker bees for population, 60 springtail variants, fission worms, 20 population, and 3 hydralisks, 6 population, from Ye Shred Fox. Chapter 47 Amazing Human Resource Collection. This Yahe Fox, I'm afraid she's a rich woman in the Flame Spirit Fox clan, right? She's so lavish in sending out troops. Looking at the 30 extra troops under his command, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but smile and responded to Ye Xiaohu. Don't worry, in addition to taking care of the main nest, I will take good care of your followers. However, I don't know whether these followers are willing to return to you after the dungeon is over. Well, if it's not enough, remember to ask me again. After the Ye Fox nodded in good faith to Zhou Zhou, he began to ask the other 2 tribes, who has a queen, who can lay mushroom tumor. Rimuru of the slime tribe condensed his small hands and raised them, saying, I have one. My fungal tumor can increase movement speed by 20%. Okay, with you as the center, we will use creep tumor to lay a linear creep and connect our 4 camps with creep to facilitate mutual support. After Yeshit Fox gave the order to Rimuru, Lady Han Yen of the Great Fluttermoth tribe also wanted to contribute and said, I can also lay down fungal blankets. The effect of my fungal blanket is to slow down the movement speed of enemy units by 20%. I also have Overlord, which can detect enemy situations. After hearing Ms. Han Yen speak, Ye Xiaohu smiled even more and continued. Okay, then Rimuru will be responsible for laying the inner circle of fungal mats and try to surround our high ground. Take all precautions. Ms. Han Yen, you will be responsible for laying the outer fungal carpet and then sending the Overlord to the high ground to detect the enemy. The treatment of the main nest will be left to you, Ping Lei Duhua. Come on, everyone. This void supply is definitely the most profitable one for me. After Ye Xiaohu gave the order, the preparation time was just over. The preparation time was over, and the shadows of other players in front of everyone turned around and went about their business. After returning to his camp, Zhou Zhou also carefully observed the terrain. The void supply dungeon is like a League of Legends-like MOBA map. The player's camp is in the lower left corner, and the hostile Zerg camp starts from the upper right corner and gradually distributes towards the player. The difference is that the 3 roads have become 4 avenues, and the enemy will continuously send troops to the player. Each player defends a road. If one route is breached, the remaining 3 players must allocate troops to defend the breached road. Because behind the player is the main nest, there is no way to retreat. If those enemy forces attack the main nest directly, they will also cause damage. Therefore, in the void supply map, if you want to get more benefits, you must try your best to ensure that no problems occur on any of the 4 roads. Ye Xiaohu's measure of dividing the troops to ensure the safety of the line is indeed correct. It was the same judgment Zhou Zhou made when he was brushing void supply in his previous life. At this moment, a cheerful female voice sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Wow, good guys. So glad to see you. I'm getting attacked by these ball ejectors, and I can't take it anymore. As soon as this voice appeared, a blood bar appeared at the top of everyone's sight. Main nest current health. 30,000/30,000, 100%. Note, the health of the main nest will be reset to 0, the copy challenge will fail, and the settlement screen will be entered in advance. Obviously, this voice belongs to the mother nest mind of the main nest. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as this health bar appeared, for loud sounds of artillery shells rang out in everyone's ears. Zhou Zhou looked in the direction of the voice. For huge balls of dark green viscous liquid were shot from a distance, and after turning into 4 perfect parabolas in the sky, they slammed heavily into the main nest. -150. -150. -150. -150. +10. Main nest, current health. 29400/30,000, 98%. In an instant, the main nest's health was reduced by 2%. Hiss. It hurts a bit. I'm busy healing my wounds. I can recover 10 health points every 10 minutes. Please help me kill those jets. I'm counting on you guys. They hit me every half an hour. My carapace polish is very expensive. If you save me, I will give you a share of the money after I complete this order. After hearing the interesting sound coming from the main nest mind, Zhou Zhuo picked his ears and began to analyze it. 4% of life is reduced every hour. Even if other bile ejectors do not hatch, the main nest will be destroyed in 25 hours, which is 1 hour more per day. At the same time, the mission of the Void Supply dungeon was also presented to everyone. Task 1. Protect the main nest for 120 hours, 5 days. Once the main nest is destroyed, the dungeon Void Supply will be completed and points will be settled in advance. Task 2. Eliminate the enemy Zerg and protect the friendly main nest to gain points. Each 2 Zerglings killed earns 1 point, up to 500 points. After 1,000 Zerglings killed, every 4 Zerglings earns 1 point, no upper limit. Each hydralisk killed earns 3 points, capped at 600 points. After 200 hydralisks are killed, every 2 hydralisks earns 3 points, with no upper limit. Each aberration eliminated earns 5 points, capped at 500 points. After 100 aberrations are eliminated, every 2 aberrations earn 5 points, with no upper limit. Each point of building health healed is worth 1 point, up to 500 points. After healing 500 points of building health, each point of building health healed is worth 1 point, with no upper limit. Dungeon Mission 1. Eliminate all sprayers. For each bile sprayer eliminated, including those in the hatching state, you will receive an additional reward. Dungeon Mission 2. Eliminate the enemy Zerg. Depending on the strength of the enemy Zerg, you can obtain the upper limit of population supply in reality. It seems that the main components of the enemy in this instance are Zerglings, hydralisks, and aberrations. After seeing the point system, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but sigh. It really isn't like a novice dungeon anymore. The 2 auxiliary units, the worker bees and queen insects, which have relatively weak combat power, can no longer obtain points. However, this did not affect Zhou Zhuo's desire to score points at all. After stretching, Zhou Zhuo looked at his current troops. For worker bees, 4 healing energy bees, worker bees, 60 fission worms, springtails, 18 sapping worms, springtails, and 3 hydralisks. Although they are borrowed soldiers, they still follow my command for now. Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and started deploying the troops directly. The 4 healing energy bees flew directly towards the main nest and activated the repay skill. After these 4 healing energy bees approached the main nest, they drilled into the holes around the main nest where the larvae were produced. After drilling in, Zhou Zhuo began to deduct the star-breaking ore. -1 star crusher. -1 star crusher. -1 star crusher. -1 star crusher. +1 health. Chapter 48. The urn has been designed. Healing Energy B used the repay skill, drilled into the body of the main nest, and began to heal the injuries of the main nest. Zhou Zhuo also began to calculate the working efficiency of the Healing Energy B. After each Healing Energy B activates the repay skill. Every minute, Zhou Zhuo's wallet will lose 1 point of star-shattered ore. Every 5 minutes, Healing Energy B can only heal 1 health point. In other words, Zhou Zhuo's Healing Energy B will currently consume 60 points of Star Shatter or every hour to cause 12 points of healing to the building. This efficiency is terribly low. After the 4 Healing Energy Bs drilled into the main nest, through the holes, Zhou Zhuo's resource collection efficiency reached Star Crusher 240/hour. Of course, the building will also recover 48 health points every hour. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If the number of Healing Energy Bs increases, I will have to consider the issue of resource collection. If we want to ensure that we have enough resources to provide stable treatment to the main nest, we must have enough resources. Zhou Zhuo looked at the 500 star fragment or points that the system gave him after he entered the dungeon, and the smile on his face was inevitably a little bitter. These 500 star-shattering minerals are only enough to sustain resource consumption for 2 hours, and this is without producing any troops. At this moment, Zhou Zhuo suddenly heard the cheerful female voice. "Hey, can you help me with the treatment?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhuo was slightly stunned, then turned his head to look at the large nest in the distance. Is this a message from the Mother Mind? Good brother, you can help me with the treatment. Then I can't let you down. Ding. The main nest has detected your kind behavior and is allocating resources for you. Ding. Your star crusher or increases by 160 per hour. After 2 main brain prompts sounded in his mind, Zhou's eyes lit up. Can we still obtain resources by treating the main nest? 160 star shatter minerals divided by 4 is equivalent to the resource efficiency that each healing energy bee can provide itself with 40 points of star shatter minerals per hour. Originally, Zhou was prepared to suffer some losses in the early stages and speed up the hatching of worker bees to prepare for collecting resources for himself. Zhou's healing energy bee has a resource collection efficiency of 1.5, which can bring him 1.5 units of star shattered ore per minute, which is 90 units of star shattered ore in an hour. With 4 healing energy bees entering, Zhou will earn 360 less star broken mines per hour. Adding the 240 star broken mines deducted every hour, Zhou loses 600 star broken mines per hour. But now, after receiving assistance from the main nest, the amount of star shatter ore deducted from Zhou was suddenly reduced by half. I have to say this is indeed a surprise. However, Zhou's surprise was far from that. At this moment, the mother's mind spoke again, but this time, the mother's voice had a hint of surprise and joy. Wait, you. Ding. The main nest detects that you have Heart of the Swarm, loyalty plus 100%. Ding. Your star crusher or increases by 320 per hour. Zhou looked at his resource production panel and saw that the star shattering or column suddenly changed to plus 80/hour. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. How else can a Heart of the Swarm be used? For a time, Zhou's star-breaking mine's growth efficiency increased instead of decreasing. This means that every time Zhou hatches a healing energy bee that enters the main nest, it can bring plus 20/hour of star shatter or collection. It's a huge profit. Seeing his star shattering or continuously jumping upwards, Zhou waved his hand and directly used all of his remaining 463 pieces of star shattering or to hatch the healing energy bee. In an instant, Zhou was left with only 13 pieces of star shatter ores. But there were 9 more worker bee eggs around Zhou. For minutes later, 9 healing energy bees hatched and, under Zhou's command, entered the main nest and activated the repaying the parents skill. Please don't bring in so many worker bees at once. I need some time to make some space. After ignoring the voice of the main nest, Zhou's resource production efficiency suddenly increased to plus 260/hour. Currently, the main nest will lose 1,200 health points every hour. In addition to the main nest's own 1-hour recovery of 60 health points, it means that 1,140 health points will be needed to make up for the loss. Looking at the healing energy bees going away, Zhou also began to calculate. And my healing energy bee can heal 12 health points per hour. If converted, I need to hatch 95 of them to fill the gap. Excluding the 13 worker bees I currently have, I need to hatch another 82. Now, what Zhou lacks is still resources. Fortunately, A Fox took this into consideration when giving Zhou the army, and also gave Zhou 4 worker bees. Immediately, Zhou activated the ability of a Heart of the Swarm and observed the attribute panel of the Ye Fox's subordinate worker bee. Species: Ye Fox's worker bee, psychic worker bee. Introduction: spend 50 star ore in 4 minutes to cultivate to hatch 1 worker bee, which can collect resources and construct buildings. Attack: 8. Defense: 1. Health: 32, recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed: 0.7/s. Movement speed: 10/s. Collection efficiency: 1.2. Construction efficiency: 1. Skills: gathering, construction is sealed. After seeing the worker bee attributes of Ye Scum Fox, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. With this attribute, even if fighting against ordinary Zerglings, they will definitely win. As expected of the Spirit Flame Fox clan, they have a profound foundation. After sighing, Zhou's favorable impression towards Ye Shihu increased a little more. After memorizing the worker bee's attribute panel, Zhou sent them out to collect resources. Looking at the worker bees working hard at mining, Zhou smiled and said, "The 4 worker bees assigned to me to help collect resources are all variants of the psychic worker bee. Their collection efficiency has increased by 20%. That's incredible. With the collection of these 4 psychic worker bees, Zhou can collect 4.8 units of star shatter ore every minute, and the hourly resource income has reached plus 548/hour. Only 100 away from 648 per hour." At this moment, the shadow of a large fluttering moth suddenly appeared beside Zhou. "Everyone, pay attention. The insect swarm has begun to attack. It's been just over 10 minutes now. The Zerg has started its first wave of attack. There are 28 Zergling variants of the Voltage Zergling and 1 hydralisk. A total of 15 enemy troops. As soon as Ms. Hanyan appeared, she reported the enemy situation discovered by the king insect. Sure enough, it's the same speed as the F1 difficulty. A new wave of insects will erupt every 10 minutes. After hearing Ms. Hanyan's report, Zhou also looked at the fog in the distance. Zhou himself couldn't see through the fog. The field of vision of king insect is still far beyond that of ordinary races. With a slight smile, Zhou also sighed. The difficulty of F3, the first wave of Zerg tide, can send out 15 enemy troops on each road, which is 3 times the number of F1 difficulty. However, I can defeat this small number of enemy forces even without the army given to me by Ye Xiaohu. But since I already have the army, I might as well use it. Zhou smiled slightly and sent 60 fish and worms to the entrance of the high slope to plan the battle line. Behind the fish and worms were the 3 savage hydralisks. The jar is ready. We are just waiting for the turtles to come to us. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, an enemy force totaling 15 people appeared in front of Zhou. Chapter 49, Like Eating Wallace. Species, Springtail, variant of Springtail. Grade, White Ordinary. Introduction. The Zerglings in the enemy's nest evolved into leaping bugs with the help of F3 difficulty, and their attributes have been greatly improved. Attack, 10. Defense, 0. Health, 30. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 1.5/s. Movement speed, 18/s. Species, Hydralisk. Introduction. The attributes of the Hydralisk in the enemy's nest have been greatly improved with the F3 difficulty. Attack, 12. Defense, 0. Health, 100. Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 0.9/s. Movement speed, 10/s. After taking a look at the enemy's data, Zhou couldn't help but nodded. The combat power of the first wave of Zerg swarms was already comparable to that of the Zerg stationed at the camp in the Yunnan Zerg Valley at the G3 difficulty level. With a wave of his hand, Zhou sent his 60 fish and worms to charge towards the enemy. A large number of fish and worms surrounded the enemy in an instant. Zhou also controlled the Hydralisk, carrying out long-range targeted damage and quickly reducing the enemy's health. Using the insect swarm tactics, Zhou easily dealt with these enemy forces in just a few tens of seconds. Moreover, under Zhou's flexible control, no fish and worms died in his army. In this wave of insect swarms, because Zhou controlled the army of the Eightfold Fox, his own gains were less. Experience points x 1620. Points x8. Star Crusher x15. Population supply x 0.8. After keeping the profit in mind, Zhou also calculated. He took almost 50% of the profits. He's quite conscientious. Afterwards, Zhou also looked at his only fighting power. Springtail, variant of Humus Hunter. Grade, Blue Rare. Introduction. It costs 60 star, and takes 3 seconds to cultivate, and 3 Humus Hunters can be hatched. Attack, 12. Defense, 3. Health, 45. Recovery 2 per minute. Attack speed, 1.4/s. Movement speed, 19/s. Skill. Raid, instantly bursts out 300% of the movement speed, rushes towards the target, causes 1 damage to the enemy, and causes 0.1 seconds of stun. The cooldown time is 60s. After the attribute bonus of the 7 Luminaries technology tree and the Zergling equipment, the attributes of my Humus Hunter are not bad. With a slight smile, Zhou looked at his attributes again. I still have 9 free attribute points to add. Now is the time to add them. After making the calculations in his mind, Zhou added 6 points to toughness and 3 points to strength. Name, Zhou. Level, 1. Experience, 0/36,000. Property. Worker B, Strength 0, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Physical Fitness 0, Vitality 0, Toughness 0. Zangling, Strength 3, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Health 0, Toughness 6. Now, Zhou's Humus Hunting Insect. Attack is increased to 15 points and defense is increased to 9 points. A lot of tankiness and high damage. The next wave of insects will come in 20 minutes. During this time, I will focus on developing myself. Zhou looked up at the calculation time of the Void Supply copy and muttered. In his previous life, Zhou had naturally fought against Void Supply many times. I am naturally very familiar with the Void Supply map. The Void Supply instance will have 3 waves of insect swarms and 2 ball sprayer attacks every hour. There will be 3 waves of insect swarms within an hour, attacking at 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and 60 minutes respectively. In other words, the frequency of the insect swarm's attack is 1 round every 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. Of course, the last 2 waves of Zerg swarms every hour give players more time to develop. The number of troops sent by the hostile alien insects is also increasing. The bile ejectors will also bombard the main nest when the next 2 waves of insects attack. Therefore, the defensive pressure will only increase. This is assuming that those bile ejectors in the distance haven't hatched yet. If the bile ejector hatches, the defense pressure will only increase. I also need to use more people to hatch the healing energy bee, so the number of troops will be reduced. After making a decision in his mind, Zhou clenched his fist and said firmly, "We still have to take the initiative. In a multiplayer instance, if players do not establish an alliance relationship, there is no way to share vision. Therefore, Zhou could only judge his position based on the approximate terrain, which was roughly the southernmost position. With the direction as a reference, Zhou's mind suddenly emerged with the map of the F3 difficulty of void supply from his previous life. After confirming the map, Zhou led his 18 humus hunting insects towards a camp that he remembered. With my current combat power, occupying a small camp is no problem. About 8 minutes later, Zhou arrived at the nearest target camp. With one scan, he memorized all the military information of the enemy camp. 54 fission worms and 1 aberration. With a total of 20 enemy populations, under the influence of 50% more fission worms, it does seem like a kind of cryptic welfare. Let's start with this camp. Zhou smiled slightly, raised his hand, and let 18 humus hunting insects rush over and directly surrounded the hostile deformers. Roar. The deformed being looked at the Zerglings that surrounded it, a little dazed. Surrounding yourself, but not attacking yourself? Each humus hunting worm faces outwards with its butt inwards, surrounding the deformed monster and concentrating on dealing with the fission worms that are counterattacking. The deformed being scratched his head and said, "If you don't hit me, I will hit you." Just when the deformed monster stretched out a big hand and wanted to hit a certain humus hunter, a humus hunter would release a surprise attack skill, directly stunning it and interrupting its attack action. After a slight pause, the deformed body stretched out its hand again and hit a humus hunting insect, but was stunned again. This happened several times in a row. Roar. The aberration was angry, and just when all 18 humus hunters had released their surprise attack skills and there was no interruption effect, the aberration finally slapped one of the humus hunters. The aberration's attack of 20 points instantly broke through the humus hunter's 9 points of defense and caused 11 points of damage. The huge force directly knocked the humus hunting insect 2 meters away. But at this time, the mutants suddenly discovered that the 54 fission worms in the same camp as him had been completely wiped out at some point. And these 17 humus hunting insects, including the one that was just knocked away by him, also turned around and stared at him. Roar. Before the deformed monster could react, the 18 humus hunting insects pounced on it and started chewing and biting it. Even though the aberration has 2 points of armor, it is as fragile as paper under the 15 points of attack from the humus hunter. The Zergling's equipment also comes with the double strike skill effect, which allows it to launch an additional attack every 5 attacks, and the additional attack causes 50% damage. Humus hunter. It is precisely because of the skill effect of this equipment that all the fission insects were quickly cleared. Now, the health of the mutant is plummeting as if it had eaten Wallace. Roar. With a final roar, the aberration fell to the ground, motionless. Looking at the humus hunters, who were barely injured, Zhou chuckled. This 10-star equipment is still useful. Chapter 50. Nearly half of the treatment effect. High attributes, the assault, skill that stuns, and equipment like double strike that increases damage. With so many buffs stacked up, Zhou couldn't think of any reason to lose. After destroying the enemy forces in this hostile Zerg camp, Zhou also checked the rewards. Experience value x40 18. Points x32. Star Crusher x40. Population supply x 1.9. Experience points and Star Shattering ores are still secondary. Zhou's main purpose in playing Void Supply is to increase his population limit so that he can bring more followers when entering a new copy. The drop rate is pretty good. For every 10 enemy populations destroyed, I can get 1 population supply limit. Now, Zhou's population limit has reached 12.7. If converted to the dungeon, the upper limit of dependence can reach 1270, an increase of nearly 30%. Ding. The other party has sent you a friendly surrender. Do you want to accept it? Ding. After accepting the surrender, this Zerg nest will become your affiliated camp, and you will receive a resource bonus of 200 star or /hour and a troop bonus of 1 springtail egg /2 hours. Ding. If you refuse to surrender, the Zerg nest here will be destroyed, and you will receive 2,000 experience points, 1,500 star ore, and 4 springtail eggs. Seeing the familiar avatar interface, Zhou smiled slightly, then raised his hand and clicked on Reject Acceptance. What I lack most now is money. Where can I get so much time to wait for money to be earned slowly? I'm almost starving to death. Who cares about this chicken laying eggs? Ding. You rejected the opponent's surrender. The camp here is destroyed. You get experience points x 2000, star, or x 1500, and springtail eggs x4. Money is still stolen quickly. After collecting the profits directly into his own warehouse, Zhou suddenly had a lot more money on his hands. It's the early stages now, and my army isn't fully formed yet. If I expand the camp so early, I may not be able to hold it. It's better to get some real economic benefits first. After receiving 1,500 star shatter minerals, Zhou simply waved his hand and ordered his camp to start producing 30 healing energy B eggs. At the same time, Zhou also started rushing home with his troops. In another 10 minutes, the second wave of insects will arrive. The journey alone takes 8 minutes, so Zhou decided to go home and take care of the family. Once the situation stabilizes, I can go out and expand the territory. For minutes later, all the healing energy bees in the camp were hatched. Under Zhou's command, these 30 healing energy bees drilled into the holes of the main nest again. Main nest, hiccup. After 30 healing energy bees were hatched, Zhou's healing speed for the main nest almost tripled. There is a total demand for 95 healing energy bees, and Zhou has already produced 43 of them. Now, my healing energy bee has almost reached half of the target for the treatment of the main nest. After the energy healing bees drilled in, the life recovery efficiency of the main nest, coupled with the feedback effect of the energy healing bees, also reached 576/hour. Originally, the health of the main nest would be deducted by 1,200 points every hour, and it could only survive for 25 hours. Now, with the help of Zhou's healing energy bees, the main nest will only lose 642 life points per hour and can survive for 48 hours. Only about half an hour had passed, and Zhou had already extended the life value of the main nest by nearly double. But that's not all. If we hatch another 52 healing energy bees, we can completely stop the loss of the main nest's health. After making a good judgment, Zhou also looked at his resource output. With these 30 healing energy bees, Zhou's star shattering or growth efficiency has reached plus 1148/hour. Now, the collection of star shatter mine resources is almost complete. Zhou smiled slightly and put away the resource output panel. Now, it will take some time before we can start to spawn troops. We need to restore the life of the main nest first. Only when we have no worries can we spawn troops with peace of mind. After a while, Zhou rushed back to his camp. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as his front foot landed on the ground, 4 cannon shots were heard from behind Zhou, resounding through the sky. The time for the void supply copy has reached 30 minutes, and Ball Sprayer has also started to launch the second round of bombardment at the right time. Minus 150. Minus 150. Minus 150. Minus 150. After a round of salvos, the health of the main nest was deducted by another 600 points. The old scars haven't healed yet, and now I'm suffering another severe blow. Zhou looked from afar and saw that the original bone plates of the main nest had been completely melted by the first round of highly corrosive concentrated bile and had not yet healed. This time, the smelly green bile directly sprinkled salt on the original wound. The wound was corroded into a bloody mess. It hurts, it hurts. This bile ejection body is endless. The mother nest mind in the main nest also made a sound of pain after being hit, but it obviously did not show any sign of surrender. Listening to the voice from the mother nest mind, Zhou clenched his fists, frowned slightly, and said reluctantly, even if the main nest can hold on for 2 days, it is a bit unbearable to watch its wounds corroded over and over again. We need to speed up the counterattack. At this moment, Ms. Han Yan's reminder sounded in Zhou's ears. Here it comes. The second wave of insects. 30 Zergling variants of fission worm, 12 Zergling variants of vaulting worm, and 1 hydralisk. A total of 18 enemy populations. After hearing Ms. Han Yan's reminder, Zhou looked back and saw a large swarm of insects rushing up along the high ground. The pace of the insect swarm in the void supply dungeon is really fast. Raising his hand, Zhou gave a direct order, asking the 60 jumping insects of the Ye Fox to split up and intercept. He then gave orders, having his 18 humus hunters rush out, using their high damage and raid skills to break up the enemy lineup and directly control the hydralisks in the enemy army, preventing them from successfully dealing damage. Roar. Hiss. After 2 rounds of siege, Zhou's humus hunters destroyed the hydralisk and then cooperated with the large force to easily and completely defeat the enemy forces while maintaining 0 casualties. Experience points x 1860. Points x 11. Star Crusher x 19. Population supply x 0.9. After taking a look at the earnings, Zhou didn't take it to heart. After all, the amount of star shatter ore was extremely small and not enough to produce more units. Other points and experience points, etc., need to be accumulated slowly and piecemeal. After closing the income panel, Zhou continued to order the Eightfold Fox's troops to stay behind. I have half an hour to prepare for the next wave of insects, which is enough time for me to conquer another camp. After comparing the map in his mind, Zhou took a step and walked towards a closer enemy camp in another direction. Chapter 51: The Difficulty of Being Close to the People. There are quite a lot of bugs in this camp. Zhou spent 10 minutes arriving at the target enemy camp. He looked at the huddled Zerg army and marveled. It seems that my memory is not bad. The Zerg in this camp also has too many Zerglings and a large number of fish and worm variants. After Heart of the Swarm was activated, Zhou's eyes also showed the number of hostile Zerg in the camp in the distance. 48 fish and worms for leaping worms and 1 Hydra, still an enemy force of 20 people. However, compared with the military forces in the previous camp, the types of troops here are more diverse. Unlike the novice dungeon like Yunlong Worm Valley, other ordinary dungeons, even advanced dungeons, will have more and more types of troops in the camp. Looking at this scale of enemy forces, Zhou nodded and said affirmatively. This is what we call biodiversity. With a limited army, the enemy has more Zerg species, so if you want an F2A, you need to think harder. Then, Zhou raised his hand and all the Ehumosis hunting insects rushed forward. F2A. But my army doesn't need to worry about these things. It's just a no-brainer. Roar. The only 18 Humus hunting insects rushed into the enemy camp, roaring ferociously like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing people in all directions. Activate the raid skill, causing 12 points of damage, plus the 12 points of attack caused by the normal attack. It only takes 2 seconds for Zhou's Humus Hunter to eliminate 18 enemies. The other party was accused and couldn't even make an A. The only one that needed attention was the hydralisk, which had already been besieged by the Humus Hunters, and was the first to surrender and fell to the ground like a corpse. If there is a creature like Aberration that is both tanky and is high damage, I will still consider the strategy a little. But for this, hydralisk, with only about 100 health points, I can just kill it instantly. A moment later, Zhou suppressed the camp with 0 casualties. After all, the health of a Humus Hunter is as high as 45 points, and it also has 3 points of defense. Even when facing the siege of a swarm of jumping insects, it can hold on for quite a while. Therefore, in this early battle, it would still be difficult for Zhou's army to incur casualties. Experience value x 4032. Points x 29. Star Crusher x 41. Population supply x 2.1. Ding. The other party has surrendered to you in good faith. Reject. After collecting the profits, Zhou once again refused the surrender of the other camp and directly obtained 2,000 experience points, 1,600 star shattering ores, and 4 springtail eggs. Use the star shatter or to hatch the healing energy bee, and the springtail eggs should also hatch. After investing 1,500 pieces of star shattering minerals into his own camp, 32 healing energy bee eggs were born in the center of Zhou's camp. After the eggs of these healing energy bees hatch, Zhou's healing efficiency for the main nest will reach 960/hour. There are only 20 worker bees left to reach the goal. Zhou's resource production efficiency also soared to plus 1788/hour. An increase of nearly 40%. Moreover, at Zhou's signal, a total of 8 springtail eggs stored in the camp began to hatch at the same time. 3 seconds later, 21 Humus leaps were born and appeared on the high ground of the camp. Now that I have 39 Humican, I finally have an army capable of defending the captured camp. Zhou clenched his fists, feeling the expansion of the army, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After leaving Yashiko's army on the high ground, Zhou led 39 Humus leaping insects and began to attack other hostile camps in Void Supply, the most recent target. Zhou raised his head and looked at a huge building shrouded in fog in the distance. However, when enemy units are in the fog of war, players cannot see their situation clearly. But as the main enemy in Void Supply, players can still see a building that shines brightly like a lighthouse in the fog of war, bile emitter. The bile ejection body in the distance is huge, covering an area of 200 square meters and 40 meters high. The surface of the round sac that stores highly corrosive concentrated bile is covered with hard alien insect shells, leaving no doubt about its defensiveness. All buildings of the Zerg are alive. Includes bile ejection body. The huge acid storage sac is the stomach, and the raised mouthparts are the gun holes. When the highly corrosive concentrated bile secreted from the acid storage capsule reaches full value, a new round of concentrated bile will be fired towards the distant target. Of course, it is also because of this raised mouthpart that the bile ejector can only attack distant targets and cannot attack nearby enemies. But Bile Sprayer is a character that is like a minefield in itself. If you take melee damage and die, the highly corrosive concentrated bile in its acid storage sac will explode everywhere, causing nearby melee units to directly suffer full damage. This stuff is much more powerful than boiling water. Even a dead pig would be afraid of being scalded. There are 4 of these Bile Sprayers on the map. There are 4 lines for 4 players, 1 for each line. In the base camp far away, countless Bile Sprayers are still under construction. In my previous life, I suffered a lot from this bile ejection body. Joshua couldn't help but sigh. He could never forget the time when he tried to play the D3 level void supply in his previous life. The enemy camp starts with 8 Bile Sprayers. Moreover, these 8 bile ejectors will not only attack the main nest behind the player, it will even pour fire on the player's camp and army from time to time. Joshua suddenly remembered one of his Eagle Clan brothers, who was burned into an eagle sauce after a mistake in control and positioning. It's really not something that ordinary people can survive in a copy of that difficulty. After shaking his head, Joshua looked at the bile-ejecting body in the distance with a smile full of fighting spirit on his face. In comparison, the current difficulty is too accessible. After quickly calculating the distance to the nearest bile-spraying body, Joshua also made a decision. If we go in a straight line, we only need to pass through 5 camps. Before we reach the bile spray body, the gathering point of the alien insect swarm, we must eliminate these 5 camps. After completing the calculations, Joshua headed straight towards his goal. There might be dozens of lone Zergling tribes, a dozen lone hydralisk tribes on the road. After being surrounded by Joshua, they were quickly eliminated. After no longer having to return to the camp to guard the house, Joshua's efficiency obviously increased to a higher level. At this moment, the figures of Rimuru from the Slime Clan and Ms. Han Yin from the Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan suddenly appeared beside Joshua. Okay, the link is ready. Done. We are finally connected. Chapter 52, An Army of 200 People. After nearly an hour, the 2 allies finally achieved territorial connection through Creep Tumor. In this way, when there is a problem in defense, support can be provided extremely quickly. Rimuru, I'm going back to guard the house first. The 3rd wave of insect swarms will probably be even bigger. Ms. Han Yin, yes, I'm going back too. After the 2 men achieved territorial demarcation, they chatted for a while and then returned to their respective camps. Only 2 queens were left to continue laying down fungal mats alternately to connect their respective territories. Get ready for the 3rd wave of insects. The original map was all black. If the 2 of them bordered each other first, either their camps would be sandwiched between mine and Yako's camp, or mine and Yako's camp would be next to each other. After Joshua made a judgment, he skimmed the message and continued moving towards his goal. Joshua burned, killed, looted, and did whatever he wanted along the way, and finally captured a camp again. Ding. The other party sent you. Reject. Before the main brain finished its prompt, Joshua directly clicked on Reject. Ding. You rejected the opponent's surrender. The camp here is destroyed. You get experience points x 2000, Star Crusher Mine x 1500, Springtail eggs x2, and Worker Bee eggs x2. After a few crisp sounds, a lot of star ore and insect eggs were deposited into Joshua's account. However, what is different from before is that this time Joshua not only dropped the jumping worm eggs of the combat unit, but also dropped the Worker Bee eggs of the resource gathering unit. With these star-shattering minerals and the Worker Bee eggs, we don't have to worry about restoring the life of the main nest this time. Joshua smiled slightly, ordered the camp's hatchery to start hatching the eggs directly, and used all 1,500 star-broken minerals to produce healing energy bees again. In an instant, 1,500 pieces of star-shattered minerals were transformed into 30 eggs of the healing energy bee. After destroying the enemy camp, plus the 2 free pills, Joshua suddenly had 32 more healing energy bees. 20 of them entered the main nest to restore its health, and Joshua gave orders to the remaining 12 to collect resources. Joshua's healing energy bee has a collection efficiency of up to 1.5, which is 50% higher than that of ordinary worker bees. Judging from the final resource growth rate, the collection efficiency of these 12 healing energy bees is already equivalent to that of 18 ordinary worker bees. After the life recovery efficiency of the main nest reached 1200/hour, the situation of the main nest was stabilized. Thank you. I have enough. No need to give me any more worker bees. I really need some time to make room. Main nest. After 20 more worker bees were forced into the nest, the entire nest looked a bit bloated. After hearing the news from the main nest, Joshua nodded. Although it only maintains the consumption of life, it cannot restore full health, but let's leave it this way for now. After Zhou Zhuo made sure that life in the main nest had been restored and stabilized, he began to focus on economic development. Afterwards, Zhou Zhuo asked one of the Ye Fox's worker bees to leave his post, freeing up 12 positions for his own healing energy bee to go and collect resources. After all the worker bees were put into production, Zhou Zhuo's star-shattering mine's growth rate also increased to 3196/hour. We can get more than 3,000 star-shatter ores every hour. This number is terrifying. This means that Zhou Zhuo can produce 159 humus-hunting insects every hour. As long as the duration of the void supply copy reaches exactly 1 hour, Zhou Zhuo can start to mass-produce troops. There are 5-star or clusters in the camp, and the maximum number of worker bees that can be accommodated is 15. If all of them are replaced by my worker bees, the hourly collection efficiency of star ore is only 1,350 per hour. Before the camp surrenders to me and pays tribute to me, my source of star-shattering ore, in addition to these resource-collecting worker bees, can only be obtained by handing over the worker bees to the main nest. After making a good judgment, Zhou Zhuo looked at the huge main nest in the distance and made some plans in his mind. It can't fit in now, and I don't have any extra healing energy bee, so I should be able to fit it in after a while. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, familiar sounds of gunfire suddenly rang out in the sky. The main nest, which was almost repaired, suffered huge damage once again. -600. The sound of 4 artillery fire not only meant that half an hour had passed since the last bombardment. It also means that the third wave of insect swarms has arrived. Hearing these 4 gunshots, Zhou Zhuo also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Time is up. As the time of the void supply copy reached 1 hour, Zhou Zhuo's resource collection efficiency was transformed into real resources at this moment and transferred to Zhou Zhuo's account. Star-shattering ore, 3,391. In Zhou Zhuo's account, in addition to the natural growth of resources, there are also star-shattering ores obtained by Zhou Zhuo's humus hunters, who killed lone insect swarms on the road. Zhou Zhuo also spent all these star-shattering minerals clearly. Use 150 star shatter or to hatch 3 healing energy bees in the camp's hatchery. Take out 3,240 star shatter ores and let the hatchery hatch 54 humus hunter eggs, a total of 162 humus hunter. Adding the springtail eggs that Zhou Zhuo had hatched before, the number of Zhou Zhuo's humus hunting insects has reached 207. Zhou Zhuo's army is taking shape. Right now, my population limit is 16.1. If converted to the void supply dungeon, the population limit is 1610. Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but smile as he looked at the more than 200 humus-hunting insects, gradually gathering in the distance. After I finished Yunlan Insect Valley, I bought 500 sets of Xanthonous equipment genes. If converted into my military strength, it is equivalent to having 1,500 humus hunters with Xanthonous equipment genes. Once I hatch all these humus-hunting bugs, even if I encounter a particularly strong boss, I can seamlessly control it for 150 seconds just by relying on the 0.1 second control time of the raid skill. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhuo's smile became brighter. By then, we'll have a full 2.5 minutes of control time. Even scraping him would kill him. Just after Zhou Zhuo's troops had gathered, the third wave of insect swarms arrived not far away. The third wave of insects, I saw it. Just as Zhou Zhuo saw the third wave of insects, he heard Ms. Han Yan's report. 24 Zergling variants of fission worm, 14 Zergling variants of vaulting worm, 1 aberration, and 2 hydralisks. Total enemy population of 21. Following Ms. Han Yan's report on the number of enemy troops, the players also took action and hurriedly adjusted their tactical deployment. After all, there are meat shields like the aberration and long-range output like the hydralisk. This amount of damage can still cause considerable harm to the followers. Just as everyone was preparing for the upcoming fierce battle, at the southernmost part of the void supply map, on the road that Zhou Zhuo was responsible for, a figure had already stepped on the bone shell of the last deformed corpse, patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and said lightly, "Done. Chapter 53 Kill Me." Zhou Zhuo easily wiped out the insect swarm with his massive army, but it would not be so easy for other races. A minute later, the voice of Ms. Han Yan from the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan appeared beside Zhou Zhuo's ears, apologizing to the Eightfold Fox. "Sorry, Master Yayoi, one of your troops lost a Zergling. My luck is so bad. After the aberration was hit by wing phosphorus, even though its hit rate was reduced, it still hit a low health unit and killed a Zergling." Then the voice of Yako also responded in Zhou Zhuo's main brain. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can hold the front line steady and survive the early stages, luck is hard to predict." After all, Zhou Zhuo himself did not participate in the conversation, so he only heard the sound of the conversation in his mind. Ye Kitsune naturally wouldn't care so much about the losses of the army. After all, in a dungeon like Void Supply, where you farm materials and loot, even if all of the player's followers die, it will not reduce the number of followers in reality. The situation will only be different when twice a year, one city from each race is forcibly pulled into the realms to form a survival copy. In that kind of dungeon, if the player's family members die, they are truly gone. If the economy develops, then we can start developing our troops. The fourth wave of Zerg at the beginning of the second hour will have fewer people than the third wave, but it should be equal to the second wave, with 18 people. The number of enemy troops in subsequent Zerg waves will increase proportionally, with 3 waves in each round. After slowly and gently persuading the Ye Fox, he also raised his head and looked at the health bar of the main nest above his field of vision. Suddenly, Ye Fox was stunned. Main nest? Why? Is there still so much blood? Ye Fox looked carefully at the health value display of the main nest. 28,800. 28,820. 28,840. Every minute, the main nest can restore 20 health points, which is equivalent to the blood and energy attribute of the main nest unit being increased to 20. But can buildings recover life so quickly? This is not the first time that Ye Fox has participated in the Void Supply map, and she is quite familiar with the properties of the main nest. Isn't the normal life recovery efficiency of the main nest only 1 life point per minute? How come it has increased 20 times? In this case, wouldn't the main nest be able to survive forever? Seeing this, Ye Fox's heart trembled, and he thought of Zhou, who was responsible for treating the main nest, so he hurriedly called up Zhou's virtual image. Ping Le Duhua, how are you doing? Have you used all the resources to treat the main nest? What about your army's combat effectiveness? After all, even Ms. Han Yin, who was able to steadily develop resource collection in the army, experienced troop deaths. Then wouldn't the situation of Ping Le Duhua, who has been developing and collecting resources, be even more critical? As Zhou was heading towards the next camp, the virtual image of Yeko suddenly appeared beside him, and Zhou was startled a little. While walking in the wilderness, a big pink-haired fox that can speak human language suddenly appears next to you. Who wouldn't be scared? Zhou turned around and replied to Yashiko with a frown on his face. I'm fine. The army is fine. I'm fine here. Hearing Zhou's response, Ye Shihu thought that Zhou was showing off, and hurriedly said, It doesn't matter if my troops die. After all, they are just ordinary troops. If you, Ping Le Duhua, lack combat power and cannot defend that road, tell me immediately, and I will send more troops to you. Don't be so stubborn. You are not fighting alone, and this is not a game for a clan. After hearing what Yiza Fox said, Zhou's moving figure paused slightly, and then he remembered the Yiza Fox units that were on standby in the camp. Right. Anyway, those troops belong to you temporarily. Why not just convert them into your own troops? Turning around, Zhou smiled at Yeko and said, Don't worry, I'm not showing off. I'm very stable here. Your army is my army. I'll take good care of you. When Ye Shihu heard Zhou say, Your army is my army, he was stunned for a moment, and his heart felt warm for no reason. Even the tail, which had been lying quietly on the ground, began to sway from side to side. You are quite good at commanding, right? You were able to achieve 0 casualties. Then, Ye Chan stretched out his claws and scratched his head, then smiled at Zhou. Anyway, thank you. Well, if you need troops, be sure to tell me. I'll send them to you. When Zhou heard this, he naturally laughed even more happily. No problem. If the army is needed, I will definitely tell you first. If you need troops, you can borrow them to send to yourself? How embarrassing is that? Seeing Zhou like this, Ye Shihu smiled and squinted his eyes and nodded. After turning off the video, he went back to develop his own camp. Zhou's mind moved, and he controlled the 60 jumping insects in his own camp in the distance to gather towards him. While the springtails were rushing towards him, Zhou himself led the army towards the next camp. Under the influence of Zhou, the burden who slowed down the march, the 60 people who came from the rear successfully reunited with Zhou before reaching the camp. Roar. After 60 Ye Fox's springtails arrived, they made friendly sounds and waited for Zhou's next order. As a result, as soon as Zhou raised his hand, the stronger, humus hunters behind him rushed forward and directly suppressed all 60 springtails. Roar? Roar. After all, these springtails are a variant of fission worms with lower combat effectiveness, and their numbers are smaller than those of the humus hunter bugs. So even if they want to resist, they cannot push away these humus hunter bugs on their bodies. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of a fission worm. It was Zhou. Zhou stretched out his hand and stroked the fission worm's head, saying, Good boy Yoshi Yoshi Yoshi. Ding. A Zergling's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Requesting to join your camp. Ding. A Zergling's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Requesting to join your camp. Bite. After Zhou touched the heads of these Zerglings several times and confirmed that he had left an indelible mark that belonged to him alone, part of the swarm, he put his hands away with satisfaction. Roar. These 60 fish and worm variants also lowered their heads around Zhou, looking loyal. Afterwards, Zhou raised his hand, ready to stuff all 60 fish and worms into his space device and start converting them into humus hunting worms. But when there were less than 30 fish and worms entering the space device, they could no longer fit in. The space equipment is too small and there are too many fish and worms, so it can't get in and is stuck. Holding his forehead helplessly, Zhou sighed. After I get out of the void supply dungeon, my population supply will increase, and I should also make some expanders to increase the size of space equipment. Otherwise, even if I have a large army, it won't be able to fit in. Zhou gave another order, asking the 60 springtails to line up in an orderly manner and enter the space device. After half a minute, all 60 springtails had been transformed into Zhou's followers. Looking at the humus hunting insects around him that had expanded to 267, the smile on Zhou's face was gradually filled with fighting spirit. Afterwards, Zhou looked at the alien insect camp in the distance and waved his hand. Kill him. Chapter 54. The swarm's combat power increases rapidly. 10 minutes later, Zhou used a huge force to occupy the first camp. After agreeing to the surrender of the enemy camp, Zhou finally gained the first camp that surrendered to him. After noticing Zhou was part of the swarm talent, this camp enthusiastically doubled the tribute. Calculating the tribute this camp gave him every hour, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. For 100 star shatter or /hour of resource bonus, 2 Zergling eggs /hour of troop bonus. Well, although not much, it's not a small amount when accumulated. In the second hour of the void supply dungeon, after the first 10 minutes, the fourth wave of insects arrived. Originally, Zhou, who did not have sufficient troops, was worried that the number of hostile alien insects was too large, which would prevent him from dividing his troops to protect the camp. All these fears come from insufficient military strength. With such a large number of troops, the problems Zhou faced were easily solved. Soon, Zhou sped up the pace of occupying the camp. 12 minutes later, the second camp was breached. 11 minutes later, the third camp also surrendered. 14 minutes later, the fourth camp surrendered. 13 minutes later, the fifth camp surrendered. As the second hour of the void supply dungeon came to an end, Zhou's resources were also refreshed. The wallet, which had been exhausted, has also ushered in a wave of harvest with the resources provided by various camps in the main nest. Zhou did not think much about it. On the premise of ensuring that all the worker bees in his camp were replaced by his own healing energy bees for collecting, Zhou's star-shattering or accumulated in this 1 hour also reached a terrifying number. Star-shattering mine, 5,223. As for what to do with these star-shattering ores, there is no need to think too much about it. Just use them all to hatch humus-hunting insects and expand the army. In an instant, 87 humus-hunting insect eggs appeared in Zhou's camp. 87 springtail eggs are equivalent to 261 humus hunter insects. This would double Zhou's current army. 3 seconds later, Zhou's camp hatched a sea of humus hunting insects, and the balance of Zhou's star-shattering or also dropped to single digits. 3. Come here. After giving the order to the Hermes insect hunters in the camp to reunite, Zhou also looked at the copy time in front of him. Void supply instance. Time, 2 hours and 1 second. Bang, 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 bang. As the third hour of void supply began, under the fifth round of ball sprayer, fire, Zhou finally arrived at the largest camp of ball sprayer that was closest to him. Ignoring the 4 consecutive cannon shots, Zhou stood on a stone platform, looking at the bile ejection body camp settlement in the distance with a slight smile on his face. It's been a while since I saw a real ball sprayer. Zhou looked at the huge bile ejection body not far from him and couldn't help but marvel at it. In my previous life, the ball spraying body that tortured me to death was also my favorite building when I was fighting against foreign races. Now, I have nothing, so the first building of the Zerg I want to attack is also this ball sprayer. Those 4 gunshots were like signals. After receiving the signal, the alien insects in the bile ejector camp settlement began to riot and gather together, gradually forming the 6th wave of insect tide. Every 3 waves of Zerg tides make up a round. The number of Zerg tides at the beginning of each round will be equal to the number of Zerg tides in the second wave of the previous round, and so on. Zhou calculated for a moment and looked at the Zerg army in front of him. 24 fish and worm variants of Zerglings, 8 leaping worm variants of Zerglings, for aberrations, 2 hydralisks, a total of 24 enemy population. After finishing the calculation, Zhou nodded and predicted the future army. The 8th wave of insect swarms starting in the 3rd hour will basically be an army of 24 people. But the army Zhou is about to face is more than just this, because there are troops stationed in this camp. 39 fission Zerglings, 14 vaulting Zerglings, 3 aberrations, and 2 hydralisks. The troops stationed in the camp surrounded the bile emitter and protected it tightly. When the bile ejection body has just been ejected and the bile inside has not yet been secreted much. If Zhou wanted to attack this camp, he would have to face this army with a total population of 54 million. Yes, quite a few. Zhou raised his hand with a smile, then opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhou. Level, 2. Experience, 20/72,000. Attributes, 9 points unassigned. Worker B, Strength 0, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Physical Fitness 0, Vitality 0, Toughness 0. Zangling, Strength 3, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Health 0, Toughness 6. Technology. Currently 9 points of technology have been contributed. After clearing out all the hostile Zerg camps and scattered Zerg swarms along the way from his own camp to here, Zhou's experience reached the maximum value. His level was raised to level 2, and he once again got 9 free attribute points to distribute. Aberration has an attack of 20 points, which is indeed a big threat to my Humican Hunter. I should focus on improving its toughness. After all, there are 7 aberrations in this camp, and their damage is ridiculously high, so it is better to build up the defenses of the Humus Hunters first to prevent casualties. With the thought in mind, Zhou allocated another 6 attribute points to tenacity and the remaining 3 attribute points to strength. After receiving the blessing of this attribute, the attack power of Humus Hunter increases from 15 to 18. It can basically take down a hostile ordinary Zergling with 2 basic attacks. The damage is considerable. The defense is increased to 15 points, which completely destroys Hydralisk, and the damage of aberration can be ignored by nearly 80%. Now, my army has become a group of tigers and wolves. After adding points, Zhou's army reached the strongest state it can currently achieve. The 6th wave of insect swarms gathering in the distance has also completed its assembly and is preparing to charge towards the player camp. Zhou also ordered his Humus Hunters to open a pocket formation, waiting for the brainless alien insects on the opposite side to rush over. As the 2 armies met, a gleam of light flashed in Zhou's eyes. Superior. Following Zhou's order, the Humus hunting insects took wild steps and surrounded the enemy like a sea of insects. Roar. After hearing the order, the Humus Hunters formed groups and prioritized besieging and killing the enemy's special units. The alien insects protecting the bile-spraying body in the distance also triggered an alert state after sensing the battle here and rushed towards Zhou's army. But the enemy's limited military force was like a drop in the bucket in front of Zhou's sea of Humus hunting insects and had almost no effect at all. And after spending nearly 2 minutes, Zhou completely wiped out the enemy's army. I can win when the minority is against the majority, so how can I lose when the majority is against the minority? After brushing off the dust on his hands, Zhou took a step and came to the bile-spraying body in the middle of the camp. Now, what should I do with you? Chapter 55, Skill Fragment. Poison Nest. Bile Ejection Body. Introduction. A high-level defensive building unit of the Zerg, capable of ultra-long-range fire suppression. When it receives fatal damage, it will self-destruct, splashing its own bile to surrounding units, causing suicidal area damage. Note: as long as the bile is emptied, it will not self-destruct. Attack: 150. Defense: 5. Health: 5,000. Recovery 1 per minute. Skills: aiming, self-destruction, passive. With a defense of up to 5 points, even if ordinary Zerglings can break through to this place, it is difficult to cause damage to the bile sprayer. With a life value of up to 5,000 points, this bile-ejecting body is difficult to remove. Looking at the clear enemy building panel displayed in front of him, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Heart of the Swarm is really useful. In the past 100 years, no one from the human race has been able to pass that void supply dungeon and protect the main nest for 5 days. The only one who could counterattack the enemy camp was my past self. At first, I led my army with great expectations and finally broke through the encirclement of the Zerg swarm and ambushed the bile sprayer. In the end, my army was blown up by the self-explosion of the bile sprayer. I was forced to quit the void supply dungeon directly. The first red 10-level population voucher in my life was directly wasted, delaying my development for a long time. After sighing, Zhou said helplessly, if I had the talent of a Heart of the Swarm in my previous life, I could have reduced the loss of the army. After shaking his head and clearing away the memories in his mind, Zhou was still looked at the ball-spraying body in front of him and couldn't help but say, "Why not just raise it?" Raising his hand, Zhou ordered the humus-hunting insects to rush forward, surround the ball-spraying body, and begin the attack. When it's almost destroyed, the bile sprayer's capsule will burst, and the concentrated bile will flow out first. Then you can have your units withdraw and destroy it after the bile is run out. After giving the order, Zhou made a judgment and kept a close eye on the remaining health of the bile sprayer in the huge sack that could burst at any time. After all, the damage of Humican Hunter is also extremely high, and the health of bile sprayer decreases very quickly. 4,563. 3,225. 2048. However, when the health of the bile sprayer dropped to 1,000, a message came to Zhou's mind. Ding. Bile ejection body has sent you a friendly surrender. Would you like to accept it? Ding. After accepting the surrender, bile sprayer will become your affiliated camp, and you will receive a resource bonus of 600 star or /hour, 1 springtail egg /hour, and 1 exploding insect egg /hour. Ding. If you refuse to surrender, the Zerg nest here will be destroyed, and you will receive 3,000 experience points for explosive worm eggs and skill fragment, toxic nest. Zhou was a little stunned when he heard these surrender messages. Will bile sprayer surrender again? In his previous life, after Zhou had strengthened his military strength, he had also cleared the void supply map, counterattacked the enemy Zerg camp, and killed the bile sprayer. But I have never heard of a bile ejecting body being able to surrender. Could this be another hidden effect of a Heart of the Swarm? After thinking about it secretly in his mind, Zhou kept this matter in mind, and then Zhou looked at the surrender message of bile spraying body. Whether you accept the surrender or refuse it, you can get a new soldier, bombardment. Zhou is very familiar with the banning unit. If the bile ejection body is in a life-threatening situation, it will only self-destruct. Then, banning insect can self-destruct anytime and anywhere. Bombing is like a walking bomb. Once it comes into contact with the enemy, it will detonate the highly concentrated bile in its body, causing high-area damage to surrounding enemies. For groups of low-level hostile units, banning is simply a natural enemy. Moreover, similar to but different from the low spiritual growth attribute of the queen, the toughness and agility growth attributes of the exploding insect are also 0.5. In other words, for banning, defense and movement speed are complete shortcomings. 2 points of toughness can add 1 point of defense, and 2 points of agility can add 1 point of movement speed. After sacrificing defense and movement speed, banning also has an outstanding advantage. Strength growth attribute as high as 2 points. In other words, if you add points to the strength attribute of blasting insect, 1 point of strength can increase 2 points of attack power. If blasting insect is added with pure strength attribute, the damage will be even more terrifying. In my previous life, I was lucky enough to use exploding insects in a dungeon when I reached the 2nd level, the black iron level. When I get the blasting insect gene, and it can hatch normally, it will be time for me to occupy this slime tribe. Thinking of his past, Zhou couldn't help but be amazed. The Baneling is indeed a very good strategic unit, but in addition to the Star Crusher ore, it also needs to collect rare resources such as gas. In realms, if players want to produce followers, the resources consumed are Star Crusher ore and dilution gas. In reality, if players want to produce followers, the resources consumed are star ore and high-energy gas. Blasting insects are special units that require a rare resource called gas to produce. But at the beginning of the game, I didn't have any units that needed to consume diluted gas to produce, so I didn't unlock the gas fountain and couldn't produce. So, for me right now, I can only rely on free money to get a unit like banning. After shaking his head slightly, Zhou turned his attention to the special prop after refusing to surrender. Skill Fragment, Poison Nest. Introduction. Every once in a while, you can place an invisible toxic tumor on the ground. After the toxic tumor is successfully hatched, a small area of fungal blanket will be formed around it, and the fungal blanket will enjoy the attribute bonus effect of the toxic tumor. When the enemy ground unit steps on the toxic tumor, it will cause range AoE damage to the enemy. The placement of the toxic tumor ignores the fungal blanket terrain and can be placed anywhere. Collection. Collect 10 skill fragments to synthesize Toxic Nest Level 1. After seeing the introduction of Skill Fragment, Toxic Nest, Zhou's eyes lit up and his pupils dilated slightly. Toxic Nest Skill. Placing Toxic Tumor? This is an invisible mine that can ignore the range of the fungal blanket and expand the fungal blanket at will. Compared to how many bombings can be hatched every hour, Zhou is obviously more interested in the Toxic Nest skill. Moreover, realms, skills such as Poison Nest can be brought out of the dungeon and follow the player into each dungeon. As for the final choice, Zhou Zhuo looked at the surrender panel of Bao Spray Body and smiled slightly. Sorry, although I really like to get banning for free every hour, the skill of Toxic Nest is too good. Chapter 56, Beautiful Monster Princess. Refused to surrender. When Zhou Zhuo stretched out his hand and clicked on the reject button, he still ordered his humus hunting insects to conduct the final judgment on the Bao spraying body. 952. 521. 106. By the time the bile ejection body was covered with wounds, the highly concentrated bile in its body had already flowed out, corroding the nearby ground into holes and making a hissing sound. Zhou Zhuo also adjusted the number of humus hunters in a timely manner, allowing a small number of troops to continue to reduce the health of the bile sprayers. When the bile emitter had only 100 health points left, Zhou Zhuo ordered all the humus hunters to retreat, leaving only the last one to continue reducing the bile emitter's health. 52. 21. 0. After the bile sprayer's HP was reduced to 0, Zhou Zhuo quickly issued an order. Withdraw. After all, humus hunting bug has a moving speed of up to 19 meters per second and can escape nearly 20 meters away in 1 second. The moment Zhou Zhuo gave the order, the humus hunting insect next to the bile ejector turned around and ran away. But only less than 2 seconds had passed, and the huge bile ejection body suddenly shrank and then exploded all the last highly corrosive concentrated bile in its body. Zhou Zhuo stayed far away, looking at the humus hunting insect that lost its balance due to the aftermath of the explosion and flew directly towards the distance. Zhou Zhuo didn't even think about it. He sprinted and took a step forward, then pounced out and caught the humus hunting insect in his arms. After catching the humus hunting insect, Zhou Zhuo rolled on the ground 7 or 8 times before he recovered. Laugh. Zhou Zhuo looked at the humus hunter in his arms, which was still being corroded by bile and whose body was emitting the sound of corrosion. Even though it was missing arms and legs, and even the wings behind it had been corroded into charcoal by the bright green bile, it was still alive. Zhou Zhuo also hurriedly looked at its attributes. Humus hunting insect. Health, 2/45. It's good that you're not dead. Seeing that the humus hunting insect survived as if it had locked its blood, Zhou Zhuo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they have up to 15 points of defense and 45 points of health. In addition, this humus hunter ran very fast and far away from the center of the explosion and only received the aftermath damage from the edge of the explosion, so it survived. In just a few minutes, Zhou Zhuo saw that the carapace of the humus hunting insect that had been corroded into charcoal had turned into dead skin and blood scabs. As its body swayed, the dead skin and blood scabs fell off, revealing its fresh pink and purple body inside. In the absence of archer Zerg units, if you want to get rid of the bile sprayer, you must get close to the unit and take the damage from its self-destruction. Zhou Zhuo stroked the head of the humus hunting insect and only put it on the ground after it regrows its broken limbs and regains its ability to move. It's hard for you. As Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, the humus hunting bug, whose wound had just healed and was still recovering at Zhou Zhuo's feet, looked up at Zhou Zhuo. An array of spiritual light seemed to flash in its pupils. After maintaining a record of 0 casualties and destroying the enemy camp, a large fluttering moth suddenly appeared beside Zhou Zhuo, and the voice of Ms. Han Yin rang out from it. Everyone, pay attention. I see the 6th wave of insects. 24 fission zerglings, 8 vaulting zerglings for aberrations, 2 hydralisks, 24 people in total. There are a lot of elite monsters, so everyone must be careful. Before Ms. Han Yin finished her words, she heard several reminders from the main brain in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Ping Lei Duhua, for destroying 1 bile sprayer. All players received 500 Star Crusher or 5 Springtail eggs, and 1 exploding worm egg. Ding! 1 bile sprayer. Dies. All attributes of all hostile Zerg troops are reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. Ding! 1 bile sprayer has died. All attributes of all hostile Zerg armies are permanently reduced by 5%, up to a maximum of 50%. After these 3 prompts from the main brain, Ms. Han Yan's figure flying in the air paused slightly, and she forgot to flap her wings and almost fell to the ground. After regaining her mobility, Ms. Han Yan stared blankly at the prompt from the main brain and uttered an unbelievable sound. What? Did I hear correctly? At this moment, Rimuru from the Slime clan also appeared in a phantom, stretched out 2 soft little hands, and cheered to Zhou Zhuo. You are so awesome. Ping Lei Duhua. You can even defeat such a big bile sprayer. The shadow of the eightfold fox also appeared at this moment, with a smile on his face, and congratulated Zhou. Ally, you are really extraordinary. Not only can you preserve the health of the main nest, but you can even counterattack. Not bad. When Ye Fox said congratulations, the big pink tail behind it began to swing from side to side, and it was obvious that it was in a good mood. Looking at the three alien figures gathered around him, Zhou felt that he had to speak, so he summoned his own virtual image and smiled at the other three tribes. It's just a small matter. Now that the enemy's combat effectiveness has been reduced, you should also strengthen your defense and try to make the most of the population coupons you have spent this time. After hearing Zhou's words, the other three tribes also withdrew their respective images, returned to their own camps, and began to deploy defensive counterattacks. Slime Camp. At the top of the hatchery, there is a throne made of slime, a light blue gel-like substance that has solidified into a resin-like material. Sitting on the throne was a beautiful girl with long blue hair, golden eyes, and a slender figure. The girl supported her expressionless face with her right hand, stretched out her left hand, and a ball of light blue slime condensed on her left index finger. The image of the slime that looked like a puppet on a string was exactly the image of Rimuru when he was on a video call with everyone. It can be seen that the lively and humble little blue slime before was actually a disguised existence like a puppet. And now, the gelatinous substance of the blue slime is still making cute sounds, trying to deceive other tribes. I'm sorry, Master Yama. I didn't handle the army well, and 3 more Zerglings died. I'm sorry. How about you take the army back? Okay. Thank you very much for your forgiveness, Master Ye. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I will definitely treat the rest of your army well. After the video conversation ended, the expressionless blue-haired girl named Limro clenched her left fist and retracted the slime image that was condensed and floating in the air. After retracting the slime image, the blue-haired girl with golden eyes frowned slightly, and her expression was slightly shaken. That human race is only 1 level higher than our slime race, but they actually have such fighting power. After talking to herself, the blue-haired girl with golden eyes looked towards the distance, at the hostile Zerg camp surrounded by her followers, and couldn't help but slightly exclaimed. I thought that my combat power of being able to counterattack and occupy a camp was far superior to that of the 17 tribes mentioned above, at least slightly superior to that of the human race. But did I underestimate them? That human male actually killed a bile sprayer directly. Although he felt a little defeated, Rimuru soon regained his confidence. No, I can't give up so early. As the princess of the slime monster clan, I can't admit defeat. After his heart was resolute, Rimuru's golden pupils were full of light again. He raised his slender jade arm and ordered, "Go, take it." With the unique mimicry talent of the slime clan, Rimuru's swarm is larger in number, and those mimicked smaller units are placed in the front. Rimuru is not afraid of the consumption of his army at all. With the attack of countless alien insects of all sizes, the hostile alien insect camp in the distance was quickly destroyed. I want to be stronger. Chapter 57. The withered bones in the tomb. I must kill them today. The Spirit Flame Fox Clan Camp. A big pink-haired fox stretched out its paw, rubbed the stiff muscles on its face, and pressed its tail hard, with a look of exasperation on its face. It's so easy to fake a smile, but why doesn't my tail obey me? As he spoke, the pink-haired fox stretched out his paw to ruffle the fur on his tail, and said angrily, I told you to get all cocky when you're happy. I'll hit you. I'll hit you. You're losing your composure. How could you be so out of control? After talking to himself for a while and venting his anger, the pink-haired fox thought about Zhou's appearance and thought to himself, it looks like a human being, and it can stand on 2 legs, which makes it look taller. It seems pretty good. Should I also turn into a human being and show him? The pink-haired fox's big tail had originally calmed down, but after thinking of this, the big tail stood up again as if it had received a signal and began to swing left and right. Don't move. Don't move. Believe it or not, I will pull you out. Hee hee hee. The big pink-haired fox hugged its tail and rolled twice on the clean ground. After letting out a few silly laughs, it suddenly froze, then sat up, suddenly realized its loss of composure, and then returned to its original state. As if venting his anger at Zhou, who was far away, the pink-haired fox said proudly, Humph, you want to see my human form? You wish. I won't show it to you. Just then, a worker bee floated in front of the pink-haired fox, as if conveying some message to her. Oh, have you found the second enemy Zerg camp? Ye Xiaohu smiled after hearing this, and threw away the spring-like impulse in his heart, and ordered, Now that we have found the second Zerg camp, let's attack. Refuse to surrender and leave no one alive. As Yazaki gave the order, the The swarms of insects under her command began to move and started to attack wildly. Yazaki's tail began to swing left and right unconsciously. Don't move. Oh, don't move. Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan Camp. Ms. Hanyin flapped her wings and ran to the front line to supervise the battle personally. Please, don't hit it. Please. Although Ms. Hanyin controlled herself and her followers, all the hostile alien insects were infected with the wing phosphorus effect. But the enemy Zerg seemed to be unaffected by the hit reduction effect of wing phosphorus. Every attack of the hostile alien insects hit Lady Hanyin's army hard. Ms. Hanyin looked at her Zergling army being blown away at any time and limping back, and she also burst into tears. Wow, what kind of luck is this? Am I really from the Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan? Why is the effect of my wing phosphorus not working? After another wave of defense, Ms. Hanyin's army suffered heavy losses and 8 jumping insects died. Ms. Hanyin slumped on the ground, wrapped her 2 pairs of wings around herself, sobbing and making a wrong sound. Master Yagyu is from the 2nd clan and is strong enough to withstand it, but why can the humans from the 17th clan also withstand it? And they are much stronger than me. Could it be that I can only be compared with the slimes at the bottom of the list? Wuhu. After crying for a while, Ms. Hanyin spread her wings, revealing her body, and flew towards the hatchery again, complaining to herself. I knew that I couldn't just pick up population coupons on the roadside. How could I be so lucky to get a bargain? Sure enough, my luck paid off in the dungeon. Wiping her tears with her tiny arms, Ms. Hanyin flew to the top of the hatchery. Although she felt wronged, she still bravely began a new round of orders. I'll use the 500 star-broken minerals that the human leader gave me to station troops. As long as I can hold on well. As long as I'm not the first one who can't hold on to the front line, it'll be fine. There are still 5 Zergling eggs and 1 Baneling egg. We should be able to hold out for a few more waves. Human camp. Ding. Congratulations on killing 1 Bile Sprayer. You have obtained 1,000 Star Crusher or 10 Springtail eggs and 2 Exploding Worm eggs. Zhou looked at his main brain and the additional message he received and smiled slightly. Sure enough, just like when I eliminated the Bile Sprayer in my previous life, other players received normal rewards, but my reward was doubled. After collecting these rewards, Zhou's space device also had some additional rewards. 3,000 experience points is too little, so let's not talk about it for now. There are also 4 explosive insect eggs and a skill fragment called Toxic Nest in the space device. These rewards were exactly what Zhou got after he refused to accept the rewards from the Bile ejecting body. Gather all 10 fragments to complete this Poison Nest skill. After seeing the reward, Zhou murmured, if that's the case, I have to kill at least 9 more Bile ejectors. After having a goal in mind, Zhou also looked at the map. The remaining 3 locations on the map lit up a small part of the foggy Bile Sprayer. If you look at the map of the Void Supply dungeon as a MOBA map, I am in the southernmost part of the camp in the lower left corner, and I have wiped out all the enemies along my route. If you want to go to other routes to deal with Bile Sprayer, you must cross the jungle and river to reach the target location. Besides, I will leave some troops behind to defend my own camp. After making his judgment, Zhou looked into the distance. In the distance, the alien insect army that came from nowhere was gathering towards where Zhou was. 10 minutes have passed since the last Bile Sprayer attack, which means that the 7th wave of insects is coming. In the 7th wave of Zerg, the number of enemy troops was equal to the total population of the 5th wave, which was not that large. Just as Zhou was about to raise his hand to let his humus hunting insects attack, a familiar voice came from behind him. Who? Ho! Turning his head, Zhou looked behind him. What were galloping towards him from a distance were the 261 humus hunting insects that had rushed from the camp 10 minutes ago. Looking at the group of humus hunting insects that came to guard, Zhou also felt relieved. The troops defending the 5 camps behind me are here. With Zhou no longer needing to protect them, the group of humus hunting insects that rushed over from the camp simply spread their legs and ran as fast as they could. It only took them about 10 minutes to reach the place where Zhou ordered them to assemble. With a slight smile, Zhou stopped letting the humus leaping insects around him relax their alert and instead waved his hand, turning the insects' heads and heading northwest. The 7th wave of insect swarms in the distance saw Zhou's troops and seemed to want to give way. After a slight puzzlement, they did not slow down and continued to rush towards Zhou's camp. But just as the 7th wave of insect swarms passed by the place where Zhou's insect swarm had just stood, they suddenly discovered that there was a large group of troops in front of them. The The seventh wave of insects sensed something was wrong, but they could no longer stop and rushed headlong into the swarm of more than 200 insects. But in just a few seconds, the ruins of the camp where the bile sprayer once stood were reduced to only 261 humus-hunting insects. They stood firmly on the ruins and roared in victory in the direction Zhou Zhou left. Roar! Zhou Zhou, who had already led the army into the wild area, smiled even more after hearing this familiar roar, and then continued to move towards the target in the fog. Bile-spurting body, you are just a dead bone in a grave. I will kill you today. Chapter 58, Yako's Army. Before we know it, night is falling. Time flies by so fast, and it's almost dark. Zhou Zhou sat on a stone platform, looking at the sun-like star that was about to set in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. Just like Gao Tian said, once you are in the realms, you won't notice the passage of time if you are not careful. After all, I entered the dungeon in the afternoon, so after 15 waves of insect swarms, the void supply dungeon also entered its 6th hour. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive bile jet cannon shots rang out, the night seemed to receive a signal, covering the light of the stars and swallowing up the light of void supply. The sky had completely darkened. Zhou Zhou looked at the bile ejector, not far away, that had just fired concentrated bile, emitting a faint fluorescence and illuminating an area of the camp, and raised his hand. Now that the bile has been ejected, it's my turn to take action. As Zhou Zhou's orders were given, Zhou Zhou's humus hunters also began to take action. Roar! The excited humus hunters roared and began to bite the hard shell of the bile sprayers. Bile sprayer has a defense of 5 points. Under the high-level attacks of humus-hunting insects, whose attributes have been enhanced again, it is as fragile as a folded piece of paper. Looking at the speed at which the bile spray body lost blood as if it had eaten Wallace, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but sigh. This is the advantage of SSS-Level. The attributes I get when I reach level 3 are equivalent to those of an ordinary F-level player who reaches level 27. During the 3-hour journey in the wild area, Zhou Zhou successfully eliminated many wild alien insects in the wild area and gained a lot of experience. The roads in the wild area are really troublesome, with mountain roads and bushes, which really slowed down my marching speed. In addition, there are swarms of wild insects that jump out from time to time. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but frown when he thought of his experience in the jungle. Before his body was strengthened, this terrain that was not easy for humans to walk on was indeed very uncomfortable for Zhou Zhou. I kind of missed the few wild beasts I tamed in my previous life. They were really comfortable to ride. Sighing, Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about those things. Instead, he looked at the group of Xamphinus that surrounded the bile-spraying body and poured fire on it. He suddenly felt that he had a long way to go. I have to drink wine 1 sip at a time and take 1 step at a time. I will think about taming the wild beast after I unify the Zerg once again. However, thanks to the contributions of those waves of insect tides and wild insect swarms, Zhou Zhou's experience value reached the maximum level 2 and he was successfully upgraded to level 3. It's a pity that the terrain in the jungle is rugged and uneven, and there is no Zerg camp. Otherwise, if I had directly occupied the camp, I could have gained more experience. Zhou Zhou, who had reached level 3, also added the newly acquired 9 free attribute points to the Zergling. Toughness plus 5, Strength plus 4. After gaining 5 points of toughness, the defense of Humus Hunter has reached 20 points. The attack of the deformed form fell on the Humus Hunter, and it became a real scrape. With the added attribute of Strength plus 4, the attack power of Humus Hunting Bug has soared to 22. Don't say that 2 basic attacks can kill someone else's Zergling. Even 5 basic attacks can kill a hydralisk with 80 health points. Tisk, TSK, TSK. After smacking his lips, Zhou Zhou also smiled and lamented the strength of his troops. I can't even activate the equipment special effect of Double Strike. Why are the hydralisks so weak? After Zhou Zhou's level increased, the troops under his command all had high attribute bonuses. If we consider the combat power of each humus hunting insect, it is more than enough to fight against a abnormal alone. And now, the number of humus hunting insects under Zhou Zhou's command has reached 1,162. With such a large army in hand, it is only a matter of time before Zhou Zhou sweeps across the entire void supply. Ding! Bile Ejector surrenders to you in good faith. At this moment, the news of the surrender of Bile Ejecting Body came to Zhou Zhou's mind. Reject! Zhou Zhou clicked on the rejection panel without mercy. Then he began to carefully control the humus hunters to reduce the blood volume of the bile sprayer. Bang! Accompanied by an explosion, Zhou successfully removed another bile sprayer. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Ping Lei Duhua, for destroying one bile sprayer. All players received 500 Star Crusher or 5 Springtail eggs, and 1 exploding worm egg. Ding! 1 bile sprayer. Dies. All attributes of all hostile Zerg troops are reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. Ding! 2 bile sprayers have died. All attributes of all hostile Zerg armies are permanently reduced by 10%, up to a maximum of 50%. After Zhou eliminated the bile emitter, again, the main brain also sent a message prompt to all players. After hearing this prompt, Zhou also looked at the 2 skill fragments floating together in his space device. In addition to those basic rewards, what Zhou cares most about is the skill fragment of this poison nest. Toxic Nest has collected 2 fragments. Once the last 2 bile sprayers are destroyed, we will have to wait for new bile sprayers to be born. Exploding insect eggs are certainly useful, but judging from Zhou's current troops, exploding insects are basically useless. After all, without any attribute bonus, its attack efficiency is still not as good as that of Humus hunting insect, so Zhou simply did not hatch it. Then let's go find the next bile sprayer. After taking a deep breath, Zhou looked at the next target on the map and prepared to lead his troops forward. Roar! However, at this moment, a Humus hunting insect beside Zhou suddenly turned its head and let out a vigilant growl towards the fog of war in the distance. Zhou also turned around and looked in the direction of the Humus hunting insect. In the fog of war, a well-equipped Zerg army numbering nearly 100 people slowly walked out and appeared within Zhou's field of vision. Looking at the alien insect army, Zhou activated Heart of the Swarm and took into account the attributes of the alien insect army. Yashiko's Springtail, Fission Worm. Yashiko's Hydralisk. The Queen of the Eightfold Fox, Graceful Queen. After seeing the prefixes of the names above the heads of this group of alien insects, Zhou put away Heart of the Swarm. They are the alien insects of Ye Fox. The Zerglings in the front of the Zerg group walked out of the fog of war and walked for more than 10 meters before they discovered the existence of Zhou's army and immediately issued a warning sound. But they just stopped and didn't move, as if waiting for a new round of orders. Looking at the Yeko's alien insects, which were half a beat slower in reaction than his own troops, Zhou had some idea in his mind. It seems my army is more observant. Just as Zhou made his judgment, a shadow of a pink-haired fox appeared beside him. So you're on my side. Chapter 59, I am pretending. You are really weak. As soon as the shadow of the Ye Fox appeared, it immediately greeted Zhou. I was just wondering where the second bile sprayer you shot was from, and it turns out it's from my route. At this point, Yeko nodded, stretched out his claws to scratch the map, drew on it, and said with a smile, I just came into contact with Lady Frostflame's fungal blanket, and I can determine your location. It's just that Rimuru and Ms. Hanyin are both in the north. They just confirmed that the fungal blanket has been laid to the border of the map, so they turned back. It may take some time to lay the fungal blanket to your place. Don't worry, my camp is fine and safe. After hearing the explanation of Ye Xiaohu, Zhou nodded and planned a location distribution map of the 4 tribes of players in his mind. If the 4 lines are numbered from north to south, Rimuru of the Slime clan is on Route 1, the northernmost route. Ms. Cold Flame of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan is on Route 2 in the north. The Yechud Fox of the Spirit Flame Fox clan is on Route 3 in the south. The Human Self is on Route 4, the southernmost route. After Ye Xiaohu sent the news of her encounter with Zhou to the other 2 players, the shadows of Rimuru and Ms. Hanyin also appeared. As soon as the bright blue Rimuru came out, he raised his 2 cute little tentacles and expressed his gratitude to Zhou. Lord Pinglei Duhua, thank you for destroying another bile sprayer. I have more troops now, otherwise my camp would be in danger. Ms. Hanyin also nodded frantically, and her shadow floated to Zhou's side, wiping her tears and saying, Yes, me too. If it weren't for you, Master Pinglei Duhua, who was able to destroy the bile spraying body and weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness, I'm afraid I would have to exit the dungeon early. Yashiko also smiled, nodded slightly to Zhou, and said, I underestimated you. I only knew that there was an old human named Bai Qiming in the human race who was very powerful. It turns out that there are people as powerful as you in the human race. Listening to the greetings of the crowd, Zhou took the opportunity to back off and said to Ye Xiaohu, Thank you for your praise. I'm not that great. If it weren't for the army you gave me, Master Yeyu, I wouldn't have had such a comfortable early development time. What a pity. Hearing Zhou's words, Ye Xiaohu tilted his head, not knowing what Zhou wanted to say, so he asked, "What a pity." Looking at Yeko's appearance, Zhou looked shy and showed an awkward smile. "It's a pity that I was a little ungrateful in the early stage. When I went to capture the bile-spraying body of the enemy camp, the troops you gave me were corroded to death by the bile that exploded. I'm sorry." When Zhou said this, 60 of the hundreds of humus hunter insects behind him were suddenly stunned, then looked at each other and made puzzled sounds. The 60 humus hunting insects that had turned against the enemy thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then, according to Zhou's orders, they fell to the ground one by one, with their 4 legs sticking out their tongues and lying motionless, as if they were dead. After hearing Zhou's words, Yeko covered her mouth with her paws and smiled dignifiedly. "It doesn't matter. Those troops were given to you for your use. The ones that died were just basic units." As he said this, although Ye Kitsune still maintained his aristocratic image, his tail began to shake unconsciously from side to side. But at this moment, the Ye fox suddenly stretched out its claws and grabbed the big tail, put it under its body, pressed it down, and continued to sit upright, saying to Zhou, "Besides, you have also protected the main nest and killed the bile sprayer, and have exceeded your mission, right?" Hearing Ye Xiaohu's nonchalant words, the annoyance, regret, and self-blame on Zhou's face were all expressed more vividly at once. "If I had discovered earlier that the bile spray body would self-destruct, your army wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, Master Yamaguchi." At this point, Zhou's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he said to the eightfold fox, "However, Master Yagyu, I have protected your drone and hydralisk well, and there is no loss at all. Now that our camp is safe, I will return these 10 units to you." Looking at Zhou's regretful expression, the tail under Ye Fox moved even louder. But Ye Xiaohu still maintained his calm image and said to Zhou, "Well, that's fine. Anyway, the location of the camp has been almost determined. I'll give them the order to return." "Thank you, Master Yayoi." After hearing Zhou's words, Ye Fox gave orders to the remaining worker bees and hydralisks, asking them to return to their camp. Zhou's mind skipped a beat, and he then lost command of the worker bee and hydralisk. However, Zhou's vision followed the perspective of the worker bee and moved towards a strange place. Zhou can share the vision of the worker bee, so needless to say what the effect is. In the ranking of priority commands in the minds of these worker bees, Ye Sasquatch ranks second. As long as the first one doesn't give orders, they will listen to the second one. Only after watching the 10 units leave their camp through the shared vision of the camp did Zhou feel relieved. After all, these garrisons are still other people's troops. Even if they can obey your orders, you still can't be 100% confident until they completely become your own army. As for the hydralisks, Zhou did not brainwash them and recruit them into his own ranks. "I haven't unlocked the genetic sequence of the hydralisk myself. Even if I succeed in brainwashing them, there is no way to bring them into my reality and make them followers that I can summon at any time. It's better to let them go. Besides making the Yeshit fox more trustworthy to me, I can also collect intelligence and carefully investigate the current technological status of the Spirit Flame Fox tribe." After making this judgment in his mind, Zhou spoke up and changed the topic. "It seems that the player allocation in the Void Supply map is really random. I thought it would be more reasonable to match them according to the strength of the races." Hearing what Zhou said, Ms. Han Yin quickly flapped her wings, thinking of her troops who had suffered heavy losses, and took the lead in raising her limbs, agreeing. Yes. If we rank the races by strength, Lord Yajo is 1, I am 2, Lord Hararai Tuko is 3, and Rimuru is 4. Shouldn't we be grouped like 4, 1 or 2, 3? In this way, I can be protected by Lord Yamaguchi and Lord Pinglei Duhua." After saying this, Ms. Han Yin suddenly realized that her words were a little inappropriate, so she quickly looked at Rimuru of the Slime Clan and added, "Rimuru, I just spoke too quickly. I didn't mean to say you're weak. I was just too weak. Please don't take it to heart." No. Rimuru, who was in the shape of blue jelly, jumped up and down happily and made a cute sound. "I also hope to be in contact with Master Yami. I feel like I'll feel safe that way." However, far away at the top of the hatchery in the Slime Clan's camp, a slender girl with blue hair and golden eyes looked at the shadow of Ms. Han Yin and remembered the image that her queen had brought back from the other camp. She couldn't help but sneer on her face and thought to herself, "I may be pretending, but you are really weak." Chapter 60, Just a Guess. Rimuru is so nice. Long live understanding. After hearing what Rimuru said, Ms. Han Yin also chuckled, then looked at Zhou and Ye Kitsune and said happily, "Thanks to the help of the 2 adults, I have been able to hold on to the camp until now. Now I have obtained supplies for 25 people. My progress in the first rank of Red Tin has directly increased by 25%, and the upper limit has reached 60. If I have better luck and survive tomorrow, I might be able to break through to the first level and reach the second level of Red Shi. Having said this, Ms. Han Yin covered her face with her limbs again and sobbed. I was so unlucky before that I used 2 population coupons to increase the population to 35. Hearing what Ms. Han Yin said, Rimuru raised his eyebrows and a thought came to his mind. If there is such a fool who reveals his combat power, can't I just follow up and find out the combat power of the other 2 tribes? Immediately, Rimuru controlled the jelly-like slime and said, Ms. Han Yin is also very powerful. She fought many battles with Lord Yagu's army, but she only got 22 people. Now the upper limit has just reached 40 people, and she is still far from the second stage. Then Rimuru turned his head and looked at Yeko and Zhou and said innocently, Where are Lord Yagu and Lord Lei Duhua? You 2 are so powerful, you must have captured a lot of people. Can you tell me? At this point, Rimuru paused, then quickly waved his tentacles and said nervously, I didn't mean to ask you 2 adults about your background. Please don't misunderstand me. I didn't say anything. When the silly Lady Han Yin saw Rimuru like this, she realized that she seemed to have started it, so she also fluttered her wings and apologized to Zhou Zhua and Ye Kitsune. Oh, I'm sorry. My lord, I didn't mean to start that. You 2 are too sensitive. There's no need to be so cautious. Ye Fox waved his paws, not caring at all. After all, the Spirit Flame Fox clan is the second subordinate race under the Zerg, and the accumulated strength of the race is different. Even if they reveal their growth rate, the races ranked behind them will not be able to catch up so easily, and even if they do, their fighting power may not be as strong as theirs. Ye Kitsune is very confident about this, which is why she dares to hand over her army directly to other races. Yashiko glanced at his own population limit and said, I have obtained 48 population so far, which is almost half grade. As long as the main nest is safe, I feel that I can directly fill up the 100 population limit of this population ticket. When Yeko said this, Ms. Han Yin and Rimuru were stunned. What? Full. They knew that population vouchers could increase the population supply limit. However, they have never heard that there is an upper limit to the value that population coupons can increase the population supply limit. Seeing Ms. Han Yin and Rimuru who were suddenly speechless, Ye Kitsune smiled slightly and felt a little happy in her heart. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult for the lower-ranked races to catch up with the higher-ranked races. Poor intelligence. The top-ranked races have much more time to trial and error than the later races, and the experience and copy shortcuts they can summarize are not easily obtained by the later races. Just as Yashiko opened her lips and prepared to explain, a clear male voice interrupted. Each population voucher can increase the player's population limit to a certain limit. The red tin level is 100, the black iron level is 1000, and the silver level is 10,000. So, if you are lucky enough to get a population voucher, it is not difficult. The most difficult thing is to be able to consistently and stably get population vouchers so that you have a stable space and rhythm for improvement. After saying this, Zhou looked at the eightfold fox and smiled slightly. Master Yamaguchi, is this what I said? After hearing what Zhou said, not only Ms. Han Yin and Rimuru were stunned, even Ye Kitsune was stunned where she was. Zhou looked at the stunned and speechless Yezuk. He didn't understand why the opponent's tail seemed to be separated from the body. Even though he was pressed under the Yezuk, it seemed to be more powerful because of the congestion. The big pink tail swung wildly from side to side, and even the Yezuk, the fox couldn't hold it down. Feeling the rhythm of her own tail, Ye Fox suddenly came back to her senses and quickly reduced the range of her shadow, revealing only a fox head so that others could no longer see the part below her neck. That's true. Yeah. Rimuru also made an incredible sound. Where did you get the news? Aren't you only one level higher than my slime? If it was an old and powerful tribe like the Spirit Flame Fox tribe that knew this secret, why did the human tribe, who was only one level higher than them, also know this information? There was only one place difference in ranking, but was the actual intelligence information gap so huge? Hearing Rimuru's voice, Zhou smiled even more, then spread his hands and said nonchalantly, I guessed. After all, Master Yami has already mentioned words like red tin level population voucher, 100 and full, so I just went along with my guess. What Zhou said was, of course, false. You can't tell them that you traveled from the future, right? Looking at the stunned and surprised eyes of the other 3 tribes, Zhou felt a little relieved. If the three of them could reach the average combat power and education level of their race. Let's not talk about the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, for now. Among the predecessors of the Silver Crystal Butterfly tribe and the Slime tribe, there should be no one who can max out any population voucher. This information is very important to Zhou now. At least now, Zhou has a clearer understanding of the approximate strength of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan and the Slime clan. And his words completely blurred the three tribes' understanding of the human race. If we can recruit some allies or subordinates, Luching should be safer on the battlefield this winter. Thinking of this, Zhou looked at Rimuru of the Slime clan and smiled even more. This little girl is too young. She wants to find out the difference in combat power between the other three races and her own race by showing weakness and asking lies. It's quite interesting. She's a useful chess piece. As for Ms. Han Yen of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan, until we know whether she is truly stupid or just pretending to be stupid, we will have to wait and see. However, she is quite obedient and cute in her stupidity. After this round of meeting among the four clans, Zhou's worries about the crisis in Luching 3 months later faded a little. But at this moment, a series of harsh main brain prompts directly penetrated everyone's eardrums. Ding. Bile ejection body, hatching completed. Ding. Bile ejection body, hatching completed. Ding. Bile ejection body, hatching completed. Chapter 61. Don't worry, I'm here. Listening to the main brain's continuous warning sounds like alarm bells. Ms. Han Yan's face changed. The two pitch-black compound eyes trembled slightly, and it was obvious that it was so frightened that it couldn't even speak for a moment. Master Brain, I have given you 8 reminders. Doesn't this mean 8 more bile sprayers? The Yeshit fox, with only a shadowy head, looked at the dark map and saw 8 more green dots in the deeper areas. His expression became serious, and he quickly looked at Zhou. Ping Le Du Hua, you may need to incubate more. Before Ye Xiaohu finished speaking, several prompts suddenly came from the main brain. Ding. Void supply self-check completed. The initial number of bile ejectors reduced by 50%, and the Zerg combat power in void supply increased by 50%. Ding. The number of insect swarms is decreasing, and they are beginning to gather into a large insect swarm. Players, please work together to deal with it. Ding. Bile sprayer, quantity +8. All hostile Zerg attributes permanently increased by 40%. Ding. Bile sprayer enjoys the attack bonus effect. The current attack power is 270. Destroying bile sprayer can reduce the attack power of other bile sprayers. The minimum attack power is locked at 150. Ding. Current enemy Zerg combat power 180%. Seeing the prompts from the main brain one after another, Rimuru was so shocked that he uttered in his original voice. The combat power has been increased to 180% of the original? Didn't it originally drop to 90%? Zhou's eyes flashed, and after a brief calculation in his mind, he closed the main brain interface and said, if the enemy's initial combat power is 100%, then 2 bile sprayers die, and it drops to 90%. Then 8 more are added, and it increases by 40%, reaching 130%. Finally, after the void supply instant self-checks, the combat power is 50%. That should be it. After hearing Zhou's calculations, Ms. Han Yen fell directly to the ground, wrapped herself up with her wings, and sobbed aggrievedly. I'm so stupid, really. I knew I was unlucky, but I didn't expect my luck to be this bad. Rimuru of the Slime clan was obviously also shocked by the news, but he still had some sense and started to scold Ms. Han Yen. Cry? What's the point of just crying? Go back and reorganize the army. Hold on as long as you can. It doesn't matter if you have fewer points, but at least you have to max out the population vouchers, right? Even if the sky is going to fall, it won't fall now. You're just wasting time by crying like this. Although Rimuru lectured Ms. Han Yen like this, judging from the fact that his body was also trembling slightly, it was obvious that he was not calm at all. After hearing the familiar lecture, Ms. Han Yen opened a slit in her wings, and when she saw Rimuru's slime jumping around angrily, she nodded. Well, I know I was wrong. Okay, continue to do your job. You two continue to lay the fungal blanket first, so that you can quickly provide support if the camp is in trouble. Ye Xiaohu was not discouraged, but recondensed his entire body's phantom, and began to quickly dispatch troops and adjust deployment. He also used his clone to check the time of the next wave of insects that suddenly appeared on the main brain, and said to Zhou, Ping Le Du Hua, don't panic. The attack damage of the bile sprayer has now increased to 270. The next round of bombardment in more than 20 minutes will directly reduce the health of the main nest by 2700. You may need to hatch some more worker bees. Looking at the three tribes with panicked expressions, and the Yehe fox who told him not to panic, Zhou Zhuo was actually very calm, and even had a hint of doubt. What's there to panic about? The insect swarm did not approach the city. The health of the main nest was also full. Zhou Zhuo couldn't even think of a way to lose. Even now, the three teammates in front of him are all AFK, and some even turn against him to attack him. Zhou Zhuo also had enough confidence to reorganize all the camps in a short period of time, and then continue to attack the bile-emitting body and protect the main nest. After thinking about this, Zhou Zhuo's mind became clear. This confidence comes from strength. I have this kind of confidence because I have strong enough strength. As for the three aliens in front of him, they posed no threat to him at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhuo raised his eyes and looked at everyone, revealing a frank smile from the bottom of his heart, and said calmly, "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to the main nest, and neither will you. Everyone, do your job well and don't panic. As long as I don't die, there's nothing to panic about." This is Zhou Zhuo's confidence. Hearing what Zhou Zhuo said, the other three tribes were slightly stunned. For some reason, when they saw the faint smile on Zhou Zhuo's face, the tension in their hearts disappeared. After a moment, the blue slime suddenly shuddered, reacted, and thanked Zhou Zhuo in a slightly panicked manner. Then thank you. Ms. Han Yan also rubbed her limbs, looking a little overwhelmed. I'll go back and adjust the deployment as well. Ye Fox didn't say anything, but quickly operated something with his claws. Then he hid the shadow below his neck, leaving only his fox head exposed, and no one knew what his claws were doing. Seeing that everyone seemed to be busy, Zhou Zhuo waved his hand, dispersed the phantom, and observed the location where the bile ejection body appeared on the map. There are 4 routes. Number 1, slime. Number 2, silver crystal butterfly. Number 3, spirit flame fox. And number 4, human. Originally, there was 1 bile sprayer for each route. Zhou Zhuo has already eliminated 2 on routes 3 and 4. Now there are 8 bile sprayers, evenly distributed on these 4 routes, with 2 more on each route. In less than half an hour, the bile sprayer will launch a new round of bombardment. The main nest can withstand it. If I continue to cross the wild area, it will take some time. While thinking, Zhou Zhuo began to deploy his troops. On Zhou Zhuo's route number 4, more than 800 humus hunting insects had gathered, and 300 of them were separated and moved towards the depths. With the current combat effectiveness of the humus hunting insects, it is no problem to destroy the enemy camp. These 300 humus hunters are responsible for advancing forward and destroying the 2 bile ejectors on Route 4. Of the remaining 500-odd humus hunting insects, 300 were separated and followed the wild area route that Zhou Zhuo had taken, crossing to Route 3 in the south. The mission of these 300 humus hunters is to destroy the bile sprayers on Route 3, which is in charge of Ye Fox. Ye Kitsune's forces have already formed a basic scale, and she cannot be allowed to attack the bile spraying body before herself. Zhou Zhuo still needs 8 skill fragments for Poison Nest. Although there are still 10 bile sprayers on the map, Zhou Zhuo doesn't want to leave any of them to others. After making a good judgment, Zhou Zhuo also sent a message to the 8-fold fox shadow and the army around him. "Yay, I will help you deal with the enemy forces on your route. Send troops to help Ms. Han Yan and remove first. With their fighting power, they may not be able to withstand the insect tide in half an hour. Go and help them. Leave a few springtails here. I'll give you something." Amid the inexplicable whimpering of Yeko, Zhou Zhuo successfully took over Route 3 and gained the right to spawn monsters on both routes. Moreover, he also has 6 springtails of unknown significance. Chapter 62. Others can only avoid losses, but I can only make huge profits. Of course, Zhou Zhuo didn't go too far. Or maybe Zhou Zhuo has other ideas. After Zhou Zhuo dispatched 300 humus hunters to Route 3 and prepared to completely take over the ownership of Route 3, he also distributed 20% of the profits to Yiza Fox through the 6 springtails left by Yiza Fox. As for the rare resource of void supply, the population supply limit, Zhou Zhuo did not keep any of it and gave it all directly to the Yahe Fox. When Yashiko looked at the population supply limit number in shock and wanted to return the resources to Zhou Zhuo smiled and responded half-truthfully. "I am the human race, and I am grateful for your kindness. You helped me stabilize the early stages that required development. Now that we need to attack and defend the late stages, leave it to me. We humans always repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Besides, my population coupon is full. I have increased the population limit by 100. It would be a waste to use it again. You can take it." After receiving the alien insect benefits from Zhou Zhuo, Ye Fox was so surprised that her beautiful eyes sparkled. Her favorability towards Zhou Zhua and the human race that Zhou Zhua mentioned doubled. How can this be so embarrassing? I've already asked you to help me defend the front line, and now you have to face such great military pressure, and you still have to divide your energy to defend the main nest. Isn't this a big loss for you? Hearing the response from the Ye Fox, Zhou Zhua suppressed his smile. After seeing the state of the Zerglings left by the 6 Ye Foxes, he responded with a righteous tone. Everyone is doing well. That's the real good. You also said at the beginning that you want to make this void supply the most profitable one. As a member of it, I will naturally do my best. Before Zhou Zhua finished speaking, Ye Jin Fox tucked its tail between its legs, unable to utter a word, and quickly turned off the phantom. Originally, the shadow of the eightfold fox could at least reveal its head, but now Zhou Zhua couldn't even see the shadow of the eightfold fox. Zhou Zhua frowned slightly as he looked at the place where Yazaki Fox disappeared without saying goodbye and directly turned off the virtual image. What happened? Something unexpected happened? My own psychological strategy has not yet been exhausted. Why didn't you say anything back? What did the red hearts in her eyes mean just now? A hint of doubt arose in Zhou Zhua's heart. After calling the eightfold foxes several times to no avail, he also looked at the springtails left behind by the 6 eightfold foxes. Of course, Zhou Zhua didn't just use these 6 springtails as tribute to the Ye Fox. It is not used to incite them to rebel and expand the size of one's own army. Zhou Zhua approached the 6 springtails, and before he got close, the 6 springtails approached him, lowered their heads and rubbed against his trouser legs as if they were Zhou Zhua's own troops. Seeing this, Zhou Zhua's smile widened. With these 6 springtails as reverse surveillance, I can also fully understand the attitude of the only uncertain factor, the Ye Shit Fox, towards me. The attitude of the Zerg followers towards their master's allies will change depending on their master's attitude towards their allies. This is Zhou Zhua's way of bribing and getting in touch with the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Just by spending some of Zhou Zhua's resources and using a few simple words, he was able to gain the favor of a player from the Spirit Flame Fox clan, the second-ranked clan among the Zerg clans. This deal is a win no matter how you look at it, compared to Ye Xiaohu's win-win strategy at the beginning. Obviously, this kind of situation where he gets the lion's share is the win-win situation that Zhou Zhua wants. With a slight smile, Zhou Zhua led the 200 or so star expeditionary force behind him and walked into the wild area again, heading towards Ms. Han Yan's Route 2. The 300 humus hunters that came from a long expedition, together with the 6 jumping insects that were reluctant to leave Zhou Zhua, completely took over all the enemy forces on Route 3. Others may just break even, but Zhou Zhua himself always makes huge profits. The Spirit Flame Fox clan camp. A bunch of big pink fur balls were huddled together and wriggling on the ground like maggots, and no one knew why. But this big pink ball of fur that was alive and wiggling like a maggot also made a sound that was not sure whether it was excited or shy. That's not right. This shouldn't be the case. I am obviously from the Spirit Flame Fox clan. My talent is obviously charm. Hate it. How could this happen? Damn it. After twisting for a while, the big pink fur ball seemed to react suddenly, and then it lost its fur ball form and turned into a big pink fur fox. The big pink fox raised its head, sat upright on the ground, and quickly adjusted its mindset. I shouldn't be thinking about these things now. I should send troops to help Rimuru and Ms. Han Yan. Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan Camp. A large fluttering moth was flying quickly and recklessly in the sky. While letting out excited screams, it bounced on several king insects in the sky. The king insect that was hit couldn't fight back and could only move slowly to the side, but it still couldn't escape from the crazy big fluttering moth. Is this what Mom said? A sense of security like light? I understand. I understand what Mom meant. As the big moth flew, silver dust kept falling from its body. After spreading a lot of silver dust, the big fluttering moth suddenly realized something, then slowly landed on a king insect and said awkwardly, "No, it seems useless even if I spread so many glitters. He is a human, not a silver crystal butterfly. He seems to be unable to smell the scent of my glitters." Climbing from the queen insect to the edge, the big fluttering moth looked around the hatchery on the ground. It was like snowing, with silver crystal powder covering the ground. It blushed all of a sudden. This is the first time I've spread so many glitters. If I can really attract him, it should be enough for him to lay eggs. Thinking of this, the big moth shyly wrapped itself up with its wings again, like a pupa, not daring to show its face. I remember that my 12th father seemed to have a fruit that could turn other races into silver crystal butterflies in a short period of time. Slime Camp. On the main seat of the hatchery, The girl with blue hair and golden eyes has disappeared, transformed into a large mass of blue gelatinous slime. And now, this big slime is rolling around, sometimes turning into a round cake, and sometimes into a long strip, but no matter how this big blue slime moves, the core in its body is always emitting pink light. Damn it, you made me warm up so easily. After recondensing into a human form, the slender girl with blue hair and golden eyes turned into a girl with blue hair and pink eyes. After the slime recondensed into a human form, her followers began to work again. Collect what needs to be collected and patrol what needs to be patrolled. The slime girl was struggling to maintain her human form, with a frown on her brow and an indelible blush on her stubborn face, making her look very cute. No, we can't waste time cooling down the system. I need to quickly strengthen our deployment. The slime girl continued to give precise orders to her troops, her pink eyes filled with determination. The weak slime must jump first. I can't stand still. As long as you keep moving forward, the road will continue to extend. Chapter 63. The Technology of the Spirit Flame Fox Tribe. Compared to the chaotic fish pond, Zhou Zhua, the man who muddied the water, continued to open up new land in the wild area at a leisurely pace. But soon, the main brain in Zhou Zhua's mind sent two pieces of information. The first piece of information was that the 300 humus hunting insects on Route 4 had arrived at the second, Bile emitter, camp on Route 4 after nearly half an hour's march. Now, the army is waiting for Zhou Zhua's new round of orders. We have reached the second, Bile spraying body camp on Route 4. Zhou Zhua raised his hand and ordered the humus hunting insects to start pouring fire on that camp. Despite the huge gap in combat power, the humus hunting worms swept through the entire Bile spraying body camp in just 1 minute. Through the shared vision, Zhou Zhua looked at the aberration that seemed to be able to kill everyone, and was also amazed when it was controlled by the raid skill of humus hunter and could not move at all. Even if the attributes are increased to 180% and the combat power is enhanced, it is all in vain in front of the insect swarm tactics. Turning around, Zhou Zhua looked at the 200 or so humus hunting insects around him and couldn't help but sigh. In the early stages of realms, facing this kind of enemy that is not immune to control, as long as my army is large enough, I can control the enemy to death. Soon, the alien insects in the bile sprayer camp were completely cleared out, leaving only a bare bile sprayer that was almost filled with concentrated bile. Just when the concentrated bile in the bile ejector was about to be filled up, Zhou Zhua heard a cheerful female voice. "Sir, look, that thing is spraying green light at me." Looking at the bile spraying body, Zhou Zhua also split the screen and looked at the time prompt of the main brain. Void supply instance. Time, 5 hours 29 minutes and 52 seconds. Main nest, bear with it, this will probably hurt a lot. As soon as Zhou Zhua finished speaking, he heard the sound of booming artillery fire coming from the distant horizon. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Zhua looked up and saw 10 huge balls of concentrated bile streaking across the sky, bombarding the main nest, behind the player. Minus 270. Minus 270. Minus 270. Instantly, the health of the main nest was reduced by 2,700 points. You should know that the upper limit of the health of the main nest is only 30,000 points. This round of salvos was equivalent to the total damage of nearly 5 rounds of initial firepower, and the health of the main nest was directly reduced by 9%. After seeing the health of the main nest at the top of the field of vision reduced, Zhou Zhua heard the voice of the main nest again. Wow, the main nest has been attacked. The bile from the bile emitter is about to burn a hole in my shell. That would be a very ugly sight, sir, please. How about? After seeing the bile in the gallbladder of the bile ejector empty through the shared vision, Zhou Zhua also issued an order. Superior. At Zhou Zhua's command, the humus hunting insects that surrounded the bile spraying body in the distance began to bite it wildly. Bile sprayer. S health is also steadily decreasing. Stop. Slow down. Don't blow it up. Looking at the bile spraying body, which had only a few hundred blood left in an instant, Zhou Zhua broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I stopped it quickly, otherwise this group of humus hunting insects would have been corroded into charcoal by the self-explosion. According to the old rules, let a springtail kill the bile sprayer, let it run away, and slowly recover health after it survives. Ding. Congratulations to the player, Ping Lei Duhua, for destroying 1 bile sprayer. All players have obtained. Ding. All attributes of all hostile Zerg troops are reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. Ding. 3 bile sprayers have died. All attributes of all hostile Zerg troops are permanently reduced by 15%. The current combat power of hostile Zerg is 175%. After a few familiar prompt sounds, Zhou Zhuo obtained the third piece of the Toxic Nest skill fragment. For the final goal, there are only 7 skill fragments left. After collecting the skill fragments, Zhou Zhuo followed the shared vision of the Humus Hunter on the front line and looked at the ghostly fluorescent yellow spots in the dark night in the distance. That's not a spot of light. It's the eye of the alien insect. The 16th wave of insect swarm is coming. 52 leaping worms, 30 fission worms, 2 aberrations, and 10 hydralisks. The total population of the Zerg swarm enemy is 60. The Zerg swarm is truly endless. After seeing the information from the hostile Zerg, Zhou Zhuo also issued an order to his Zerg swarm. Keep moving forward. Destroy everything that stands in our way. After the order was issued, Zhou Zhuo's Zerg army stationed on routes 3 and 4, relying on their large numbers, directly followed the main road and advanced deeper into the enemy camp. After processing the first piece of information, Zhou Zhuo looked at the second piece of information. The second piece of information was the shared vision brought by the 4 worker bees that Ye Fox had taken back. Without any movement speed bonus, these 4 worker bees only arrived at the camp of the Yale Fox now and shared the image of the Yale Fox's camp with Zhou Zhuo. Zhou Zhuo looked at the video content transmitted from the shared vision, frowned slightly, and didn't quite understand what was in this video. What is that big pink ball of fur that's rolling around like a maggot? In Zhou Zhuo's eyes, that is, in the middle of the worker bee's field of vision, there was a big pink ball of fur rolling around. Damn, I killed another bile sprayer. You're awesome. It was not until such a sound came out of the big pink ball of fur that Zhou Zhuo figured out what this big pink ball of fur was. It turns out it's not a thing. It's Ye's pink-haired fox. When Zhou Zhuo thought that it was not some secret weapon of the Spirit Flame Fox clan, he immediately lost interest. It looks like it's very easy to rub. It would be nice to use it as a cushion. After leaving a pertinent comment, Zhou Zhuo turned his head and looked at the only building in the camp of Ye Xiaohu. Yashiko's Hatchery. Introduction. The basic building unit of the Zerg is the core building for hatching Zerg units. Every once in a while, it can automatically produce a larva. The larva obtains gene sequences and resources and can mutate into alien insects. Defense, 3. Health, 1,800, recovery 5 per minute. Larvae, unlimited, instance feature. Skills, derived fungal creep, nutrient capsule. Gene sequences, worker bees, springtails, queen bees, aberrant bees, hydralisks. Genetic building, splitting pool. Using Heart of the Swarm to see the hatchery of the Ye Fox, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The initial hatchery building panel attributes are: defense is 0, health is 1500, and life recovery efficiency is 1 per minute. Even the most basic attributes of these buildings have been improved by Ye Fox, and the improved attributes are quite a lot. Exhaling slowly, Zhou Zhuo looked at the skills and genetic structures attached to the Yiza Fox hatchery. Not only are the attributes enhanced, but even the skills and genetic structures of the buildings are unlocked. Chapter 64 Split Pool. Derived fungal creep. Each time a hatchery is built, a fungal creep with a radius of 20 m will be automatically derived with the current hatchery as the center. Eutrophic cyst. Larvae hatching speed increased by 20%. Current mode has unlimited larvae, disabled. It's pretty much the same as I remember. Zhou Zhuo looked at the skill panel and smiled. Since the difference is not much, it means that the technological level of the Spirit Flame Fox tribe will develop slowly, at least in the next 4 years. Derived fungal blanket can automatically have a 400 pi fungal blanket range at the beginning of the game. This area is enough to include all the resources within the initial camp. With mushroom, worker bees will be more efficient in collecting resources, and the army will be more flexible in defense. The eutrophic cyst can speed up your start in maps with a limit on the number of larvae, allowing your troops, whether they are resource-gathering units or combat deployment units, to take shape faster. When I suppressed the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, in my previous life, I infiltrated the Green Glitter Snake tribe and gradually took control of the queen. Only then did I use that power to suppress the Spirit Flame Fox tribe. Zhou Zhuo narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. This foundation is profound. Fortunately, in the F-level, Void Supply, copy opened by the Red Tin level, population voucher, the number of larvae of all players has been increased to infinity. Otherwise, if they become enemies, it would be a bit tricky. Shaking his head, Zhou Zhuo also looked at a genetic building that had been unlocked by the Ye Fox hatchery. Split pool. Staring at the split pool icon, Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue. There is a split pool, but no hero unit followers have appeared. Did this pink-haired fox not train his followers well? Or does he really not know how to use them? In the camp of Ye Fox, there is only one building, hatchery. Although Ye Fox unlocked buildings such as the splitting pool, it did not build it. The split pool icon looks like an irregularly shaped 2-meter-high swimming pool standing on the ground. The only difference is that the liquid inside is not water. Instead, it is bright green in color, slightly viscous, and filled with nutrient solution for organisms. Around the nutrient solution, that is, the edge of this swimming pool, bone blades and fangs of varying sizes also grew. Although these bone blades and fangs have no offensive effect at all, but from the outside, it still doesn't look beautiful, especially when they are operating with the splitting pool. They will tremble slightly, as if there is a giant beast lurking underground snoring, which is very scary. The buildings of the Zerg all have life and are alive, just like organs with their own functions. The hatchery is like the heart, responsible for hatching larvae and collecting resources to ensure the survival and vitality of the entire camp. In contrast, the splitting pool is the stomach. If Worker B is the basic gathering unit of Zerg, Zergling is the basic combat unit of Zerg. Then the fission pool can be regarded as the basic gene storage unit of the Zerg. Fission pool, this nutrient solution contains all of the player's gene sequences and gene fragments. In the split pool, players can perform the most basic enhancements to their individual units. I remember that when the genes in the split pool reach a certain quality and the player and individual followers have a mutual understanding, they can put that follower into the split pool to cultivate a hero unit. Thinking back to the hundreds of thousands of heroes under his command in his previous life, Zhou couldn't help but sigh slightly. With heroes, I won't have to worry so much about dealing with battles. Beside Zhou's legs, there was a humus hunting insect that seemed to understand Zhou's thoughts. It also came over and rubbed Zhou's trouser leg. In my previous life, it was only after I reached the Black Iron rank and had a large number of followers that I happened to have my first hero unit. This hero unit is not something I can consider now. Zhou stroked its head without thinking too much and stopped looking at the images sent by the worker bee. The intelligence has been recorded, so there is nothing to see. As for the possibility of fighting with them, for Ye Kitsune, the tail may be a bigger threat. Taking a deep breath, Zhou continued to move along Route 2 along the wild area with his troops. The duration of the Void Supply dungeon is at most 5 days. Once I have dealt with all the bile sprayers, I can start AFK. The main brain in his head also kept sending good news about the humus hunters. In the distance, new healing energy bees had hatched in his own camp and continued to drill into the main nest. Looking at the inky black night sky, Zhou's mood gradually calmed down and he smiled slightly. But before I hang up, I still have a lot of work to do. While leading the humus hunting insects to open up the wasteland, Zhou gave each command accurately. A steady stream of humus hunters are produced from the camp and rush to the battlefield. Zhou has maxed out a red 10 level population voucher and has a population of 110. His military limit in Void Supply can now reach 11,000. And with this population limit, Zhou had abundant resources and was able to hatch more than 20,000 humus hunting insects for him. These more than 20,000 humus hunting insects were like pink and purple torrents. They continued to advance according to Zhou's orders and destroyed everything that blocked their way. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Ping Lei Du Hua, for destroying one bile sprayer. All players have obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Ping Lei Du Hua, for destroying one bile sprayer. All players have obtained. Bite! As time goes by, the number of bile jet bodies decreases. Zhou's humus hunters are lighting up an increasingly larger area on the map. During this period, Rimuru and Ms. Hanyan also laid the fungal mat at Zhou's camp. However, this vast fungal blanket covers a large area, except for the occasional home battles by the army on routes 1 and 2. The campsites at the starting points of routes 3 and 4 were never used. Because, after Zhou completely took over the 4 routes, they never saw any alien insects in the rear again. That's right, Zhou has all 4 routes of Void Supply under his control. On the morning of the second day of the Void Supply copy, Zhou came to Route 2. After meeting Zhou, Ms. Han Yen was so moved that she offered Route 2 to him directly. After receiving the resources and population supply limit Zhou gave her, Ms. Han Yen even cried and said she wanted to find her 12th father and wanted Guagua. Zhou didn't understand at all. so he simply didn't ask her anymore. Chapter 65. Clinging to men, not women. Zhou also had a rough assessment of Ms. Han Yan. A crybaby with such bad luck that it is indescribable. She just said everything without any need to be asked. She is not cunning at all. It seems that I can't regard Ms. Han Yan as the average combat power of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan. It will lower my impression of the entire Silver Crystal Butterfly clan. Zhou consciously stayed away from this Silver Crystal Butterfly full of Monkey King attributes and did not waste too much time on her. By the afternoon of the next day, Zhou successfully crossed the last wild area and reached Route 1, which was the farthest from him. After arriving at Route 1, Zhou took control of Route 1 without saying a word. In fact, Zhou easily entered Route 1 without even seeing the shadow of a blue slime. Zhou also sent the Humus Hunter to check out Rimuru's camp. However, all I could see was a patch of pink, sticky slime. Zhou had experienced the stickiness and swallowing ability of slime in his previous life, especially this pink slime. In his previous life, when Zhou went to the slime tribe alone for a meeting, he was almost drowned by the pink slime sea that appeared out of nowhere in the room and could not return to the human race. If Bai Mengyu, the White Jade Envoy, hadn't suddenly appeared, Zhou wouldn't have had the chance to suppress the other 17 clans later. Therefore, in order to prevent himself from losing troops at the friendly side, Zhou withdrew his troops early and only guarded the main road along the route, while defending while advancing towards the deeper enemy areas. However, after the Humus Hunter went back and forth and synchronized the images of the ruins of the destroyed camps along the way to Zhou still remembered it deeply in his mind. Apart from anything else, Zhou expressed his admiration for the fact that they had the courage to go out and counterattack and occupy the enemy camp under the pressure of the rolling insect tide. Especially for someone like Rimuru, who is ranked lower than the human race and is not yet fully familiar with the grace of the Zerg tribe. Of course, the main reason why Zhou sent the Humus Hunter to find Rimuru was to observe and record the general level of technology of the Slime clan. However, the Slime tribe has only been under the control of the Zerg tribe for a few short decades, and in terms of foundation, they are far inferior to the human race. Therefore, Rimuru's construction technology and skills are basically the same as Zhou's, just a blank slate, without any attributes or skills added. We can rely on this almost blank panel to counterattack the enemy's Zerg camp. Sure enough, this Rimuru who likes to do some tricks does have some strength. After recording the approximate technological levels of Yashiko, Ms. Han Yan, and Rimuru in his mind, Zhou also compared them with his memories of his past life. Fortunately, the technological levels of these three tribes are almost the same as the technological levels I recorded when I unified the 17 tribes in my previous life. Except for the Slime tribe, the technological strength of the other two tribes is improving very slowly. After making this judgment, Zhou continued to issue new orders to all his troops with peace of mind. With each order issued, the swarm quickly ignited every inch of soil in void supply, like a spark. Time passed by minute, and when the sun rose again, Zhou heard a reminder from the main brain. Ding! You destroyed a bile sprayer and gained 3,000 experience points for explosive insect eggs and skill fragment, toxic nest X1. Ding! All the bile sprayers in the current void supply have been killed and the main nest is safe. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the F3 difficulty void supply, which took 67 hours, 42 minutes and 26 seconds. There are 52 hours, 18 minutes and 34 seconds left before the end of the dungeon. You can exit void supply at any time during this period. As the two system prompts sounded, Zhou heard a familiar hearty laugh. Hey, that's great. My lord, it's a deal. Next time, let me buy you a drink. It's a deal. Ha 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 hiccups, ha ha. As the voice of the main nest's mother nest mind came, Zhou stood up from the stone platform and looked at the hazy main nest in the distance. He smiled slightly and sighed. In my previous life, I cleared the low difficulty void supply countless times, and main nest also said countless times that he would treat me to a drink next time, but every time we met again, my memory was deleted and he didn't recognize me anymore. TSK. He really deserves to be called the true lord next time. Shaking his head, Zhou stopped thinking about it. Zhou opened his main brain and was about to check the rewards he had received, but at this time he received a message prompt. Ping Lei Du Hua, I've passed the level. If you have time, can you come to my place? Let's say goodbye. Ye Xiehu. After seeing this name, Zhou raised his eyebrows. Didn't we buy the virtual image? Is there anything we can't talk about with the virtual image? Is it a scam? But soon, Joshua gave up this idea. As long as the hatching grounds in the camp are safe, this body of mine will be fine. Even if there's a trick, what can it matter? She can't even defeat her own tail. How can she defeat me? After finding the camp on Route 3, Joshua led his army to Camp 3 in a mighty manner. A few hours later, Joshua successfully reached his destination. They're all here. After Joshua arrived at the camp of Ye Fox, he found that not only Ye Fox was there, but also Ms. Han Yen was there, as well as a bunch of pink slime that was both strange and familiar. Master Ping Le Du Hua, please don't mind my color. I changed color because I was happy after clearing the level. It's not because I'm excited. Before Joshua could ask any questions, the pink slime spoke first and explained why it changed color. Hee, the pink and tender Rimuru is even cuter. Ms. Han Yen, who was standing next to her, seemed to like this color very much and stretched out her limbs to hug Rimuru. Hey, be careful. Seeing this, Joshua hurriedly tried to reach out to stop it. After all, Joshua had personally experienced the stickiness of pink slime, and it was not something that ordinary people could break free from. Don't let your clothes get stuck and corroded, causing diplomatic problems between races and disrupting your plans. But what surprised Joshua was that after Ms. Han Yan's hand touched Rimuru's pink skin, there was no sign of sticking at all. What's wrong? Ms. Han Yan saw Joshua's outstretched hand and made a puzzled sound. Do you want to touch Sister Rimuru too? Joshua looked at Ms. Han Yan, who was not stuck at all, and his head clicked, feeling a little surprised. What is going on? In my previous life, I was stuck by pink slime and my clothes were corroded clean. Bai Mengyu came to save me, and she seemed to be unaffected by the slime. Joshua nodded doubtfully, then tried. Yes, it looks like it feels good. I want to try it too. After saying that, Joshua stretched out his hand and reached towards Rimuru's slime. Rimuru seemed to have sensed something and quickly issued a warning. Don't come over here. But it was too late. Before Joshua's hand touched the slime suddenly rioted and crawled out of Ms. Han Yan's arms. Then the slime stretched out its short arms like tentacles and wrapped Joshua's hands tightly. Feeling the familiar sticky touch, Joshua became even more confused. What's going on? You stick to men, but not women? Chapter 66. War of Words, Not a Fight. I'm so sorry. I didn't control my emotions well and got a little excited. Master Ping Le Du Hua, please don't mind. Rimuru seemed to have suddenly regained consciousness and quickly climbed down from Joshua's hand. He solidified into jelly again and moved away from Joshua before apologizing. We slimes have a strong desire to devour certain members of the opposite sex. We don't really want to attack you. Please forgive us. Joshua looked at his right hand, which was emitting a strange fragrance, and smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. After all, it's me, Meng Lang, who wanted to touch you without your consent. After withdrawing his hand, Joshua also raised his vigilance towards Rimuru. Devouring? Devouring is the way slimes attack. It seems that Rimuru really has bad intentions towards our human race, and he is not able to hide it now. This has exposed his huge flaw. However, he was able to react and retract his attack before the attack. He still has some control. Rimuru, who had shrunk into jelly again, was now too shy to say a word, and a storm was brewing in his heart. How could I not control myself? This kind of thing can only be done after sex. I actually did it in public. Rimuru, who was screaming with shame in his heart, huddled in a corner timidly, praying that the other 3 tribes in front of him did not understand the characteristics of slimes. Little Rimuru is really brave. Yashiko is in charge of diplomacy in the Spirit Flame Fox clan, so he has some understanding of the habits of slimes. Seeing Rimuru's bold actions, besides a little surprise in his heart, he also walked over slowly, trying to ease the slightly awkward situation in front of him, and smiled at Joshua. Okay, Rimuru is still young. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Hearing what Yeko said, Rimuru shuddered all over, and a nameless anger rose in his heart, and then he shouted. I'm serious. I'm really suppressing it. Seeing Rimuru jumping up and down like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Joshua narrowed his eyes and became alert. Sure enough, the slimes are not satisfied with their current situation of being at the bottom of the ranking, so they are targeting me, the second to last human race. However, as a member of the human race, even in the face of such a straightforward provocation, Joshua's expression did not falter in the slightest, but instead became even more confident. If you really have this idea about me, I will give you a chance. When the time comes, come face to face with me. I will also show you all my strength. By then, I hope you won't regret it. Joshua thought that his words were full of gunpowder. Even Rimuru was frightened and fainted, and fell face down on the ground, going limp, his color becoming even pinker, emitting steam, and without any movement. Ms. Han Yan, who was closest to Rimuru, could only hear some unstructured words from her. Give me a chance. Face it head on. Show me everything, oh? No regrets. Ms. Han Yan didn't understand what was going on, but she was stunned by Zhou Zhua's aura. She was suddenly startled and speechless for a while. Only Yashiko tilted his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and asked Zhou Zhua tentatively, You are a fool? Hearing these familiar words, Zhou Zhua turned around and looked at Ye Xiaohu. Why do you say that to me too? Zhou Zhua couldn't figure it out. In the previous life, Bai Mingyu also said this to herself. After rescuing herself from the pink slime tide of the slime clan, she even called herself a blockhead for 3 days and 3 nights. The only explanation Zhou Zhua could think of for Bai Mingyu at that time was to describe himself as being too stubborn. He actually dared to go to the slime camp alone. He was indeed a bit stubborn. After confirming it, Yako stretched out his paws, covered his mouth and nose, and said pointedly, It doesn't matter. You are so wooden, which is better. I want to try and see if I can make your ironwood bloom. Hearing what Yejizu said, Zhou Zhua frowned slightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. What's going on? How come the Yahe Fox from the second-ranked Spirit Flame Fox clan is hostile to me, and they want to make my head explode? Could it be that the Spirit Flame Fox tribe and the Slime tribe have reached some kind of alliance agreement in secret? I helped them defend the camp. Could it be that they were dissatisfied with my previous allocation of resources? Damn it. What an ungrateful wolf that can never be fed. No, an ungrateful fox. Immediately, Zhou Zhua straightened his back, bowed, and said neither servilely nor arrogantly, If Master Ye has this idea, you can give it a try. Even if you and Rimuru come together, I may not lose. How daring. You actually challenged both of us at the same time. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Seeing Zhou Zhua like this, Yashiko seemed to have turned on a switch. He smiled even more in his heart, and a trace of red hearts flashed in his eyes. He no longer hid his tail behind him, but swung it wildly. Hearing such murderous words, Ms. Han Yan stayed where she was, trembling in fear. What's going on? Weren't you fine when we met just now? Why? You suddenly look like you want to fight. Ms. Han Yan hugged Rimuru tightly, who had turned limp in her arms, and said fearfully, Well, fighting is not good, Lord Yamaguchi, Lord Pinglei, didn't we say goodbye properly? Hearing what Ms. Han Yan said, Ye Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? Our relationship hasn't even reached the point of fighting yet. Zhou Zhua also crossed his arms, his tone vaguely sinister. That's right. Now it's just a normal war of words. We can satisfy our desire to talk. Even if we have to fight, it will be a matter for later. As soon as Zhou Zhua said this, Ye Fox's face turned even redder and its tail swung even faster, obviously looking very excited. Warfare with words seems to be the human way. Not impossible. Ahem. But soon, Yako also realized his own loss of composure and cleared his throat. But now, let's put one thing aside and talk about business first. After taking a few deep breaths, Yashiko adjusted his mindset. His eyes regained their agility, and he said to Zhou Zhua, Ping Lei Duhua, this time it was all thanks to you that we successfully passed the void supply and filled up the red 10 level population vouchers. No matter how I put it, we are very grateful to you for this. Looking at the Yako who was just full of murderous intent towards him, Zhou Zhua adjusted his mentality after a short while. He sighed inwardly, smiling on the face, but a chicken in the heart. He can say such murderous words with a smile. It seems that Ye Kitsune is very confident in his own strength. Afterwards, Zhou Zhua also responded to Yashiko with a smile on his face. It's my job, so why bother about it? Chapter 67 Insufficient Authority. You are too modest. Ye Chan shook his head, sat upright on the ground, and said to Zhou Zhua, No matter what, protecting the main nest, killing the bile ejector, and resisting the insect tide are all your indelible achievements. When talking about Zhou Zhua's achievements, Ye Fox's tail wagged even faster, as if it was even happier than Zhou Zhua. So, before you came, our 3 tribes discussed it a little bit and decided that each of us would owe you a favor. From now on, if you have any needs, come to us and we will agree to it. Within reason, of course. After hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, Ms. Han Yan nodded and said to Zhou Zhua with a smile, Yes, I will agree to anything you ask. Lord Pinglei, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Yashiko stretched out his paw and gently tapped Ms. Han Yan, prompting, You can't say this casually. Oh, Ms. Han Yan didn't understand why, so she nodded, raised the beach-shaped pink slime in her arms towards Zhou Zhua, and added. Rimuru said the same thing, but she seems unable to hear it now. I'll ask her to repeat it when she wakes up. After hearing the two's reply, Zhou's slightly frowned brows relaxed a little. Although his expression was relaxed, Zhou's heart was not relaxed for a moment. Humph. Setting a trap, huh? Getting something for nothing, huh? What do you need in the future? There must be some difference between this and next time. Since there's a chance to use it now, just use it. Zhou raised his eyes, looked at the three tribes opposite him, and repeated. Anything is fine within reason. Yako raised his head slightly and said proudly, yes, as long as it doesn't ask me to betray my race, I can consider it. If it's a small matter like needing assistance, don't even think about it. I understand. After getting the confirmation, Zhou pinched his chin, thought for a while, and asked, I wonder if you, Master Yahweh, have ever heard of the Lu Qingzhou family among the human race? It is related to the incident of reclaiming the mining planet 4 days ago. After hearing Zhou's question, Yako's expression suddenly fell, and he looked very disappointed. Even his tail went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Can't you ask me something about me? My favors are rare. Facing the incomprehensible words of Ye Xiaohu, Zhou did not show any interest and responded, no, I only care about this. When Zhou was staying at Gao's house, he overheard a phone conversation between Gao's father and his wife. The mining star was taken back by the fox of the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Zhou kept this in mind, so he said bluntly, if you can help me solve this problem, you will repay my favor. Tilting his head, Yeshi Fox said teasingly, big things related to diplomacy, are you so sure that I know these things? I'm just a small second-grade fox of the Red Tin rank. Zhou looked directly into the eyes of the Yachong fox and said with certainty, the surname Yachong is not something that ordinary Spirit Flame foxes can use. In his previous life, he devoted himself to finding ways to protect the human race and unify the 17 tribes. He had some knowledge of the names of the dignitaries and nobles of each race. Mfwoot, Ye Fox stretched out his claws, summoned his main brain panel, and began to check all mining star transactions related to Zhou. These are indeed not confidential documents. As long as the little fox has been a witch, it is not confidential. Because everyone's main brain interface cannot be viewed by others without the owner's permission. So Ye Kitsune did not hide at all and sat on the ground to search for information. Wow, there are so many mineral stars recovered recently. Wait a minute, I need to look for a while. After a while, Yashiko found the result, scratched his head, and said to Zhou, did you remember it wrongly? The surname Zhou did not appear in the human diplomatic documents related to reclaiming the mining planet 4 days ago. After saying this, Ye Fox reset the keywords and deleted the word mining star. Start searching for all transactions between the human race with the surname Zhou and the Spirit Flame Fox race. The keyword is placed on weak. But at this moment, 4 large characters popped up in front of Ye Xiaohu's eyes. Insufficient permissions. This made Ye Xiaohu even more confused. I am the candidate for the palace chief of the Ye family, which is equivalent to a 3rd-level manager. Is there any information about the Spirit Flame Fox clan that I cannot see? So Yashiko said to Zhou, still can't find it. You must have remembered it wrong. Zhou suddenly slapped his forehead and said awkwardly, I did remember it wrong. It was the Lin family in Luqing. Ye Kitsune rolled his eyes in annoyance and started searching again. No matching files found on the current date. The day we took back the Lin family's mine was not 4 days ago. Are you sure you remembered it correctly? Zhou slapped his forehead again and said, very embarrassed. Sorry, I'm nervous. It's Gao. This time, Ye Xiaohu found a deal easily. Found it. But at this moment, Yashiko, who felt something was wrong, looked up, stared at Zhou and asked, are you deliberately testing me? Do you want to get information about my Spirit Flame Fox clan? No. Zhou shook his head and said stubbornly, it's the Gao family. Now I remember that the owner is Gao Tian, and his ID in all realms is Low Place Unbeatable Fire, right? Ye Xiaohu looked down at the name of the person in charge of the human race in the file on his main computer. It was indeed Gao Tian, and the registered IDs of various realms also corresponded. Really? After double-clicking to expand the backup of the file, Ye quickly read through the file and asked Zhou, what do you want to do with this document? Zhou chuckled and responded, our 2 families are business competitors. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The Gao family has been a little sluggish recently, so I want to know the reason so that I can ridicule them and satisfy my desire. After confirming that the contract to take back the mining star did not reveal any useful information about the Spirit Flame Fox clan, Yashiko cleared his throat and said, a few months ago, our Spirit Flame Fox clan, Lord of the Gods, publicly issued an order to withdraw some of the cooperation in mining on the mineral planets. All the cooperating races should have received this news, and you should also know about it. There's nothing unusual about this mining planet. It was just taken back normally. Anyway, the mineral content of that mining planet is not high, and it is close to the edge of the Zerg territory, so accidents are prone to happen. Taking it back is also a good thing for you humans who have insufficient defensive power. Don't worry. We will never return this mining planet that was taken back by the Lord God's order to them. His business will definitely fail. You can mock him now. After listening to the explanation of the eightfold fox, Zhou nodded and said with a smile, after hearing that the mining planet can no longer be returned to that bastard Lao Gao, I feel much more comfortable. Then, for the future mining planet business of our family, we can only look for some uncultivated mining planets from other tribes or cooperate with other tribes. At this moment, a voice came from Ms. Han Yan's arms and interrupted. If you want the coordinates of the ownerless mining planet, I have them. Chapter 68, Redstone 3. Zhou looked over when he heard the sound, only to see that the pink beach-like slime had once again solidified into a jelly state. I don't want to owe you a favor for so long. If you need the coordinates of the mining star, I can give it to you. As Rimuru said this, he crawled out of Miss Hanyan's arms. He seemed to have calmed down, and the pink color of his body began to turn into blue. Hearing Rimuru's response, Zhou also nodded. This is exactly what I was thinking. What if this group of people go back and deny their responsibility? What's more, Rimuru and Ye Kitsune had just declared war on him, which reduced their credibility. So Zhou also asked Rimuru, is your mining star of quality guaranteed? Zhou was very clear about the standards of mining stars in the endless starry sky. As long as the content of star minerals in the land of a planet reaches 0.5%, it can be called a mining planet. Above this, the higher the star mineral content, the better. Find star mineral clusters on this planet, mine source star minerals, and after refining, they can be refined into star minerals for public use. Hearing Zhou's question, Rimuru shook his body, paused slightly, and responded. Our family has been cultivating and selling mineral stars for many years. How can we sell you mineral stars whose quality cannot be guaranteed? When Rimuru said this, Zhou and Ye Kitsune were both stunned. Because the Slime clan has only recently joined the Zerg clan, the various rights within the race have not yet been fully distributed. But no matter how the rights are distributed to other tribesmen, there is only one right that is firmly in the hands of the royal family of the Slime tribe. That is the mining star trading rights. After all, the Slime clan itself has a natural sensitivity to the existence of energy. Although it has not been imprinted as a talent, every member of the Slime clan is an expert in finding star mines. The Slime tribe, whose own technological development is not very good, also relies on the mineral star trade, following closely behind every race, reaping the benefits and developing slowly. At this point, Zhou and Ye Xiaohu had a rough guess about Rimuru's identity. Looking at the silent Zhou, Rimuru felt that the other party still did not trust him, so he directly opened the main brain panel and transmitted the coordinates of dozens of starry sky to Zhou's hands. Pick one. If you like one, I'll send you the coordinates and unlock code. The price is negotiable. The market price is 70% and the output of the mining star is 30%. After hearing what Rimuru said, Ms. Han Yan was stunned for a moment and then asked Zhou, is mining on a mineral planet so profitable? Can you get 70% of the ore by mining someone else's mine? Zhou turned his head and looked at Ms. Han Yan and said helplessly, you think too much. 70% belongs to others. Whether the remaining 30% can reach our human race depends on their mood. Whose face? Zhou raised his eyebrows, looked at Rimuru, and said bluntly, she. After all, we humans are honest and dutiful. If she finds a landing site for us that is far away from the dangerous mining area, the cost will be greatly increased. Moreover, after the mining agreement is signed, construction and collection must begin within 6 months. The deployment of the mining unit alone takes 3 months. Not only is the time tight, but the task is also heavy. Otherwise, they will report me as a buyer who is occupying the toilet and charge a large amount of liquidated damages. No matter how you think about it, it's people like her who are looking for minerals that make money. Hearing Zhou's words, Rimuru smiled happily. The pink on his body faded a little and continued. When it comes to doing business, it's not shameful to make money, but you always have to consider the risks. After he finished speaking, Zhou looked carefully and found that all the planets at these coordinates had official certification from the Zerg, and the mineral content was indeed up to standard, all maintained between 0.5% and 0.9%, which was just right. There are even some mining stars that have extremely high star mineral content. The mineral star with the highest content has a star mineral content index of even up to 1.5%. The energy of the original star ore on this planet is 3 times that of ordinary original star ore. The amount of star ore that can be refined is also 3 times that of ordinary raw star ore. It has to be said that Zhou Zhuo was a little moved when he saw this mining star. So what else is there to choose from? This one will do. As Zhou Zhuo made his choice, a dark red planet appeared before everyone's eyes. No, Redstone 3. This redstone star. As soon as Rimuru saw the redstone star, he checked the properties of the mineral star, shook his head, and said to Zhou Zhuo, I don't recommend you to choose this mineral star. This redstone star has never been sold in more than 20 years since my father discovered it. Then, Rimuru placed the properties of this mining planet directly in front of Zhou Zhuo, pointed at the slime characters on it, and explained. This planet is not big, but it has a very high density. Because of its extremely thick atmosphere, heat is trapped and difficult to dissipate. There are active volcanoes everywhere. There are tens of thousands of volcanic eruptions every day on the surface of the world. Landmarks are often covered by magma, and resource extraction is extremely difficult. After hearing Rimuru's explanation, Ms. Hanyan flew over and said happily, I have an overlord. My overlord can transport units. I can give Master Ping Lei Duhua some overlords, so that he won't be afraid when flying in the air. Zhou Zhuo shook his head and said, although the overlord can transport units in space, as long as it is on the surface of a planet, it will be affected by air pressure and gravity. Without special reinforcement, it cannot easily leave the planet. A planet with a small size and high density has a very strong gravity. The atmosphere is probably very close to the surface, and there are volcanoes everywhere, erupting all the time. I'm afraid that more than 90% of the atmosphere is sulfuric acid clouds. If the overlord flies to a high altitude without any protective measures, it will suffer severe corrosion damage. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's analysis, Rimuru was stunned for a moment, and the pink color that had faded halfway began to increase again. Then he quickly shook his head, getting rid of the thought in his head, and added, You are right, and it's not just that. When magma spreads over the surface, it will eject high-temperature steam containing liquid sulfur as it cools, straight into the atmosphere. Therefore, air units are very dangerous. Plus, once we confirm that a race has landed and start collecting, the realms will automatically project the enemy down. At that time, we will not only have to deal with the problem of collecting resources, but also the problem of defending the camp. It's really too difficult. This is also the main reason why this mining planet has not been sold for such a long time. After saying this, Rimuru looked at Zhou Zhuo, who had a slightly serious expression, and said, So, I still suggest that you choose another mining planet. After giving the reminder, Rimuru found a dark purple mineral star with a 1.2% mineral content and placed it in front of Zhou Zhuo. This mineral star is relatively safer, and its mineral content is more than twice that of ordinary mineral stars. The price remains the same. Zhou Zhuo nodded, smiled at Rimuru, and said, I appreciate your kindness, but if I have to choose, I would still choose this, Redstone 3. Chapter 69, Gene Fragment, Compound Eye Vision Worm. There are many ways to deal with this kind of magma, and Zhou Zhuo has them all, but his current strength is not enough to mine it. If you want to go mining, you have to go to the 7 Stars battlefield at least a few times and fill up the Humus Hunters with gold before you have the confidence to do so. But if you miss this kind of high-quality mining star, you really miss it. I feel like this Redstone 3 is meant for me. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's judgment, Rimuru let out a sigh of relief and gave up his attempt to correct him. Why do you care so much about him? You obviously want him to suffer a loss. Okay, then I'll send you the coordinates of this redstone star. After sending the information about this mining planet to Zhou Zhuo, Rimuru still felt a little uncomfortable, so he said, I wanted to repay you by giving you the coordinates of a mining planet, but you also helped my people to resolve a problem, so I can give you a hand in the price contract. If you can start formal production within 6 months, we can split the profits 60:40, giving you an extra 10% of the profits. As for if you can't start formal production within 6 months, you don't have to pay the penalty, and I may take it back. Anyway, it hasn't been sold for more than 20 years, so a few more years won't make a difference. As for the price of the mining rights, if the price includes the tax of the realms, it is estimated to be more than 16 million points. You may not be able to take it out for the time being, so we can discuss it later. I will give you all these things first, and you can ask your clansmen to get points from me later to make up the difference. After hearing what Rimuru said, Zhou Zhuo nodded, and his interest in Rimuru was slightly aroused. He's quite good at business, and I feel comfortable with his service. Extending a hand, Zhou Zhuo responded, That's it. After Zhou Zhuo made his selection, Rimuru sent the star coordinates and unlock code of this, Red Star 3, to Zhou Zhuo. When Zhou Zhuo received these packaged files, he also received a 2 GB document filled with contracts for cooperative trade agreements. Immediately, Zhou Zhuo opened the electronic contract and checked it quickly and carefully. 5 minutes later, Zhou Zhuo had memorized the entire 2 GB contract document. After reading it, Zhou Zhuo took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and sighed in his heart. It's really shady. Every day I delay paying for the mining rights. I have to pay extra daily interest. It seems I have to pay the money as soon as possible. I don't want to pay money in vain. After using the favors of Ye Kitsune and Rimuru, Zhou Zhuo looked at Ms. Han Yin again. When Ms. Han Yin felt Zhou Zhuo's gaze, she giggled and rubbed her hands awkwardly. I don't have the power of Lord Yamaguchi, nor do I have as much money as Rimuru. I don't think there is anything I can do to help you. After hearing what Ms. Han Yin said, Zhou Zhuo nodded secretly. Indeed, compared to the status and power of Ye Kitsune and Rimuru, Ms. Han Yin's background seems much thinner. If Zhou Zhuo had any thoughts of plucking feathers from passing geese towards Ye Kitsune and Rimuru before, he didn't have any thoughts of plucking feathers from passing geese towards Ms. Han Yin. Your favor is pending. I'll be in touch later. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Ms. Han Yin landed on the ground, looked at Rimuru beside her, and asked tentatively, Am I being disliked? Rimuru nodded his head and responded, It's not that disliked. Okay, be good, it's okay. Yashiko came over, stretched out his paw and rubbed the head of Ms. Han Yin, who was about to cry, and said, I'm going to redeem the dungeon rewards now. If you need any help, you can ask me. Seeing this, Ms. Han Yin and Rimuru nodded happily. Thank you, Master Yami. Wouldn't it be much easier if I could have a high-sequence race to teach me how to use points to strengthen myself? After all, the Spirit Flame Fox clan has been part of the Zerg clan for hundreds of years, and their understanding of the Zerg clan is not comparable to that of ordinary races. Zhou Zhuo was originally preparing to exit, void supply, and return to reality, but Ye Xiehu's words attracted him back. They Zerg better than yourself. If I could hear the various suggestions and judgments from Yechan Fox, maybe I would be able to better understand the core of the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Whether the tactics are radical or conservative, this small point alone is enough for Zhou Zhuo to make a reasonable judgment when he attacks the Spirit Flame Fox clan head-on next time. Therefore, Zhou Zhuo also opened his main brain prompt. Ding! Congratulations on clearing F3 difficulty, Void Supply, which took 67 hours, 42 minutes, and 26 seconds. Ding! The number of star ore remaining in your Void Supply is 260,000, which can be exchanged for 26 star Oregon. Ding! You have destroyed a total of 12 bile sprayers in the Void Supply Dungeon Mission 1 Destroy Bile Sprayers and received 240,000 points. Ding! The points you obtained in Void Supply are 4,066,782. Because the difficulty you selected is F3, the final points are X6. Your final points are 24,400,692. It's just right. These points can be used to purchase the mining rights in full, and there will be a few million left. Looking at the points that finally increased to more than 24 million, Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly. This score is just right. After taking the points into consideration, Zhou Zhuo also looked at other statistics in the main brain. Ding! It has been detected that you have upgraded your level to level 14 in the Void Supply instance, with a total of 126 free attribute points allocated. Ding! Your level and experience have been reset to 0. 40 points of Strength, Thunder, 25 points of Agility, Wind, 30 points of Constitution, Fire, 11 points of Blood, Grass, and 20 points of Tenacity, Rock, have been added to the 7 Stars Technology Tree. The human race thanks you for your contribution. Ding! Congratulations on completing the F3 difficulty of Void Supply, and you have unlocked the F2 and F3 difficulty levels of Void Supply for your race. Ding! The Mastermind has detected that you have increased the exploration of Void Supply to 100%. Congratulations, you and your allies have received hidden rewards. Seeing the last message in the main brain, Zhou Zhuo grinned. Good. Great. I got the hidden gene fragment. Before Zhou Zhuo could finish his words, his excitement was interrupted by a large fluttering moth in front of him. Zhou Zhuo looked up and saw a large moth suddenly fly in front of him, excitedly holding up a tube of genetic medicine in its hand. Master Pinglei, look, I got the potion for hiding gene fragments. This should be enough as a favor. I'll give it to you. A panel full of technological advancement filled Zhou Zhuo's field of vision. Zhou Zhuo didn't have time to say anything and could only look at the panel of gene fragments. Gene fragment, compound eyeworm. Grade, Green excellent. Introduction. After use, a king insect, egg can evolve into a compound eyes vision insect. And in your race, the king insect, follower evolution template, compound eyes vision insect, fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire special skill detection. Detection can make units in invisible, buried, and phantom states visible within the field of view. Genetic fragments that can detect invisible units? Good stuff. Zhou clearly remembered that in the 7 Stars battlefield, many alien insects would use the underground skill to hide on the battlefield. As long as the player is not careful, he will be attacked by this kind of ambush in an instant. Zhou really wants this kind of genetic fragment that can break the invisible unit. But I don't have an overlord. After seeing the information of the gene fragments, Zhou reached out and grabbed Ms. Han Yin from the air, put her on the ground, and asked her, "Compound eye vision bug, isn't this the evolution template for the overlord bug? Why don't you keep it for yourself?" Yashiko also came over and reminded Ms. Han Yin, "You have an overlord unit. This gene fragment should be more important to you, right?" Rimuru nodded as well, his entire body glowing with light. He stared at the tube of gene potion intently and reminded, "This is a green excellent grade gene fragment. Are you really not going to keep it for yourself?" Ping Lei Duhua's army currently only has worker bees and springtails. Even if you want to give them to him as a favor, he won't be able to use them in the short term. Ms. Han Yan, who was originally holding up the gene fragment in her hand with great joy, as if she were offering a treasure, lost most of her excitement after hearing what everyone said. She let out a disappointed voice. "Oh, Lord Ping Lei, you don't need this, but this is all I have now." Looking at Ms. Han Yan like this, Zhou inexplicably had a feeling in his heart. It's like a little girl on the street handed her most precious cheap lollipop to me, but I still don't like it. It feels like if this continues, Ms. Han Yan might cry. But soon, Ms. Han Yan gathered her strength again. Although her voice was full of grievance, she still had a smile on her face and said in a suppressed voice, "Master Ping Lei, don't worry. I will definitely get what you need and make sure you are well." Before Ms. Han Yan finished her words, she suddenly felt her hand lighten. Looking up, he found that the genetic medicine in his hand was being held by Zhou. Zhou put the gene medicine back into his space device, smiled at the stunned Ms. Han Yan, and said, "This gene is exactly what I need. Your favor has been repaid." Chapter 70, Gene Fragment, Gemini B. Oh, after Zhou decided to accept the gene fragment, Ms. Han Yan flew around happily, but when she found out that Zhou could not fly, she fell back to the ground in shame. Everyone continued to look at their own harvests. Although I am very grateful for Ping Lei Duhua's contribution, which made me eligible to obtain the hidden gene fragment, but Ye Fox looked at the genetic medicine in her hand that was glowing white, and it was unclear whether she was laughing or crying. "We both obtained hidden fragments, but why did Ms. Han Yan draw a green excellent grade, while Rimuru and I drew a white ordinary grade? After all, Ye Fox comes from a wealthy family and is a very rich fox, so he really doesn't think highly of this ordinary level white gene fragment." Compared to Yeiko's somewhat relaxed expression, Rimuru seemed very happy. This is a gene fragment. No matter what level of gene fragment it is, it's amazing to have it. After all, this slime clan has only joined the Zerg clan for a few decades, and their foundation is almost zero. Just now, when Ms. Han Yan held up the tube of green excellent grade gene fragments, Rimuru couldn't take his eyes away. Now that she had a tube of white ordinary grade gene fragment potion in her hand, how could she dare to be greedy? Listening to Yeiko's complaints about the gene fragments and Rimuru's lament about his luck, Zhou also looked at the gene fragment panels in their hands. The genetic medicine held between Yeiko's two paws is Gene Fragment, Light Leap Poison Bug. Grade, White Ordinary. Introduction. After use, a blasting insect, egg can evolve into a light leaping poisonous insect. And in your race, the blasting insect, follower evolution template, light leaping poisonous insect, fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire special skill, Light Poison Sac. Light Poison Sac, movement speed +5/S. The genetic medicine on Rimuru's head is Gene Fragment, Armored Beetle. Grade, White Ordinary. Introduction. After use, a Zamfin egg can evolve into an Armored Beetle, and the Zamfin follower evolution template and Armored Beetle fragment in your race will be increased by 1. Effect. Acquire special skill, Hardened Shell. Hardened Shell, HP +10. After reading it, Zhou couldn't help but nodded, indicating that these gene fragments were good. At least these 2 gene fragments can fill in some of the weak attributes of bombing insects and Zamfinids to a certain extent and achieve reinforcement. But, in comparison, The genetic fragments Zhou Zhuo obtained himself are even stronger. In front of Zhou Zhuo, 2 panels of gene fragments were still floating, asking Zhou Zhuo to make a choice. Gene fragment, Twin B. Grade, Green Excellent. Introduction. After use, A. Worker B. Egg can evolve into A. Twin Spirit B. And in your race, the Worker B. Follower Evolution Template and Twin Spirit B. Fragment will be +1. Effect. Star or consumption +20. Hatching time reduced by 99%. 2. Worker bees can be hatched at one time. Gene fragments. Monitoring 100 eyes. Grade. Green Excellent. Introduction. After use, a king insect egg can evolve into a monitoring 100 eyes, and in your race, the king insect follower evolution template, monitoring 100 eyes, fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire special skill, ultra-distance vision. Ultra-distance vision. After turning it on, the movement speed is reduced by 80% and the detection radius is increased to 200%. Different from the random genetic fragment that each person gets. As the biggest contributor to void supply, Zhou Zhuo also has the right to choose from 2 green excellent level gene fragments. A variant of the twin bee, it's like a worker bee version of the fission worm. On the premise of increasing the consumption of star or instant hatching can be performed, and 1 more worker bee will be hatched. Moreover, the 2 twin spirit bees do not occupy additional population supplies, which also frees up a lot of space in one's own population supplies to accommodate more troops. This way I can not only quickly produce soldiers, but also produce peasants. The second gene fragment, 100 Eyes of Surveillance, can give an overlord unit an additional field of vision. The radius is increased to twice the original value, which is equivalent to the field of view being increased to 4 times the original value. The king insect that Zhou Zhuo once mentioned, which had obtained special enhancement and detected the entire Yunlan Insect Valley map, had obtained the 100 Monitoring Eyes type of genetic enhancement. This ability to open up the map's vision can be said to be the most effective improvement during the early stages of development. Both gene fragments are extremely valuable and effective. As for which one Zhou Zhuo wants to choose, ding, it is detected that you have Heart of the Swarm. You can ignore the current selection. After this system prompt sounded, 2 more gene fragments appeared in Zhou Zhuo's space device. Zhou Zhuo also felt uncomfortable. I want to choose, but I have no choice. What can I do if both of them come? After obtaining 2 gene fragments, Zhou Zhuo secretly calculated in his mind. It seems that we have to find a way to get the complete genetic sequence of the Overseer later. After all, Zhou Zhuo now has 2 types of king insect gene fragments in his hands, and they are all green excellent grade. If I don't get a king insect gene sequence for myself, I won't be able to justify myself. Ding. You have made contributions to the human race and are on the list. As the news spread, Zhou Zhuo also opened the ranking list of Void Supply, F3 difficulty. Void Supply, F3 progress. Number 1 Green Snake Clan, 100%. Number 2 Spirit Flame Fox Clan, 100%. Number 3 Human Race, 100%. Number 4 Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan, 100%. Number 5 Slime Tribe, 100%. Number 6 Iron-Toothed Crocodile Tribe, 89%. Number 7 Swamp Scorpion Tribe, 76%. Void Supply, F3 progress, Terran. Number 1 Daydream on the Blue Cloud at Night, pseudonym, 100%. Number 2 I Am Emperor Yin, pseudonym, 39.8%. Number 3 Undefeated in Low Places, pseudonym, 36.1%. Number 4 The Day Is Still Here, pseudonym, 32.9% deceased. Number 5 by Yihua Ming, 22.5%. Zhou Zhuo looked at the rankings of the 2 rankings and couldn't help but smile. This time, I, along with this Silver Crystal Butterfly Tribe and Slime Tribe, have all made it into the top 10 of the rankings. The human race also rushed to the 3rd place in this Void Supply, F3 difficulty map, reached an unprecedented height. After closing the rankings, Zhou Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to open the store interface to see what he could buy. Wow, I'm actually the number 1 in our Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan. Me too. Thank you, Master Pinglei. Thank you, Master Yami. I, the Slime Clan, can finally escape from being ranked last. Listening to the 2 little ones crying with emotion, Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and opened his shop panel. The points have arrived. Now it's time to spend them. Chapter 71, Give Me 1 too. After opening the familiar, copy-exclusive interface, Zhou Zhuo flipped through the many props with ease. There are still more props in the multiplayer mode. While admiring the richer items, Zhou was browsing the copy-exclusive interface, but he did not find the gene fragments that Ye Xiaohu and the others had just obtained. After all, the items in the instance-exclusive store that each person can open are different. What kind of items you can get depends entirely on your luck. Wow, I saw a rare gene fragment. Before Zhou finished speaking, a familiar voice was heard. Zhou looked up and saw another big moth flying towards him. Master Pinglei, look. I can exchange gene fragments in dungeon exclusive. Zhou had a physiological reaction and made a move. He caught the white butterfly with his bare hands, grabbed Ms. Han Yin in midair with both hands, and put her on the ground. Even the Ye Fox beside him looked unhappy after hearing Ms. Han Yan's excited cry. Ms. Han Yan's luck? Is that so good? When Rimuru heard the word gene fragments, he immediately jumped over and observed the gene fragment panel on the copy exclusive in front of Ms. Han Yan. Gene fragment, Arachnid Mother. Grade, Blue Rare. Price, 3,500,000. Introduction. After use, a queen insect egg can evolve into a spider-legged insect queen, and in your race, the queen insect follower evolution template, spider-legged insect queen fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire special skill Sticky Foot Hook. Sticky Foot Hook. The queen's movement speed is increased by 5/s. After leaving the fungal blanket, it maintains normal movement speed. After reading the introduction of Spider-Legged Insect Queen, Zhou's eyes lit up. At the beginning, Zhou had no idea of exchanging genetic fragments and gene sequences like the Queen of Insects. Although the Queen Insect is very strong, it can attack from a distance, lay fungal mats, and has a strong body. But it has a fatal flaw. That is, once the Queen Insect leaves the range of the fungal mat, its movement speed will be as slow as a turtle. This is completely inconsistent with Zhou's idea of active attack. Even if the team is formed, there will be serious disconnection during the later march due to the problem of movement speed, which will greatly reduce Zhou's marching efficiency. But if we have the genes of this spider-legged insect mother, then this problem will be completely solved. Hiss. Seeing the introduction of the genetic fragments of this spider-legged insect mother, Ye Fox's tail straightened up in shock. When I heard you say rare gene fragments, I thought they were just rare, but you actually got a blue rare gene fragment randomly. Rimuru was also shocked, and then he slowly recovered from his stiff state and sighed. The queen's biggest weakness is that she can't leave the fungal blanket. Once she leaves the fungal blanket, her movement speed drops by 80%. That's why she can't be used as an offensive unit. Ms. Han Yin, you should be careful when you go home. You are so lucky. I'm a little worried that I won't be able to see you again. After hearing Rimuru's concern, Lady Han Yin flew up, pinched her waist with her limbs, and said proudly, "Don't worry. I'll be fine, because I can't afford it. As long as I can't afford it, I won't have this good luck, and I won't be unlucky." Ding. Your Changfu Bao account has received 3,850,000 points. Before Ms. Han Yin finished her words, Changfu Bao suddenly made a sound, startling her so much that she quickly fell from the sky again. After quickly checking the transfer name of Changfu Bao, Ms. Han Yin looked at Ye Xiaohu with some trembling. "Master Yamaguchi, what are you doing?" Hee. Ye Xiaohu smiled like a flower, his eyes shining. "Please do the shopping for me. I'll transfer the principal and 10% tax to you." Only after hearing what Ye Xiaohu said did Ms. Han Yin feel relieved. But at this time, another reminder sounded from Ms. Han Yan's main brain. Ding. Your Changfu Bao account has received 3,850,000 points. Master Pinglei, you too? Zhou nodded and smiled. "If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Give me one too." Okay. After hearing Zhou's request, Ms. Han Yan's enthusiasm for service was immediately raised. Exchanging 2 tubes of gene fragments, spider-legged insect mother, genetic medicine, Ms. Han Yin did not show any reluctance and hurriedly gave the 2 tubes of medicine in her hand to Zhou and Ye Xiaohu. "As long as I throw it fast enough, bad luck can't catch up with me." Rimuru looked at Ms. Han Yin, who was enjoying being a passing god of wealth, with envy in his eyes. "That's a lot of points. If I can make a deal, the 30% commission alone will be enough for me to spend for a while." For a moment, Rimuru turned around and looked at Zhou, scratched his head with his tentacles, and said awkwardly, "Pinglei, sir, you are so powerful, you should have extra points, right? Otherwise, you can pay part of the mining rights first, then you can pay less later." After saying this, Rimuru felt that he seemed a little anxious, so he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was just kidding. After all, this amount of points is not something that ordinary people can get." Hearing Rimuru's word poor, Zhou raised his eyebrows and opened his points panel. Ding. Your Changfu Bao account has received 16,500,000 points. Just when Rimuru was watching Zhou Zhua and others spending money, suddenly a huge sum of money arrived in his Changfu Bao account. Rimuru looked down at the transfer name on his Changfu Bao account, then turned stiffly and looked at Zhou Zhua, unable to speak for a while. Zhou Zhua pointed at the mining contract in his hand and said, "I've read the contract. The price of the mining rights is very reasonable. For every 0.1% of the star mineral content of the mining star, you have to pay 1 million points. The Redstone 3, I'm interested in, has a star mineral content of 1.5%, a total of 15 million points. Including the tax from the realms, the total is 16,500,000 points. Although there is a loophole, for every 24 hours of delay, the payer will have to pay an additional 0.01% daily interest on the remaining amount, which I am not satisfied with. But since I paid it all at once, it is not considered a loophole." After confirming that Rimuru received the points, Zhou Zhua stretched out his hand and closed the electronic contract. Rimuru received the points and counted the zeros on it. He didn't react for a while. "My queen mother, this is about to happen." After Zhou Zhua paid all the points he was supposed to pay, he stopped paying attention to others and started checking his own copy exclusive. Now, he only had more than 4 million points left, and there wasn't much he could buy. Nutritional Bile, 10 out of 10. Introduction. Can increase the strength attribute of the unit bound to the split pool by 1 point. Price, 250,000 points. Oxygen-rich gene fluid, 3/3. Introduction. Can increase the physical attributes of the unit bound to the evolution chamber by 5 points. Price, 500,000 points. Because these props are limited to buildings such as the splitting pool, even if Zhou Zhua bought them, he wouldn't be able to use them in a short period of time, so he didn't look at them. There will be many opportunities to encounter these props in the future. I will consider buying them after I have a building gene like splitting pool. After sliding to the bottom of his exclusive to the dungeon, Zhou Zhua also checked the props that could arouse his interest. Skill Fragment, Poison Nest. Introduction. After collecting 10 skill fragments, they can be fused into Toxic Nest Level 1, which can be upgraded by collecting fragments. Price, 500,000 points. When he saw this prop appear, Zhou Zhua smiled again. What I wanted is here. Chapter 72, Domination Niagara. Previously, Zhou Zhua killed a total of 12 ball sprayers, and he also obtained 12 skill fragments of Toxic Nest. The 10 fragments, because they have been collected, have automatically synthesized into a skill called Toxic Nest. Poison Nest Level 1, 2 out of 10. Introduction. Every 10 minutes, you can place an invisible, toxic tumor, regardless of the terrain, and a maximum of 5 can be stored in the backpack. After 10 seconds of incubation, a fungal blanket with a radius of 10 meters can be generated. The fungal blanket enjoys the attribute bonus of Toxic Tumor. When the enemy ground unit touches the Toxic Tumor, it will cause 20 points of area damage with a radius of 1. After the explosion, the Toxic Tumor disappears and the fungal blanket gradually disappears. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Hatching time, 10 seconds. Explosion range, 1 R radius. Creep range, 10 R radius. Storage limit, 5. Area damage, 20. I still need 8 more fragments to upgrade the skill, Toxic Nest, to level 2. Zhou Zhua looked at his account balance, then waved his hand, and 4 million points evaporated instantly, exchanging for 8 skill fragments of Toxic Nest. Ding! You have collected 10 fragments of your skill, Toxic Nest. Do you want to upgrade it? After seeing the system prompt, Zhou Zhua smiled slightly and clicked the confirmation button. Upgrade. Ding! Toxic Nest, upgraded successfully. After the Toxic Nest skill is upgraded to level 2, the attribute panel also changes. Toxic Nest Level 2, 0/20. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Hatching time, 10 seconds. Explosion range, 1 R radius. Creep range, 10 R radius. Storage limit, 10. Area damage, 40. The storage limit increases from 5 to 10, which means that Zhou Zhua's Toxic Tumor has 10 layers of charge before deployment. You can also deploy 10 toxic tumors in an instant to quickly generate large areas of fungal blankets and invisible mines. The damage also increased from 20 to 40, doubling it. You should know that the health value of an ordinary springtail is only 35. If it is level 1 toxic tumor, 2 explosions are needed to kill a springtail. Now, the damage of toxic tumor has reached level 2, and the damage is no longer something that ordinary Zerglings can withstand. After reaching level 2, my Toxic Nest skill can really be used. After closing the panel of the Level 2 Toxic Nest skill, Joshua also looked at the more than 50,000 points he had left. There was no longer what Joshua wanted in Exclusive for Instances, so Joshua directly closed the Exclusive for Instances interface and started looking for it in the store section of personal devices. I remember that there was an interface in the store where you could adjust the appearance of your personal space equipment. I found it. Space Equipment E-Renovation. Introduction. Make arbitrary changes under the premise of inherent volume. Price, 50,000 points. Everyone's initial space equipment is a huge cube of 10m times 10m times 10m. Although the volume of the space equipment is as high as 1,000 cubic meters, I can't use the space on top until I have a large air force. It's too wasteful. After making his choice, Joshua spent the 50,000 points to purchase Space Equipment Transformation. After Joshua purchased the Space Equipment Transformation, he felt that his vision was constantly rising and his surroundings were constantly shrinking. The perspective seems to be raised to a god's perspective, and in the hand is holding this small 10 by 10 by 10 white box. Afterwards, Joshua began to flatten the entire box with ease. As the height of the box decreases, its length and width begin to grow, until the shape of the entire box becomes a 5 by 10 by 20 rectangular box. If we take a real house as an example, it is a house that covers an area of 200 square meters and is 5 meters high. Very spacious. This height is enough, and I won't feel stuffy. Even if I get some small-sized air forces, this height is more than enough. After making sure the adjustments were complete, Joshua exited Space Equipment. The perspective narrowed again, and after returning to the Space Equipment, Joshua also felt that the surrounding space was much more spacious. This space is more than enough even if I have a full population of 110 Zerglings. After spending almost all of his points, Joshua closed the store interface. Are you really not going to buy anything? If you don't have enough points, I can lend you some. You can pay me back later when you have more money. Yes, judging from our current relationship, we are half-sisters. There's no need to be so polite. As soon as he closed the store interface, Joshua heard Ye Kitsune and Rimuru seem to be saying something to Ms. Han Yen. No need. I just feel like there aren't many of these props that I can use, so I thought of saving them up first. Ms. Han Yen flicked her wings, rubbed her limbs, and said awkwardly, "Besides, I can usually pick up these items, so I'd better save some points until I have items I can use." Ye Xiaohu and Rimuru, who were originally preparing to allocate funds to Ms. Han Yen, froze when they heard what Ms. Han Yen said. With such luck, why would he need to allocate funds himself? He could have picked it up. Ye Xiaohu adjusted his expression and said to Ms. Han Yen, Okay, then when you need help, remember to send me a message." "Yes. Okay, Master Yayoi." After Ms. Han Yen confirmed that there was nothing they wanted to buy, everyone finally completed the Void Supplies copy. Ms. Han Yen felt like she was the last one. She scratched her head and then blessed everyone. "It may not be easy for us to meet in the future. It will be the end of the year in a few months. I hope everyone will not be selected by Star Battlefield." Hearing Lady Han Yan's blessing, Rimuru's originally high-spirited body also slumped. After a moment, he forced a smile, sighed slightly, and responded, "Yes, but we must not be chosen. After all, we are fighting against other subordinate races of the 10,000 races. If I join the battle as the last slime, I will probably be defeated immediately." The smile on Ye Xiaohu's face gradually faded, but he felt that this was Ms. Han Yan's blessing after all, and his mood could not remain gloomy. He then shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry. We have become friends with Ms. Han Yan. With good luck, we will definitely not be chosen. Besides, the Zerg is ranked 9,999th. Even if we are selected to enter the Star Sea battlefield, we will only fight and survive with the 100 alien races ranked nearest to us. The gap between the 9,901st to 10,000th alien races is not particularly large. It's okay, there is still a fight to be had." Joshua looked at the people who were encouraging each other, and a thought emerged in his mind. Even if they are aliens, they are still fighting for the purpose of survival. Perhaps we can form an alliance. After making a good judgment in his mind, Joshua nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if we are weak. As long as we enter the Star Sea battlefield, the overlord of the Zerg, Niadra Zerg Queen, will still provide us with some help to a certain extent." At this point, a gleam of light flashed in Joshua's eyes, and he continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the Zerg Queen Niadra should be able to give us the special ability of proliferation, just like the previous Star Sea battlefield blessing. This ability can still reduce a lot of combat pressure to a certain extent." As Joshua said this, the expressions of the other three tribes also eased a little. When Yashiko saw the slightly serious expression on Zhou's face, he rubbed his face with his paws and then smiled brightly. Really? Why are you saying this? It's as if we're really going to be picked to enter this Star Sea battlefield. Hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, Ms. Han Yin also perked up. That's right. There are so many cities in one clan. It's not certain that I will be chosen. As long as I don't have good luck in the past few months, I won't be so unlucky then. Looking at the happy Ms. Han Yin, Zhou Zhua, Rimuru, and Ye Xiaohu's faces, there was another indescribable color. Chapter 73. I'm back. Void supply is over too. I was able to hold out for this long this time. Even the palace master might not have guessed it. I'm going to go back and give them a surprise. Well, everyone should keep in touch in the future. I also want to go back to find my father's. Well, bye. I have to go back and give this mining certificate and huge sum of money to my father. Goodbye. After everyone said goodbye to each other, they turned into streams of light and disappeared into the world of Void Supply. After the players left the Void Supply dungeon, it was as if time had gone back, and everything was quickly restored to its original state. Zergs are born, while sprayers hatch, camps are created, wild monsters spawn. Soon, Void Supply returned to its original state, quietly waiting to be activated next time. Spiritual Flame Fox Clan, Ye Shrine. Huh, I'm finally back. A big pink-haired fox opened its eyes again, stretched its body on all fours, and its tail stood straight up behind it. It was obvious that it was very comfortable stretching. It was not until the big pink-haired fox opened its eyes that the little foxes lying on the ground in front of it spoke. My lord, welcome back. Yes. The pink-haired fox walked down from the bed and ordered a yellow-haired little fox beside him. Go check. Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan. All the saints who are still in the probation period, those whose minds are not yet mature, those who are rumored to be lucky or unlucky, and those who have these extreme attributes, please bring all your information here. All the current princesses of the Slime Clan may have intelligence in a few days. A deal has been made. Find out which princess made the deal and get her information. And the human race. Lucheng is a 9th grade main city located in the southeast. All the 9th grade main cities in the southeast of the human race will be included in the inspection. Focus on searching for the Lin family and the Gao family, and carefully check the Mindstar recovery missions in recent days. All the above information must be delivered to me before I enter the Star Sea battlefield at the end of the year. After these orders were given, the little yellow-haired fox named Ing nodded and called out to the other little foxes of different colors around him. Ling, Xiao, you, follow me. After the 3 little white, red, and yellow foxes followed Ing and walked away, the big pink-haired fox took a deep breath and sat upright on the high platform, his eyes shining as he kept thinking. Zhou family, insufficient authority. I have to report this matter to Lord Palace Administrator. Thinking of this, the pink-haired fox shook its tail and smiled. You want to disrupt my judgment by sending random information. You are really on high alert, Ping Lei Duhua. After laughing, the pink-haired fox also raised its head and looked at a huge flaming cherry tree outside the door in the distance. A look of loss and confusion flashed in its pupils. As a candidate for the Palace Master, I must enter this Star Sea battlefield. This is the last of the 8-fold tribulations. I don't know if I can survive the last Star Sea battlefield and become a true 8-fold Palace Master. Slime Clan, Wetbone Swamp. Father, mother, I am back. A girl in white with blue hair and golden eyes, holding a small aquamarine slime in her arms, stood quietly in front of 2 huge, dark blue slimes that seemed to have lost their vitality, and spoke quietly. I have negotiated my first deal. The redstone star that has been abandoned for many years by our Jing lineage has finally been acquired. I have finally obtained my first round of funding. The money for the purchasing rights has arrived. You and my father did not die in vain. There really is a kind-hearted person who is willing to spend a lot of money to buy the redstone star. He is really a kind-hearted human. Just like my father said, human are really good people. I can finally shoulder the burden of our family. With me here, my sister will be fine. I will protect her until she hatches. I will protect her until she grows up and prevent her from falling into the hands of uncle. I will protect her, the last of your bloodline, and let her return to the upper echelons of the royal family. You also said that you and my father would keep a close eye on me, so I'm not afraid. Even if I'm alone, I'm not afraid. It's just that. At this point, the blue-haired, golden-eyed girl took a few steps forward, placed the palm-sized small slime in her arms on top of the big slime, and then stretched out her hands to hug the cold slime in front of her. That's right, I kind of miss you guys. When the girl with blue hair and golden eyes said this, the grievances she had endured for so long burst out like a flood, breaking down the last line of defense in her heart. Wow! The storm-like crying sound, no longer suppressed, emanated from this corner of the swamp, trying to echo throughout the entire swamp. But the crying sounded like that of a helpless girl, swallowed up by the tall and gloomy swamp, and no sound could be heard. After a long while, the blue-haired, golden-eyed girl wiped away her tears and slowly stood up from the swamp with red eyes. Father, Mother, I can't cry anymore. I don't have time to cry anymore. Crying is a waste of time. Before the princess of the Jing lineage is hatched, let me continue to be the monster princess. Star Sea Battlefield, I will go. This way their attention will only be on me, and my sister will be safe. I have to become stronger. Only then can I protect my sister for you too, and only then can I protect my slime tribe for you too. Please, just look at me quietly again. After she finished speaking, the girl with blue hair and golden eyes stood up and was about to reach out and take the small slime on top of the big slime's head. Crack! The little slime suddenly shook slightly and made a crisp sound of breaking its shell. After the sound of the shell breaking, a small sea blue slime was born from the shell. The cute little sea blue slime looked around, and when it saw the girl with blue hair and golden eyes, it stretched out its tiny tentacles and spoke a childish voice to the girl. Elder sister. Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan, Pearl Cocoon Wood. I'm back. A cheerful voice came from a large cocoon on the branch of a giant tree, and then the figure of a large fluttering moth flew out of the cocoon. Hey, little Rosalind is out. Come, Daddy Seven will give you a hug. Come down. Your third father has already prepared food for you. This pot of fruit soup has been simmering for almost 3 days. Where is her 28th father? Where is the original resin he prepared? What? He used it himself. Then how am I going to comb little Rosalind's wings? As soon as the big fluttering moth called Rosalind flew out, dozens of even larger fluttering moths below flew out. The welcome ceremony was so warm, until the big fluttering moth that was combing Rosalind's wings suddenly realized something was wrong and asked, Rosalind, why are there so many crystal powders missing from your wings? Hearing this, not only was Rosalind suddenly startled, but even the fathers who were serving beside her stopped what they were doing and surrounded Rosalind. Could it be, Rosalind, you? Oh, no, it's not what you think. Rosalind's face suddenly turned red. She broke free from her father's limbs, then spread her wings and flew back to her own cocoon on the tree. Only these dozens of fathers were left sitting together, looking at each other. Yes, Rosalind has reached adulthood, and it's time for her to do so. Then, our mission is finally completed. We can go with peace of mind. No, it's not finished yet. Little Rosalind hasn't unlocked her power yet, whether it's cold or fire. Yes, if she doesn't unlock her power, even if little Rosalind finds a male butterfly, she won't be qualified to inherit the position of the Empress. We must hold on a little longer. The eldest and the 8th have given us a chance to live longer, so we must continue to light the way for little Rosalind. Just hold on. Human race, Zhou residence. I'm back. Zhou walked out of his room, leaning his upper body on the railing on the 2nd floor of the villa. He looked at the empty villa, the closed doors and the cold rooms, and couldn't help but stretching. Well, although I also know that no one said welcome to me. After stretching, Zhou looked a little lonely, but soon he shook his head and regained his spirits. Forget it. It's more comfortable to be alone. Crack. Before Zhou finished speaking, there was a sound of unlocking at the entrance of the house below, followed by a familiar voice. Ahem. Wow. There's so much dust. Old Zhou, you're so lazy. You didn't even clean up after coming back for so many days? Look. What are you looking at? Come down quickly. I just won a game of chess with my dad and made a small profit. Come on. I'll take you to dinner. What are you laughing at? Hey, you look so disgusting when you laugh. I have to come back to clean up for you after dinner? I was wrong. I won't treat you anymore. Let me go? You bastard. Let me go? Mom. Dad. Chapter 74, Gene Sequence Directory.jpg. So, the reminder sound this morning was indeed caused by you again. In the bottom of the sea, Gao Tian picked up a bowl of mutton, took a piece of it with chopsticks, dipped it in sesame paste, and stuffed it into his mouth, then gave Zhou a thumbs up. Li Sijin's bastard. Zhou also reached into Gao Tian's bowl with a chopstick, picked up more mutton, dipped it in the dry sauce, and fed it into his mouth. Does spicy food need to be reduced? Gao Tian looked down at his empty bowl, then looked up at Zhou, who had a very satisfied look on his face. He didn't even bother to bite the mutton in his mouth, and in a fit of anger, he ordered a few more plates of meat. After swallowing the large mouthful of meat in his mouth with satisfaction, Zhou also spoke. The credit is not all mine. It also goes to the other 3 clans. I just contributed a little bit. While Gao Tian was eating mutton, he stared at Zhou Zhuo with disdain. I don't trust you. You never tell the truth. After swallowing the chopsticks of mutton, Gao Tian also spoke. By the way, have you heard? There is new news about our Class F. Hearing this unexpected news, Zhou Zhuo was stunned, and then asked, What's new? Gao Tian wiped his mouth and said, It's not good news. Our F class has lost its title of work-study class, and the school is going to assign a new teacher. I heard that there were a few interns from Luqing University who came to our school to apply for teaching positions, and then the school dumped these new teachers with no qualifications into our class. After saying this, Gao Tian took a sip of the Coke in the goblet and sighed. Oh, why is the school so against our class? They only send new teachers like this. What can they teach us? After hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhuo picked up the goblet beside him, clinked glasses with Gao Tian's, took a sip of the Sprite in the glass, and recalled the past quietly. Zhou Zhuo was impressed by the new teacher in his class. In his previous life, although Zhou Zhuo's performance was not good, he still contributed more than 900 points. At that time, the total score of the class barely reached the passing line of 20,000 points, and a lecherous old man came to the class as a teacher. But that old man smoked in class, spit everywhere, molested female classmates, and didn't teach any serious knowledge. The class's performance is worse with him around than without him. Later, Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian attacked by surprise, taught him a lesson, and successfully drove away the old man, and the whole class regained their freedom. But the freedom didn't last long. The winter exam was over and the Star Sea battlefield arrived. Everything happened so suddenly. But Zhou Zhuo heard one thing. Interns from Luqing University are coming to be our teachers. Zhou Zhuo had no impression of this at all. It seemed to be quite different from his previous life. Looking at Zhou Zhuo's thoughtful expression, Gao Tian raised his eyebrows and said, You are not thinking that some beautiful college students will come to be our teachers, are you? After hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhuo suddenly lost his spirit and said unhappily, You old snake, what are you thinking about all day? Gao Tian drank the Coke in his cup, stared at Zhou Zhuo, and said righteously, Just to be clear, I'm not old. Zhou Zhuo. At this moment, a message came from Zhou Zhuo's main brain. Ding. You have a new message reminder. Zhou Zhuo opened it and saw familiar fonts on it. Thank you for creating 2 more pieces of history for the human race. We can choose 2 Zerg gene sequences, plus 2 gene fragments of our own choice. By Mingyu. Below this message, By Mingyu also kindly attached 2 screenshots to Zhou Zhuo. Gene sequence directory.jpg. Gene fragment directory.jpg. This time I can choose my own gene fragments, but I didn't know the grade of the gene fragments I can choose. Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and opened the 2 pictures to look at them. The first picture is arranged according to the 4 major classes of the Zerg, with Guard, Archer, Magician, and Specialist arranged in order. Gene sequence directory.jpg. Guards, Worker B, 34. Guards, Zerglings, 26. Guardian, Aberration, 6. Guards, Thunder Beast, 2. Guards, Wild Beast, 0. Archer, Hydralisk, 12. Shooter, Cockroach, 3. Shooter, Lurker, 1. Shooter, Corruptor, 1. Shooter, Guardian, 0. Shooter, Devourer, 0. Shooter, Leviathan, 0. Magician, Queen of Insects, 9. Magician, Infected, 3. Magician, Flying Snake, 0. Magician, Destroyer, 0. Special, Exploding Insect, 22. Special, King Insect, 18. Special, Nest Lord, 2. Special, Swarm Host, 0. Special, Tunnel Worm, 1. Behind each icon, there are 2 or 1 digits to indicate the number of genetic sequences of this type of alien insect. Excluding the basic unit, larva, which has no combat capability at all, the gene sequences of a total of 21 species of alien insects are all arranged in this catalog. Every time I saw these 21 species of Zerg, I couldn't help but imagine how powerful my army would be in the future. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Zhuo smiled. In my previous life, I really possessed an army of trillions. Hey Lao Zhou, your smile is so disgusting. Did you see something interesting? Hiss. This is a public place. Restrain yourself and send it to me when you get back. Zhou Zhuo, who was still lamenting about his great strength in his previous life, lost interest immediately when he heard Gao Tian's words that ruined the atmosphere. Eat yours. Zhou Zhuo's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at Gao Tian and continued to consider his own needs. Zhou Zhuo's next goal is to enter the 7 Stars battlefield to obtain materials to upgrade equipment levels. But 7 Stars battlefield changes rapidly, and the terrain is different every time a player enters. The enemy's combat power is also uneven. If we take the example of Zerg, it is very likely that after 2 days of searching, you will only encounter one Zergling, which is a very small gain. It is also possible that as soon as you are teleported over, you will face a thunder beast and die instantly. If you are lucky, you will land in a pile of insect eggs. If you destroy them easily, you can get a large number of 7 stars element fragments without any effort. Therefore, in an unknown map, vision is very important. In addition, Zhou Zhou himself possesses the compound eye vision insect and monitoring 100 eyes, king insect gene fragments, so it would be a bit unreasonable not to choose the king insect gene sequence. For the second gene sequence, Zhou Zhou thought for a while and chose the queen insect gene sequence. After all, in the void supply copy, Zhou Zhou has already obtained one of the most important genetic fragments of the queen of insects, the spider-legged insect mother. Even in places without fungal creep, the arachnid queen can move quickly. If the gene fragments of treatment methods such as healing worm queen are added to the gene sequence of spider-legged worm queen, then Zhou Zhou will have a military doctor on his own. The entire troop lineup is also more comprehensive. After selecting the gene sequence, Zhou Zhou opened Gene Fragment Directory.jpg. Chapter 75 King of Insects and Queen of Insects. Gene Fragment Catalog. Because the file size of this picture is too large, Zhou Zhou was afraid of being accused of padding the word count, so he did not open it in its entirety. I just entered a few keywords and started searching for the gene fragments I wanted. After all, Zhou Zhou was very familiar with the gene fragment library of Kunyu Pavilion. Soon, Zhou Zhou found the fragment he wanted from Gene Fragment Catalog.jpg. Gene Fragment, Light Cyst Kingworm. Grade, Green Excellent. Introduction. After use. A kingworm. Egg can evolve into a light bag kingworm. And in your race, the kingworm. Follower evolution template, light bag kingworm. Fragment, +1. Effect. Acquire special skill, Elastic Helium Bag. Elastic Helium Bag. Increases movement speed by 10/s. Increases resistance to speed reduction by 50%. After possessing this gene fragment, Zhou Zhou's own king insect not only has its movement speed increased, but even after activating this super long-range vision skill, its movement speed will not be reduced that much. In terms of mobility, Zhou Zhou's overlord will go a step further. Gene fragments, Healing Queen. Grade, Green Excellent. Introduction. After use. A queen worm. Egg can evolve into a healing queen worm. And in your race, the queen worm, follower evolution template, and healing queen worm, fragment, will be +1. Effect. Acquire special skill, Active Bacterial Enzyme. Active Bacterial Enzyme. The life recovery efficiency of friendly troops on the fungal blanket is increased by 1/s. If this gene fragment is fused, the fungal mat created by Queen Zhou Zhou will provide additional life recovery efficiency for friendly forces. This perfectly matches Zhou Zhou's own Poison Nest skill. As long as this gene fragment is integrated, Zhou Zhou's Poison Nest that can ignore terrain deployment will become a buff device that can enhance blood recovery anytime and anywhere, causes damage to enemy troops, and restores wounds to friendly troops. This is omnipotence. Just these 2 pieces. After selecting the gene fragments, Zhou Zhou sent the information of the 2 fragments, along with the gene sequences of the king insect and queen insect, to Bai Mingyu. Soon, Bai Mingyu also sent a message. You can choose more advanced gene fragments. All of the precious resources of the human race are currently open to you. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly and typed a few words. No, these are good. After sending the message, Zhou Zhou also closed the main brain interface and leaned back on the sofa to stretch his body. There is no best, only the most suitable. For me now, the choice of these gene fragments and gene sequences is the most suitable one for me. I respect your choice. The gene sequence will be sent to your home address in a while, and the reward funds will be credited to your account in a while. Please check it carefully. As Bai Mingyu's message came, Zhou Zhou's main brain also received a message prompt. Ding! 1,000 star minerals have been received in your Chongfu Bao account, and the current balance is 1,106 star minerals. Seeing that his account was full again, Zhou Zhou sighed. Alas, I'm still poor. After all, in reality, the insect eggs that can be hatched from this amount of star are too scarce. The 1106 star mines are not enough to replenish the 110 population. Even if all of them are used to hatch the cheapest Zerglings, which only require 60 star mines, only 18 units can be hatched, occupying 18 population. If you want to fill up the population, the resources required are enormous. You are obviously too good to say that. After Gao Tian had eaten and drunk his fill, he wiped his mouth and said helplessly to Zhou Zhua, based on your record in the void supply, the vacancies in the population limit that were instantly expanded cannot be filled without tens of thousands of star mines. In addition, you also need to have a reasonable lineup. TSK, 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 TISK. As he spoke, Gao Tian called the waiter over to pay the bill and prepared to leave Hydralisk with Zhou Zhua. If you are short of star minerals, you can tell my dad. Our two families have such a good relationship. 3,000 to 5,000 star minerals won't be a big problem. Zhou Zhua put on his coat and shook his head at Gao Tian. No, Uncle Gao's mineral resources are in trouble now, and the current star mineral resources are probably in short supply. Anyway, my army is enough for the time being. Zhou Zhua did not tell anyone about the Redstone 3 he had purchased. Until the problem of Redstone 3 can be completely solved, it is better to hold on to this hot potato for now. Feeling Zhou Zhua's stubbornness and considering his family's situation, Gao Tian helplessly spread his hands and continued. Okay, let's go to your house. It's time to clean your house. The two returned to Zhou Zhua's house and spent a whole afternoon cleaning up the living room and Zhou Zhua's room. When it was dark, Gao Tian, panting, got into the car that Lu Bo had brought with him to pick up Zhou Zhua happily and returned to the Gao family. Especially when Zhou Zhua refused to go back to Gao's house together. Looking at Lu Bo's lost expression of "don't let waiting become regret," Gao Tian once again felt that he seemed not to have grown up under Lu Bo's care. Not long after Gao Tian left, the doorbell rang at Zhou Zhua's house. Zhou Zhua opened the door and saw the messenger of disaster who was dressed simply. Hello, Falcon Express. After taking over 2 large boxes from a scourge messenger and seeing him off, Zhou Zhua was eager to carry the 2 large boxes back to his room. Phew, my army is already thirsty and hungry. With a slight smile, Zhou Zhua brought the box into his own space equipment. After using the genetic sequences of the king insect and queen insect with ease, Zhou Zhua also received a familiar prompt from the main brain. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the alien insect. King insect. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Zerg. Queen. After the genetic sequences of the king insect and the queen insect were completely unlocked, Zhou Zhua spent 100 star ores and 150 star ores respectively in the space equipment to produce these 2 kinds of alien insects. Bite! Bite! After 2 consecutive warning sounds, 2 bright green insect eggs appeared in front of Zhou Zhua. Compared to the previous worker bee eggs and springtail eggs, the 2 eggs in front of Zhou Zhua this time were obviously larger. The eggs of the queen insect are 1 meter high, and the eggs of the king insect are as high as 1.5 meters, almost reaching Zhou Zhua's chest. Above the 2 eggs, there is also a timer that looks like a countdown. Queen, 600s. King insect, 300s. It takes 10 minutes for the queen insect to hatch, while the king insect takes a little less time, only 5 minutes. Looking at the long incubation time, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but sigh. This incubation time is normal. After all, genetic fragments like the fission worm of the springtail and the twin bee of the worker bee, which can allow insect eggs to hatch quickly, are only limited to alien insects with relatively simple genetic sequences. Even though I unified the Zerg in my previous life, I was unable to collect high-quality genes that could allow Zerg other than these 2 types to hatch instantly. However, I do have some ways to speed up the hatching process. However, we must first have some contact with the swamp spirit scorpion tribe. Shaking his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, Zhou Zhua waited calmly for the birth of the 2 insect eggs. Chapter 76. The army takes shape. 5 minutes later, the queen insect hatched first. The huge pink and purple spherical body floated slowly in the air, with several weak appendages hanging from its lower abdomen. There were also 2 huge claws on both sides of its upper body, but these huge claws had degenerated into decorations. They had no offensive effect at all, and could only serve as the most basic deterrent. This is the king bug of the Zerg, which has no combat capability, and its only use is to float in the air and provide vision. The ability to float is also the Overlord's only means of survival, protecting it from attacks by ground melee units. After seeing the queen insect hatch, Zhou Zhua also took 3 gene fragments from the side. Blue excellent, gene fragment, compound eye vision worm. Green excellent, gene fragment, light cyst king. Green excellent, gene fragment, monitoring 100 eyes. Use. After these 3 gene fragments were chosen for use at the same time, Zhou Zhua's main brain also issued a series of prompts. Ding. Heart of the Swarm has detected a new king evolution sequence fragment and is beginning to analyze it. Ding. The gene sequence of your king worm, has been successfully integrated with gene fragment, compound eyes vision worm, gene fragment, light bag king worm, and gene fragment, monitoring 100 eyes, and the gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. Your king worm has evolved into monitoring phantom. Soon, the 3 gene fragments began to fuse, turning into 3 streams of light, 1 blue and 2 green, and drilled into the body of the queen insect. In an instant, the entire body of the king insect turned into a pupa-like ephemeral green cocoon in midair. The originally shriveled cocoon bulged rapidly, as if there was a gas-generating device inside. When the cocoon expanded to 2 meters in size, it suddenly burst open, revealing a brand new creature inside. Using Heart of the Swarm, I carefully checked the attribute panel of the Overlord, now named Monitoring Shadow. Species, Monitoring Phantom. Introduction, spend 100 star minerals and 5 minutes of cultivation to hatch 1 queen insect, which takes up 2 population supplies. Grade, Blue Rare. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Health, 200, Recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 0. Movement speed, 15/s. Vision radius, 50. Skill, Ultra Distance Vision. After turning it on, the movement speed is reduced by 80% and the detection radius is increased to 200%. After the Overlord evolves into Surveillance Phantom, its movement speed is increased by 3 times. The body size increases slightly, and with the drooping appendages, the body length reaches 3 meters. The color is dark and purple, and the skin color becomes a natural protective color at night. In the folds of skin on its sides, there are also densely packed little eyes, which can be regarded as a benefit for those with trypophobia. What's even more terrible is that this queen insect was affected by the Heart of the Swarm, and its favorability towards Zhou Zhui increased to 100%. After hatching, it flew towards Zhou Zhui. Seeing this, Zhou Zhui reluctantly stretched out his hand, shook hands with the giant claws of Surveillance Shadow, touched its helium storage capsule used for flying, and then fooled its goodwill. If conditions permit, I will look for some gene fragments that can beautify my appearance. Zhou Zhui watched the monster shadow drift away to a distant corner with a smile on his face. When he saw many eyes staring at him reluctantly behind it, he felt a little scared. If I were to rest in the space equipment and wake up to see this without any precautions, I'm afraid I would be able to pass out in one breath. Of course, this Surveillance Shadow has a terrifying appearance, but its practicality far exceeds that of other overlords. Although the basic attributes haven't improved much, from the perspective of diversity, my overseer is already invincible. After making the judgment, Zhou Zhui also looked at the queen insect eggs that were about to hatch. Just use it now. After making his judgment, Zhou Zhui took the 2 gene fragments beside him. Queen of Insects, Blue Excellent, Gene Fragment, Spider-Legged Insect Mother. Queen Worm, Green Excellent, Gene Fragment, Healing Queen Worm. After the 2 pieces were smashed into the eggs of the queen, a familiar voice from the mastermind was heard. Ding! Heart of the Swarm has detected a new queen evolution sequence fragment and is beginning to analyze it. Ding! Your queen insect gene sequence has successfully merged gene fragment, spider-footed mother, and gene fragment, healing mother, and the gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. Your queen insect has evolved into healing spider queen. As the main brain's prompt sounded, the countdown of the queen insect egg in front of Zhou Zhui also reached the end. Puff! The sound of an insect egg hatching was heard, and a queen insect suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhui. The 8 thick spider legs in the lower body walked on the smooth floor of the space equipment, making a faint ding-dong sound. The original webbed substance at the base of the spider legs had degenerated and could not affect the movement of the queen insect. Behind it, the external organ responsible for producing the mycelial tumor also changed from its original enameled green to emerald green. The life energy contained in it can be imagined to be very powerful. Zhou Zhui smiled slightly and looked at the panel of the queen insect who had evolved into the healing spider queen. Species, Spider Queen. Introduction, it costs 150 star ore and takes 10 minutes to cultivate. It can hatch 1 queen insect and occupy 2 population supplies. Grade, Blue Rare. Attack, 4x2. Defense, 0. Health, 200, Recovery 1 per minute. Magic, 200, Recovery 0.5 per minute. Attack speed, 1/s. Movement speed, 15/s. Skill, Creep Tumor. Consumes 25 mana points to hatch a Creep Tumor, which will spawn a creep with a radius of 10 meters after 15 seconds. Fungal Blanket. Friendly troops on the fungal blanket gain +1/S health recovery efficiency. Beautiful. Looking at the healing spider queen in front of him, Zhou felt happy from the bottom of his heart. With the queen's units unlocked, plus these enhancements, I feel like I can go to the 7 stars battlefield alone. After the most critical, king insect and queen insect, hatched and evolved, Zhou also felt the strength of his own army. I have currently unlocked the overseer and queen, as well as the worker bee and Zemper units. Next time I enter a dungeon, I will be able to get more types of Zerg to defect and join me. With a wider smile on his face, Zhou also looked at the last gene fragment in the space device. Green excellent, gene fragment, twin B. Without any hesitation, Zhou raised his hand and clicked on the user interface, wanting to make his worker bee evolve again. In front of Zhou, a strange mainframe panel popped up. Ding. Twin B gene fragments will increase the resource consumption of your worker bee units. Ding. It is detected that you currently have 4 worker bees. To fuse this gene fragment, you need to pay an additional 80 star mines. 80 star, or not expensive. After Zhou chose to pay, the mainframe panel in front of him experienced a new evolution. Ding. Your worker bee has successfully fused with gene fragment, twin B, and the gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. As the main brain's prompt sounded, the 4 healing energy bees in front of Zhou gradually fell asleep and then recondensed into 4 insect eggs. The next moment, the 4 insect eggs burst at the same time, and 8 healing energy bees emerged from them. 8 healing energy bees, 18 husk hunters, 1 surveillance phantom, and 1 healing spider queen. There is resource gathering, melee combat, ranged combat, and reconnaissance. My army has already made up for its weaknesses, and the next step is to strengthen it overall. After seeing the army, Zhou took a deep breath, then turned around and exited the space device. In the next few days, apart from playing chess with Gao Tian, Zhou was also evolving various commands with the Zerg. It was not until 3 days later, when the holiday ended, that Luqing No. 2 Middle School started school again. Chapter 77 Linda, Linju, Linyu. Early in the morning, as soon as Zhou arrived at the door of Class F, he heard cheers coming from inside. Linda is a scoundrel. Linda stepped on me. Linda, you are my savior. I declare that I am the dog of Monitor Lin. Listening to the deafening shouts of excitement, Zhou looked at the excited classmates and quietly sat back in his seat by the window. Zhou nudged Gao Tian, who was smiling beside him, with his arm and asked, "What happened?" Gao Tian kept smiling, and then he took out a gift box from the space device, which contained a tube of 10-star Zergling equipment gene, and whispered to Zhou. The class monitor used her own points to buy a set of Xamphinus equipment genes for everyone in the class, and they are 10-star ones. Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard Gao Tian's words. This matter of buying zombie equipment genes for the whole class has never happened in the previous life. And the original price of a set of Xamphinus equipment genes is 1,000 points. Even if you buy it from the newbie recommendation of Yunlan Insect Valley with a 10% discount, it is still as high as 900 points. There are 30 people in the class, so 27,000 points were given out. After Zhou sat down, he looked at Lin Yuru in the distance and asked Gao Tian in the same puzzled way. If I remember correctly, Lin Yuru only has a little over 5,000 points in total. Where did she get the money? Yes, 5,213 points. I remember it clearly. Gao Tian nodded affirmatively, glanced around, and whispered to Zhou. The monitor said that her living allowance had just arrived, and she was allocated 50,000 points. But I heard that the Lin family was recently investigated by the Kunyu Pavilion, and they are currently rectifying it. How did she get so many points? At this point, Gao Tian himself felt a little bit unbelievable. Even if the living expenses have arrived, shouldn't the first thing you buy be something you like? But the class monitor bought a set of Zergling equipment gene for the whole class first. Pursing his lips, Gao Tian looked at Lin Yuru with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Outside, the purchase price of a 10-star Zergling equipment is 1.2-star ore. If you resell it, it will at least be 1.5-star ore. Even a 10-star Zergling equipment priced at 2-star ore is not without buyers. Roughly speaking, the squad leader lost at least 9-star ore with this move, and it may even be higher. Listening to Gao Tian's calculations, Zhou nodded and remained silent. 1 star ore equals 1,000 points equals 1,000 broken star ore. This top-down, irreversible exchange rate is the resource ratio of the real world determined by all realms. However, if players want to get the resource star mine, They must collect 10,000 points, or 10,000 broken star mines, before they can redeem one piece of star ore. The realms are very dark, extremely dark. But if you want to conduct the most basic resource and points transactions, you must follow this rule. Therefore, among all the realms, Lin Yuru's behavior of giving resources and points to others regardless of the cost is rare. 50,000 points is not a small amount for Lin Yuru alone. Zhou Zhuo frowned slightly, folded his arms, and looked at the more than 20 people gathered on the podium in the distance, and sighed helplessly. No matter how many resources there are, if they are evenly distributed among 30 people, there will be very little left. No matter how small a problem is, if it is concentrated among 30 people, it cannot be underestimated. It is somewhat difficult for Lin Yuru to lift up the entire class with her limited resources. If Lin Yuru wants to raise the intensity of the whole class, only by solving everyone's problems can she resolve some of the current difficulties. In this case, some strategies may need to be changed during the next monthly exam. Zhou Zhuo, why are you late? Let me look for it. Oh, I found it. Here, this is yours. Just when Zhou Zhuo was thinking about what he wanted to do in the next copy, a familiar happy female voice came over. Zhou Zhuo looked up and saw that it was Lin Yuru. A gift box was also handed over to her. Thanks, squad leader. After accepting the gift box handed over by Lin Yuru with a smile, Zhou Zhuo raised his hand and put the gift box into his own space device. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10-star Xamphin Equipment Gene X5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Red Tin Level Population Voucher X1. After the main brain finished analyzing the props in the gift box, Zhou Zhuo's eyebrows raised imperceptibly and then quickly returned to normal. Zhou Zhuo understood the Red Tin Level Population Voucher easily, as this was what Lin Yuru had promised to give him during the previous 7-day holiday. But what do these 5 sets of Zergling equipment genes mean? Before, Zhou Zhuo was jealous of Lin Yuru for treating poor self and rich Gao Tian equally. So Zhou Zhuo still feels that they can be friends with Lin Yuru. But now, why has the balance tilted? Okay, everybody be quiet for a moment. Just as Zhou Zhuo felt a little doubtful, Lin Yuru, who had already walked away, clapped her hands, quieting the whole class. Because our class has met the standard in the class points competition, we have gotten rid of the title of work-study class, and the school will also send us a new teacher. After the new teacher comes, we must study hard. We must strive to get a good score in the college entrance examination next year. Everyone can go to college. After Lin Yuru finished speaking, the whole class became excited. Oh, we finally have a teacher. Finally, I can start studying. I love studying. I've been studying 5 years in the Worlds, 3 years in the Zerg on my own every day. I've read the book till it's worn out. Can I finally get a teacher to teach me? I don't want this book. Finally, the excited boy stretched out his hand and tore 5 years in all realms, 3 years in Zerg, into pieces and fed it to the springtail beside him. When all the students were in an excited state, a doubtful voice came. Class monitor, a group of seniors from Luching University, came to the school yesterday. The school won't find a few intern teachers for us, right? After hearing this classmate's words, the excited voices in the class came to an abrupt halt. A trainee teacher? Assign a teacher here, and a trainee teacher? What can you teach me? You might as well learn on your own, right? Dear, can you still spit it out? Try hard, this is the only book I have. At this moment, a woman in a black tight OL professional suit and black stockings walked straight up to the podium of Class F and stood beside Lin Yuru. Now, everyone return to your seats and get ready to start class. After saying this, the woman in tight OL professional attire turned her head to look at Lin Yuru beside her and said softly, "Squad leader, you should also return to your position." The students looked at the teacher who suddenly walked in, their eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the 2 people on the podium who looked 70% alike. How come? There are 2 Linda. Bah, look carefully. One is Linda, and the other is Lin Zhu. Xiaotian, you have such sharp eyes. Wow, sister is so cool. Sister, look at me. This teacher knows how to teach. This book, it's better not to spit it out. My dear, eat it back. I don't need it anymore. At this time, a cold voice came from outside the door. Xuehan, teach well, I'll go back first. Well, sister, you go back first. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, their eyes widened. Hiss, why is there another Lin Jun? You are such a genius at naming. Hearing the whispers of the class, the girl sitting on the podium, Lin Zhu, who was wearing a tight OL outfit that was 1 size larger than hers, frowned and placed the book in her hand on the desk. In an instant, a portal opened beside her. Then Lin Zhu said sternly to the student who had just behaved disrespectfully, "You kid with a face like a garlic turtle, go into the Akina Mountain dungeon now run 5 kilometers on the mountain road, and come back. Also, from today on, I am your teacher, Lin Xuahan. The other students except Gao Tian were delighted and stood up at the same time. Then they said to Lin Xuahan in unison, "Hello, teacher. Chapter 78, what do you want from me?" So, the ovipositor in the queen's lower body has mutated and is no longer able to lay eggs. Instead, it has strengthened its globulin secretion tissue, which can be used to lay mycelial tumors, but is unable to carry out normal mating. Ding ling ling. Get out of class dismissed. Happy times are always short. When the students were about to hear the sequel, the bell rang. It was noon. Lin Xuahan packed up her books and walked out without any delay. But when she reached the door, Lin Xuahan seemed to remember something, turned around, and said to everyone in the class, "Because the overall strength of the class is relatively weak and lacks both theory and practice, I have applied to the school to give you 5 days of vacation in 5 days. When the time comes, everyone enter the 7 stars battlefield, and do not delay. Squad leader, come out for a moment." After saying that, Lin Xuahan disappeared at the entrance of Class F. Lin Yuru also greeted Zhou Zhua. "Deputy Monitor, please wipe the blackboard. I'll go over and ask the second teacher what's going on." Looking at the 2 people rushing out of the classroom, Zhou Zhua stretched, stood up from his seat, walked to the podium, and started wiping the blackboard. "The new teacher taught me really well. I remembered every word I heard. She called my name 8 times, and it was definitely correct. Yes, the knowledge points are obvious. My attention was focused on the blackboard from beginning to end. Moreover, Teacher Lin's lectures were very profound. My thoughts were always on the key points that Teacher Lin talked about." Several male students who listened most attentively in class sat together with serious faces, sharing their learning experiences with each other. After 2 seconds of silence, they all smiled knowingly. Listening to the discussion of the students who were having a round-table meeting behind him, Zhou Zhua also sighed. "This class is hopeless. I didn't listen to any of the key knowledge, but I also didn't miss any of the things I shouldn't have read. By the way, what did Lin Zhu say? I don't remember. I just remember that the teacher asked for 5 days off for us. But why is there only 5 days off after 5 days?" Zhou Zhua wiped the blackboard clean and returned to his seat. He glanced at Gao Tian, who was sweating profusely and had twitching legs. Then he reached out and bought a can of red calf from All Realms and threw it into Gao Tian's hand, complaining, "It's just 5 kilometers, isn't it? You've spent the whole morning there and you're still so tired? Why are you so weak?" Gao Tian took the energy drink, pulled the switch, opened the Red Bull, and drank it down like a gulp. Tun. Ah, so cool. After drinking the energy drink in his hand, Gao Tian frowned at Zhou Zhua and said, "That's easy to say, but this is a mountain road. The 5 kilometers refers to the straight line distance from the foot of the mountain to the top. There are so many curves. I'm running myself to death." Sighing, Zhou Zhua stopped looking at the half-dead Gao Tian and opened his own attribute panel. Name, Zhou Zhua. Level 1. Experience, 500/36,000. Population, 14/110. The experience value increased from 0 to 500. This speed of increase can be said to be terrifying. Just by attending the morning class, I have already gained 500 experience points. According to the normal person's requirement of 4,000 experience points to awaken an F-level talent, it only takes 8 classes and 4 days to reach level 2. What the second sister of the Lin family said about entering the 7 stars battlefield in 5 days is that she wants everyone to enter the 7 stars battlefield when they have at least 2 points to distribute. Zhou Zhua nodded and couldn't help but sigh that Lin Xuahan's class quality was really high. One class can increase 500 experience points, which is much more valuable than the teaching quality of Class A. Before the class points competition in Yunlan Worm Valley, each class had a month to prepare. With more than 20,000 experience points accumulated in a month, Class A upgraded even their F-level talents to level 3, and had at least 3 free attribute bonuses at the start. This makes the average quality of Class A. But even so, the level of teachers in Class A can only provide a little over 800 experience points a day. Lin Xuahan's teaching experience points for 1 day are as high as 1,000. The quality of teaching is immediately apparent. There is still a month until the next monthly exam. Even if I don't enter the battlefield, the experience points I gain daily are not enough to reach level 2 before the monthly exam. Not to mention that if I come out of the 7 stars battlefield, the experience points will be cleared. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. It's all because my talent level is too high. After sighing, Zhou Zhua waited for Gao Tian to recover his strength and dragged him to have lunch together. No. Walk slower. My legs hurt. Hiss. Old Zhou, You bastard, how dare you hit my legs? Half supporting Gao Tian to the restaurant, Zhou looked at Lin Xuahan, who was eating with Lin Yuru in the distance, and an immature idea arose in his mind. I wonder if I can ask the second sister of the Lin family to give me some private tutoring after school to increase my daily improvement experience. Thinking of this, Zhou shook his head, dispelled this idea, and judged. With my current talent, the initial attribute points I get from entering the dungeon alone are already as high as 9 points. Adding on the combat effectiveness of my army, I don't lack this little bit of experience points. After helping Gao Tian to his seat in the restaurant, Zhou hadn't even sat down when a sullen voice suddenly came from the side of him. It's really you? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou turned around and saw that it was another old acquaintance. When Gao Tian saw this person, he also sat on the chair with his arms and legs spread out, staring at this old acquaintance who had popped out. Hey, isn't this Class A's Monitor Lin? Why did you condescend to eat in our restaurant? Who do you think you are? Hearing this sarcastic voice, Lin Yuan turned around angrily. When he saw that it was Gao Tian, his face suddenly turned pale and his voice stopped abruptly. It's you. As soon as Lin Yuan saw Gao Tian, he couldn't finish his words. After the copy of Yunlan Worm Valley was settled, the points of this guy called Tianhong Jian were 4 times as much as his own. In terms of strength alone, I am indeed not as good as him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's anger was not as strong as before, but as an important descendant of the Lin family, he was still proud and challenged him. It has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for that piece of trash. Watch your mouth. Who are you scolding? Gao Tian endured the numbness in his legs and stood up from the chair, wanting to continue to find a way to get back at Zhou, but Zhou stopped him with his hand. It's okay, sit down, your legs aren't sore anymore. Zhou stood up, looked down at Lin Yuan, who was not as tall as him, and asked, What do you want from me? Chapter 79, Relationship between Superiors and Subordinates. When Lin Yuan saw that Gao Tian didn't come over to talk, he thought this was a 1v1 battle between real men, so he became more confident. I told you to stay away from Fairy Bai? She is not worthy of someone like you. Understand. Zhou crossed his arms, looked down at Lin Yuan, who looked like the stupid son of a landlord, and smiled and shook his head. Don't know. Zhou's brief words made Lin Yuan even more annoyed. What he hates most is talking to this kind of fool who knows nothing. Especially this kind of fool who has no idea where he stands. Lin Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves, pinched his waist, tilted his head, and stared at Zhou. You? Aren't you just a candidate for the Jade Pavilion? You haven't really entered the Jade Pavilion. What do you think your relationship with Fairy Bai is? After hearing Lin Yuan's question, Zhou thought for a moment and said sincerely, the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Zhou's sincere answer seemed to make Lin Yuan sound very satisfied, and he crossed his arms and his expression became happy. That's good to know. You two are at most a superior-subordinate relationship. The difference in status is simply like heaven and earth. Know your own position. Stop jumping out and embarrassing yourself. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came, interrupting Lin Yuan's conversation. When Lin Yuan heard this voice, his hair stood on end. He turned around with an unpleasant expression, stared at Lin Xuahan, and said unhappily, Why did you come here? Didn't I just listen to Dad and ask you? At this moment, Lin Xuahan and Lin Yuru had finished their meal. They moved towards Zhou, stared at Lin Yuan, and said in a bad tone, Could it be that, when you were released by your elder sister, didn't your father tell you to be more careful with your words? Hearing Lin Xuahan's words, Lin Yuan felt as if his tail had been stepped on, and he jumped up on the spot. Are you done yet? I greeted you for Dad's sake. Don't think that Lin Bingyun used some dirty tricks to get my dad out of his position, and you're so shameless. Even if the tiger is no longer in the mountain, Lin Bingyun can never be the king. The Lin family will always belong to my father. When he said this, Lin Yuan's pupils turned red. It was obvious that the division of his father's rights made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that everyone around him seemed to dislike him, Lin Yuan suddenly felt very unhappy. Don't look at me like that. Don't look down on me like that. After spitting on the ground, Lin Yuan was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he ran out cursing. Remember this. There is absolutely no place for people like you in the Lin family. The Lin family will always belong to my father. Forever. After watching Lin Yuan walk away, Lin Yuru hurried to the door of the restaurant, took the mop, and while mopping up the dirt on the floor, she apologized to Zhou. I'm sorry, Zhou. My third brother has a bad temper. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please don't take it to heart. After cleaning the floor, Lin Yuru skillfully took the mop to wash it. After Lin Xuahan watched Lin Yuru leave, she turned around and looked at Zhou, nodded slightly, and apologized. My brother is stupid, don't take it to heart. Zhou looked at Lin Xuahan with a smile on his face and a kind tone. Arguing with a dog will never get you anywhere. That's what you said, second sister. Lin Xuahan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but then closed it. When Lin Yuru came over, Lin Xuahan also said, I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal because of this family scandal. I'll treat you guys. Zhou thought to himself, the last time he was at Lin's house, they had agreed to have a banquet, but he didn't get to eat it. It seems he can make up for it this time by having that free meal. But at this time, Gao Tian spoke. No need, Mr. Lin. My legs are still weak when I see you. I don't even dare to pick up my chopsticks to eat your meal. Zhou and I can eat together. It won't be a problem. When Gao Tian said this, he kept winking at Zhou. Zhou felt a little doubtful, but he understood what she meant. He nodded and politely declined. Indeed, Xiao Tian doesn't dare to eat with beautiful women. So if you just treat me, second sister, woo. Zhou means that he still wants to eat with me. Teacher Lin, you and the class monitor can go back first. Before Zhou could finish his words, Gao Tian covered his mouth. Then Gao Tian said goodbye to Lin Xuahan and Lin Yuru with a smile on his face. Lin Yuru also nodded and said to Zhou, whose mouth was covered. Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Let's just say that. Zhou nodded and responded, woo. Lin Xuahan, goodbye. Zhou woo woo. Gao Tian let go of his hand only after the two girls from the Lin family walked away. Zhou wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said with disgust, do you have sweaty feet? Gao Tian was stunned for a moment and actually looked at his feet, muttering, no smell, and only reacted after a moment. Old. Zhou. Zhou, however, sat down on the chair next to Gao Tian with an innocent look on his face, stretched out his hand to open the menu ordering interface, and asked, tell me, what's the matter? But at this moment, Gao Tian's sweaty feet pressed down Zhou's hand, and then Gao Tian smiled and said, we are friends. No need to order. Old Zhou, I'll treat you. Seeing Gao Tian like this, Zhou narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Tian. You are being nice to me for no reason. Tell me, what is this trick? What are you saying? I'm not lying at all. Gao Tian chuckled, quickly ordered 3 dishes and a soup, nudged Zhou with his arm, and asked in a low voice. Old Zhou, do you know about the 7 stars battlefield that Lin Zhu mentioned? Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Gao Tian. 7 stars battlefield? Why are you asking me this? Hearing that Zhou didn't say he didn't know, Gao Tian immediately understood, and then smiled and said, aren't we going to the 7 stars battlefield in a few days? I finally managed to show off last time, but ended up being beaten by the squad leader. I felt a little unwilling, so I wanted to ask you about the 7 stars battlefield. My dad is busy with the mining planet's affairs recently, and I don't want to disturb him, so I came to ask you if you, the Kunyu Pavilion candidate, have any inside information. Seeing Gao Tian showing an expression of wanting to act cool no matter what, Zhou also said helplessly. 7 stars battlefield, roughly speaking, it symbolizes the 7 attributes of the technology tree: strength, thunder, agility, wind, intelligence, ice, spirit, water, constitution, fire, blood, grass, and tenacity, rock, divided into 7 battlefields. If you compare the 7 stars battlefield to a circle, you can imagine each piece of the 7 stars battlefield as a sector-shaped area formed by the circumference of the circle divided equally to the central point. At this point, Gao Tian's soup was ready. Zhou took an empty bowl and placed 7 chopsticks on the bowl, with one end of the chopsticks on the center of the bowl and the other on the edge of the bowl, dividing the bowl into 7 parts. He continued to give examples. Throughout the 7 stars battlefield, the strength of the monsters is like a curve like a bowl. The closer to the center, the less the monsters are affected by the elements, and the lower their strength. The middle position is basically called the safe zone. After hearing Zhou's description, Gao Tian pointed at the edge of the bowl and said, so, the farther away from the center, the more the monster is affected by the elements. Does that mean the monster is stronger? Zhou nodded and said affirmatively. That's right. But before that, there is one crucial point that needs to be noted. After taking the chopsticks out of the bowl, Zhou handed the empty bowl to Gao Tian. I'm hungry, give me some food. Gao Tian. Chapter 80, 7 Lights Battlefield. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Gao Tian summoned a springtail from his space device, pointed at the patterns on its body, and asked, after I used the Zergling equipment gene given by Linda, these faint lines appeared on its body. When we enter the 7 stars battlefield, do we need to kill monsters to get materials to strengthen these lines? Yes. Zhou wiped his mouth, reached out and stroked the springtail in Gao Tian's arms, and said, "The monsters on each battlefield in this 7 stars battlefield will have corresponding attributes affected by the attributes of the terrain. By destroying those monsters, you can obtain materials. Teacher Lin said to give us 5 days off. If I'm not mistaken, it's also to match the 5-star attributes of the 5-piece set of Zergling equipment gene." The springtail seemed to feel comfortable when Zhou stroked it, so it walked into Zhou's arms and coiled up. Zhou looked at the springtail and continued. "In the 7 stars battlefield, everyone has lost their camps and other defensive points. The only thing they can rely on is their own followers. Therefore, when entering the 7 stars battlefield, remember to recruit all your followers. This way you will be safer." Hearing Zhou's description, Gao Tian was stunned. "No camp? Doesn't that mean we have no source of resources? How can we expand our army in the 7 stars battlefield?" Zhou turned his head and stared at Gao Tian, then uttered one word. "Kill." The resources in this 7 stars battlefield can only be obtained by destroying the enemies. At this point, Zhou took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The realism of 7 stars battlefield is very close to a real battlefield. There are no larvae, no resources, and the population limit will not increase in vain. The only thing that is different from a real battlefield is that after the followers die, it will not affect the number of followers in reality. But if the followers die, 50% of the resources will still be spent to revive them. Gurgle. It's good that it can be resurrected. It does feel a bit like a battlefield. Gao Tiangan swallowed his saliva and looked at the Zergling that had crawled into Zhou's arms and rubbed against his chest, and sighed. "We kill monsters of one attribute every day. It seems quite powerful, but there are many people in our class, and I don't know if we can kill enough." Zhou stroked the Zerglings and said affirmatively, "Don't worry, we have 5 days. Even if we only brush one attribute every day, the whole class will only have dozens of sets of Zergling equipment genes, which will definitely be enough. It's just that my own Zergling equipment gene may not be fully refreshed." After all, Zhou had 505 sets of 10-star Xanthan equipment gene in his hands, enough to arm 1,515 humus hunters. This demand was not of the same order of magnitude. Originally, Zhou wanted to find an opportunity to enter the 7 stars battlefield to collect materials, but the second sister of the Lin family actually negotiated with the school and opened the 7 stars battlefield exclusively for Class F. This made Zhou feel that he had saved a lot of effort. "Finally, the two of us can team up and go to all realms to have fun." Listening to Gao Tian's excited words, Zhou also recalled what Gao Tian said to him when he just came back. "It's hard to say." Zhou smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "The 7 stars battlefield is not like a normal dungeon. The space inside is disordered. Without adequate protection measures, even if we two enter one after the other, we may still be tens of thousands of miles apart from each other." Hearing Zhou's description, Gao Tian also gave a helpless smile. "Then we can only live in peace on our own." After sighing, Gao Tian smiled confidently. "I can't wait to go see the 7 stars battlefield." Zhou stood up from the stool and responded, "Don't worry, it will be soon. You can go in 5 days." After washing the dishes, they returned to Class F with the help of Zhou. After a short rest, they started their afternoon study again. Time passes quietly in this leisurely time. Until the 5th day. On the 4th day, everyone in Class F successfully upgraded their worst F-grade talents to level 2. After entering the dungeon, they had 2 free attribute points to allocate. But Lin Xuehan still fulfilled her duties as a teacher. In order to prevent some people from not paying attention in class and not gaining enough experience, Lin Xuehan still used the 5th day as a lecture and explained the day's knowledge to the whole class. Once again, he used his rich knowledge to fill the students' blank experience slots. Ding-ling-ling. Just when the class was over, a portal suddenly appeared on the podium of Class F. After entering the 7 stars battlefield, you will be randomly teleported to different locations. Let's reunite as soon as possible. After the bell rang, Lin Xuehan took out a white round spore from her space device. Looking at the white spores in Lin Xuehan's hand, Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. What a generous move. Hearing Zhou's words, Gao Tian was slightly startled and asked in a low voice, "What is that thing that looks like a steamed bun?" Zhou shook his head and nodded at Lin Xuehan with his mouth. Gao Tian then quieted down and prepared to listen to what Lin Zhu had to say. Lin Xuehan opened her red lips and began to explain. This thing is called parasitic seed, a product of other races in realms. After wearing it, it can form a link between each other, allowing us to stay within a distance of 10,000 meters. After saying that, Lin Shuahan put the parasitic seed on his chest and then took out 30 smaller white spores from the space device. Come here, squad leader, and pass them out. Lin Yuru obediently came to Lin Shuahan, took the white spores, and distributed them to other people in the class. After Lin Yuru put the last spore on herself, Lin Shuahan continued to explain. I'm a 5th rank Red 10 warrior, the strongest person in this team. So when we teleport in, we'll basically be teleported to an area where someone of my strength should be. After entering the 7 stars battlefield, you must quickly gather together and form an effective defense. I will protect you until you reach the place where Qixi Yiping should be. Then I will not take action. Do you understand? The interest of the people in Class F was also aroused, and they were eager to try. Clear. After seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Shuahan also gave orders to everyone in the class. Everyone go. Afterwards, every student in Class F lined up and walked into the portal one by one. After Zhou was stepped into the portal of the 7 stars battlefield, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding. Welcome the 2nd rank Red 10, human player, Ping Lei Duhua, to the dungeon. 7 stars battlefield. Chapter 81 ready to go. Luching number 2 middle school, Class A. Xiao Yuan. This is inappropriate, isn't it? In a class of only 10 people, a middle-aged man wearing glasses suggested to the boy in front of him. After all, your 2nd sister and 4th sister are there. Even if the blood relationship is not deep, they are still your father's bloodline. Listen to Uncle Zhang's advice and forget it. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan's brows flashed with a trace of entanglement. Looking at the prop called psychic emitter in his hand, he hesitated to give the order, but still said stubbornly, They are not my 2nd and 4th sisters. Principal Zhang, remember, they are just my father's mistake. I am the orthodox one. After Lin Yuan said this, Principal Zhang couldn't help but say, Even so, the investigation results haven't come out yet. Your father must have been wronged. His division of power may not really have anything to do with your sister. Isn't it a bit extreme for you to do this? Lin Xiao, who had not yet made up his mind, became even more determined when he heard Principal Zhang mention his father. Even if it has nothing to do with them, it must be related to Lin Bingyun. Stop talking. Open the portal. I want to let them know how powerful I am. I want them to know how powerful the insect swarm is and learn a lesson. I know my limits. Even if they die in the 7 stars battlefield, it won't affect reality. I don't need you to teach me. Besides, if they die, then I don't have to die either. I want to use my life to exchange for theirs. Let's see who can outlast the other. Open it. Principal Zhang, who was unable to persuade Lin Yuan, sighed helplessly, then stretched out his hand and opened a portal identical to the one on the podium of Class F. After opening the portal, Principal Zhang adjusted his glasses, and the embarrassed expression on his face inexplicably faded a little. Xiao Yuan, remember, we are all human beings, and we should cherish each other. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and waved his hand. Class F dared to enter this 7 stars battlefield, trial in advance, and my Class A dares to do the same. And they are even more ruthless. If you believe in me, follow me in. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the 9 classmates behind him followed him with determined looks and walked into the portal of the 7 stars battlefield together. After Lin Yuan and the other 9 people in Class A disappeared, Principal Zhang's expression quickly turned calm. Then, Principal Zhang opened the main brain interface and began to communicate with the other end of the phone. Bingyun, I've already advised Xiao Yuan. He's just as stubborn as his father. Don't worry. You guys, I watched you grow up. I've already adjusted the psychic emitter so that it can only work at 10% of its effectiveness. Nothing will happen. However, your method of training your brothers and sisters is a bit cruel. Ha ha ha. I've said too much. Ding. It is detected that you have star mines, but the population is not full. Do you want to buy insect eggs to fill the population supply? Following a familiar prompt sound, a familiar mainframe interface popped up in front of Zhou. Worker B, healing energy B. Price, 70 star ore. Springtail, humus hunting insect. Price, 60 star ore. Owner, monitoring phantom. Price, 100 star ore. Queen of insects, queen of healing spiders. Price, 150 star ore. Looking at this interface that wanted him to spend money, Zhou smiled helplessly. I only have 776 star minerals on me right now. I can't expand my army that much. However, it was not my intention to enter the 7 stars battlefield this time, and there are other people around, so it is better for me not to reveal all my secrets at once. However, if one's own army is large in number, then one can divide the troops. With a firm idea in mind, Zhou invested all the star mines into all realms. Spend 100 star or to expand 1 Overlord egg. Spend 660 star or to expand 11 Zergling eggs. In an instant, Zhou Zhuo created another army of 13 population units. Afterwards, Zhou Zhuo summoned a healing spider queen from his space device and asked it and the humus hunting insects to safely guard the monitoring phantom that was hatching. Let this troop kill more enemy troops for me. After confirming this idea in his mind, Zhou Zhuo closed his eyes slightly, immersed his mind in the map, and examined it carefully. Now, the area where he was located was the border between the Firestar battlefield and the Grasstar battlefield, in the Seven Stars battlefield. It was a plain terrain, and the monsters there had great growth in their physical attributes and blood attributes. In other words, the monster is very meaty. Not bad. It's the element needed for the 5-piece set of Zergling equipment gene, and it's not a big threat. After confirming his position, Zhou Zhuo looked at the 30 white spots that appeared on the dark map. These 30 light spots are the other 30 people except Zhou Zhuo. 29 small dots of light are densely packed together. These are my classmates. Zhou Zhuo himself was not far away from those light spots, only about 2,000 meters away. Nearly 8,000 meters behind him was a large spot of light, which was approaching him at an extremely fast speed. It is estimated that she will be here in 20 minutes. It seems that the second sister of the Lin family is coming to join us. After opening his eyes again, Zhou Zhuo summoned the rest of his fighting army. 18 Husting Leaps and 1 Monitoring Shadow. After the Monitoring Phantom was summoned, it quickly rose up at Zhou Zhuo's signal. It began to open up its surrounding vision while approaching the 29 light spots. The moment Zhou Zhuo's vision was opened up, he used his toxic nest to begin placing toxic tumors around him. Puff. After Zhou Zhuo activated the skill, with a series of strange sounds of soil being planted, a bright green tumor appeared out of thin air on the originally solid gray land. But just 10 seconds later, the toxic tumor was completely hatched, and with a pop sound, it began to spread to the surrounding fungal blanket. Looking at the fungal mat that was beginning to spread and grow, Zhou Zhuo was also making a judgment. It's okay. The color of the fungal blanket is roughly the same as the color of the land. It can form a protective color and will not be seen directly by others. Lifting his foot and stepping on the fungus blanket, Zhou Zhuo also felt that the touch under his feet was different from the normal ground, and couldn't help but say, "But if we really come into contact with them, we will find something unusual." Fortunately, the Zerg's intelligence is not high and they are not aware of this. Of course, Zhou Zhuo's purpose in placing the toxic tumor was not to collect samples for testing, but to broaden his horizons. After all, if the surveillance phantom moves, the previously open field of vision will fall into a semi-dark state, and it will not be able to provide more information except the terrain. Therefore, Zhou Zhuo laid down toxic tumor in order to stabilize his vision. With these toxic tumors, they can continue to provide vision as long as they are not stepped on. In addition, toxic tumor can also generate a large fungal blanket that can speed up blood recovery. With this fungal mat, Zhou Zhuo's guerrillas now have a small stronghold and can recover from their injuries quickly. After making the judgment, Zhou Zhuo controlled his only 18 humus hunting insects and gathered towards the large group of 29 light spots. The 1 healing spider queen and 33 humus hunting insects that remained on this land were waiting for the hatching of the monitoring phantom. After it hatches, it will continue to follow Zhou Zhuo's orders and destroy the enemy everywhere. Zhou Zhuo also opened his attribute panel and prepared to add points. Chapter 82 Xiao Huahua's Cockroach. After opening his attribute panel, Zhou Zhuo began to make the most basic additions. Level 1. Experience, 10,000/36,000. Property. Worker B. Zungling. Strength 5, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Health 0, Toughness 0. Queen. Strength 4, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Health 0, Toughness 0. King Insect. Because the area where Zhou Zhuo is currently located is the junction of Fire Battlefield and Grass Battlefield. After being affected by the 7 stars, the enemies only gained higher health points and life recovery efficiency, so Zhou Zhuo only increased the strength attributes of Humus Hunter and Spider-Legged Queen. In addition, the followers are affected by the 7 stars technology tree, so even if the free attribute points are added separately, the combat effectiveness of the followers of Zhou Zhuo's combat units is also very good. Springtail, variant of Humus Hunter. Grade, Blue Rare. Attack, 17. Defense, 3. Health, 45, Recovery 2 per minute. Attack speed, 1.4/s. Movement speed, 19/S. Queen of Insects, variant of the Spider Queen of Insects. Grade, Blue Rare. Attack, 11/2. Defense, 2. Health, 210, recovery 2 per minute. Magic, 201, recovery 0.5 per minute. Attack speed, 1.3/S. Movement speed, 18/S. Hermister Hunter. S attack power increased from 12 to 17. The attack power of Spider Queen is increased from the most basic 4 to 11 directly after receiving the bonus of free attribute points and 7 stars technology. If we only calculate from the DPS, Healing Spider Queen is much higher than Decomposing Hunting Insect. But Zhou did not intend to let the Spider Queen unit follow him to fight, but instead planned to let her follow the guerrillas to do whatever they wanted. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and the smile on Zhou's face gradually became more confident. The show is about to begin. Not long after he walked out, Zhou saw a white light spot closest to him not far away under the expanded vision of Surveillance Magic Shadow. Hiss! Ho! As he approached the white light, Zhou also heard the familiar roar of alien insects. Is anyone fighting? This sounds like cockroaches. Listening to the slightly chaotic sounds in the distance, Zhou quickened his pace and trotted towards the direction of the white. After climbing over this short slope, Zhou saw familiar figures of people and insects. A boy with black hair and a school uniform tied around his waist, with an embarrassed smile on his face, was struggling to command the 3 cockroaches around him to defend against the 12 springtails that were besieging him. Above his head, there was clearly displayed an ID that was familiar to Zhou. Anti-inflammatory brother Huahua. Zhou looked at the group of Zerglings besieging Xiao Huahua, and the attributes of these Zerglings that were blessed by the 7 stars battlefield attributes popped up in front of him. Species, Springtail. Introduction, affected by the weak, 7 stars battlefield, a red 10 grade 4. This Zergling has its attributes enhanced. Attack, 7. Defense, 1. Health, 80, recovery 4 per minute. Attack speed, 1/S. Movement speed, 10/S. The other minor attribute point enhancements can be put aside for the time being. But as the main alien insect of Fire Battlefield and Grass Battlefield, this Zergling has been greatly enhanced in terms of health and life recovery. Originally, ordinary Zerglings only had a basic health value of 30 points, and their health recovery was only 1 per minute, but now, the health value soared to 80 points, more than twice as much as before. Life recovery has also been enhanced to 4 points per minute, and it only takes 20 minutes to recover. With the blessing of the powerful physique and blood attributes, the Springtail, which was originally only the size of a puppy and only 30 centimeters tall, doubled in size. It reached nearly 70 centimeters tall. The Springtails were as strong as calves, and although each attack did not cause much damage, Xiaohua's cockroaches could not withstand such a siege. Species, Cockroach, Anti-inflammatory brother, Hua's follower. Introduction, it costs 75 star ore and 25 high-energy gas, and takes 6 minutes to cultivate, and can hatch 1 cockroach. Attack, 16. Defense, 2. Health, 160, recovery 2 per minute. Attack speed, 0.9/S. Movement speed, 9/S. These cockroaches are black and purple all over. They lie on the ground like giant king crabs with only 4 legs. Their entire bodies are covered with shells, and they have 2 bone blades in front of them that can be used for close combat. Originally, cockroaches were a sniper species that launched long-range attacks by spraying bile. But after being besieged by the Zerglings, the cockroaches all retracted their heads in order to protect their fragile heads and used the bone blades in front of them to engage in close combat. Although higher-level creatures like cockroaches hatched from Xiao Huahua's eggs, the cockroach's weakness was also obvious. They lacked mobility. The mobility and attack speed of units like cockroaches are very poor. Even if these cockroaches attack a Springtail and bring its health to the dangerous level, the Springtail can move flexibly away from the cockroach's attack range and then quickly recover. Is the second-rate person so bad-tempered? Seeing this critical situation of being boiled like a frog in warm water, Zhou couldn't help but frown. After all, the Springtails are numerous and powerful and can bite old cockroaches to death with their teeth. Moreover, the health of these Zerglings is extremely high. Even though Xiao Huahua's cockroaches do quite a bit of damage, they can't quickly reduce the number of enemies. I felt that if I watched the show for a little longer, Xiao Huahua would probably be completely wiped out. So Zhou quickly sent out his Humus hunting insect and rushed to help Xiao Huahua out of the predicament. Superior. After receiving the order, 18 Humus hunting insects quickly rushed towards the enemy. Roar. Zhou Zhuo's humus hunting insect was like a wild dog that had broken free from its leash, letting out a threatening roar. It directly activated the raid skill, instantly closing the distance with the enemy. Xiao Huahua, who was being besieged in the distance, heard the roar of Zhou Zhuo's zerglings and realized that reinforcements had arrived. His face immediately lit up with joy. But immediately, Xiao Huahua's face became worried again, and he shouted, "Old Zhou, don't come over here. These zerglings are very powerful. If your zerglings are too fragile, they will die easily. Go around." But before Xiao Huahua could finish his words, the humus hunting insects that were just far away suddenly came to his side in the blink of an eye. Raid instantly bursts out 300% of the movement speed, rushes towards the target, causes 1 damage to the enemy, and causes 0.1 seconds of stun. The cooldown time is 60s. After activating the raid skill, Zhou Zhuo's humus hunters can instantly burst out at 3 times the speed. It would normally take 3 to 5 seconds to reach the battlefield, but with the help of the raid skill, they rushed to the enemy zerglings in a flash and crashed into them, causing a stun effect on the enemy zerglings. Under Xiao Huahua's shocked gaze, Zhou Zhuo's humus hunters rushed over and quickly helped Xiao Huahua's cockroaches to escape. Xiao Huahua also took advantage of the enemy's lineup being dispersed to quickly regroup his troops, controlling the cockroaches to provide long-range fixed-point output to ensure that no jumping worm could escape alive. Just half a minute later, this team of 12 springtails was completely wiped out and turned into tiny fragments on the ground. After being rescued, Xiao Huahua looked at the debris on the ground in a daze, and for a while he hadn't recovered from the disaster. It was not until Zhou Zhuo came over that the shock on Xiao Huahua's face subsided. After seeing Zhou Zhuo, Xiao Huahua stretched out his arm and hugged Zhou Zhuo, saying happily, "Done. You're awesome, Lao Zhou. You're really good at wiping your butt with gauze. You exposed yourself to me. Okay, no need to say more." But before Xiao Huahua could finish his words, Zhou Zhuo stopped him. Chapter 83, Strengthening Materials of the Seven Suns Seal. Your zergling is really powerful. The damage is not low. Xiao Huahua looked at the zerglings around Zhou Zhuo, with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Even when fighting against those enhanced zerglings, your zerglings didn't suffer many casualties. What a loser. Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly, then shook his head and said, "It's just that my zerglings are equipped, and I chose the fission zergling variant, so there are more of them, so I can play to my numerical advantage." Hearing Zhou Zhuo's reply, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "I should have hatched a few more fission worms earlier. Although their combat effectiveness is not good, they can provide frontline protection for my cockroaches. This way, my army will be much more comfortable." Zhou Zhuo nodded and agreed. "Indeed. But don't worry about it. The reason why Teacher Lin asked our entire class to come to the 7 Stars battlefield is so that we can take care of each other. Don't worry about it." "Thanks, Lao Zhou." Xiao Huahua smiled and put all the dangers behind him. He clenched his fists with a passionate expression on his face. "However, when I have the opportunity to return to my family in the future and obtain the gene fragments of my firefly, which will allow my cockroach to have range damage, my army will be more comprehensive. Then I can help you in return." After saying this, Xiao Huahua also looked at Zhou Zhuo and said gratefully, "I owe you this life. You have saved me at least more than 100 star mines. When you need help, remember to tell me. I owe you a favor." When Zhou Zhuo heard what Xiao Huahua said, he felt something was familiar. "I don't think this favor will have to be repaid soon, right? Lao Zhou, you read a lot of books. What are these things?" Before Zhou Zhuo could reply, Xiao Huahua's attention was diverted to the various fragments on the ground. "You changed the subject so quickly. You're really generous." After saying this helplessly, Zhou Zhuo followed Xiao Huahua's gaze and looked at the red, green, and yellow spots of light on the ground. Red fire powder. Introduction. This item is used to strengthen the 7 Stars seal. It contains a small amount of fire star power and can strengthen the physical constitution series. Grade. White ordinary. Green jade powder. Introduction. This item is used to strengthen the 7 Stars seal. It contains a small amount of grass star power and can strengthen the physical fitness series. Grade. White ordinary. After picking up these light spots on the ground, Zhou Zhuo also smiled slightly. "This is great stuff. This is why we came to the 7 Stars battlefield." Zhou Zhuo waved towards one of his humus hunter insects, and that humus hunter insect crawled over obediently. "You are such an obedient hopper." Seeing that Zhou Zhuo's followers were so obedient, Xiao Huahua also had the idea of trying it out. He looked at his cockroaches that were recovering from their injuries and waved. "Be good, come here." Huh. Xiao Huahua's cockroach followers obviously did not have a very good relationship with Xiao Huahua. when they saw Xiao Huahua's appearance, bile accumulated in their mouths. Okay, I won't touch you. Swallow it back. After hearing Xiao Huahua surrender, the three cockroaches' expressions relaxed, and they swallowed the bile in their mouths with a gulp. Seeing that other people's families were well-behaved and obedient, but his own families were not, Xiao Huahua was also helpless. This is really weird. He obeys my orders so well during fights, but he's like this normally? Zhou stared at Xiao Huahua with a kind smile on his face. Stupid guy, if you get distracted again when I'm about to tell you something important, I won't tell you anything again. Zhou had just stretched out his hand to sprinkle powder for Xiao Huahua to see, but his hand froze in midair for a long time. Only after Xiao Huahua shifted his attention back to himself did Zhou continue his action. As Zhou said this, the three cockroaches also made threatening roars at the right time, staring at Xiao Huahua, looking at Xiao Huahua. The cockroaches in your house just don't like you, so they want to spit at you. Xiao Huahua glanced at the bile accumulated in the mouths of his cockroaches and obediently retracted his head, looking at Zhou intently. Old Zhou, go ahead and talk. I'm listening attentively. Afterwards, under Xiao Huahua's gaze, Zhou sprinkled the red fire eagle powder and green jade powder on the source pattern on the body of the humus hunting insect. Ding! Your Zergling equipment gene has detected the appropriate 7 luminaries power and has begun to strengthen. After Zhou's main brain popped up this information, Zhou began to explain. Do you see these lines of different colors? When these lines come together, the mark they form is called the 7 luminaries seal. As he spoke, Zhou also called up a set of Zergling equipment gene panels and displayed them in front of Xiao Huahua. Zergling equipment gene, 5-piece set. Grade, 10 stars. Package contents. Strength, Thunder Seal 1, 0/100. Provides 1 attack power bonus to the wearer. Agility, Wind Seal 1, 0/100. Provides the wearer with 0.1 attack speed bonus and 1 movement speed bonus. Physique, Fire Mark 1, 1/100. Provides 5 health points to the wearer. Blood Grass Seal 1, 1/100. Provides 0.5 HP recovery bonus to the wearer. Toughness, a Rock Seal 1, 0/100. Provides 1 point of defense bonus to the wearer. Equipment gene is a variety of 7 luminous source seals, which can produce a variety of effects through different combinations. At this point, Zhou pointed to the 1/100 in physical fire seal and continued. The red fire powder we just found was added here. Once this value is full, the source seals of these 2 stars can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. After the equipment gene level is upgraded, it can also add more attributes to the wearer. After saying that, Zhou stretched out his hand, and the other, humus hunting insects, beside him received the order, picked up the red, green, and yellow light spots on the ground with their mouths, and collected them in Zhou's hands. Zhou placed these light spots on his palm, displayed them in front of Xiao Huahua, and said, the drop rate of these 12 Zerglings is quite good. There are still 3 red fire powder and 2 green jade powder left. Looking at the powder in Zhou's hand, Xiao Huahua counted with his fingers and showed a relaxed smile on his face. It takes 100 powders to upgrade 1 level, so as long as I collect 1,000 powders, I can fully upgrade the Zergling equipment gene. What? It doesn't take much. When our class gathers together, the efficiency of killing monsters will be improved. Wouldn't our class be able to reach full level very quickly? By then, it probably won't take more than 5 days, right? If Linju helps, I think we can get enough of it in 2 or 3 days. Hearing Xiao Huahua's guess, Zhou couldn't help but shook his head and denied it. No, with each level up, the materials needed to upgrade equipment genes will increase, so it is still difficult to collect all the materials for the entire class within 5 days. Besides, Mr. Lin will not help us when we face the alien insects. Hearing Zhou's words, Xiao Huahua was slightly stunned. You won't help when facing alien insects? What does this mean? Hiss, could it be that? Seeing that Xiao Huahua seemed to understand something, Zhou nodded and confirmed. That's right. In this 7 stars battlefield, our human race, enemies include not only the Zerg, but also other races. Chapter 84, Step by Step. I can meet other races now. After hearing Zhou's reminder, Xiao Huahua took a deep breath, and the smile on his face became a little awkward. He said, I have never seen a foreign race in my life. I heard that other races are insidious, cunning, and bloodthirsty. If they catch a human, they will suck his marrow out of his bones. Zhou nodded, reached out and patted Xiao Huahua on the shoulder, and said affirmatively, That's right, All foreigners are like this, so when facing foreigners, you must maintain the most basic vigilance. No matter when. Xiao Huahua also laughed, patted his chest, and confidently said the ancestral motto of the human race. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. I still understand this point. But if we want to fight, we still need a lot of troops. At this point, Xiao Huahua sighed helplessly. I remember Teacher Lin said that in the 7 Stars battlefield, we can only rely on killing monsters to obtain resources and replenish the army, but looking at his empty backpack, Xiao Huahua's smile turned bitter. My luck is so bad. I've killed more than a dozen Zerglings in a row, but they didn't drop any resources. Zhou's body trembled. Then he quickly hid his embarrassment and smiled calmly. Life is not as it should be. 9 out of 10 times. That's normal. Xiao Huahua naturally didn't notice Zhou's perfunctory response, and soon mustered up his courage, clenched his fists, and the smile on his face once again condensed his confidence. It must be that I didn't kill enough monsters this time. As long as I kill more monsters next time, I will definitely be able to get more resources. Then, Xiao Huahua opened his map, looked at the other white spots on the map, and suggested, how about we go meet up with other students next time? Hearing this, Zhou nodded in agreement. Let's go. We can reunite with our classmates earlier and get familiar with teamwork earlier. Then, the two of them took a step forward and moved towards the white light spot closest to them. The white dot on the map obviously noticed the approach of Zhou and the others, and began to move towards this direction. At this moment, a familiar voice came from Zhou's main brain. Ding! Your monitoring phantom has been hatched. At this moment, 5 minutes have passed since Zhou entered the 7 Stars battlefield. The surveillance phantom that he had placed at the landing point had also been successfully hatched. After feeling that a small area of the map in the distance had lit up again, Zhou began to give orders to the army in the distance. A newly hatched surveillance phantom quickly flew into the air, activated the super distance vision skill, and detected the wandering enemies within its field of vision. That's right, the hostile alien insects in the 7 Stars battlefield, in the absence of a residence place, such as a camp, will migrate and wander in groups and irregular routes. Kill wherever you go, eat wherever you go. Therefore, although these alien insects may have been here 10 minutes ago, they may have marked them themselves. But when they came to harvest 10 minutes later, they found that the alien insects were no longer there. This kind of behavior of looking for a sword in a boat was a mistake that took a long time for the human race to realize before they successfully understood this 7 Stars battlefield. Zhou also has his own way of dealing with this situation. When Surveillance Phantom understood the density of enemy forces within its field of vision, it passed the information to Zhou, who then used the Toxic Nest skill to begin deploying Toxic Tumor. On the premise of ensuring the field of vision, Zhou began to dispatch his 33 humus hunting insects and 1 spider-legged insect queen to the enemy's position for a sweeping attack. Of course, as long as the spider-legged queen has 25 magic points, she will use the Creep Tumor skill to further expand the range of the creep, allowing Zhou's army to have more areas where health can be restored. Finally, he ordered the Arachnid Queen and Humus Hunter to suppress them and confiscate their items. This method of stabilizing the terrain while eliminating hostile alien insects was called advancing step by step by the ancestors of the human race. However, since skills such as Toxic Nest are very difficult to obtain, the ancestors of the human race mostly built defensive camps by using the king insect with the Emit Fungal Blanket skill and the queen insect with the Fungal Blanket Tumor skill. Some wealthy bosses will spend a lot of money to unlock the construction function of the worker bees and build defensive buildings such as Spore Crawler or Spine Crawler in the camp. Of course, in the 7 Stars battlefield, core buildings such as the hatchery cannot be built, and only defensive buildings can be built. This tactic, called Advanced Step by Step, was only thought of after hundreds of years of operation by the Green Snake tribe, which is ranked first in combat power under the Zerg. As for the human race, the moment they obtained the genetic fragments of the king insect that possessed the skill of emitting fungal blanket, they announced this method of use to the entire race. This is the wisdom of human race, a kind of racial talent that has not been recorded and has not been approved by any Zerg mastermind. The human race also spent countless huge sums of money and exhausted the countless efforts of countless ancestors to build a camp unique to the human race in the 7 Stars battlefield. It's a pity that I didn't get any architectural drawings, nor did I have any money, so I couldn't really build a camp. Otherwise, I really wanted to build a camp. After collecting his messy thoughts, Zhou looked at the darker area on the map that was covered with fog of war. The human race's camps are mostly built in relatively safe areas like the Red Tin Grade 1. At this depth, only the top 5 races in terms of combat power can set up camps here. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Zhuo continued to observe the first hostile Zerg that the guerrillas were about to face in the distance. 2 aberrations, 12 Zenglings, a wandering army of 8 people. After being affected by Fire Sun, the health of the deformed body, which was already quite strong, has now reached 350. The quality is comparable to the deformation of Lin Bingyun that Zhou Zhuo had seen in the Lin Mansion. The wandering Zerg army, due to lack of vision, could not detect Zhou Zhuo's military deployment and continued to move slowly. With the advantage of leading vision, Zhou Zhuo's army had already circled to the front of the enemy camp and formed an arc-shaped pocket formation. After the formation was arranged, Zhou Zhuo gave orders to his troops, ordering them to charge towards the enemy forces not far from the guerrillas. Zhou Zhuo shouted in a low voice. Superior. What? Xiao Huahua, who was standing next to Zhou Zhuo, tilted his head and looked at Zhou Zhuo. What did you say? It's okay. I wasn't talking to you. I was just talking to myself. Oh, that's all right. Chapter 85 The Fastest Man in Luching. Roar. The Humus Hunters, which already had strong combat effectiveness, formed a formation and confronted the hostile alien insects. In addition, the Zerglings in the first team at the front used the raid skill. The Humus Hunter insects used the insect sea tactics to directly disperse the hostile alien insects. The belatedly arriving spider-legged queen also fired its spines to provide long-range damage while squeezing into the swarm, using its huge body to create a gap. And attracting a large amount of firepower, the 2 deformed forms went straight towards this spider-legged queen, which was easier to attack. Unfortunately, every time these aberrations wanted to attack, 2 Humus Hunters would rush out from the corner and directly use the raid skill to interrupt the aberration's attacks. After all, although Zhou Zhuo doesn't have much else, he still has a lot of control. Then Zhou Zhuo's Humus Hunters also took advantage of this time to do their familiar beheading work, opened their big mouths, and began to bite mercilessly. 12 Humus Hunters were separated to block the enemy's 12 Zerglings, and the remaining Humus Hunters began to siege the Zerglings at a fixed point, quickly reducing the number of enemy Zerglings. After the opponent's 12 springtails died suddenly, Zhou Zhuo's Humus Hunters also surrounded the 2 deformed ones. Thick blood. My Zhou Zhuo's army loves to fight against those with thick blood. In just a few moments, Zhou Zhuo's army successfully wiped out this wandering group of 8 people. After destroying the enemy, the Hermogens also collected the drops of the hostile Zerg. 5 red fire powder, 2 green jade powder, plus 13 pieces of star-broken ore. After Zhou Zhuo's army collected these dropped objects, they were automatically gathered in Zhou Zhuo's space equipment. Zhou Zhuo and Xiao Huahua moved towards the friendly forces while counting the resources in their space equipment. The idiot didn't want the powder just now, so he gave it all to me. Now I have 8 red fire powder and 4 green jade powder. The collection efficiency of this item is still too slow. As for the star shattering ore, along with the 7 pieces of star shattering ore I got from the previous battle, I now have 20 pieces of star shattering ore again. If I collect a few more, I can get a springtail egg. After taking a look at the resources in the space equipment, Zhou Zhuo sighed helplessly, lamenting how hard it was to get the props. Fortunately, Zhou Zhuo still had additional guerrillas, who, under the surveillance vision of Surveillance Shadow, quickly identified the next target and pointed out the next direction for Zhou Zhuo's troops. The guerrillas in the distance continued to kill monsters. On Zhou Zhuo's side, something unusual happened to the nearest light spot on the map. This light spot was approaching us just now. Why did it suddenly stop moving and start circling in the same place? Looking at the light spot on the map that started to run in circles with a circle as the center, Xiao Huahua scratched his head, unable to figure out what was happening. Zhou Zhuo narrowed his eyes and secretly turned off the super long-distance vision skill of the surveillance shadow above his head. His movement speed returned to normal, and he quickly moved forward. At the same time, Zhou Zhuo also quickened his pace. If I'm not mistaken, he might have been attacked by alien insects and is currently dealing with them. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Xiao Huahua was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Does Zhou Xian mean to spin in a circle?" Zhou Zhuo frowned, didn't want to explain anymore, and continued to run forward. Xiao Huahua quickened his pace and followed Zhou Zhuo towards the white dot in the distance. "Chase me. Ha ha. Even though I can't beat you, you can't catch up with me either. Ha ha ha." As soon as he climbed over the low slope in front of him, Zhou Zhuo saw a bald man with a wanton smile on his face, walking around in circles like he was walking a dog, with 4 cockroaches following behind him. From the god's perspective provided by Zhou's surveillance phantom, they were running in a circle, the bald man was running in the outer circle, and the cockroaches were running in the inner circle. The bald man always kept the cockroaches within the range of the inner circle. The cockroaches wanted to spit bile towards the bald man, but their slow movement speed prevented them from catching up with him and making an attack. While the cockroaches are chasing each other, a sharp spine will suddenly rise from the ground, pricking the cockroaches and causing them to groan in pain. But after feeling the pain, the cockroach looked around but couldn't find who had attacked it, so it could only continue chasing the bald man in front of it. Mountains. Why is he running? Where are his troops? When Xiaohua saw this scene, he was a little stunned and also expressed his doubts. I know he's physically fit, but can he run this fast? Don't just stand there and watch. No matter how much he runs, he can't outrun the alien insects that don't consume energy. Zhou looked at Tang Shanzhong, who was already breathing heavily. He raised his hand and waved, ordering his humus hunting insects to rush towards the 4 cockroaches and surround the enemy. I'll come too. Seeing this, Xiaohua also controlled his 3 cockroaches and quickly joined the battle. With Zhou's humus hunters as the front row, Xiaohua's cockroaches can now output safely. After seeing that there were reinforcements helping him stop the 4 cockroaches, the bald man, named Tongshin Zhang, slowly slowed down his pace, stood on the ground, and gasped. After Zhou and Xiaohua passed by, Tang Shanzhong, who was bent over and panting, had a triumphant smile on his face, which was only slightly sweaty. Finally, you guys are here. If you guys had come any later, I really wouldn't have been able to run. Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Shanzhong's legs, which were rooted firmly in the ground like an old tree, without any shaking. Naturally, he didn't believe his nonsense. With Zhou's experience of 2 lifetimes, if he were to say who has the best physical fitness he has ever seen, looking across the entire Luqing, it would be Tang Shanzhong in front of him. In order to restrain the cockroach, he was running in the outer circle. He managed to run away with 4 cockroaches for at least 5 minutes. Moreover, he is only 18 years old and has not received any genetic enhancement. This is far from his ceiling. If one were to vote for the fastest man in Luqing, Zhou would vote for Tang Shanzhong without blinking an eye. With a slight smile, Zhou patted Tang Shanzhong on the back and said with a smile, "Even you, who rarely swear, started to swear. It must feel good to have survived this ordeal." Wiping the sweat off his forehead with his arm, Tang Shanzhong took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and smiled happily. Of course not. If it drags on like this, I'm afraid I'll be the first one to leave our class. Fortunately, you guys arrived. Xiaohua took out a bottle of water from his space device, handed it to Tang Shanzhong, and exclaimed, "Shanzhong, you are amazing. I didn't know you can run so fast." After taking a few sips of water, Tang Shanzhong pinched his waist, let out a long breath, and his face was full of pride. Of course, I'm the fastest man in Luqing No. 2 Middle School. Chapter 86, The Tang Family's Lurker. Zhou smiled and looked at the 2 of them politely, without saying anything. After Tang Shanzhong's health was restored, he looked at the swarm of insects in the distance whose battle was drawing to a close and exhaled a breath of fresh air. After all, this lurker passed down from my family, when it hasn't grown up, has low damage and slow attack speed. Apart from being able to burrow, it doesn't have any special features. When there is no front line and the damage is not enough, I can only rely on my 2 legs to pull the enemy back. Hearing this, Xiaohua looked confused, but Zhou nodded. The physical fitness of your Tang family is a perfect match with the special abilities of the lurker. That's good. Tang Shanzhong felt praised, so he chuckled, reached out and touched his bald head, then looked at the battle in the distance. At this time, the battle in the distance just ended. With the combined efforts of the 3-man army, these mere 4 cockroaches were nothing more than crabs with thicker shells. After the battle, Tang Shanzhong put his hand to his mouth, took a deep breath, and prepared to blow a loud whistle. Puff, puff, puff. Hearing this sound that sounded like a fart, a 1-meter-long crack suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance. Then 2 strange insects with earth-yellow shells, spines all over their bodies, and 6 short and wide legs crawled out of the crack. These 2 large-sized alien insects are lurkers, a special kind of alien insect that has the burrow skill and can only attack when in the burrow state. Just now, before Zhou came over, he saw these 2 alien insects through this surveillance shadow. After the 2 lurkers crawled out from underground, they stared at Tang Shanzhong with disgust on their faces, and then crawled over very reluctantly. Tang Shanzhong was also embarrassed after failing to whistle. He scratched his bald head and laughed. "Sorry, I'll go back and practice some more." When Xiao Huahua saw the two lurkers, he was also attracted by their unique appearance with spines all over their bodies. He exclaimed, "What handsome alien insects! They are much better looking than my cockroaches." 3 cockroaches, huh? No, no, no. You guys are good looking. You guys are the best looking. 3 cockroaches, gulp. Zhou Zhuo ignored the people who were talking like crosstalk and also came closer, looking at the attribute panel of lurker. Species, lurker. Introduction. It costs 75 star ore and 125 high-energy gas, and takes 10 minutes to cultivate. It can hatch 1 lurker, which accounts for 3 population supplies. Attack, 12, not enabled. Defense, 1. Health, 200, recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 1/s. Movement speed, 10/s. Skill, underground. After diving underground, you will enter an invisible and protected state, activate attack mode, and launch a single spine attack on the enemy within range. In this 7 stars battlefield, almost all enemy forces possess the underground skill, which is one of the reasons why Zhou Zhuo is very interested in Ms. Han Yan's compound I Vision Worm gene fragments. If the friendly forces are not careful and fall into an ambush by hostile Zerg in burrowing stealth mode, they will not have time to deploy and will easily suffer casualties. But many Zerg, even if they can burrow, have no way to attack. Except for Lurker. Lurker is the only type of Zerg that can only attack in the burrowed state. Under the premise that the enemy has no anti-stealth ability, the Lurker, who can use the underground skill to become invisible and attack, can be said to be invincible. The Lurker in Tangshanzang has not yet developed, its damage is very low, and its attack speed is also slow. Tang Shanzhong himself was also very familiar with the Lurker. After clenching his fist, he said with confidence, "When the monthly exam or winter exam comes, I will save up more points and buy some Lurker equipment genes. My dad said that the 10-star Lurker equipment gene can cause area damage every few attacks. When the time comes, I must buy more." After hearing what Tang Shanzhong said, Xiao Huahua was also full of expectations for the future. The winter exam is a big test. I also want to buy some cockroach equipment genes. After everyone laughed, they also looked at the dropped items of the hostile alien insects not far away. After the cockroach died, only a few spots of light appeared on the ground. Looking at the 4 spots of light on the ground, Tang Shanzhong wiped his bald head and marveled. Why do these cockroaches drop so little? Aren't cockroaches considered rare units after all? Xiao Huahua's face turned green, and he said awkwardly, "Is it because of my dark complexion again?" Zhou Zhuo raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. The humus hunters received Zhou Zhuo's order and opened their mouths to pick up the light spots on the ground. After collecting the 4 light spots, Zhou Zhuo's eyes lit up. Among the 3 white spots of light, there is a larger one, and the light it emits is not white, but green. Red fire fragments. Introduction. This item is used to strengthen the 7 stars seal. It contains a small amount of fire star power and can strengthen the physical constitution series. Grade, green excellent. After showing this panel in front of the two, Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Huahua. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that you're too lucky and got a better product. Afterwards, Zhou Zhuo placed the red fire fragment separately in his palm, and a new button popped up on it. Ding. Decompose/synthesize. Hint. Red fire shards, X1 can be decomposed into red fire powder, X5. Hint. Red fire fragments, X5 can be combined into red fire fragment, X1. Hiss. Seeing the message from the main brain, Xiao Huahua took a deep breath. In other words, this piece of red fire sapling fragment is equivalent to 5 pieces of red fire sapling powder. Tang Shanzhong nodded, his eyes full of light. What a great thing. I told you, if you kill a cockroach and get a few more treasures, wouldn't that be a big loss? Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and said, monsters with the 7 luminaries attribute can drop materials of different rarity depending on their own strength, but overall the drop rate is quite high. At this point, Zhou Zhuo paused for a moment, but continued to explain. Once our Zergling equipment gene reaches level 10, we can spend higher level resources to upgrade it. So if you want to buy equipment gene, you must buy the 10-star one. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's explanation, Xiao Huahua and Tang Shanzhong were both stunned. Besides upgrading, can equipment gene be upgraded in other ways? Hearing this, Zhou Zhuo nodded and said affirmatively. That's right. In addition to absorbing these resources to upgrade, equipment gene can also upgrade by absorbing higher level materials. Gurgle. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's explanation, Xiao Huahua immediately drew a picture of a huge amount of material in his mind and sighed. They can all be strengthened and upgraded. If you want to farm for materials, you can pay more attention to some high-level rare materials. Tang Shanzhang's eyes lit up, and he said, "So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Go. Let's find the next person to join up. Let's go." Just when everyone had determined the direction to move forward, Zhou's surveillance magic shadow suddenly sent a warning. There are large red dots approaching the friendly light in the distance. Moreover, these red dots are light red in color, which is the symbol of invisible units. In other words, the white spot of light was completely unaware of the danger it was in. Chapter 87. The crisis is resolved. The red dots representing enemy forces can be seen by everyone on the map. However, this light red color symbolizes the invisible enemy units, and currently only Zhou can see it. Immediately, Zhou frowned and said, "Let's go quick. Something might happen." Hearing that Zhou's tone was a little strange, Xiao Tang and the others looked at each other and nodded. They realized that there must be danger, so they quickened their pace. They were willing to believe Zhou's words. After all, Zhou was able to become the deputy monitor not only because of his good grades. Tang Shanzhang took the lead, patted the lurkers beside him, and said, "I can run fast. My lurker, and I will hold them back first. You guys can come over later." Seeing that Tang Shanzhang had no doubt about his words, he burst out at full speed and ran out. But Zhou still frowned slightly. "Can't catch up. Those red dots are very close to the friendly forces represented by the white dots." Zhou immediately opened the shared vision of surveillance shadow and carefully counted the number of red dots on the map. 22 pale red dots. There are so many of them, and their speed is uniform. They should be an army of uniform standards, without any rare and outstanding alien insects. At this moment, Surveillance Phantom also promptly activated the super long-range vision skill, which quickly increased and expanded the field of vision several times, collecting all the information about distant enemy and friendly forces, and passing it on to Zhou in a more detailed manner. The enemy consists of 22 Zerglings, a typical swarm of insects tactic. They are moving quickly underground and will soon reach the place where the light is. And that white light spot, under the observation of monitoring magic shadow, transmitted the character's information. Zhou looked closely and saw that it was the only weak, long-haired girl in the class who had a confirmed fiancé, Li Xiaodong. She is also the girl in the class whose family has inherited the exploding bug gene. Bailing. When Zhou thought of the explosive worm gene, a very violent tactic came to his mind. In the 7 stars battlefield, the area everyone is currently in is Fire Star and Grass Star. The enemy's health is very high, and even if the explosive worms self-destruct, the effect will not be good enough. But if you reach the Thunder battlefield, and the enemy's attack power is very high, but their health is relatively weak, then the explosive insects can be of great use. No, we have to protect her. We can't let her leave so early. At this moment, Li Xiaodong also noticed the approach of several people and began to quicken her pace, moving towards this direction. But she is a girl after all, and moves slowly. It is very likely that she will be ambushed before she can join up with the others. Zhou, who had made a good judgment, quickly opened the message panel and sent a message to Li Xiaodong. "Xiaotong, run forward, speed up. Don't look back. Summon your bandlings and have them follow you." Under the watchful eyes of Zhou's surveillance magic shadow, Li Xiaodong, who was jogging to conserve his energy, was startled the moment he received the news, and then he threw his arms around and started running. Li Xiaodong, who was running wildly regardless of her physical strength, was so scared that she shed tears. She quickly raised her hand and summoned 6 explosive insects to run beside her. And he did not forget to send a message to Zhou. "Zhou, is there something behind me? This is not a prank. Everything will be fine if you listen to me." After sending the message, Zhou stopped, took a deep breath, and started calculating in his mind under Xiao Huahua's puzzled gaze. Afterwards, Zhou laid toxic tumor along the enemy's marching route and the place they would arrive at in 10 seconds, starting from there and moving towards his own direction. At this moment, Zhou only has 6 toxic tumors left. After each toxic nest is triggered, it will cause 40 points of damage to the surrounding area. The health of the hostile Zerglings is 80. As long as you can accurately detonate 2 toxic tumors, you can successfully eliminate a group of Zerglings. If you want to temporarily alleviate Li Xiaodong's crisis, you must destroy at least 15 or 16 jumping insects to deter the hostile alien insects. By then, with Li Xiaodong's own bandlings as protection, the remaining few hostile Zerglings will not pose enough threat. However, if I could destroy them all, it would be a good idea. "Old Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Huahua was halfway through his run when he saw Zhou suddenly stop. He also asked in confusion, "Does it hurt?" Zhou Zhou raised his hand to stop Xiao Huohuo from asking more questions and calm Xiao Huohuo down with one sentence. "I'm fine. You go first. The lurkers in the mountain can't fight head-on to contain the enemy. You go over and help first." After saying this, Xiao Huohuo nodded to show that he had received it, and then he took a step forward and chased after Tang Shanzhong, who was running wildly in the front. Immediately, Zhou Zhou canceled the automatic trigger mechanism of Poison Nest and changed it to manual trigger. If Toxic Nest is triggered automatically, the first enemy Zergling will cause damage to the surrounding area when it triggers the explosion, which is equivalent to wasting half of the explosion range. Only by exploding the Poison Nest in the center of the enemy can the best explosion effect be achieved. After taking a deep breath, 10 seconds later, Zhou Zhou's Poison Nest was hatched. I haven't tried this kind of micromanagement for a long time. I'm a little excited. Feeling the impending challenge, Zhou Zhou's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. At this moment, the springtails following Li Xiaodong also accurately arrived at the location of the first toxic tumor laid by Zhou Zhou. But Zhou Zhou did not choose to detonate. After the leading springtail passed by the toxic tumor, first, Zhou Zhou also began to recite silently. 1, 3, 4, explode. At the moment when half of the leading Zergling's body protruded out of the explosion range of toxic tumor, Zhou Zhou detonated the first toxic tumor. Bang! Li Xiaodong was running wildly when she suddenly heard an explosion behind her. She turned her head back in fright and saw a bloody green hole with a radius of 1 meter on the ground, like a landmine had exploded. She was immediately scared to death and her voice was filled with tears. "Who is this? So wicked. I just want to escape for my life. You want to plant mines on my way to escape? What did I do wrong?" Li Xiaodong was frightened and she used all her strength to speed up her speed, which had slowed down a bit. Bang! Not long after that, an explosion was heard from behind Li Xiaodong, and this explosion was even closer to Li Xiaodong. A landmine exploded on the road she had just run on, which made Li Xiaodong feel that someone was framing her. "What the hell? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just engaged, but I'm still single. What's going on?" But what Li Xiaodong didn't see was that on the ground where the mine had just exploded, several bodies of springtails and several spots of white light appeared out of thin air. Bang! I shouldn't have been absent-minded in class. I admit my mistake. I will definitely study hard. Bang! I admit that I'm jealous of Lin Ju, but I really just took a few glances at him. I didn't have any bad thoughts. Bang! The next few landmine detonation points were getting closer and closer to Li Xiaodong. Li Xiaodong listened to the explosion behind her getting closer and closer to her, and she was so panicked that she didn't know what she had done wrong. ABA, ABA, ABA. Until the next moment, the ground around Li Xiaodong shook, and then 4 springtails with holes corroded by bile appeared out of thin air around Li Xiaodong. Ambush. At the same time, a green light flashed under Li Xiaodong's feet. It was obvious that she had won the prize. She had just stepped on a landmine. Abba Baba, my life is over. Bang! After letting out a scream, Li Xiaodong only had time to cover her eyes, squat down, and assume a defensive posture with her head in her hands, listening to the explosion that was so close to her, gritting her teeth. But the pain did not come. Even the surroundings became completely quiet. After a long time, Li Xiaodong slowly opened her eyes and found that she had no wounds on her body, and the detonated landmine did not cause any harm to her. The hostile Zerglings that had looked ferocious just now disappeared at this moment. There are 2 pieces of red fire eagle powder on the ground. Li Xiaodong collapsed on the ground, his face full of confusion and the feeling of having survived a catastrophe. He was breathing heavily with a slight rusty smell, his chest rising and falling. Why am I not in class? Is this the crisis resolved? Chapter 88, Sand Dune Feathers. Just when Li Xiaodong was confused, a light suddenly flashed from the low slope in the distance, causing Li Xiaodong to squint. Li Xiaodong looked and saw it was the bald Tang Shanzhong. Bald donkey, my dear. When Xia Tong saw the mountains, her eyes welled up with tears. Is there anything more comforting than meeting classmates again after surviving a disaster? But at this time, Tang Shanzhong, who was sitting on a low slope in the distance, had no idea that the crisis had been resolved, and hurriedly shouted, "Xia Tong, run, move." After hearing this, Li Xiaodong thought there were ambushes behind her and a landmine that was about to explode. No way. Are you coming again? Li Xiaodong immediately had a half-crying face and forced herself to get up from the ground, wanting to climb a few more steps towards Tang Shanzhang. But Li Xiaodong was so frightened that she had no strength left to stand up. She could only lie on the soft bodies of several explosive insects around her and let them carry her. Anyway, Even if I encounter any enemy forces again, the baneling will only cause damage to the enemy forces when it explodes, and it will not cause any damage to friendly forces like me, so I am still safe. Thinking of this, Li Xiaodong seemed to suddenly realize that there seemed to be something she had overlooked just now. Immediately, Li Xiaodong seemed to come back to life and regain some strength. She climbed up from the explosive insect that felt like a waterbed and turned to look back the way she came. In a straight line, at every mine detonation point and the next mine detonation point, there are some materials dropped by alien insects. Immune to friendly fire, mines didn't injure me, no more troops appeared, and all the bodies of the dead enemy soldiers were lying on the road. Thinking of this, Li Xiaodong patted the mobile water bed under him and told them to stop. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that this landmine is not blowing itself up? Or is it blowing up these Zerglings that are following it? However, when Li Xiaodong saw the corpses of springtails along the way, this thought just came to her mind, but she shook her head and suppressed the thought back to her heart. How is that possible? Who could calculate the movement speed of springtails and the detonation time of mines so accurately? 6 mines killed 22 Zerglings. Whose mines are so bad? Let's not talk about how this landmine exploded. Li Xiaodong herself couldn't figure out how this landmine was buried. Tang Shanzhong, who was far away, saw that Li Xiaodong was no longer moving, and he did not sense any danger, so he gradually slowed down his pace and moved closer. Why aren't you running away? Are you okay? Li Xiaodong climbed up from the baneling, sat on its soft venom sac, and nodded in confusion. It's all right, I guess. After Tang Shanzhong came over, he first ordered all his lurkers to go underground and enter a state of alert, and then he looked at the tragic scenes along the way. Looking at the regularly spaced explosion pits on the ground and the corpses of the 22 springtails, Tang Shanzhong reached out and slapped Li Xiaodong on the back, exclaiming, "Sure, Xiaotong. All the corpses along the way were blown up by your explosive insects. There's something." Li Xiaodong was feeling a little weak at first, and after being slapped by Tang Shanzhong, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. "Be gentle. Believe it or not, I will blow you up." Li Xiaodong was so angry that he stood up from the ground instantly. His face was full of anger. The muscles on his right hand were bulging and the blood vessels were protruding. He grabbed Tang Shanzhong's collar with one hand, lifted Tang Shanzhong up, and cursed at the frightened Tang Shanzhong. "I'm a girl, a delicate and weak woman. Are you trying to send me back to class with such strong force?" I was wrong, really. I really didn't mean it." Tang Shanzhong widened his eyes and looked at the ground that he could barely touch with his toes. For a moment, he deeply doubted the word delicate. "Shanzhong, Xiaodong, are you okay?" At this time, a hearty voice was heard from a distance. The two turned their heads and looked at Xiao Huahua, who was running towards them from a distance. I forgive you." When Li Xiaodong saw other people coming, she withdrew her hands, covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves, and returned to the image of a delicate and weak woman. After Xiao Huahua ran over, the cockroach behind him also arrived late and went into alert mode. Looking at Tang Shanzhong, who looked like he had survived a disaster, Xiao Huahua immediately guessed that the battle situation just now must have been extremely critical, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was a moment late. "Sorry I'm late. How are you guys doing? Any losses?" Gurgle. Tang Shanzhong swallowed his saliva, put his hands on Xiao Huahua's shoulders, and said solemnly, "Thank you, idiot. I'm glad you came. If you had come a little later, maybe something would have happened to me. Fortunately, you came." Seeing Tang Shanzhong so frightened, Xiao Huahua felt even more guilty. "But I was afraid that if I asked further, it would bring back some bad memories of Tang Shanzhang, so I didn't ask any more. Don't worry. I'm here, and old Zhou will be here soon. When the 4 of us get together, we'll have nothing to be afraid of." Hearing the name Lao Zhou coming out of Xiao Huahua's mouth, Li Xiaodong, a girl with long hair and a weak face, tilted her head, showing a cute expression, and asked, "Lao Zhou, Zhou, the deputy class leader is with you guys." After hearing this, Xiao Huahua and Tang Shanzhong nodded. As he spoke, Li Xiaodong lowered his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought secretly in his heart, "How did the deputy class know which direction I was in?" Thinking of this, Li Xiaodong saw the white spore on the school badge on her chest, and suddenly all was clear for her. "I was really scared just now. I have the location of the white spores that Lin Ju gave me. How could I have forgotten it?" Li Xiaodong, who survived the disaster, forgot how she had survived after solving another puzzle in her mind. Tang Shanzhong's suggestion that the explosion of the explosive insects led to the death of the springtails, and Xiao Huahua's subconscious decision not to mention this matter, coupled with the fact that Li Xiaodong had just solved the mystery in her mind and had no doubts in her mind for the time being, Under the connection of these three factors, an obvious montage scam appeared in Li Xiaodong's mind. Under the influence of this montage psychology, Li Xiaodong subconsciously stopped thinking about how she had just survived the disaster. Seeing Li Xiaodong lowering her head in deep thought, Xiao Huohua thought that she was still afraid of the horrible thing that had just happened and that he had missed. He quickly changed the subject and looked at the light spots on the ground in the distance. It seems that when the springtail died, a lot of things were dropped. After saying this, Xiao Huohua ran forward and reached out to collect those light spots. Seeing this, Tang Shanzhong thought he had found an opportunity to escape from Li Xiaodong's clutches, so he hurriedly took a step forward and picked up the powder on the ground with Xiao Huohua. In the distance, Zhou Zhou stood up again after successfully using 6 toxic nests to accurately blast 22 underground moving Zerglings. With his own humus hunting insects, he approached the direction of Tang, Xiao, and Li. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in Zhou Zhou's heart. Normal Zerglings, even if they have the burrow skill, shouldn't be able to move quickly underground. With his rich combat experience, Zhou Zhou had 2 possibilities in mind. Or, these springtails have evolved a special gene called digger claws under the influence of the environment, which allows them to move at high speeds while burrowing underground. Or, there is a kind of sand dune feather insect that has reached the level of predator nearby. Chapter 89, Predator. If we really encounter an elite Zerg unit at the predator level, it might be a bit tricky. What Zhou Zhou is best at is preparing for a rainy day and taking all defensive measures before the crisis comes. In this way, when the crisis really comes, you will have a calm enough mentality and sufficient means to deal with it. If I want to destroy a dune wingworm without any other friendly forces, with my current combat power, I need at least 60 humus hunter worms, and I also need to ensure that the opponent has no stun resistance. If we have friendly forces, it might be easier, but if the enemy is more numerous, more troops might be needed. After all, the dune wingworm is not an ordinary Zerg unit. Dune wingworm is an elite Zerg unit that has reached the level of predator and is also one of the superior Zerglings. If each alien insect kills too many enemies and survives, and has extremely rich combat experience, it can be upgraded to a predator. After successfully being promoted to predators, these alien insects possess the most basic intelligence and could be considered to have wisdom. As long as wild Zerg reach the level of predator, they become like captains, possessing an ability that transcends ordinary monsters, aura. Under the influence of this aura, all members of his team will also gain the bonus of this aura to obtain special combat capabilities. The more team members the halo can affect, the more powerful the captain will be. When the number of team members that can be blessed by the predator's halo reaches a certain number, it can be upgraded. After upgrading, the number of team members that can be covered by the halo ability can be increased again. Predator, up to 100. Slayer, limited to 10,000. Destroyer, limited to 1 million. Killer, the upper limit is 100 million. Zerg Lord, the upper limit is 10 billion. But from this number, we can clearly see how inward-looking the promotion process within the Zerg is. I remember that the ruler of the Zerg, Niadra, was a monster at the level of Zerg Lord. The Zerg relatives under his command were extremely powerful, and their numbers were countless. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at his humus hunters. Humus hunters, with a pink-purple body and a brightly colored shell seemed to sense Zhou Zhou's gaze, raised its head and gave Zhou Zhou a kind look in return, and spoke in a friendly voice. Wu. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly, bent down and stroked its head with his hand, then continued walking forward. If wild monster insects like the predator are placed on the player's followers, they will become hero units. If the hero unit's dependents want to upgrade, there is one more requirement, which is that the bond with the master must be deep to a certain level. This mysterious thing has not been judged yet. When the followers survive countless killings and reach those levels, they will also gain special abilities such as these. I remember that in my previous life, I had hundreds of Zergling hero units at the level of Zerg Lord. Each of them had different awakening skills, and they helped me fight many difficult battles. Recalling how powerful he was in his previous life, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but clench his fists, and the gleam in his eyes became even brighter. Because I am growing faster now than in my previous life, I can also set a higher goal for myself. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining experience points X5024, Red Fire Powder, X3, Green Jade Powder, X2, and Star Crusher, or X12. As the main brain prompt sounded at the right time, Zhou Zhou also stopped moving forward and smiled slightly. It seems that my gorillas have wiped out another roaming swarm of insects. Because Zhou killed all the hostile alien insects by himself and did not need to share the spoils with others, Zhou's experience points directly increased by more than 5,000, and he was only one step away from reaching level 2. If I can destroy one more Zerg army, I can reach level 2. Feeling the joy of the upcoming upgrade, Zhou also opened his space device and checked. Red fire powder, X18. Red fire fragments, X1. Green jade powder, X8. Green jadeite crumbs, X1. Star Crusher X61. The number of Star Crusher ore has exceeded 60 pieces, which means Hermiester Hunter, hatch. Zhou quickly opened the panel of the space equipment and then gave orders to the larvae gene. Soon, a bright green insect egg appeared in front of Zhou. 3 seconds later, the eggs burst and 3 strong Humosis hunters emerged from them. Woo! After these 3 humus hunting insects hatched, they leaned over and rubbed Zhou's trouser legs. Zhou then ordered them to join the guerrillas. After all, the troops around him are enough. Moreover, we are now acting as a team. If there are suddenly so many more troops, how should we explain it if people find out that we have embezzled a lot of star breaking ore and used it to expand the army? Hiss. After receiving the order, the 3 humus hunting insects followed Zhou's instructions and rushed nonstop towards the direction of the guerrillas in the distance. They might encounter other swarms of insects on the road, but considering the movement speed of humus hunters, which is as high as 19/s, those swarms of insects can't catch up with Zhou's army at all. Looking at the humus hunting insects going away, Zhou continued to take steps and walk towards Tang, Xiao, and Li in front of him. After crossing this low slope, Zhou also saw 3 people who had successfully gathered in front. Old Zhou, you are so slow. After Zhou and his 4 companions successfully reunited, everyone opened the map and checked the white spots on it that symbolized friendly forces. Where should we go next? Xiao Huohuo looked at the map, feeling confused, and asked everyone around him. Apart from the 4 people who had gathered together at this moment, the other white spots on the map had also formed teams of 3 or 2, quantifier, not just 3 or 2, forming light balls of different shapes. In particular, there is a light cluster located in the center of each light cluster, which is composed of 6 dots forming a circle. The moment Zhou saw the circle appear, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he nodded. This method is quite clever. After hearing Zhou's sudden words, Xiao, Tang, and Li were still a little confused. But at this moment, everyone's main brain received a message prompt at the same time. Now, everyone move towards the circle on the map. I'll be waiting to meet up with you. Lin Yuru. When Li Xiaodong saw this message, she looked up at Zhou who was about to head towards the circle, and her heart sank. Did the deputy class teacher think of this method the moment he saw Yuan? Although Li Xiaodong felt a little shocked in her heart, she did not say it out loud. After all, Zhou had already revealed his extraordinary intelligence in his interactions with others over the past 2 years, so this kind of thing was perfectly normal. Just as the 3 of them followed Zhou and headed towards Bai Yuan, Li Xiaodong scratched his head. Did I forget something? Just when Li Xiaodong wanted to continue thinking, Xiao Huohuo's voice came from not far away. Xiaotong, what's wrong? It's okay, idiot, let's go. Chapter 90, it's not Lin Xuahan. Who is it? Another 5 minutes passed, and Zhou and his 3 companions had arrived at the white circle on the map. Zhou looked over and saw Lin Yuru among the 6 people. Yeah, I'm the first one here. Finally reunited with everyone. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. After Xiao, Tang, and Li reunited with the main force, they also made sounds of relief and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou, you're here. When squad leader Lin Yuru saw Zhou and the others coming over, she smiled and said to Xiao Huohuo, who was dancing happily just now, "You are not the first one to come here. Gao Tian is." Xiao Huohuo naturally believed what squad leader Lin Yuru said and was immediately disappointed, but then he asked, "What about Gao Wangba? Where did he go?" Lin Yuru opened the map, pointed to the next light spot moving towards the distant light group, and said with a smile, "It's just that he couldn't sit still, so he helped to guide other students." Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Zhou nodded and thought to himself, he went to help other students lead the way. He really has his style. Then I'll go too. Tang Shanzhong also raised his hand at this moment. After applying to Lin Yuru and getting approval, he pulled Xiao Huohuo, who looked reluctant, opened the map and led them to a certain group of light. Zhou also raised his hand and joined the ranks of those who were welcoming his classmates. Under the guidance of Zhou and others, the other students quickly gathered towards the center of the map where Lin Yuru was. "Old Zhou, come here." "Yeah, I just picked up classmate Bo." After 2 brief exchanges, Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian successfully reunited. Another 20 minutes passed and Lin Xuahan still didn't come, but the students in Class F had already gathered together. At this time, Xiao Huohuo looked at the map and found that Lin Xuahan was still very far away from him and the others, and he couldn't help wondering, where is Lin Ju? Why hasn't she come yet? Didn't Teacher Lin walk pretty fast at the beginning? Logically, we should have arrived a long time ago. Strange. Can you get lost even if you look at the navigation? You're not an idiot. Hey, Humi, what are you doing? Hearing everyone's conversation, Zhou felt a little confused. At this moment, news came from the toxic nest that Zhou deployed at his landing point and the fungal blanket that it spread. The huge white light spot seemed to bypass its own fungal blanket and run towards it. Seeing this scene, Zhou also smiled helplessly. Second sister Lin is really vigilant. Without being sure whether this fungal blanket is a friend or an enemy, did she deliberately avoid the field of vision of the fungal blanket? After laughing, Zhou scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Along the way, I also left behind a lot of toxic tumors to expand my vision. If the second sister of the Lin family wants to go around and meet me one by one, she will not be able to come over in a short time. 5 minutes later, looking at the huge white light spots circling around on the map, the smile on Zhou's face gradually faded. It seems something is wrong. The speed of this huge white light spot is much slower than before. The huge white light spot seemed to be circling intentionally, which gave Zhou the feeling that, is she stalling for time? Or is she disrupting the audience? When he thought of this, a trace of vigilance arose in Zhou's heart. Lin Yuru was still very worried about her second sister, so she suggested to her classmates, everyone wait a moment. I will send a message to my second sister to ask if she has encountered anything. After hearing Lin Yuru's voice, all the students quieted down and waited quietly for news from Lin Yuru. However, after the message was sent, the white light paused slightly and then immediately burst out at an even faster speed than before, rushing towards the crowd. Look, Teacher Lin has received the message and will be joining us soon. We're going to be able to kill monsters soon. I can't wait to fight. When everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only Zhou frowned, feeling something was wrong. Gao Tian also came over and stood on the platform with Zhou. He nudged Zhou with his arm and said in a low voice, Old Zhou, Lin Ju's followers didn't run so fast at the beginning, right? This movement speed is at least 20/s, right? Zhou also nodded, and then responded to Gao Tian in a low voice. Stay alert, things may not be that simple. At this moment, the guerrilla team that Zhou was separated to be responsible for killing monsters sent a strange message and passed the information to Zhou. Zhou also diverted his attention to look at the images coming from the humus hunting insects in the distance. Indeed, the guerrillas encountered the Zerg again. There are many types, including springtails, aberrations, hydralisks, etc. This huge swarm of insects is not in a very good condition at the moment. Each one of them has shocking wounds left on its body after being eaten. Faced with such a huge alien insect army, Zhou indeed understood why his guerrillas would send him things that required judgment. There are so many of these alien insect troops. Even if they are injured, we may not be able to defeat them if we fight them, at least not now. But soon, Zhou discovered the abnormality of the group of alien insects in the picture. This group of alien insects did not release any hostility, and above their heads, there was an ID that Zhou could not imagine. Lin family. Springtails in the snowy year, leaping insects. Lin family. Abnormal form of the year of snow and auspiciousness, sand camel healing beast. Lin family. Hydralisk of the year of snow. This swarm of insects is the Lin family's swarm of insects. Moreover, the ID of the owner of this swarm of insects contains the word snow. This swarm of insects might be Lin Xuahan's followers. At this moment, the surveillance phantom of this guerrilla team, through its anti-stealth ability, saw that there seemed to be something in the bright green sack inside the body of the leading, sand camel healing beast. Zhou looked carefully and found a figure with eyes closed, sleeping in the bag. It's Lin Xuahan, etc. If the person in this swarm of insects is Lin Xuahan. Now, the big white light spot rushing towards him and the others. Who is it again? Zhou acted decisively and used the toxic nest skill to place another toxic tumor where the guerrillas were, causing them to grow a fungal mat, helping Lin Xuahan recover from her injuries quickly. Afterwards, Zhou looked at everyone in the class and quickly said loudly, Everyone, quickly remove the white spores on your chest. The students who were originally ready to fight and kill monsters after the reunion were stunned when they heard Zhou's words. Why? If we remove it, Lin Zhu won't be able to find us, right? I don't. This spore was given to me by Lin Zhu. I can even smell the fragrance of milk. These spores are the spores of milk mushrooms. You smell the fart. Deputy class, what happened? Only Gao Tian did not ask any questions and reacted quickly. While Zhou Zhuo attracted everyone's attention, Gao Tian jumped off the platform and gave a look to his hydralisk followers. The hydralisk accurately shot a spine at the white spores on Gao Tian's chest. Under the control of the hydralisk, the spine naturally did not injure Gao Tian. At this time, Gao Tian suddenly shouted, it hurts. This spore is wrong. It has thorns. Chapter 91 Zhou Zhuo's escape. After hearing Gao Tian's voice, everyone turned their eyes and looked over, and found that the white spore that Gao Tian had just pulled off his chest really had a thorn, and it was 20 centimeters long. Even the thickness of Lin Da's chest under the white spores is less than 20 centimeters. Lin Zhu's chest is probably 20 centimeters thick. In an instant, everyone felt a chill in their heart, and then they quickly reached out to pick off the white spores on their chest and threw them on the ground. After Gao Tian saw that everyone had removed the white spores from their chests, he jumped onto the platform in 2 steps and asked Zhou Zhuo, Old Zhou, what's the next step? Zhou Zhuo looked at Gao Tian, who trusted him unconditionally, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. He smiled and looked at everyone under the stage. Run! Before he finished speaking, Zhou Zhuo had already spread his legs and ran in a certain direction. What Zhou Zhuo needs to do now is to join up with his guerrillas. It is important for the guerrillas to earn money and materials, but in the face of such unexpected situations, it is better to be safe and gather the troops first, and then make other decisions. Seeing this, Gao Tian followed Zhou Zhuo and ran away without saying a word. Although the students were confused, with Zhou Zhuo taking the lead and Gao Tian following, they also took steps and followed Zhou Zhuo in confusion. Although I don't know why, as long as one person reacts harmlessly, others will follow suit. Gao Tian took advantage of this herd mentality and led the pace of the whole class. After everyone left, Zhou Zhuo used the only toxic tumor left in his backpack, which had not yet finished cooling down, and planted it on the road they were running. After a while, the highly toxic tumor hatched and turned into a fungal mat, covering up all traces of everyone's movement. Zhou Zhuo then detonated the toxic tumor, once again, turning the fungal carpet into nothingness without leaving any trace. On the way, Gao Tian opened the map and looked at the large white light spot that was standing still and motionless. He had a vague answer in his mind, and then avoided Lin Yuru and quietly asked Zhou Zhuo, Old Zhou, could it be that this large white light spot is not Lin Zhu? Zhou Zhuo nodded, glanced at Lin Yuru who looked a little worried, and then whispered to Gao Tian, Yes, and the one chasing us is most likely an enemy. Although we can't confirm the other party's identity yet, but the one who came here was able to seriously injure second sister Lin and frustrate her insect swarm. He is truly not a kind person. Hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Gao Tian was stunned and didn't react for a while. Let's not talk about how Zhou Zhuo knew it. But second sister Lin was seriously injured? And let her, a 5th grade Qishi person, have her insect swarm frustrated? If this is true, then the strength of the enemy. Is it really something I can handle? However, Gao Tian did not have the slightest doubt about Zhou Zhuo's words. Taking a deep breath, Gao Tian tried to calm himself down and began to analyze what Zhou Zhuo said. Gao Tian suddenly thought of the word cometer and thought Zhou Zhuo was referring to the native alien insects of the 7 Stars battlefield, so he quietly reminded them. We are the ones coming, right? Gao Tian's words made Zhou Zhuo's mind skip a beat, and he suddenly understood the enemy's identity. You're right. We really could be the ones who came. In this 7 Stars battlefield, the enemies of the human race are not only the alien insects, but also other alien races. The enemy might really be another alien race. Only the top 5 alien races can set up camp in such a deep place. Maybe this time, the F class he was in had really run into a hornet's nest and ended up near someone else's territory. In an instant, the enemy's range was reduced by more than half. Zhou Zhuo locked onto the top 5 dependent races of the Zerg. Number 1 Green Snake Tribe. Number 2 Spirit Flame Fox Clan. Number 3 Iron-Toothed Crocodile Tribe. Number 4 Swamp Spirit Scorpion. Number 5 Green Summer Frog Tribe. The enemy's range, apart from the Zerg army, only consists of these 5 races. Zhou Zhuo naturally remembered the combat talents of these 5 races. The Green Serpent Tribe's talent, Entangle, gives their followers a chance to attach a confinement effect when they attack. The Spirit Flame Fox Clan's talent, Charm, provides an additional bonus when the favorability of followers increases. The Iron-Toothed Crocodile's talent, Sharp Teeth, grants their followers additional attack power. The Spirit Pond talent of the Swamp Spirit Scorpion clan gives additional bonuses to the genes of the water and moon equipment of their followers. The Qingxia Frog Tribe, S talent, Water Loving, allows its followers to move regardless of water sources, except for special water sources. In order to unify the other 17 tribes in his previous life, Zhou Zhuo memorized all the talents and weaknesses of the other 17 tribes. Zhou Zhuo will never forget this knowledge. Could this be the battle between us humans that Yeko mentioned? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but frown. But there is no evidence, so it is not easy to make any guesses now. Zhou Zhuo, wait, where are we running to now? At this moment, Lin Yuru also approached Zhou Zhuo and made a puzzled voice. Isn't my second sister behind us? The direction we are running in now is not right. At this time, the students behind Lin Yuru also slowed down their pace and asked Zhou Zhuo and Lin Yuru in front of them. Even if we pick the spores and are safe, what about Teacher Lin? Yes, look at the map. Teacher Lin is standing still because he can't find us. How about we turn around and go back to find Lin Zhu? Zhou Zhuo looked at Lin Yuru, who was worried, and smiled brightly. He made a gesture to open the main brain message interface, pretending to read the message, and said to Lin Yuru, "My second sister didn't reply to your message, but she did reply to me. She ran too fast on the way here and lost her spores. She couldn't find our location, so she sent me a coordinate. I'll lead the way, let's just run to the coordinates." Gao Tian quickly took over the conversation upon seeing this. So, the big light spot on the map is definitely not Teacher Lin. It is probably picked up by other creatures. If we wait here, it would be dangerous if we encounter a swarm of insects that smell the scent. Let's just follow Lao Zhou and go find Teacher Lin. Don't worry, when has Lao Zhou ever lied to us? After hearing what Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian said, the melancholy in the hearts of everyone in the class was slightly dispelled. But soon, they found the loophole in Zhou Zhuo's words. Wait, Deputy Class Teacher, did Teacher Lin send you a message? When did you add her contact information? Oh shit. Lao Zhou, you're not going to ask Lin Zhu to give you after-school tutoring, are you? Speak up, Lao Zhou. Did you run away, you traitor? Seeing that the emotions in the class were rising, Lin Yuru's worries were slightly relieved. Yes, just like before, just trust Zhou Zhuo. After nodding, Lin Yuru considered her words and smiled at the students behind her. Don't worry about it. When Zhou Zhuo came to my house during the holiday, he met my second sister. I think he added the contact information at that time. Don't take it to heart. Let's just follow Zhou Zhuo and go find my second sister. After hearing Lin Yuru's words, the atmosphere in the class was silent for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Isn't this even more concerning? You really did run away, old Zhou. I've actually met the parents. Damn it. Why didn't I seize this opportunity? Zhou Zhuo, I will never forgive you. Once you get out of the dungeon, be prepared to accept the sanctions from my FFF group. Seeing that everyone's expressions had become kinder, Zhou Zhuo was able to feel relieved and move on. While controlling the surveillance magic shadow above his head to walk back and search for clues about the enemy behind him, Zhou Zhuo ordered the gorilla's surveillance magic shadow to move closer to him to open up his vision. Under Zhou Zhuo's command, the swarm of insects belonging to Lin Xuan stepped on Zhou Zhuo's fungal mat and quickly recovered from their injuries. Zhou Zhuo also led everyone to move away from this unsafe place in time. Chapter 92. Let's eat and get on the road. Class F gathering point, 5 minutes after everyone left. A group of crocodile people with human bodies and crocodile heads appeared at this location. Leading the group was a big crocodile with a strong body, wearing simple linen as clothing, and half of his right face and right eye were corroded into scars. Looking at the empty basin without any human figure, scar-eyed crocodile picked off the white spores on his chest, stuffed them directly into his mouth, chewed them, crushed them, and spat them out along with the phlegm, shouting angrily. Why did they all run away? Are all humans so slippery? They let a female run away, and then they let a bunch of human chicks run away. After the scar-eyed crocodile finished cursing, he looked around but couldn't find any trace of the human. He became even angrier and shouted, "Look for them. Go and look for them for me. If you find them, I'll give you 2 legs of mutton tonight. If you don't, you'll have to eat grass tonight." Yes. Upon hearing that they could eat meat, the many crocodile monsters became excited. They summoned their followers from the summoning space one by one and began searching around. The crocodiles were divided into 8 teams and stretched out in 8 directions to search for the whereabouts of humans. Their faces were all filled with relief, and it was obvious that this matter was not difficult for them. It's been a while since I caught prey like this. I wonder if my springtail nose is sharp enough. After catching it, should we add salt and pepper, or make soup? There seems to be some honey mustard sauce in the camp, so let's fry it up. Fried chicken is delicious. In less than a moment, the scar-eyed crocodile and one fish were the only ones left in the area. Scar-eyed crocodile sat on the high platform in this small basin, sniffing the remaining human scent, and couldn't help but salivate and swallowed his saliva. But it's been a while since I've eaten 2 legs of mutton, and it's been a while since I've drunk goat's milk. Just as scar-eyed crocodile was still reminiscing about the delicious taste of 2-legged mutton, a smaller crocodile monster ran over from a distance. "Captain, my dogs have found traces of the humans." After hearing the report from the little crocodile monster, scar-eyed crocodile's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up from the platform, grabbed the other's collar, and said excitedly, "Is that the trace of the 32-legged sheep?" The little crocodile monster was puzzled after hearing the number. He cracked his paws and counted, then shook his head. "No, my dogs only found traces of 10 humans." 10? 10 is not enough to eat. Scar-eyed crocodile scratched his head. Could it be that the group of 2-legged sheep separated? But soon, scar-eyed crocodile gave up thinking and waved his hand and gave an order. "Let's just catch 10 first. Catch those 10. Use them as bait and release the information. I don't believe that the rest won't come over." "Yes." After the small crocodile went away and started sending messages, the scar-eyed crocodile also began to gather its troops and ordered the remaining 7 teams to continue to disperse and set up ambushes. All of this was watched carefully by a multi-eyed alien insect high in the sky. 10 people. Zhou led his classmates to hide on the top of a flat roof with a wide view, frowning slightly. Zhou analyzed the lip readings from the monster surveillance, looked at the 29 students around him who were panting with exhaustion, and said to himself, "Everyone in the class is here. Where did those 10 people come from? Could it be that besides me and the others, there are other people who also come to this 7 stars battlefield to train?" Exhaling, Zhou could only pray, "I hope those 10 people won't be caught." After keeping this in mind, Zhou looked up at the surveillance shadow approaching from afar. At this moment, the gorilla's surveillance phantom flew over and had already figured out their next route clearly. At present, Zhou's idea is, first, he would join up with his own gorillas, expand the size of the army, and form basic self-defense capabilities. Then, with the addition of Lin Xuehan's alien insect army, his self-defense capabilities would be even stronger. If the combat power is not enough, Zhou will wisely choose to avoid the sharp edge, give priority to development, spend these 5 days, and collect his own equipment gene materials. But now, Zhou used the monitoring phantom to look at the crocodiles of the various iron-toothed crocodile tribes scattered in the distance, and a bloody smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. If we have enough combat power, it would be more convenient to just kill them and rob their camp. It's a pity that we can't let them really die. In the previous life, the human race's camps were robbed quite often. The culprit is the group of iron-toothed crocodiles, who like to eat the meat of 2-legged sheep. If you've rested well, let's continue on our journey. After formulating a tactic in his mind, Zhou checked the physical condition of the students who had gone off work, then stood up from the flat roof and continued to move towards the gorillas with a group of classmates. Before leaving, Zhou still did not forget to use toxic tumor to create a fungal mat to eliminate all traces of this place. Buzz. Just as Zhou led his classmates away from here, 2 message prompts came from Zhou's surveillance magic shadow. The first tip came from Lin Xuehan's troops who were under gorilla observation. Among them, the deformed variant of this sand camel healing beast. In the lead, the effervescent green capsule behind it gradually wilted, and the woman inside had opened her eyes. It was obvious that the treatment of the sand camel healing beast had stopped. This only means one thing. Lin Xuehan is fine. Since the second sister of the Lin family has recovered, she will not rashly attack my insect swarms when they see them without hostility. Otherwise, if a conflict breaks out, it will be very difficult for me to deal with it. Zhou, who had the above news in his mind, stopped and looked ahead with a calm expression. The students behind Zhou also stopped one by one and looked at the half-human, half-crocodile figures in the distance with serious faces. Gao Tian frowned, took a step forward, and subconsciously half-blocked Zhou. "Old Zhou, those should be aliens, right?" Zhou smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. The second reminder from Surveillance Phantom was that 3 crocodile men from the iron-toothed crocodile tribe appeared in front of Surveillance Phantom's observation range. The 3 crocodiles from the iron-toothed crocodile tribe in the distance also grinned bloody smiles. "Found it meat. It's hard to carry so much meat. Why don't we cut it all up and pack it up to take away? You go and kill those 10. You go and kill those 10. I'll kill the remaining 10. When the 3 crocodiles saw the human race, They didn't take Zhou Zhuo and the others seriously at all. They didn't even think of calling for reinforcements. They just summoned their own alien insects. 160 springtails, 6 queens, 6 aberrations, 8 roaches, 5 hydralisks. Looking at the crocodiles who had summoned alien insects and whose faces were covered in blood, Zhou Zhuo also smiled in return. You like eating meat so much. I wonder if you can eat all this meat. Call. Following Zhou Zhuo's order, all 30 people present raised their hands at the same time, and hundreds of lights lit up instantly. Roar. Hiss. Huh. The insect army that was summoned instantly roared one after another, and directly surrounded everyone and protected them. Along the way, Zhou Zhuo also discussed military strength and command with his classmates. After all, before being prepared for a real battle, even if you have an army, its combat effectiveness will not be fully exerted. Finally, with the unanimous agreement of his classmates, Zhou Zhuo passed with a unanimous vote and gained command of the army of the entire class. Now, if we add Zhou Zhuo's own, Humus hunting bug, to the calculation, the total is 102 springtails, 12 drones, for hydralisks, 2 aberrations, 3 queens, 6 banlings, 3 roaches, and 2 lurkers. Looking at the Zerg army summoned by Zhou Zhuo and others, the 3 crocodiles couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, there are so many bugs. I'm so scared ying ha. You're still asking us if we can eat more? It's just this little, how can it be enough for us? That's all. There are dozens of crocodiles in our camp. Come and give us some more food. Under the provocation of those crocodile men that were nearly 2 meters tall and had strong bodies, the group of classmates who had just become adults behind Zhou Zhuo, although occasionally afraid, still stared with their eyes wide open and gritted their teeth, refusing to take a single step back. This is a confrontation between clans. If you retreat, you will lose. When Zhou Zhuo, the leader, heard what the 3 crocodiles said, he smiled, bowed slightly, and said kindly, "Since the adults have said so, then let's eat and get on the road." Chapter 93: The Balance of Victory. As soon as Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, the swarms of insects around the crowd suddenly jumped up at the same time, as if they had a sacred Kara link. The lurker quickly dives underground and disappears. The aberration roared and stepped forward. The queen of insects took her stance and sat firmly in the backstage. Hydralisk line up and fire spines. Cockroach steps forward and withstands the attack. Zinglings riot in groups, disrupting vision. Banera find the right time and explode the weak point. Worker bees use their bodies to form a wall, the final line of defense. The followers performed these complex operations and reached their respective positions within just a few seconds. They began to pour their most primitive fighting instincts on the followers of the 3 crocodile men. And the orders these followers received came from only one source. Zhou Zhuo, is this your order? Lin Yuru widened her eyes and looked around at the alien insect followers who were rioting in an orderly and methodical manner. The shock in her heart was even more shocking than knowing that her elder sister had become the new Lin City Guardian. Not only Lin Yuru, but also all the classmates who gave Zhou Zhuo the operating authority were so surprised that they were speechless when they saw this scene. They silently prayed in their hearts that Zhou Zhuo could really create a miracle. If we continue like this, maybe we can really win? Come on, deputy class. Gao Tian's scalp went numb when he saw Zhou Zhuo's actions. He also grinned and slowly exhaled, muttering softly. Is this Han Xian's selection of troops? The more the better. Awesome, old Zhou. When Gao Tian said this, he couldn't hear it clearly himself, for fear that his voice was too loud and would disturb Zhou Zhuo's operation. Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly and did not respond, but a gleam of brilliance flashed in his pupils. After leaving 2 toxic tumors of unknown significance in the center of the enemy, he muttered to himself. It's been a while since I tried multi-line operation. It feels pretty good. Even the 3 crocodile men on the opposite side were so shocked that they forgot to give orders for a moment. Although from the beginning, they thought that with the combat effectiveness of their own followers, the F2A could win. But under Zhou Zhuo's control, the human race's alien insect offensive with measured advances and retreats surprised the 3 crocodile people, and they hurriedly tried to give orders. But these few seconds of reaction time have caused the battle to tilt irreversibly. Whenever the crocodiles, aberration, and cockroach, the 2 alien insects with the highest single target damage, want to hit the Zerglings and cause combat losses, there will always be a human unit with particularly high health, such as aberration and cockroach, to withstand these attacks. After finally reducing a lot of health points, the queen of insects, in the background of the human race, suddenly spit out a mouthful of quick-acting feeding fluid and healed the alien insects with less than half of their health points. In terms of zombie, although the human-side zombie cannot compare to the crocodile people's zombie in number, they are not much inferior in combat effectiveness. Moreover, whenever a Zergling's health dropped below 10 and was about to die, Zhou would order it to leave the battle and hide in the back row. But how could the crocodiles perform such delicate operations? Seeing their followers dying one after another, the crocodiles were furious and wanted to rush into the battlefield and smash the face of the human with a confident smile on his face. Damn it! Why aren't they dead? Hit them. Hit that side. Why are there monsters missing over there again? My dog is dead. How dare you kill my dog? That's all my money. Come on, come on. You piece of trash. Bite it. Did you let it get away again? Just 10 seconds passed. The highly toxic tumor that Zhou had planted while the battlefield was in chaos had already hatched and turned into a fungal mat, successfully becoming invisible. During these 10 seconds, although the health points of Zhou's Zerglings turned red, their number remained at 102, while the number of the enemy crocodile Zerglings had dropped sharply from 160 to 90. This kind of record is already very brilliant. You know, the followers of the iron-toothed crocodile have the sharp teeth talent, so their damage is already high. Plus, the foundation of the opponent's followers is much deeper than that of the human race. Even though his attributes were not low, Zhou was still able to achieve such a record through his operations, and he obviously calculated the damage to the extreme. However, even if the number of hostile Zerglings of the villains dropped sharply, the enemy's Zerglings with relatively full health still have a certain advantage over the human Zerglings. Throughout the battlefield, the human race's followers were still in a suppressed state. These advantages on the battlefield are due to the crocodile people's profound foundation. The balance of victory that originally belonged to the human race seemed to have been slowly tipped back by the crocodiles during this period of time. The human race's defense range is getting smaller and smaller, and the enemy's encirclement is also tightening. When the human race's defense range reaches 0, the outcome of the battle will be clear. Seeing this scene, the students in Class F couldn't help but feel their heartbeats quicken, and a sense of foreboding slowly rose in their hearts. No, the gap in strength is too big. After all, the opponent is the third-ranked, iron-toothed crocodile clan, and their foundation is too deep. Don't do that. Come on, deputy class. Even Gao Tian couldn't help feeling a little worried when he saw Zhou was struggling to resist the attack. However, when he saw the confident smile on Zhou's face, the worries in his heart were dispelled, and he felt a little relieved. Old Zhou is so cunning. He must have a backup plan. Definitely. The three crocodiles on the opposite side seemed to have foreseen their victory, and laughed even more recklessly than before, as if they wanted to repay all the shock they had just received. Ha ha ha. So what if you know how to operate it? In the face of absolute strength, what's the point of knowing how to operate it? F2A is the cure for all the bells and whistles. Ha ha ha. You can laugh, right? I'll take your head off first later, so you can continue laughing. Just as the crocodile army continued to press forward and continued to narrow the encirclement, the enemy's rear row hydralisks and the hydralisks used for defense also arrived at a newly born fungal carpet. Seeing this scene, Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, Zhou's heart moved, and the two highly toxic tumors he had planted exploded instantly. -40. -40. 2 toxic tumors exploded in succession behind the enemy lines. 8 springtails were killed directly. The 5 hydralisks were also blown to the point where only their upper bodies were left. Seeing this scene, the students behind Zhou's eyes lit up and their morale soared. It seemed that hope had been rekindled, and they immediately cheered. Great. Great job. Blast their butts into pieces. Fuck. Why does the hydralisk on the opposite side have so much health? It's still alive? No. The firepower is still a little insufficient. However, the explosion of these 2 toxic tumors also frightened the 3 crocodile men instantly, causing them to lose control of their movements. Zhou's 18 humus hunters also took the opportunity to move quickly, drawing the firepower and attention of the enemy Zerglings, making the enemy Zerg formation even more chaotic. Finding the right opportunity, Zhou had an idea, and the 6 explosive insects of Li Xiaodong turned into green wheels, following the cracks squeezed out by Zhou with Xiao Huohua's cockroaches, and rushed directly into the back row of the enemy. Seeing this scene, the leading crocodile suddenly skipped a beat, looked at the few hydralisks with low health, and hurriedly ordered, Quickly dive. They won't be able to find you if you become invisible. However, for this order, the crocodile people did not select the scope of the army. At this moment, All the crocodile people's swarms stopped attacking, began to stretch out their claws to dig holes, and prepared to burrow underground. No, no, no. Except for the hydralisk, the rest of the Zerg, hurry up. The crocodile man discovered that he had made a big mistake in his operation and hurriedly canceled the order, wanting to get the troops back to combat status as soon as possible. However, the dive skill has a 3-second cooldown period, whether you are diving or digging out. Altogether, this gave Zhou Zhui a full 6 seconds to reorganize his army. Seeing this, the 6 banlings that Zhou Zhui had targeted no longer took any detours and went straight into the enemy's back row. As for the invisible hydralisk, how stupid. Do you think I won't detonate manually just because I'm invisible? I've been keeping an eye on the positions of your hydralisks from the beginning. Chapter 94, Playing the Long Game. Even with the existence of surveillance shadow, Zhou Zhui was able to see the positions of invisible units such as hydralisks. But the explosive worms, just like Zhou Zhui's toxic tumor, can be detonated manually. Considering that these units will not move after burrowing underground, even if they are invisible, the positions they leave in Zhou Zhui's mind are still as obvious as living targets, and there is no need to use the anti-stealth function of surveillance shadow at all. Then came bang, 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 -20, -20, -20. A series of 6 loud explosions sounded in succession in the back row of the crocodile man. Under intensive serial explosions. 5 hydralisks, all killed. 8 cockroaches, for dead. Of the 6 queen insects, 5 died. There were originally 82 low-health springtails left, but now only 53 are left, and their health is even lower. And now, these enemy forces are still in the 6-second gap of underground operation. Although there were only 4 seconds left in the idle period, these 4 seconds of blank enemy output period also became a catalyst for accelerating the end of this battle. When the crocodile people wanted to reach out and tip the balance of victory towards them, Zhou Zhui stretched out his finger and pointed the scale firmly in favor of the human race. Moreover, there is not just one catalyst. Ding. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 2. Ding. Your talent is detected to be SSS-Level, and you get 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them reasonably according to your needs. Zhou Zhui waved his hand and distributed the attributes. The strength attribute of Humus Hunters is directly maxed out, and the attack power increases by 9 points from 17 points to 26 points, and the output is even more terrifying. The rules of victory have been determined. The probability that I can win this battle is 1000%. In the short 4-second gap in the enemy's damage, Zhou Zhui's Humus Hunters used their super high movement speed of 19/s to quickly move to the back row of the enemy with low health and poured out all the damage. Roar. Because of the large number of enemies, Zhou Zhui's Humus Hunters only need to attack 5 times. Under the influence of the equipment gene set, Zhou Zhui's Humus Hunters will have a double strike attached to their next attack, causing a 50% secondary attack and instant damage of up to 39 points. It can even kill a full health hostile Zergling instantly. In the back row of the enemy Zerg, those low health characters were executing the burrow command and were unable to move or defend, so they took all the damage. For seconds passed. 4 cockroaches died, 1 queen died, all springtails were killed, and 4 deformed ones died. Only the last 2 deformed monsters with low health were left. They had just crawled out from the ground and were looking at the vast swarm of insects surrounding them with a confused look on their faces. In a flash, the 2 deformed creatures fell to the ground and turned into corpses without any movement. The 3 crocodile men in the distance looked at this scene with their eyes wide open, shocked. I actually lost. My insect swarm is all gone. How much money will it cost to repair it? How is this possible? All our followers are dead. That person didn't even have a single follower dead. Hearing this, Zhou Zhui smiled slightly and corrected. Not really. Didn't I still have 6 exploding insects dead here? After hearing Zhou Zhui's correction, the 3 crocodiles' faces darkened and they felt even more upset. We were defeated by the human race. It's shameful. So shameful. It's all your fault. What kind of underground order did you give? I shouldn't have given you the command of my Zerg. If you have the ability, don't hand it over to me. Command it yourself. You are so incompetent that you gave the army to me, and you still dare to blame me. While the 3 crocodile men were cursing at each other, Zhou Zhui sent out the swarm of insects to surround the 3 crocodile men. Seeing this, Li Xiaodong quickly covered her eyes with her sleeves and said, "What is the deputy class leader going to do? Are they going to let the alien insects eat all 3 of them?" When Tang Shanzhong heard Li Xiaodong's whisper, The originally firm expression on his face became strange, but he still gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "We should give them a taste of their own evil. The iron-toothed crocodile tribe has eaten so many of our fellow human beings. Even if we don't do such ruthless things, we can't let them have it easy. If you don't dare to look at it, just carry it back. You will have to accept this kind of thing slowly in the future." Xiao Huahua also nodded and made up his mind. Must kill. Although Zhou Zhou hadn't spoken yet, the whispering of his classmates behind him had made the three crocodiles seem to feel their flesh and bones being torn apart, and their claws and hooves became cold for a moment. The three crocodiles were so frightened that they dared not be distracted anymore. They looked at Zhou Zhou, the leader, who had cold eyes and a smile on one face, and said angrily, "What do you want to do? How dare you attack us? It's enough that I don't eat you, but you want your dog to eat us? Don't come over here. I tell you, even if you kill me, I won't die? Then I will let our tribe attack your human camp. Don't be ungrateful. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. If you dare to kill us, we will report our camp and send crocodiles to destroy everything you have. You better think carefully." While the three crocodiles were shouting, Lin Yuru came to Zhou Zhuo's side in 2 steps and displayed a message panel that had not yet been sent in front of Zhou Zhou. "We can't kill them. My sister told me that the iron-toothed crocodile tribe is very strong. Even if we can run away, what about our human camp? The camp we built with great difficulty will not be able to withstand the attack of the iron-toothed crocodile tribe." After showing Zhou Zhou the message, Lin Yuru clicked on the group message button and sent the message to everyone in the class. After everyone in the class received this message, the murderous intent in their minds faded a lot. After calming down a little, everyone realized how radical their previous thoughts were. We are all adults now. There is no need to waste the opportunity for humanity to continue to develop just for the sake of momentary pleasure. After Gao Tian received Lin Yuru's message, he nodded and whispered to Zhou Zhou, "Before we have the ability to completely destroy the iron-toothed crocodile camp, we still need to think more about this matter." But before Gao Tian could finish his words, he saw that Zhou Zhou seemed to have noticed something, and the smile on his lips couldn't help but grow a little wider. "There is an unexpected guest at the gorilla's place. What if I have it?" After whispering this, Zhou Zhou took a step forward under Gao Tian's suspicion, stretched out his hand to control the swarm of insects, opened a gap behind the crocodile man, and said with a smile, "Please leave your belongings behind and go with peace of mind. Don't forget to say hello to your tribesmen." After seeing this way of survival, the three crocodile men's eyes lit up. They hurriedly took out the resource materials and the space equipment and crawled out of the encirclement. Those tough words that Crocodile and I said just now were just lip service. If they really said death, who wouldn't be afraid? These things will explode when you die, even if you don't pay them now, so it's better to buy peace. After the three crocodiles escaped the encirclement, their backs became stronger, their legs were strong enough to stand up straight, and they spoke more smoothly. "That's right, young man, don't be so impetuous. Go home and get your milk. I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. For what happened today, you just wait for compensation." Looking at the three crocodile men walking away and listening to their rude curses, the faces of the students in Class F gradually became gloomy. "We are not letting the tiger go back to the mountain, right? After all, this is a dungeon. They won't really die if they die, and they can still bring back news. The combat power of our human camp is far from enough to resist the sharp teeth and claws of the iron-toothed crocodile tribe. If only this was a real battlefield. But fortunately, we have a deputy class. Yes, fortunately we have Lao Zhou. If it weren't for Lao Zhou, we would not only be left with no relatives, but even this body would have to feel the pain of death." Gao Tian also came over, patted Zhou Zhou on the shoulder, and said with a relaxed look, "Old Zhou, why don't you say anything? Don't worry, we are not letting the tiger go back to the mountain. At least we haven't brought any new troubles to the human camp." Zhou Zhou raised his head and looked at the blazing sun in the distant sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled even more. "Of course not. I'm not letting the tiger go back to the mountain. What I'm releasing is bait." Hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Gao Tian was stunned. "Do you really have the ability to destroy the iron-toothed crocodile tribe camp?" Zhou Zhou lowered his gaze, walked forward and collected all the things from the three crocodiles, smiled calmly, and said, "Who knows?" Chapter 95, 8 Dead. After collecting the gifts that the three crocodiles had insisted on giving him, Zhou Zhou also counted these goodies. Star Crusher X 632. Diluted Gas X 218. Red Fire Powder X 359. Red Fire Fragments X 37. Red Fire Ink Fragment X 2. Green Jade Powder X 282. Green Jadeite Chips X 16. Green Jade Fragment, X1. Yellow Amber Powder, X36. Yellow Amber Fragments, X2. In addition to the most basic resources such as star-shattering ore and diluted gas, the three crocodile men also handed over a large amount of materials. There are not only red fire materials that improve physical attributes, but also green jade materials that improve blood attributes. There is even yellow amber that increases toughness attributes. Seeing this, Zhou took a deep breath and smiled even more. It's a huge profit. The drop rate of this material is much faster than hunting wild insects one by one, and it was a safe escape with no casualties. These 300 or so red fire essences are enough to directly upgrade the fire source seal of a Zergling equipment gene to level 3. For a moment, Zhou had the urge to take it all. After all, there were too many materials that Zhou needed. Let's not talk about the issue of further upgrading 10-star equipment after its gene reaches level 10. The materials needed to upgrade a set of 10-star equipment genes to level 10 are enormous. Take the Constitution Fire Mark of the Zergling equipment gene as an example. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 100 red fire powder are required. 200 red fire powder are required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. It takes 300 to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and so on. Just to upgrade a single attribute from level 1 to level 10, the number of materials needed is 5,500. Xanthan equipment gene is still a 5-piece set, and the total number of low-end materials required has reached 27,500. The demand for materials is huge, so Lin Xuan wanted to bring everyone in Class F to open the 7 Stars battlefield and come here to familiarize themselves with actual combat while obtaining this kind of material. But the number is still far from enough. After closing the harvest interface, Zhou said to everyone in the class, "After you have taken your followers back, please take a rest here. I will collect the materials for you first, and then give them to Teacher Lin for distribution after we meet her." Zhou also felt that the current state of the army was indeed not suitable for marching, so he simply rested on the spot and let his dependents recover. However, after hearing what Zhou said, the students in the class waved their hands, indicating that they didn't want to hear it. "Old Zhou, just keep it. I have no objection if you take it all." "That's right. If it weren't for your command, we wouldn't even be able to get the materials now. I'm afraid we would have been besieged and sent back to class at the gathering place just now. They are only 3 crocodile people. How many resources can they have? Enough for a few dozen pieces of powder? Just keep them. Take it, take it. You can brush ours after you've brushed enough." Hearing what his classmates said, Zhou smiled slightly. "It's true that there aren't many. I'll keep them for now. If I wait until I have finished practicing before teaching my classmates, it will take at least half a month. By then, I'm afraid I'll even miss the monthly exam. Anyway, as long as each person's need for 27,500 pieces of powder is met, it will be enough. If I can achieve the goal in my heart, maybe I can get more." After everyone brought their families back and hugged each other, their emotions finally calmed down. Although none of the followers died, they were all in a red blood state and in a near-death state, which was indeed a bit scary. Fortunately, squad leader Lin Yuru had fed a blood orb to the mutated Cloud Therapy Insect Queen before she came in. Afterwards, the life recovery efficiency of the followers around Cloud Healing Insect Queen was increased by +1/s, and their injuries began to recover faster. Only Li Xiaodong was different. All her banlings were dead, and she had nothing to hold. Li Xiaodong looked around and saw that her classmates were all crying and laughing with their families. She paused for a moment, thinking back to her previous experiences. An idea slowly came to her mind. She came to Zhou, showing a lovely smile, blinked and said, "Deputy Class Leader, I have lost all my followers, and I don't have the resources to revive the banlings. I have become a burden. Otherwise, I will go back to class first." Exploding insect. This alien insect is different from other alien insects. Because blasting insects are born to die, even in the 7 Stars battlefield and the real battlefield, players who possess the blasting insects gene sequence can spend a small amount of resources to revive and hatch blasting insects. Hearing Li Xiaodong's words, Zhou raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly after he understood. Xiaotong's words, how could she not want to be a burden? She clearly wanted to share the money. After hearing what Li Xiaodong said, other people in the class also felt a little embarrassed. Other people's beloved pets are gone, and if you continue to be so close to them, they will definitely not be able to bear it. After all, the reason why their families were safe and sound was not only because the other party lost their composure, but also because of Zhou's proper command. But Li Xiaodong's explosive insect is also crucial. If Xiaotong's 2 explosive insects hiding underground hadn't exploded immediately, disrupting the local formation, the crocodile people's alien insects would not have been in chaos. Plus, Xiaotong's banlings quickly self-destructed and reduced the health of the enemy's back row. Xiaotong made a lot of contributions to this battle. Hearing what the classmates said, Li Xiaotong was stunned and murmured in his heart. That's not right. Those 2 exploding ones weren't my banlings? Zhou Zhua nodded, raised his hand, took out some of the star-breaking ore and diluted gas seized from the space equipment, and handed them to Li Xiaotong. Stay, we need you. Just die and resurrect. Li Xiaotong looked down. 165 star crusher or 55 diluted gas. This amount is not right. The simplified genes of exploding insects and zinglings are similar, and the initial genes are also able to hatch 2 insects from 1 egg. So Li Xiaotong's original 6 explosive insects were actually 3 explosive insect eggs. In the dungeon, if you want to revive blasting insects, you only need to pay 40% of the resources to successfully revive them. And you only need to consume these cheap resources in the copy, without having to use rare resources in reality such as star, ore, and high-energy gas. In other words, the original price of 3 explosive insect eggs, which were 225 star ores and 75 high-energy gas, can now be successfully resurrected with only 90 broken star ores and 30 points of diluted gas. Of course, this kind of resurrection is only limited to the copy. After leaving the dungeon and returning to reality, if you want to revive the Baneling, you still need to consume rare resources such as star, ore, and high-energy gas. But the money Zhou Zhua gave was enough to hatch another explosive zombie egg, in addition to the money to revive the 3 explosive zombie eggs. After seeing this number, Li Xiaotong looked up at Zhou Zhua, who was a head taller than her. A guess started to arise in her mind, and she asked, "Deputy class leader, did you give me too much?" Zhou Zhua smiled slightly. "Are you sure? Count again. I used 8 of your banlings." Looking at Zhou Zhua's smile, Li Xiaotong was stunned for a few seconds and instantly recalled the landmines and crises she encountered at the beginning. Suddenly, the fragmented clues hidden in Li Xiaotong's mind were connected into a clear line by Zhou Zhua's smile and hints. "It is true. So it's you, the deputy classmate." Covering her smile with her sleeves, Li Xiaotong's big eyes narrowed into crescents, and then she calmly accepted the compensation handed over by Zhou Zhua and smiled slightly. "Yes, I miscalculated. I lost 8 banlings." Chapter 96, Losing Both My Husband and My Army. Li Xiaotong accepted the hush money handed over by Zhou Zhua with peace of mind, stretched out her hand to open her own space device, invested all the funds into the genetic sequence of the exploding insect, and exchanged it for 4 exploding insect eggs. Li Xiaotong reached out to touch the explosive insect eggs beside her, covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves, and smiled euphemistically at Zhou Zhua. "You are such a great guy. If you try hard to pursue me, maybe I will give up my fiancé and elope with you." Zhou Zhua shook his head and spread his hands, saying, "I don't like to take away someone's favorite things, but I am quite interested in your fiancé." After all, Li Xiaotong's fiancé, whose surname is Qin, like Bai Mengyu, also awakened the genetic sequence of the infected person. Bai Mengyu's blood affinity as an infected person was inherited from her mother, Qin. Although the 2 people have different surnames, if you have to count, Zhou Zhua, Li Xiaotong, and the man surnamed Qin are also distant relatives. In his previous life, Zhou Zhua had fought alongside the man named Qin several times and had a good impression of him. Therefore, if fate allows, Zhou Zhua still wants to meet this old friend from previous life. But for some reason, after Li Xiaotong heard what Zhou Zhua said, her expression suddenly became strange. The blush that was originally covered by the sleeves slowly faded away. Then Li Xiaotong's eyes drifted to the garlic-headed turtle behind Zhou Zhua, who was happily playing with the hydralisk. After secretly saying, as expected, she said to Zhou Zhua strangely, "I won't tell anyone about this. Please don't take away my husband's favor. I don't want to lose my army." After leaving these words, Li Xiaotong put the eggs back into the space device, picked up just 1 soft egg, and walked away. Looking at Li Xiaotong's back, Zhou Zhua was stunned. Shouldn't it be a case of losing both the wife and the army? After a helpless smile, Zhou Zhua called over one of his Humosis hunters. A pink and purple springtail was licking its wounds. After sensing Zhou Zhua's call, it ran over regardless of its lame leg. "You're always there. You run happily and laugh. You can still laugh even though half of your teeth are broken." Zhou Zhua smiled and stroked a humus hunting bug while taking out several hundred red firing powder from his space device and added them into the Constitution fire pattern on its body. Ding! Physique fire mark. has absorbed red fire powder to 100/100. Level increased to level 2. HP plus 5. Ding. Physique Fire Mark has absorbed red fire powder to 200/200. Level increased to level 3. HP plus 5. After 2 consecutive system prompts were transmitted from the main brain to his own brain, Joshua clearly felt that the Humus Hunter insect in front of him, along with the other 2 Humus Hunter insects from the same egg, had grown a little bigger. The health points of these 3 Humus Hunters have also reached 55 points, which can be said to be very tough. Unfortunately, even if we decompose the remaining red fire fragments and red fire debris, it will not be enough to level up again. Otherwise, your health points will reach the integer of 60. After all, items like equipment gene are linked to insect eggs, so the attributes of the 3 Humus hunting insects hatched from the eggs have been improved. Also, blood grass pattern was upgraded to level 3, and health recovery was increased to 3 per minute. That means you can recover 1 health point every 20 seconds. If they stand on Joshua's fungal carpet and are accompanied by Lin Yuru's Cloud Therapy Insect Queen that has swallowed the blood orb, the physical fitness of Joshua's 3 Humus hunting insects can reach 5 per minute. The peak value can reach 1 health point restored every 12 seconds. So terrifying. After strengthening the attributes that could be strengthened, Joshua closed the equipment gene strengthening interface and then continued to observe the situation around him, while at the same time paying attention to the surveillance phantom that was following the iron-toothed crocodile tribe. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 crocodile men returned to the basin that Class F used as a gathering point. Now, at the place where Class F once gathered, the other crocodiles seemed to have received the signal to assemble, and they gathered back and surrounded the basin again. Looking down from the height of surveillance phantom, there are at least 30 or 40 of them. This is the big fish. Looking at the crocodile people gathered together, Joshua couldn't help but smile. After the 3 crocodile men returned to the basin in shame, they were slapped in the face by the scar-eyed crocodile man respectively. They lay there without daring to move. Then the scar-eyed crocodile made a few gestures and sent 7 crocodile men who looked stronger and older to approach Joshua. Joshua carefully observed the lip reading, and after confirming the other party's intention, the smile on his face widened. A fish has taken the bait. In 10 minutes or so, the 7 crocodile men will arrive at this place. Joshua also stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and then looked at the classmates around him. F had already recovered their strength. Now that they saw Joshua standing up, they all stood up as well. What's wrong? Is there anything going on? Are you ready to go? Deputy class. Joshua nodded, then continued to open the public map, marked the current location of his guerrillas, smiled slightly, and said, Teacher Lin is right here. We don't have much to go. We'll meet him in about an hour. When Lin Yuru heard Joshua mention her second sister, her eyes lit up. Really? Then let's go. After briefly responding to Lin Yuru, Joshua led everyone and continued towards the target location. When everyone in the class thought about seeing Lin Shuahan's black clothes, they all became interested. I'll be able to see Teacher Lin soon. Yay! If Lin Ju knew that we had fought against alien races and had come all the way here, would Lin Ju smile? It's hard to say. I feel like Lin Ju has never laughed. Besides, isn't it better to just watch Linda laugh? Don't they look similar? Squad leader, why don't you smile for us? I'm sorry, I was wrong. After everyone left, Joshua used toxic tumor, as usual, to eliminate the traces, and then ordered the surveillance phantom above his head to start paying attention to the nearby insect swarms. Afterwards, Joshua found a route that was winding and roundabout, and where he would encounter many swarms of insects. Originally, the straight line distance only took half an hour, but with Joshua's behind-the-scenes manipulation, the time was doubled. During this hour, Joshua will let the students work together to deal with small swarms of insects and hone their practical combat skills. For some enemies who have used the underground skill and are hiding underground, Joshua will also issue a warning in advance to alert the students to prevent them from being ambushed and killed. After all, for this group of students who have not experienced much actual combat, this kind of experience of surviving a surprise attack is also invaluable. Once encountering a large number of insect swarms, there may be casualties. Joshua will directly take over the battle and always keep the casualties at 0. Joshua's brilliant operations dazzled and made his classmates envious. Therefore, along the way, the students' operation skills and proficiency have increased rapidly. Joshua also used toxic tumor every once in a while to eliminate traces of the battle and everyone's movement, making it impossible for the 7 crocodile men chasing after them to catch up smoothly. so as to delay enough time for his classmates. It was not until they were about to reach the finish line that everyone opened the map and wanted to see their achievements along the way. But when they opened the map, their faces suddenly darkened. Deputy class leader, what kind of route are you taking? We've walked so much more distance. Yeah, my Zerglings almost died several times. Old Zhou, are you as directionally challenged as the idiot? Who is cueing me again? Stand up. Because they were almost reaching the destination, everyone became a little anxious. After all, if they could reunite with Lin Xuahan, it would mean they would be safer. Although it is safe to follow Zhou Zhua, being with peers is still far less reassuring than being with elders. When everyone climbed over the short slope and looked out, their excited smiles suddenly froze on their faces. Oh my god, another swarm of insects. Why are there so many? Chapter 97 Pink-Haired Fox. Everyone looked at the large group of alien insects in front of them. Just as they were about to order their own insect swarms to charge forward, they heard squad leader Lin suddenly call a halt, etc. Hearing Lin Yuru's voice, the students in Class F paused as they were about to give orders and looked at Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru slowly walked out of the team and looked at a mutated form of the sand camel healing beast on the fungal carpet in the distance. That was the gift that the eldest sister Lin Bingyun sent to her younger brothers and sisters. It will only be used in critical moments. Seeing this sand camel healing beast, Lin Yuru's ominous feeling in her heart was further confirmed. Something happened to my sister Lin Xuahan. Afterwards, Lin Yuru hurriedly left the team and ran towards the sand camel healing beast. After seeing Lin Yuru, the sand camel healing beast also walked over to her in a friendly manner, then turned its back and displayed the healing capsule behind it to Lin Yuru. It was only after seeing Lin Yuru at this moment that Lin Xuahan crawled out of the capsule. Pew! With a lovely sound, Lin Xuahan crawled out from the gap in the capsule. Although there was still a lot of bright green sticky liquid hanging on her body, the moment the mucus came into contact with the air, it turned into steam and dissipated into the air. Elder sister. Seeing Lin Xuahan, whose face was still somewhat pale, Lin Yuru suddenly rushed over, got into Lin Xuahan's arms, and began to sob. Sister, why are you here? Didn't you agree to use spores to find us? How? What happened? Lin Xuahan held Lin Yuru in his arms. His face, as white as ice, showed a rare touch of emotion. He explained, we encountered some alien races on the way. The mother spore was lost, and I didn't have time to send you a message. Immediately, Lin Xuahan seemed to remember something. Then she quickly looked at everyone, and after confirming that none of them had the located milk-scented spores on them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just throw away the spores. You're smart. You didn't let those crocodiles chase you. Seeing Lin Xuahan like this, Zhou Zhua understood clearly. Sure enough, it was just as I guessed. After heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Xuahan asked Lin Yuru in her arms. But how did you get here? Hearing her second sister's question, Lin Yuru turned to look at Zhou Zhua and said, Zhou Zhua brought us here. He said you sent him a location and asked us to come and meet you and get rid of the spores on our bodies. After listening to Lin Yuru's explanation, Lin Xuahan looked up at Zhou Zhua behind Lin Yuru. Zhou Zhua raised his finger and made a hush gesture, and Lin Xuahan immediately understood. Sure enough, just as his eldest sister said, this man named Zhou Zhua is a nobleman of the Lin family and very smart. If I guessed correctly, the team that was protecting their swarm and recovering from injuries was Zhou Zhua's team. Lin Xuahan nodded slightly and said, Not bad, Zhou Zhua. You are very smart and have completed the task assigned to you very well. Zhou Zhua nodded, smiled slightly, and responded, Mr. Lin, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. After hearing what Zhou Zhua said, Lin Xuahan seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Zhou Zhua, When I was being treated just now, I saw other wandering alien races through the treatment capsule. They seem to be the spirit flame fox tribe. But those foxes don't seem to be hostile to the neutral Zerg teams around them. The pink-haired fox in the lead didn't attack me after seeing me. Zhou Zhua, you're the most sociable. Go get in touch with them. Lin Xuahan's guess is not without reason. Those spirit flame foxes that look like foxes were originally preparing to attack these alien insects. However, the pink fox in the lead seemed to recognize the group of alien insects around it and stopped. If these springtails, which he could not identify as their variants, were Zhou Zhua's army, then it is very likely that the big pink-haired fox knows Zhou Zhua. This is a communication between us, the human race, and another foreign race. With fewer people, the other party won't be so easily on guard. Zhou Zhua, is that okay? When Gao Tian heard Lin Xuahan's words, he was stunned. This is a critical mission to communicate with foreign races. Send only Zhou Zhua? Even in ancient times, The messenger responsible for communication could not just find any civilian to communicate with. Why don't we ask Kunyu Pavilion to send someone to handle the communication? Gao Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuehan, thinking to himself, is Lin Xuehan going to harm Zhou Zhua? Lao Zhou, I'll go with you. Immediately, Gao Tian raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to go with Zhou Zhua. Zhou Zhua shook his head, put his hand on Gao Tian's shoulder, and said, don't worry, I'll go. At this point, Zhou Zhua whispered to Gao Tian, there may be teammates in the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, team that I met before in Void Supply. After hearing what Zhou Zhua said, Gao Tian finally felt relieved and responded, okay, then it's really inconvenient for me to go. Well, everyone stay here, I'll go. Afterwards, Zhou Zhua said goodbye to his classmates and walked towards an area that the surveillance phantom had been keeping an eye on. After Zhou Zhua left, the classmates also talked to Lin Xuehan about what happened on the road to ease their own near misses. Zhou Zhua was considering how to deal with the 3 crocodile men. He had already seen through the guerrillas' shared vision and saw the Spirit Flame Fox clan team that Lin Xuehan mentioned. Therefore, Zhou Zhua was 70% familiar and 30% surprised with this team of Spirit Flame Fox clan. Because Zhou Zhua really couldn't have imagined that even if he came to the 7 Stars battlefield, he would encounter that fox. Following the mark of surveillance shadow on the map, Zhou Zhua arrived at the target location. In this plane, there is a king insect in the sky that is consuming magic points and using the discharge fungal blanket skill to lay a temporary fungal blanket on the ground. There are also queen insects hatching mycelial tumors on the ground, seemingly trying to build a temporary camp here. Next to each of the working Zerg, there is a little fox of different colors, giving orders meticulously. Only on the body of one of the deformed creatures, there was a lazy, big, pink-haired fox lying, squinting its eyes, enjoying the happiness of slacking off. After Zhou Zhua arrived here, a little yellow-haired fox saw this and jumped to the side of the deformed creature in a few steps, as if reporting something to the big pink-haired fox. When the pink-haired big fox heard the report from the yellow-haired little fox, its tail reacted first. After shaking it slightly, the pink-haired big fox sat up from the deformed body and looked at Zhou Zhua. After finishing the report, the little yellow-haired fox went on to build a temporary camp. The pink-haired fox reached out and patted the deformed creature under it. After receiving the order, the deformed creature walked over and stood in front of Zhou Zhua. The pink-haired fox sat up straight and said to Zhou Zhua with a smile, looking down at him, long time no see Ping Lei Duhua. I was wondering why those Zerglings looked so familiar. They are indeed your troops. Zhou Zhua also smiled, raised his head and responded to the familiar pink-haired fox. It has indeed been a while since we last met, Master Yayoi. Chapter 98, Punishing the Crocodile and Promoting Good. Why did Master Yagyu find the time to come to this 7 Lights battlefield? After a brief greeting, Zhou Zhua asked the Eightfold Fox. With your status as a court chief candidate, even if you are short of materials, you don't need to come in person, right? Hearing Zhou Zhua's question, Yahei Fox smiled, covered his lips with his paws, and said with a smile, it's because I missed you, so I came to find you. At this point, Ye Xiaohu looked at Zhou Zhua's classmates in the distance, especially the 2 girls in the lead. Then Ye Xiaohu pretended to cry and complained. If I had known you were coming for another female, I wouldn't have come. After hearing this, Zhou Zhua raised his eyebrows and wondered in his heart. What's wrong with this fox? Not talking about business, just teasing? Then Zhou Zhua bowed and smiled, saying bluntly, goodbye, Master Yamashiro. I'm sorry I can't see you off. Goodbye. After saying this, Zhou Zhua turned around and left without even looking back. Seeing that Zhou Zhua had just left, Yahei Fox shook his tail and quickly said, hey, wait. After hearing that he was going to stay, Zhou Zhua turned around and looked at Zhou Zhua again. Wood, you are so ignorant of humor. I'm here to promote the power of my clan. After complaining, Yako placed his paws on the deformed creature's soft sack, rested his head on his paws, and said in a bored and frustrated manner, recently, I heard that in various multi-race dungeons, the 3 races, led by the 3rd-ranked Iron-Tooth Crocodile, the 7th-ranked Mist Wind Wolf, and the 8th-ranked Thunder Owl, always rely on violence to gain a lot of extra benefits from the lower-ranked races, making it difficult for the lower-ranked races to develop, and they are complaining. We, Spirit Flame Fox Clan, are not like the high-handed Green Glitter Snake Clan that doesn't care about anything. At this point, Yako shook his tail, as if he remembered something interesting, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued. So, as a palace chief candidate, I will take care of them a little bit and promote the power of my clan. I will confiscate their ill-gotten gains and redistribute them to lower-ranked clans. Hearing this, Joshua raised his eyebrows and saw through the eightfold fox at a glance. So, Master Eightfold, are you here to make some money? As soon as Joshua said this, Yajima stood up straight as if frightened and started to explain. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. As he spoke, Yako raised his little head and continued. We have to send troops too. If there are casualties, we will lose a lot. So we will just take a little bit. Not much. Looking at Ye Xiehu's quibbling look, Joshua also smiled in his heart. What a great Spirit Flame Fox clan. Another win-win strategy. This move of Ye Xiehu will not only benefit the middle-class races and fill their own pockets, but also win the hearts of the people under the banner of speaking for the weak. This method of promoting the power of the clan is brilliant. Moreover, if you happen to be dealing with the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe, it is also related to what you are going to do next. You can try to join forces and get more benefits. When Ye Xiehu said this, he looked at Zhou Zhua and suggested, Ping Lei Du Hua, if you have any outstanding contributions, I can also share some benefits with you human race. It sounds really good. Hearing this, Zhou Zhua was about to speak when suddenly, Monitoring Shadow sent a reminder. A small alien group was tracking us from behind. After receiving this message, Zhou Zhua smiled slightly and responded, promoting the power of the clan is not good enough. I think punishing evil and promoting good, robbing the rich and helping the poor, is better for winning people's hearts. Next, please watch the show. After saying this, Zhou Zhua bowed and left, moving towards the gathering place of his classmates. Watching a show, looking at Zhou Zhua's receding figure, Ye Xiehu was slightly puzzled. Punish evil and promote good, robbing the rich to help the poor? It does sound good. But what about evil? At this moment, above this temporary camp, the king insect, which also played a role in expanding the field of vision, also sent a message. Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe is here. Upon receiving the message, Ye Fox was slightly stunned, and then saw a huge swarm of insects at the foot of a low slope in the distance. Why would someone from the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe come here? It seems like they are following Ping Lei Du Hua's team all the way here. Could they be coming for the human race? Thinking of this, Yako subconsciously summoned out his followers. But at this moment, Ye Xiehu suddenly thought of what Zhou Zhua said, punish evil and promote good, rob the rich and help the poor, and immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. Crocodile, here it comes. After a slight smile, Ye Fox raised his hand to collect the king insect in the sky, and also asked the surrounding little yellow foxes to start cleaning up this temporary camp and hide their bodies. Let's hide first and watch the show that Ping Lei Du Hua is talking about. When Zhou Zhua returned to the gathering place of Class F, he saw Lin Xuahan and everyone in the class who were on alert. Lao Zhou, are you okay? When Gao Tian saw Zhou Zhua coming back, he also trotted over. He frowned slightly and looked at the huge swarm of insects on the slope in the distance. He said seriously, the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe have sent their pursuers again. As expected, letting a tiger go back to the mountains will only breed trouble. I'm fine. Zhou Zhua smiled slightly, patted Gao Tian's shoulder, and said calmly, don't worry, they are not tigers, they are just small fish caught by the bait I put back. After Gao Tian felt at ease, Zhou Zhua joined the team with him. As soon as he returned to the team, Zhou Zhua heard his classmates surrounding Lin Xuahan and expressing their concerns. Hiss, more crocodiles are coming. There are more of them this time, 7 of them. Moreover, they have summoned their respective armies. Are they so alert? This time, it's going to be hard to fight, right? Listening to the concerns of her classmates, Lin Xuahan also frowned. After his own insect swarm was besieged by the followers of the scar-eyed crocodile man of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile clan, only these few remnants were left. No matter how good he is at controlling the troops, he can only use his own forces to block at most 3 crocodile men. But what should we do with the remaining 4 crocodile troops? The time is not right now, and I can't exit the 7 stars battlefield. Isn't this situation a dead end? Lin Yuru also noticed the concerns of her classmates and asked Lin Xuahan, Sister, the crocodile army is huge this time. Why don't we stop farming for materials and go back? Lin Xuahan, who heard her sister's suggestion, shook her head helplessly. I can't get out. This time, I teleported into the 7 stars battlefield with the help of the all-realm space of Luching No. 2 Middle School, instead of using the portal opened by the copy ticket. Because of the fixed input and output of energy, it will take at least 24 hours before the teleportation function can be activated and we can exit the 7 stars battlefield. At this point, Lin Xuahan also sighed. Her pale face, which was not yet full of blood, was full of self-blame. This time, I made a mistake. If by then, it is a situation where death is inevitable, I am willing to bear all the responsibilities. Only then did Lin Xuan raise her head and take in the faces of all the students, her eyes finally stopping at Zhou Zhua, who had returned safely. Is Zhou Zhua okay? Could it be that he really knows the adults of the Spirit Flame Fox clan? That's right. My eldest sister said that Zhou Zhua is not ordinary, and he is someone who can surely enter the Kunyu Pavilion. It is not uncommon for him to have some talent and diplomacy. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan suddenly came up with an idea. How about, let Zhou Zhua come forward and borrow the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, as favor. Guarantee that they can delay for 24 hours? I wonder if the other party will give me this favor. However, this was the only way Lin Xuan could think of to minimize the losses. At worst, she could just do such an embarrassing thing as asking others for help herself. Immediately, Lin Xuan asked Zhou Zhua. Zhou Zhua, how are you, communicating with the Spirit Flame Fox clan? Zhou Zhua smiled and replied, not bad. Compared with the Iron Tooth Crocodile tribe, the Spirit Flame Fox tribe can still communicate normally. At least they don't have any extra hostility towards a weak race like us. After hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Lin Xuan immediately felt that there was a way, so she was about to open her mouth and tell him what she had just thought. But at this time, Zhou Zhua took the lead, stared into Lin Xuan's eyes, and said bluntly, however, we may have to get through this crisis on our own, and it's just a few hundred Zerg troops anyway. Chapter 99, The More the Better. After hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Lin Xuan's originally surprised expression froze instantly, and a possibility arose in her mind. Spirit Flame Fox clan, unwilling to take action. Immediately, Lin Xuan turned her head and looked at the distant horizon. Sure enough, the king insect that was releasing fungal mat just now has been taken back. Apparently, the group of foxes from the Spirit Flame Fox clan pretended not to see it. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel a little self-deprecating. Yes, a weak race has no diplomacy. As the second weakest race among humans, it was already good enough that the Spirit Flame Fox tribe did not come to share a share, so how could they possibly come to help? Damn it, it's still because of my weak strength. Suddenly, a hint of anger appeared in Lin Xuan's eyes. Why should I be looked down upon? However, if I want to get through this crisis by myself, I definitely can't rely on myself. Lin Xuan raised her eyes and looked at Zhou Zhua. Her eyes gradually became firm, and she said, Zhou Zhua, I heard from everyone that you relied on your own operations and used everyone's army to defeat the 3 crocodile armies with fewer troops. To be honest, I am better at siege warfare. I don't know much about this kind of defensive counterattack tactics, so I want to know, how many units of followers can you flexibly control at most? Having said that, Lin Xuan stared at Zhou Zhua and added affirmatively, I will assign as many troops as you can skillfully control. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Zhua smiled slightly and said 4 words. The more the better. Looking at Zhou Zhua's smile, Lin Xuan felt a little distrustful at first, but soon, she forced herself to suppress this distrust. I may not trust Zhou Zhua, but I must trust my eldest sister and 4th sister. Now is not the time to doubt. Seeing that the 7 crocodile armies below had begun to spread out their troops and opened a pocket formation, ready to surround him and others, there would be no chance to hesitate. Okay, I'll give them all to you. I'm bound to lose if I do it on my own anyway, so I might as well give it a try. I give you the full command of the army, Zhou Zhua. Don't feel any pressure. If you lose, you lose. You can exchange as many troops as you can. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone in the class looked determined. Each and every one of them was ready to die. Zhou Zhua felt that in the current atmosphere, he couldn't say anything relaxed to lower morale, so he simply stood up straight, took a deep breath, and said, Humans will never be slaves. This timely remark made the students feel a heat stuck in their chests. Humans, never be slaves. Afterwards, Zhou Zhua moved his 10 fingers and slowly walked to the high slope, looking down at the hostile insect swarm below. As Zhou Zhua mobilized the ability of his heart of the swarm. For a moment, the hundreds of alien insects behind Zhou Zhua all seemed to have sensed the call from their superiors, and they turned their heads and looked at Zhou Zhua at the same time. Zhou Zhua also made countless formations and orders in his mind. With the warm-up from the previous battle, I am now more skilled. The 7 crocodile men below the high ground saw Zhou Zhua giving orders and the alien insects moving, so they hurriedly sped up their movement. Quick, speed up, charge forward. After all, the enemy is on high ground and has the terrain advantage. Without the enemy camp's vision, our long-range troops cannot aim and output. After the leading crocodile man issued such an order, the alien insects in the enemy camp became stunned and confused because of their different movement speeds. Zhou Zhua also found the right time to place all 10 toxic tumors that he had accumulated under the feet of the enemy. The hostile alien insects were suddenly mixed up in a mess, but a small type of soldiers was the first to rush out from the enemy alien insect lineup. Zerglings keep speeding up, quickly climb to high ground, and gain a better view. Among the hostile Zerg troops, the Zerglings are obviously the fastest. The idea of relying on a large number of jumping worms to open up high ground vision so that friendly shooter sequence alien insects can snipe Zhou Zhuofang's long-range output point is indeed feasible. Moreover, Zhou Zhuo also had the same intention. It's better to open up than to block. The aberrations block part of the terrain, leaving gaps for some of the enemy troops to come in, and the Zerglings fill the gaps. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and under Zhou Zhuo's command, the alien insects began to deploy their troops in a similar manner as before. The only difference is that there are more troops used for defense, and there are fewer blind spots that cannot be defended. Halfway up the slope, the deformed body and some cockroaches behind it formed a defensive formation like stones in the water. A large number of springtails quickly passed by the deformed bodies and, relying on their flexible bodies, rushed to the high ground as ordered. Seeing this, Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly, just in time. The opponent wanted to resolve the threat to his back row first, so he wanted to quickly break through his front row, but dozens of humus-hunting insects hiding behind the deformed bodies became killers hidden in the corner. The humus-hunting bug has an attack power of up to 26 points, which is not to be underestimated. Add to that the attack speed of 1.4/s, which is equivalent to 3 attacks every 2 seconds. Basically, the humus hunters can kill a hostile Zergling with 2 attacks. Even if some of the opponent's Zerglings are the leaping Zergling variant, they ignore the influence of terrain when going uphill and their movement speed does not decrease at all. But their fragile nature also causes them to die faster. Damn it, I can't even get through. All guards, move forward. Open up a gap for me. Seeing this, the crocodile man waved his hand and ordered the deformed monsters and worker bees to rush forward. These deformed creatures were tall, with 4 long and strong lower limbs. They were able to actually step over the springtails, ignoring the damage from Zhou Zhuo's humus hunters, all the way, and tried to break through to the high ground. In addition, the crocodile man also ordered the use of worker bees, small units with almost the same health and attack power as springtails, to attract the firepower of Zhou Zhuo's army. For a moment, the corners of the crocodile's mouth rose. I've dragged all my peasants out to fight. Let's see how you can defend yourself. All Zerg, upon receiving an attack order, will automatically attack the unit closest to them. The crocodile man also wanted to use this to attract all of Zhou Zhuo's firepower to the mutants and worker bees, so that his follow-up troops could get closer to Zhou Zhuo's troops. However, Zhou Zhuo's order was not just to let his followers attack automatically. Instead, they kill individual special units in an orderly manner. Queen, hydralisk, burst fire. Output as the cockroaches push forward. With the cockroaches and mutants forming a new line of defense, even the opponent's specially evolved long-legged mutants were blocked outside the line of defense and pierced by countless spines. Under the influence of Zhou Zhuo's heart of the swarm, all attributes of the hostile alien insects were seen by Zhou Zhuo. There are some Zerg with special mutations and special abilities that are intentionally hidden in the team by the crocodile people. They will be sniped and killed by Zhou Zhuo's hydralisks before they can take effect. Seeing his hidden chess pieces being killed one by one, the crocodile man's face became darker and darker. Damn it, how come this male has such good luck? He kills my key units every time he attacks. Unable to reach the high ground and unable to gain vision, the crocodile man became more and more angry and simply issued the final order. All the hydralisks and queens, push forward, use your skills and fire at the same time. Kill the front row instantly. Looking at the crocodile man issuing the final command of F2A, Zhou Zhuo's smile widened. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Toxic tumor, explode. Chapter 100, shame or not. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Zhuo used the same trick again. When the enemy's ranged unit reached a suitable shooting position and was about to shoot, he detonated Toxic tumor. Toxic tumor, with a damage of up to 40 points, directly blew through the enemy's back row units. 80% of the crocodile people's rear row long-range artillery output points are basically useless, and they can no longer form effective firepower output. After watching the back row of the crocodiles being blown to pieces, Zhou Zhuo couldn't stop smiling. Art is explosion. Next time I can enter the Void Supply dungeon, I will definitely exchange for a few more Toxic Nest skill fragments. One trick is enough to make you successful. In the chaos of battle, who would notice a landmine suddenly appearing under their feet? Moreover, This mine will become invisible again after 10 seconds. Unless there is anti-stealth capability, no one will be able to detect it. It's so cool to see this explode in the back row. On the other hand, the crocodiles were so shocked that their scalps were numb after their long-range output was blown to pieces that they could hardly speak clearly. Where did the explosive insect come from? When did it hide underground? Does this baneling have no cooldown time when it goes underground and crawls out? What kind of special gene is this? Damn it, I told you it'd be hard to fight without anti-stealth. The crocodile man also paused, not knowing how to give the order. After all, up to now, his army has suffered heavy losses and needs to regroup. But now, we haven't even climbed up to the enemy's high ground, and we haven't opened our sights. We have no idea how many troops are still on the enemy's high ground. For a moment, the crocodile man felt something was wrong. What the hell? How come this human race is so strong and so good at fighting? Could it be that his 7-man team would also be killed suddenly? It is better to live a miserable life than to die. The more we fight, the worse we lose. We can't fight anymore. Immediately, the crocodile man issued an order. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Looking at the guards who were unable to attack the high ground in the distance, and the archers who were blown to pieces, the crocodile man suppressed his anger and prepared to evacuate. You're the only ones who can fight, right? Just wait for me. I'll go back and call our iron-toothed crocodile tribe, elite troops over. I'll definitely stew you ignorant meat-eaters. The leading crocodile man hadn't finished his harsh words when his attention was suddenly drawn by a movement coming from behind him. They turned around and saw a swarm of insects that was far more numerous and more evolved than the one they had brought with them appearing behind them, blocking all their routes of retreat. Who is it? You have no eyes. How dare you block my way? Where did this army come from? How dare you yell in front of me? Whose dog is this? Don't you know how to come out and take care of it? What's so great about having more troops? I'll go back to the camp and ask the crocodiles to come over and kill you and the meat over there. The crocodile man, who had just suffered a defeat and was in a bad mood, became furious when he saw the road was blocked and started yelling and cursing. At this moment, the center of this very well-equipped army split into 2 parts, revealing a wide passage. Just as these crocodile people were paying attention to this spacious passage and looking forward, they suddenly gasped. At the end of the passage, there was a 5-meter-tall giant beast, walking slowly towards several crocodile men with steady steps. With every step the beast took, the ground trembled slightly due to its weight. The giant beast was pink and purple all over, with 2 huge bone blades on the front of its body and a ferocious look on its face. Its 4 thick limbs seemed to step on their heartbeats with every step, terrifying them so much that they couldn't speak. Thunder Beast. More than 10 years ago, it was a hero from the human race who led thousands of thunder beasts and flattened all the iron-toothed crocodiles. In the copy, could it be that this is the army of the human race's killer god? For a moment, this idea took root in everyone's heart. They dared not breathe, lowered their heads, and their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. That human killer is much stronger than them, and he really dares to kill. But at this moment, an angry female voice came from the thunder beast's head. You guys are so brave. Hearing the voice, several crocodile men trembled all over and quickly looked up at the source. I saw a big pink fox standing on the head of the thunder beast, staring at the crocodiles below with a bad face. The fur all over its body was standing on end due to anger, making the big pink fox look half a circle bigger. The pink fox frowned, staring at the crocodiles, and spoke slowly, his tone full of murderous intent. The iron-toothed crocodile clan, ranked 3rd, actually attacked the lower clan ranked 17th. At this point, the pink-haired fox remembered the crocodiles who had dared to scold him. He was so angry that he could no longer pretend and started to curse. With your strength, you still bully the weak? Do you really have the nerve to attack the lower tribes? Do you have any shame? You like fighting, don't you? Come and fight me. What's the point of bullying the weak? And you dare to eat people? You still want to eat me, don't you? Today, I, Yaju Lingzi, will punish evil and promote good. Let you have a taste of what it feels like to be oppressed by the upper clan. Immediately, the big pink-haired fox stretched out its claws and slapped the thunder beast on the head. Despair. With the inaudible sound of a meat ball hitting its shell, the thunder beast suddenly raised its head and roared as if it had received a signal. Roar! Then the thunder beast took a step forward, and the high-density calcium bone blades on both sides of its body crossed, chopping the 7 astonished crocodile men into 14 half-crocodile men. Afterwards, the Zerglings behind the thunder beast rushed forward and ate up the 14 half-crocodile men, leaving nothing behind. Only a few spots of light and resources remained. At this time, Zhou also led the human race down from the high ground and came to a place with resources. The people of the human race were already shocked when they saw the large army and the huge thunder beast at the head. At this moment, they saw the ID of Spirit Flame Fox Clan, Yesia Fox on the head of the thunder beast, and they immediately understood that the visitor was here to take advantage of the situation. The deputy class was almost winning, but she ended up taking over. Did she get all the benefits? Don't think like that. The more you think about it, the angrier you'll get. Just think of her as someone who took over the deal and got a bargain. Although many students had some reservations in their hearts, they still smiled and bowed to the pink-haired fox on the thunder beast. Thank you, Master Yayoi, for your help. After bowing, Zhou stared at the Yahei fox, his dissatisfaction almost written on his face. Didn't I tell you to watch the show? Why are you acting in it? Although Zhou felt a little uncomfortable, he couldn't say anything seeing Ye Xiehu who was acting so enthusiastically. After the fur on its body became smooth again, Ye Smudge Fox secretly glanced at Zhou, cleared its throat, tilted its head back, secretly opened one eye, looked at the small note written by Ying in its claws, and said, "You are the human race, right?" "Exactly. Today, I saw the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe bullying the weak and committing violence against humans, which made me angry, so I punished the evil and promoted the good, robbed the rich and helped the poor, and gave all these dropped items." At this point, Yashiko paused, quickly turned back to look at Ying, covered his mouth and nose with his paws, and asked in a low voice, "Ying, give it all to him? Isn't it a bit too much? Don't I even take some?" The little yellow-haired fox named Ying sat upright, closed his eyes, and squeezed out a sound from between his teeth. "Sir, please pay attention to your image. Don't lose sight of the big picture because of small details. Keep reading." After hearing Ying's words, Ye Xiehu felt a pain in his heart, and he comforted himself in his heart. "It's okay. I don't lack anything. I don't lack anything. Take all these drops. You deserve them." After hearing this, the human race bowed again. "Thank you, Master Bahajing." Chapter 101. Yes, my last name is Gao. It is what our human race deserves. You are speaking as if it was bestowed by you. Zhou stepped forward, and just as he collected all the props on the ground, a prompt came from the main brain. "Ding. You received a message." After opening the main brain, Zhou glanced over the news, then squinted his eyes and looked at the big pink-haired fox sitting upright on the head of the thunder beast. "How about it? My acting is pretty good, right, Yako?" Zhou smiled slightly and replied a few words. "That was a good performance. Don't do it next time." Seeing that Ye Xiehu's expression suddenly turned cold from a smile, Zhou felt a little relieved. Afterwards, the Ye fox, as if wanting to make friends with the human race, asked the little foxes of different colors around it to jump off the thunder beast and talk with Zhou's classmates and Lin Xuahan. However, Ye Fox walked down slowly, gave Zhou a look, and signaled Zhou to follow. Zhou shrugged helplessly and followed behind the eightfold fox. "Hey, old Zhou." Gao Tian saw that while everyone was busy, Zhou followed the Ye Fox and walked towards a small woods. Looking at the Ye Fox's tail swinging wildly from side to side, Gao Tian smiled slightly and immediately understood everything and marveled. "Oh, so this is your teammate. Could the other two also be female?" When only Zhou and Ye Fox were left in the woods, Ye Fox lightly jumped onto a rock and sat upright on it. Zhou also stopped and looked at the eightfold fox and asked, "Master Yada, what's the matter with you?" "It's something big and small." After the Ye Fox lifted up its butt and sat on its tail, it raised its eyes and looked at Zhou. "I can only ask you this question when there are no foxes around." Zhou narrowed his eyes, feeling that Yako seemed to be much more serious, so he also corrected his attitude. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Yashiko raised his eyes, looked into Zhou's eyes, and asked, "Is your last name Gao?" "How did you know?" Zhou frowned and stared at the eightfold fox, saying in a bad tone, You investigated me." Seeing Zhou's reaction, Ye Xiehu was certain of the answer and said, "You were quite alert. Fortunately, I saw through your lies and didn't believe you when you said you were a member of the Gao family's enemy camp." Zhou lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "I can't hide it from you." Seeing Zhou's depressed look, Ye Fox quickly waved his paws and said, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I checked not only you, but also Ms. Han Yen and Rimuru. The reason I'm being honest with you is because I want to make it clear that I don't have any other thoughts, just one thing." Having said that, Yashiko slowly exhaled, looked at Zhou and said, "As a palace chief candidate, I have only one more level left of the eightfold tribulation. I must go to the Star Sea battlefield, and I must survive it. I must become a palace chief." But my ability alone is not enough, so I need to win over allies. The more reliable the better, and the more the better. Hearing the word palace chief from Ye Xiaohu's mouth, Zhou understood what was going on. Spirit Flame Fox Clan is a race with faith. What foxes believe in is called immortals. The immortal will choose a representative fox from among the foxes to convey his ideas. That spokesperson is called God Lord, a role similar to the priest or emperor on earth. The main thing a god does is to listen to what the immortals say, and then write down some tasks such as carrying out orders from the immortals and issuing decrees from the Lord God. The God Lord usually does not show up, and all matters, big or small, are handled by various persons in charge. These persons in charge are called palace officials, similar to the ministers of various state departments. In the Spirit Flame Fox clan, Gongxi is a person with real power and a symbol of status. The chief priest candidate is the vice chief, and the minstrel is the individual employees. Immortals, gods, priests, and priestesses. These 4 levels are the level division of the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Exhaling slightly, Zhou's eyes regained their brilliance. He looked at Ye Xiaohu and asked, "You want to win over allies? Is this why you investigated me?" Ye Fox nodded and continued, "You were able to lead the swarm of insects to defeat the bile ejector, which proves that you are very strong. You blocked the alien insect attack for us and shared resources with us, which proves that you have good character. I want to fight alongside you. I can trust you." At this point, Ye Zhou Fox also spoke up. "I can't help you with the mining stars that were taken back by the Spirit Flame Fox clan from the Gao family, but you relied on your own abilities to buy better mining stars from Rimuru. Very impressive. You are worthy of being the one I like." The tail was shaken, and the Ye Fox looked at Zhou and said, "If you need any help, you can tell me, and I can give you some help to the best of my ability. Just think of it as an investment. Before I become a palace priest, you help me, and after I become a palace priest, I can help you again." Hearing what Yeko said, Zhou's eyes flashed with a gleam, as if he had thought of something, and then shook his head in disappointment. There's an old saying among the human race: never draw from a pool that doesn't have a guaranteed minimum. I may not be able to enter the Star Sea battlefield to help you, so I dare not make any guarantees. To be on the safe side, just for your own good, you should ask Rimuru and Ms. Hanyan to help you in the Star Sea battlefield. Seeing Zhou's lost expression, Ye Fox's heart trembled. He didn't hate me because I investigated him. He was still worried that my promise would fall through. He had me in his heart. The tail swung wildly, and the corners of Yeko's mouth turned up, and he felt satisfied. "What? It's not that wooden." At that moment, Yashiko said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you have this intention. It's hard to say about Ms. Hanyan, because the previous saint had many descendants. I can't investigate her. It's as if she was deliberately hidden and protected. As for Rimuru, as a princess, I will definitely meet her in the Star Sea battlefield, but her city may not even be considered a 9th-grade main city. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a village. It may be difficult to protect itself." After hearing Yashiko's intelligence, Zhou looked even more lost. He looked at Yashiko, wiped away 2 fake tears with sympathy, and said, "My comrade in arms, Master Yashiko, because he couldn't find allies in the Star Sea battlefield, he could only fight alone. Woo, how pitiful." Seeing Zhou's appearance, Yeko's tail swung faster. It was obvious that he had some strange thoughts about Zhou's appearance, so he quickly suppressed his tail and said, "Don't worry. Don't feel sorry for me. Even if we don't meet in the Star Sea battlefield, we are still allies. If there is anything you need help with, just tell me. I, Ye Rizi, will definitely help you." Hearing this, Zhou shook his head. "I don't think I need any help from you, Master Bahai. Those 30 bastards of the human race. Listen to me. How dare you insult my fellow, iron-toothed crocodile people? I will use these 10 people as a blood sacrifice. If you know what's best for you, come over here and tie your hands. Otherwise, I will lead my army to attack your human camp directly." At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the horizon, interrupting Zhou's reply. Along with this voice came the ID information of the 10 people from the human race from various realms. After hearing this news, Zhou frowned slightly and turned to look at Ye Fox. "Master Yayo, I may need your help now." Chapter 102, Caliber is Justice. After hearing Zhou's words, Ye Fox was slightly stunned and said, "You want to go to the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe camp? That's not a camp that can be taken down with such a small force." However, when Ye Xiaohu saw Zhou's serious expression, he stopped talking. Although 7 Stars Battlefield is not a real battlefield, even if players die here, it will not threaten the lives of real characters. but the real feeling of pain will still be perfectly inherited by the players in reality. What's more, the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe eats people. The psychological trauma caused to the dead players may be lifelong. Yahe Shehu looked at Zhou Zhua and said, I will help you, but if we start a head-on battle, my troops may not be enough. Zhou Zhua's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Enough. After Zhou Zhua and Ye Fox formed a temporary united front, they left the woods one after another. As soon as Zhou Zhua left the woods, he ran into Lin Yuru and his classmates. Before Zhou Zhua could speak, Lin Yuru had already displayed a panel in front of Zhou Zhua and frowned slightly. Zhou Zhua, have you seen the information about these 10 people? Listening to Lin Yuru's words, Zhou Zhua also looked at the information Lin Yuru showed. Just now in the woods, Zhou Zhua's main brain also received the information of those 10 people. But Zhou Zhua was thinking about how to attack the Iron-Tooth Crocodile camp, so he didn't read it much. Because no matter what, as long as they are human, they are our compatriots and should be saved. But now, Lin Yuru showed these IDs to Zhou Zhua. Kohei Kitahara, Silver Kagaya, Borja King of Perth. When Zhou Zhua saw the IDs of these 10 people, his eyes narrowed. These IDs look very familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere before. Until Zhou Zhua saw the last ID. Lin Family Green Grassland. The moment Zhou Zhua saw this ID, the image of Lin Yuan, who often held a fan, emerged in his mind. At this time, Zhou Zhua confirmed the identities of these 10 people and said, it is Class A. But what is Class A doing here? Just as Zhou Zhua felt a little doubtful, he saw Lin Yuru put away the information panel. She bit her lip and said softly, I want to save my third brother. Gao Tian also came over at this time and asked in confusion, really? Linda, have you really forgotten the pain after the wound has healed? That's the camp of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe. Even if we want to save it, how can we do it? And the one who was arrested? Is that Lin Yuan? When I thought of Lin Yuan, who always waved a fan like a landlord's stupid son, being tortured by the crocodiles. Suddenly, Gao Tian felt a little comfort. Pressing down the corners of his mouth, Gao Tian said, anyway, in this 7 stars battlefield, even if they die, they won't really die. Can't we just let them suffer a little? After hearing Gao Tian's words, the F class, which had been somewhat silent, began to speak sporadically. Yes, Linda, have you forgotten how Lin Yuan treated us? You are the one who was bullied the most by him. Evil men will be punished. Linda, you are too kind. Well, the voices of the crowd became lower and lower. After all, the person captured by the crocodile man was a relative of their class monitor and head teacher. It's really inappropriate to continue talking like this. Lin Yuru raised her head and looked at the faces of the people in the class. Some showed pity, some showed reluctance, and most of them advised herself to be more open-minded. She also spoke timidly. I know, I understand what you mean. Lin Yuan is not a good person, but he is my third brother after all. Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Lin Shuahan also came out from the back, rubbed Lin Yuru's head wordlessly, raised her head, and looked at everyone, and said, I've seen how Lin Yuan behaves in school. He's really annoying, there's no doubt about that, but... Having said that, Lin Shuahan took a deep breath, and the huge school emblem trembled slightly, attracting everyone's attention, and continued. But he is my brother after all. I really can't bear to say I won't save him. Gao Tian couldn't take his eyes off Lin Zhu's chest, and raised his arms high on the spot. Lin Zhu is right. Let's save him. Lin Yuru. Lin Shuahan. Xiao Huahua, Tang Shanzhong, and others also struggled to pull their eyes away from the school badge and responded. Save him. He is a relative of Linda and Lin Zhu. We must not stand by and watch someone die. We are all one family. We cannot abandon our family. Looking at this group of BTs, Zhou Zhua narrowed his eyes, glanced at Gao Tian beside him, and said, How come you're changing the rudder before you even see the wind? Gao Tian's face was full of justice. He looked at Lin Shuahan, who was slightly stunned, and said righteously, Caliber is justice. Zhou Zhua touched his forehead helplessly. So the class monitor's persuasiveness is not as strong as teacher Lin's persuasiveness. Gao Tian even said with certainty. Of course, after deciding to rescue him, everyone in the class started to discuss a plan. Even Xiao Huahua, who was usually silly, had eyes full of wisdom and said, Why don't we request reinforcements first, ask for help from the camp, and ask our human camp to send a troop to support us? Li Xiaodong squeezed the explosive worm capsule in her arms, with a strange smile on her face, and shook her head in denial. It's hard to say. Our human camp hasn't even gained a firm foothold yet, so we can't send too many troops. Moreover, guerrilla warfare and defensive warfare can rely on tactics to defeat the enemy with fewer forces, But when it comes to siege warfare, it is no longer a matter of defeating the enemy with fewer forces or the weak with the strong. After hearing Li Xiaodong's analysis, Lin Shuahan nodded in agreement. After all, Lin Shuahan was good at fighting tough battles, so she naturally understood this kind of thing better. Tang Shanzhong touched his bald head with one hand and opened the main brain interface with the other. After confirming some information, he said seriously, "Also, our human camp cannot send troops. Now, if only a small, unorganized team like us is fighting, it can still be considered a small-scale conflict, which is understandable. If the human camp really sends out troops, it will really become a battle between the two races. The Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe has many camps, but we, the human race, only have one. If the camp is empty and the defense is weak, and other camps of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe take advantage of the situation and break in, then we, the human race, will suffer even more." Tang Shanzhong's analysis of the situation was very reasonable. Zhou Zhuan nodded after hearing it. This is the power of these old snakes, and every word they say makes sense. The human race is in decline, and a weak race has no diplomacy. Even if they negotiate, the initiative is in the hands of others. They cannot openly go to war, and they would not be able to win if they did. The current situation is before everyone, and the best and simplest solution is the option of not saving. But faced with their compatriots suffering, people simply cannot do nothing to help them. Gao Tian frowned, his mind full of the school emblem. He really couldn't think of a good solution, so he could only come up with a wild idea. The only solution is to have a reinforcement army that comes from the sky and has strong combat effectiveness. It cannot be a human reinforcement army, so as to avoid intensifying the conflict. But this kind of army. At this time, Gao Tian thought of Zhou Zhua, who he had just seen and seemed to have a good relationship with Yashiko. He also raised his eyes to look at Zhou Zhua and asked tentatively in a low voice, "Old Zhou, do you have any solution?" Zhou Zhua nodded, looked at the Yahe fox that was slowly walking out from behind him, and said, "Of course. The Iron-Tooth Crocodile camp is an open space surrounded by dozens of spine crawlers and a few scattered spore crawlers. In the middle of the open space, in addition to the big pot, there were 10 pillars standing on the side, with 10 people tied tightly to the pillars with rattan. Boss, can't we start eating yet? The brothers are all hungry." A skinny crocodile looked at the strong scar-eyed crocodile man beside him and suggested in a wrong tone. Before scar-eyed crocodile could respond, a weak voice came from the pillar beside him. "Don't wait. Ahem, you can't wait." A blood-stained figure was tied to a stone pillar, his face bruised and bruised, with a grin on his lips. "Humph. You should never, ever. The worst thing you should do is send out my identity information." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the scar-eyed crocodile who was in the lead frowned and asked, "Could it be that you have some other hidden identity?" Lin Yuan's bloody face revealed a bloody smile. "Me? I'm the most hated person among those 30 people. There's no way they'll come to rescue us." Scar-eyed crocodile man didn't know whether to laugh or get angry when he heard this. He turned around and looked at the skinny crocodile man who had just hit Lin Yuan. "Did you hit him in the head?" The skinny crocodile man was stunned and responded, "He was like this before I hit him in the head, right?" Feeling insulted again, Lin Yuan spat on the ground. "If you didn't have so many insects, we wouldn't have been caught by you. If you have the guts, let me go. We don't need a swarm of insects. Let's just fight. Believe it or not, I will die with you." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the skinny crocodile man licked his lips, showing his sharp teeth, and looked at the scar-eyed crocodile man. "Boss, if he wants to fight me in a hand-to-hand fight, I can use my teeth, right?" Scar-eyed alligator also looked helpless. According to what this kid said, it's unlikely that anyone will come. "Take a few bites and leave some for the brothers." "Brothers, no need to wait. Set up the pot." After hearing the order from the scar-eyed crocodile man, the skinny crocodile man also stepped forward and used his teeth to tear apart the vines that bound Lin Yuan. "I want to see how you can fight me to death." Immediately, Lin Yuan rolled on the ground and hurriedly took out the psychic emitter from the space equipment. Holding this psychic emitter, "Hi," Lin Yuan stared fiercely at the skinny crocodile man and shouted, "I'll show you how I can die together with you." Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, he suddenly heard the shocked voice of the scar-eyed crocodile in the distance. "What? The Spirit Flame Fox tribe killed all 7 of you." Chapter 103 Human Lin Yuan. "You're trying to kill yourself? That thing is very dangerous. Put it down now." When the skinny crocodile saw the psychic emitter in Lin Yuan's hand, he regretted it immediately. "Where did you get that thing? Do you know how to use it?" Lin Yuan said viciously. "Why the hell do you care where I got it from? Just let me see if I dare to die with you." Seeing that Lin Yuan showed no fear and had a desperate look, the skinny crocodile turned to look at the scarred-eyed crocodile in panic. Boss, look, he has. What do I care what he has? You can't even handle one person? However, the scar-eyed crocodile didn't even look at Lin Yuan and the skinny crocodile. His mind was filled with the message that the 7 crocodiles had just sent him. He was confused. Why did the human race get entangled with the spirit flame fox race? What the hell are you talking about? You're clearly looking down on me, the iron-toothed crocodile tribe. The skinny crocodile looked at Lin Yuan's arrogant appearance and reminded the scar-eyed crocodile. Boss, look at this kid. I'm not interested in your leftovers. Scar-eyed crocodile still didn't even look at the man or the crocodile and was only thinking about the strategic deployment afterwards. Damn it. If they all come, I'll take them all and add another dish. No, boss, he has. Shut up. I'm busy. Obviously, scar-eyed crocodile man didn't take the skinny crocodile man's reminder seriously. There's a good chance that an enemy tribe will come to attack the city soon, and you're still discussing leftovers with me? The scar-eyed crocodile is not panicking, but the skinny crocodile is. The skinny crocodile man watched the smile on Lin Yuan's face become increasingly presumptuous, and like a villain, he placed his finger on the button of the psychic transmitter. Hey, giant alligator ray. At this time, the scar-eyed crocodile heard that the human just now seemed to be calling him, so he turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. What the hell are you asking me to do? Why do you have that thing in your hand? It was not until he saw the psychic emitter in Lin Yuan's hand that scar-eyed crocodile was completely attracted by the ball in Lin Yuan's hand. With a slap, the scar-eyed crocodile man slapped the skinny crocodile man on the face and yelled, "Why didn't you tell me he had that thing?" Seeing this, Lin Yuan laughed and said, "Originally, I wanted to throw this psychic transmitter at them and kill them together. But now, I can die with a group of crocodiles, which makes me even more profitable. Big alligator ray, don't you want to eat? Your master Lin will let you eat your fill." Beep. His thumb pressed the switch without hesitation, and Lin Yuan let out a wild laugh that even evil people would not dare to make. Today, I want to be a hero against alligators. Come and die together with me. Hee hee. I will make sure that all of you will be buried with me. The scar-eyed crocodile and the skinny crocodile were also filled with fear and stretched out their hands to stop Lin Yuan's actions. No, but it was too late. As the psychic emitter was turned on, the ground beneath the feet of the people suddenly began to tremble, as if a small earthquake had occurred. It's over. It's coming. Run. Is it too late to run now? The skinny crocodile man was trembling all over and was looking around, looking for a way to escape. Bang! But at this time, the scar-eyed crocodile man slapped the skinny crocodile man again, making him stunned and dare not move, and then shouted, "Run away. You can run away from the crocodiles, but you can't run away from their nests. What will happen to the camp if we run away? Stay here, everyone. Defend the camp." Right at this moment. Crack, crack. In the center of the camp, a 3-meter-thick alien insect that looked like a giant snake suddenly broke out of the ground. Then the head of this giant snake opened into 4 petals, revealing the deep and dark intestines inside. When he saw the giant alien insect, Scar-Eyed Crocodile quickly summoned his own swarm of insects and gave orders to his men. Damn it, the Enitis worms are coming. Everyone assemble. The swarm is coming. After hearing the sound, the crocodile people quickly organized an army and began to build fortifications around the giant tunnel worm. It was at this moment that countless alien insects began to emerge from the huge mouth of the tunnel worm. Zerglings, cockroaches, hydralisks, infestors, aberrations. It seems that countless alien insects are about to run out of the mouth of the tunnel worm. Roar, hiss, woof. Facing the tunnel worm, Lin Yuan's expression was completely crazy, with his hands raised high, as if he wanted to imprint his body image in the DNA of the iron-toothed crocodile tribe. Ha ha. Remember, the one who destroyed this iron-toothed crocodile camp was me. Lin Yu, from the human race's Lu Cheng. However, before Lin Yuan finished his last word, even the alien insects that rushed out seemed to be fed up with his arrogance and rushed forward to drown him. Although Lin Yuan triggered the sand camel healing beast that Lin Bingyun secretly gave him when he was about to die, allowing him to breathe his last breath. But afterwards, this sand camel healing beast was also submerged in the sea of insects and was at a loss and instantly turned into a corpse. Lin Yuan and his 9 classmates were teleported back to reality. Fuck, you guys are dead just like that. I still have to guard the camp. You're Lin Yuan from the human race, right? I'll remember you. I'll remember you forever. The scar-eyed crocodile looked at everyone who turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. He was so angry that he was fuming, because his right eye was blind and he was missing an eye. But this did not stop Scar-Eyed Crocodile from continuing to vent his anger. Guard them all for me. But obviously, things are not that simple. Boss, enemies have appeared outside our camp. At this moment, suddenly a fat crocodile man ran over in a hurry and reported to the Scar-Eyed Crocodile man. After hearing the news, Scar-Eyed Crocodile felt that misfortunes never come singly and hurriedly looked outside the camp. Suddenly, he saw a man and a big pink-haired fox on the head of a thunder beast in front of the army in the distance. He was so angry that even his only left eye began to hurt. Damn it, both humans and foxes are here. So soon, I just want to eat a piece of meat. Why is it so damn difficult? I'm so pissed off. Ugh. The skinny crocodile was originally covering his face in grievance, but when he saw the Scar-Eyed Crocodile suddenly faint from anger, his face immediately lit up, and then he cleared his throat and cried out loudly. Someone come quickly. The boss has fainted from fright. What? The boss fainted from shock. Really? Then what should we do? I just handed over the command of the army to the boss. Why did he faint from fear? Immediately, the skinny crocodile man quickly opened his own portal and shouted, Brothers, run. Don't let your family members die. They are all money. After saying this, the skinny crocodile man threw the fainted Scar-Eyed Crocodile man in first, and then he quickly disappeared into the portal. Before leaving, the skinny crocodile man did not forget to leave a message. As long as the insect swarm is here, there's no need to worry about running out of meat. It's the boss who will take the blame anyway. The crocodiles who originally wanted to defend the camp immediately became interested when they heard the skinny crocodile's non-stick pan idea, until the rebellious voices sounded. That's a swarm of insects attracted by the psionic emitter. How can our small camp possibly stop it? Yes, our camp can only block 1/10 of the insect swarm at best. Besides, there are 2 ethnic coalition forces outside. How can we possibly stop them? After a brief discussion, the remaining crocodiles convinced themselves and then happily recalled their followers, entered the portal, and left the 7 Stars battlefield. Chapter 104 Spore Reptiles and Spine Reptiles. Why does the camp of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe in the distance seem so lively? Ye Fox stood on the tip of the Thunder Beast's head, stretched out his claws to cover his eyes, looked forward, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe has already started to heat up the oil? Hearing what Yashiko said, Zhou frowned and gave an order. Keep going. Shanzhong, follow me. After giving the order to the troops to continue advancing, Zhou flipped over and jumped off the Thunder Beast. After landing safely, Zhou ran forward and looked at the attribute panels of the Spine Crawler and Spore Crawler in the distant camp. Species: Spine Crawler. Introduction: spend 100 star minerals and 10 minutes to cultivate, and you can hatch 1 spinal reptile. Attack: 25. Defense: 2. Health: 300, recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed: 1/s. Movement speed: 8/s. Skill: pull out. Species: Spore Crawler. Introduction: it costs 75 star ore and 10 minutes to cultivate, and can hatch 1 Spore Crawler. Attack: 15. Defense: 2. Health: 400, recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed: 1/s. Movement speed: 8/s. Skills: pull out, detect. The 2 basic defense buildings of the Zerg are the Spine Crawler and the Spore Crawler. Both of these are living structures that can take root underground to attack, or be pulled out from the ground, and then take root in places with fungal blankets. It can be said to be very flexible. Spine Crawler is like a mutated scorpion. It can bury its body under the ground and use spines that can extend to several times its body length to carry out long-range attacks. It can only harm ground units. Spore Crawler is like a mutated scorpion, except that its tail has changed from spines to a cannon-like organ that can and only attack air units. But Spore Crawler also has another feature, which is the detection skill. Just like the passive ability of Watching Shadow, it can make invisible units visible. What Zhou needs to do now is to calculate the approximate defense range of the enemy camp so that the lurker will not be exposed to the sight of the Spore Crawler. After calculating the attack distances of the Spine Crawlers in the camp and the lurkers on the mountain, Zhou instantly marked 3 locations on the map and said, "These are the 3 places. Separate your lurkers and attack them on the spot. The long-range damage is up to you." Tang Shanzhong was obviously still a little nervous, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He frowned and confirmed. "Lao Zhou, are you sure? Now, here." Tang Shanzhong then raised his hand and summoned 9 lurkers, and then let these lurkers sneak into the ground according to the location indicated by Zhou and began to attack with their spines. SHHHHH. 9 sounds appeared in succession from underground, stabbing the spine crawler in the distance, taking away a lot of blood. Lurkers, keep on attacking. Just aim at those spine crawlers. Afterwards, Zhou was separated part of the troops from the Eightfold Fox's army and handed them over to Lin Xuahan. Teacher Lin, you said you are best at attacking strongholds, so this area is handed over to you. You just need to contain it. I'll be in charge of the attack and the main rescue mission, which is quite dangerous. The rest of the class is left to you. After hearing Zhou's order, this group of alien insects happily followed Lin Xuahan. After hesitating for a long time, the classmates obeyed Zhou's order and followed Lin Xuahan. Lin Xuahan looked at Zhou, who had a determined expression, and then looked at Ye Xiaohu, who had a confused expression and nodded in affirmation. Okay, no problem, leave it to me. After arranging the tasks in one corner of the camp, Zhou returned to the side of Ye Fox. Let's go. Yeko didn't move his eyes, but just kept moving his head to stare at Zhou as he walked towards him. He spoke in a slightly aggrieved voice. I said I would help you fight, but I didn't say I would give you the army. Why do my Zerg listen to you so much? Hearing what Ye Xiaohu said, Zhou secretly thought that something was wrong. My subconscious command just now activated the power of Heart of the Swarm, which made these Eightfold Fox followers listen to me so much. But at this time, the little yellow-haired foxing quickly jumped to the ear of the Eightfold Fox and said to it, Master Yamaguchi, your followers' affection for strangers is your affection for that person. If you ask this, isn't it revealing something? Hearing Ying's words, Ye Fox blushed and quickly denied it. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. At this point, Yeko's tail shook unconsciously, and he looked at the little yellow-haired fox with a look of disbelief, still stubbornly saying, I really didn't. Don't tell any nonsense when you get back. Then, Yahe Fox looked at Zhou, cleared his throat, and said, I'll leave the troops to you to command. Remember, it's me who gives it to you to command, not you who want to command it. Understand? Zhou was stunned and nodded. I understand, then leave it to me. Because saving lives is important, in addition to Lin Xuahan, Tang Shanzhong, and some other students, they were responsible for tying down part of the hostile troops. Zhou also has to organize a stronger team to rush into the camp and rescue his compatriots. Of course, there is one crucial point. Only by coming in first to grab things can you get the most and the best. Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw some of the insect swarms in the camp begin to move towards Lin Xuahan, he gave orders to all the insect swarms. Charge. After giving the order to charge, Zhou mixed in with the swarm of insects and rushed towards the center of the enemy territory. After all, because Spore Crawler can attack the air, Zhou was a surveillance shadow, cannot enter the enemy camp, and if it is through the army's shared vision, it has strong limitations and cannot flexibly look around and switch perspectives. Therefore, Zhou decided to go into the camp himself and make strategic deployment in real time. I hope that, like Yakoko said, the oil is still being heated in the pan, and that everyone is all right, clasping hands. After a brief prayer, Zhou led the swarm of insects into the camp of the iron-toothed crocodile tribe. After entering the camp, Zhou looked at the rampant insect swarms all over the ground, and the doubts in his heart disappeared. Something must have happened to that person. At this time, the swarms of insects that were rampaging around in the camp seemed to sense the breath of the living insects. They stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at Zhou. After everything became quiet, Zhou finally saw the huge alien insect that was blocked by the swarm of insects in the distance. Tunnel worms? Shouldn't the iron-toothed crocodile tribe come up with the idea of using tunnel worms to move their army next year? As soon as a hint of doubt arose in his mind, Zhou couldn't help but frown. Because the surrounding swarms of insects were already drooling and were surrounding Zhou's swarm. Another point is, could the things in this camp's warehouse have been moved away by the iron-toothed crocodile tribe? Chapter 105 Psychic Emitter K10 Roar. As the leading Zergling let out a roar, the hostile alien insects also rushed towards Zhou one by one as if a switch was turned on. These alien insects seemed to be from the local 7 Stars battlefield. With the help of Heart of the Swarm, Zhou frowned slightly after seeing these alien insects. How come these alien insects keep coming out of the tunnel worms? Could it be that? Zhou made a small guess about this familiar scene and kept it in his heart. After all, there are more important things now. We must kill the tunnel worms first. Otherwise, the worms may continue to teleport over. It is obviously not an easy task to break through the vast sea of insects and kill the tunnel worms. But it's not all bad. Fortunately, these alien insects are native to the 7 Stars battlefield, and you can also obtain a lot of materials after killing them. These materials are exactly what Zhou Zhuo needs. Lin Yuan is gone, so I'll use you alien insects to pay him back. It just so happens that there is no one else around now, so Zhou Zhuo can gain as much as he can by killing as many as he can. With a smile on his face, Zhou Zhuo raised his hand slightly. Superior. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's order, the mixed swarm of insects including springtails, aberrations, cockroaches, etc. began to riot instantly. After all, the enemy swarm of insects had no commander. They were just a group of scattered soldiers, and they were rushing towards Zhou Zhuo without any formation. What Zhou Zhuo has to do is also the simplest. That is to organize into a defense line like a chariot and kill their way through this sea of alien insects. Soon, Zhou Zhuo's swarm of insects turned into circular formations, similar to the previous stone in the water formation. However, this formation does not have a specific rear area that needs to be defended, and simply surrounds all the back row output in the center of the stone. After these circular formations were formed, they not only served to distract the enemy's attention, but also ensured flexibility. The circular arrays can merge and decompose with each other, just like the endocytosis and exocytosis of cells. This approach also allows the Zerg to exchange troops with each other while defending, thus relieving the pressure on friendly forces. He watched as the hostile alien insects were instantly crushed after coming into contact with his saw-like circular formation. Zhou Zhuo also felt a sense of relief. With enough troops, it's fun to operate. In this way, Zhou Zhuo's circular formation moved firmly and steadily towards the direction of the tunnel worm, step by step. Along the way, Zhou Zhuo did not forget to lay down toxic tumor to derive fungal mats that can accelerate health recovery, making Zhou Zhuo's army's endurance even greater. Red fire powder, X2. Green jade powder, X1. Red fire powder, X4. It's a pity that my monitoring phantom can't come in until the spore crawlers in the camp are destroyed. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease. At this moment, Zhou Zhuo caught a glimpse of a silver-white round metal ball out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Zhou Zhuo felt a sense of familiarity. Controlling the circular defensive formation, Zhou Zhuo walked towards the round metal ball. After approaching the silver-white metal ball, Zhou Zhuo reached out and picked up the silver-white metal ball on the ground. Psychic emitter, level K, 10. Remaining energy limit, 90%. The suffix of psychic emitter, the first letter refers to the unit, and the number behind it refers to the magnitude. For example, K, 1 level is the 1000 energy level. K, 5 means 5000 energy level. Level K, 10 means that the energy level of this psychic emitter is 10K, which is a 10,000 energy level psychic emitter. This is a universal level psychic emitter. How did it appear here? When Zhou Zhuo saw that this metal ball was indeed a psychic emitter, his eyes lit up. This thing is very useful. Psychic transmitter. Its internal energy structure is very stable, and the subsignals are irreversible and cannot be reused. In other words, this psychic emitter can be recharged, but each time it is used, the energy limit is consumed. Like this K-10 level psychic emitter, 10% of its energy has already been used once. Even if its energy is fully charged, it can only exert a maximum of 90% of its effectiveness, which means that it can only attract a maximum of about 9,000 alien insects to appear instantly. This thing is very unstable. If it attracts thousands of ordinary thunder beasts or thousands of predators, I will have to leave first. For races and players with weak strength, psionic emitter is a prop of disaster level, because it is like a very tempting bait. As long as the psychic emitter is activated, it will instantly emit a signal wave, attracting a large number of alien insects to gather and besiege this place. Moreover, the Zerg rarely has intelligent units. If a point sends out a psychic transmitter signal and attracts a large number of Zerg over there, it is very likely to attract the surrounding Zerg that are not affected by the psychic energy to follow over. Every time the psychic emitter is activated, the number of insect swarms it attracts will only increase, not decrease. It can be said without exaggeration that the psychic launcher is like a strategic weapon for targeted bombing, which is very terrifying. But for Zhou Zhuo, this psychic launcher is a magical tool for killing monsters. Zhou Zhuo smiled slightly, tightened the psychic emitter in his hand, which still had 90% of its charge limit left, looked at the swarm of insects in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, these bugs are relatively common and not of high quality. There are only about 1,000 of them at most. Getting this monster-killing artifact can save me a lot of time. When a player possesses extremely strong personal strength, then the psychic emitter will become a very beneficial item for him. Let's just take the 7 stars battlefield as an example. If you go out looking for alien insects, you will spend a lot of time on the road. However, by using the psionic emitter, a large number of hostile Zerg can be gathered in a short period of time. For players who are short of resources, this is like a godsend, with Ruji ammo and mutton soup coming as a gift. Unfortunately, at present, this Zerg has only publicly disclosed 10% of the controllable energy level of the psychic emitter for its 18 subordinate races. Either 10% or 20% is turned on, and so on. There is no way to make more subtle adjustments based on personal strength. Therefore, if 10% is a bit difficult, it is not a good idea to open the 20% energy level for the time being to attract the enemy. But the Zerg didn't disclose a more detailed method of adjusting the energy level to their subordinates, so it's hard for others to control it. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly. This doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to make fine adjustments. In the more than 10 years since Zhou Zhou unified the Zerg in his previous life, Zhou Zhou also learned the Zerg's understanding of psychic emitters. With my current ability, it is no problem to adjust the energy level up or down by 1%. If I want to adjust it at a more subtle level, I will need to use some props. But this universal level, psychic emitter, doesn't need fine-tuning. After inserting the psychic emitter into his space device, Zhou Zhou secretly made up his mind. After I get out, I'll have to find a way to get some originium to charge this psychic emitter. After Zhou Zhou took back the psychic emitter, the vast swarm of insects led by Zhou Zhou had already arrived at the edge of the tunnel worms. Next, we have to deal with this. Chapter 106. The Swarm of Insects Underground. Species, Nidus Worm. Introduction. It costs 1,000 star minerals, 1,000 high-energy gases, and takes 30 minutes to cultivate, and can hatch 1 tunnel worm. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Health, 200, recovery 1 per minute. Attack speed, 0. Vision radius, 50. An ordinary Zerg building panel is not only fragile, but also has no means of counterattack or defense. The main purpose of tunnel worm is to open an exit and entrance on the ground. It's like a subway. Enter from this end and pass through the underground wormhole, and you will appear at the other end. Tunnel worms have well-developed muscle and nerve bundles on their body surface, which allow them to quickly crawl underground and carve out a path. Also, because of its particularity, the genetic sequence of this tunnel worm that has no combat capability is extremely difficult to obtain. But this is the Zerg gene sequence I want. Looking at the tunnel worm in front of him, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but sigh. As long as I have the tunnel worm gene sequence and a special gene fragment, then I will be able to mine the Redstone 3 mine that I bought from Rimuru. With a slight smile, Zhou Zhou issued a new order to his followers. Go. Cut off the port through which the alien insects enter and exit. As Zhou Zhou's order was given, the queen worm, cockroaches, hydralisks, and other alien insects with long-range attack capabilities in the center of the team also rioted and fired a large number of spines at the tunnel worm. The tunnel worms that were under attack seemed to sense that their lives were about to end, and they also accelerated the speed at which the alien insects rushed out. It keeps spewing out alien insects. This tunnel worm might have been attracted by this psychic emitter. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou had a flash of inspiration. If these alien insects were attracted by the psychic emitter, then the iron-toothed crocodile tribe would probably only have time to evacuate the personnel and would not have enough time to clean up the warehouse. Which means there might be treasure. After these thoughts emerged in his mind, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but lick his lips, and his heart was filled with even more joy. Although Zhou Zhou's swarm of insects are under greater defensive pressure, but the tunnel worm has little health after all, and has no armor at all. Under such a fierce attack, the tunnel worm was soon turned into minced meat on the ground. Puff! As the tunnel worm died, Zhou Zhou saw a prop slowly emerging from its corpse. It's like a broken spiral gene. Suddenly, Zhou Zhou, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reached out his hand, grabbed the prop in his hand, and stuffed it into his own space device. I made a fortune. I really made a fortune this time coming to the 7 stars battlefield. After the tunnel worm turned into minced meat, the ground in that area seemed to have vitality and healed quickly. It was as if the crack in the ground just now did not exist. The alien insects that had not yet had time to escape from the tunnel worms had no choice but to return along the worm tunnels deep underground. After we cut off the source, it will be easier to deal with this army of nearly 1,000 Zerg. Sighed helplessly as he looked at the abandoned camp, which still contained a large number of hostile Zerg. It seems that quite a few other Zerg came here along with the Zerg attracted by the psychic emitter. Clenching his fists, Zhou continued to control his swarm of insects and moved forward. The alien insects who obeyed Zhou's orders have merged from the several circular formations into a large circle and have taken root steadily in the original place to form a temporary combat camp. There is no need to advance anymore, so if we continue to disperse our forces, wouldn't that just be weakening ourselves? For defensive battles, it is better to have a swarm of insects. At this moment, Zhou's alien insects were like a huge meat grinder. Every alien insect that approached was crushed into powder and debris. Of course, what we are referring to here are drops such as red fire eagle powder and red fire eagle fragments, not real slag. Looking at the enemy Zergs that were fearlessly rushing up and pouring fire in the distance, Zhou squinted his eyes and calculated the time. If we continue to kill them at this rate, it will probably take another 10 minutes to kill all the alien insects. As long as all these alien insects are eliminated, he can join forces with the Yay Fox and occupy this camp before the fungal blanket dissipates. After all, the location of this camp is too deep in the 7 Stars battlefield. If only our human race were here, it would be difficult for us to take root there. After we get out, let's discuss the matter of the joint camp with Yashiko. At this moment, Zhou also received a message prompt. Old Zhou, as you said, the spore crawlers on the periphery have been eliminated. Do we need to go in and provide support? Gao Tian. After scanning the information, Zhou smiled and replied, I'm fine. You guys should be on alert outside now. Don't let the swarm of insects go. After replying this, Zhou gave the order to the surveillance shadow he had deployed outside the camp to come over. These alien insects are too dangerous. Let me handle them. Zhou looked at the ground in his own circular encirclement and the dots of light emitting from it, and couldn't help but smile. The more the merrier. Fortunately, these hostile alien insects were only affected by fire, and their health points only increased. There was basically no significant improvement in combat effectiveness, which meant that although it took some effort for Zhou's followers to eliminate the enemy, they were basically safe. After the battle situation stabilized, Zhou also suspended issuing orders and began to focus his attention and look around. We finally came to the camp of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe, so we should search it thoroughly. With a slight smile, Zhou looked up at the surveillance demon shadow that was gradually approaching him in the sky. The warehouses of the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe are usually underground, and you can't really find them with the naked eye. Surveillance Phantom also flew over at this time, providing Zhou with a hidden underground view of the surroundings. This camp is a small camp that the Iron-Tooth Crocodile tribe had built not long ago. The infrastructure is not perfect, and the area is not large enough. So soon, Surveillance Shadow found a huge square device hidden underground. Through the influence of Monitoring Phantom, Zhou's mouth curled up. Found it. It was at this moment that Zhou began to issue orders to his defending swarm of insects, slowly moving towards the square device hidden underground. Buzz. At this moment, a warning signal came from Zhou's surveillance shadow. Zhou quickly opened the shared vision and started checking the map. On the map, there were hundreds of red dots that were densely packed together, right under Zhou's feet. The light red dot changed from light to dark, and it was obviously getting closer to Zhou. A light red dot, a stealth unit underground. Immediately, Zhou hurriedly looked down at his feet. Buzz. Under the ground, the roaring sound gradually came and became clear. It was as if a group of enemies were gradually running towards the surface from deep underground. These red dots moved extremely fast, and Zhou only had time to move the circular army gradually. But the reddish ball of light was still moving closely in Zhou's direction. No, the enemy moves too fast. My speed is limited, and I can't escape. With a hint of determination in his eyes, Zhou immediately activated the Poison Nest skill under his feet. Toxic Tumor. Deploy all 7 remaining. Just as Zhou deployed the next 7 toxic tumors, they took shape and turned into invisible mines in an instant. The light red spots under Zhou finally turned into the orthodox red. Then Zhou began to manually detonate 6 of the highly toxic tumors. Zhou heard 6 explosions in succession. Bang, 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 bang. The swarm of insects coming from deep underground has appeared. Chapter 107, Springtails Evolve. When Toxic Tumor exploded, Zhou instantly moved his body and avoided the sudden attack from the ground. Zhou left behind a Toxic Tumor to generate fungal mats for combat recovery and improve his endurance combat capability. Along with the explosion of Toxic Tumor, there was also the painful cry of the enemy. Roar. Huh. Several painful screams rang out in succession. Zhou also turned over, rolled to a safe place and half-crouched on the ground, and immediately began to issue new orders. The cockroaches turned around. Withstand the pressure from the inner circle. All humus hunters, withdraw. Deal with the inner circle swarm first. After issuing several orders in succession, Zhou quickly activated Heart of the Swarm and observed the information of the sudden attacking enemy. Species: Predator Dune Feather, X3. Introduction: the battle-hardened Zergling, having survived countless massacres, used its experience to become a predator and awaken the captain skill, which enables the Zerglings under its command to receive the same blessing. Attack: 28. Defense: 4. Health: 360/600, recovery 3 per minute. Attack speed: 1.5/s. Movement speed: 20/s. Skill: Digging Claws, Captain Skill. After burrowing, this unit can still move quickly. Extraordinary Constitution, affected by the fire map factors, the bonus is 100%. Species: Springtail, subordinate of Sand Dune Wingworm, X198. Introduction: Predator, a member of the Dune Wingworm team. Its combat power is slightly improved. It is affected by the captain's skills, and its combat power should not be underestimated. Attack: 14. Defense: 2. Health: 80, recovery 2 per minute. Attack speed: 1.2/s. Movement speed: 18/s. Skill: Digging Claws, Captain Skill. After burrowing, this unit can still move quickly. I don't know if it was affected by the fire battlefield, or because it evolved into a predator. The size of those 3 sand dune feather insects can be said to be outrageously large. Its height reaches 1.2 meters, and its body length including the tail sting is directly reaching 3 meters. The 2 bone spurs on the back raised high, pointing directly at Zhou's chest. He may not be very capable, but he is quite big. After seeing the enemy's information, Zhou frowned slightly, but there was still a challenging smile on the corner of his mouth. 3 predators. 198 Zerglings as team members. This number is terrifying. But it doesn't mean we can't fight. Because these are the subsequent springtails that came up after a batch of springtails died after the toxic tumor exploded. I never expected that I, who has always been cautious, would be shot in the center of the team by alien insects. Looking at the more than 200 alien insects that suddenly appeared in the center of the defensive formation, Zhou couldn't help but frown slightly. In addition to external threats, we now have internal worries. Let's solve the internal problems first. After keeping the enemy's combat effectiveness in mind, Zhou instantly made new strategic deployments. Roar. After being stabbed by the toxic tumor, the sand dune feather insect let out a painful roar, and at this moment turned its head and stared at Zhou. The ferocious face looked even more hideous because of anger. Roar. As another roar was heard, some of the jumping insects around the dune feather worm suddenly jumped. However, he did not jump towards Zhou, but dived underground. Another part of the springtails quickly rushed towards Zhou. Dare to cause trouble to me? Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but feel a little angry. You think you can threaten me by splitting into 2 routes? Just you. Zhou waved his hand, and the cockroach opened its mouth and gathered bile, spraying it towards the underground units on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After several corrosion sounds were heard in succession, individual star-like lights began to light up on the ground in those places. Just now I rushed up from deep underground. I couldn't cause any damage. Now, you are only on the shallow surface, and you still think I can't do anything? He raised his hand and pointed, and the dozens of 8-fold fox hydralisks behind Zhou instantly turned their guns around. Under the anti-stealth vision provided by Surveillance Shadow, these hydralisks fired countless spines in a salvo, accurately hitting the Zerglings hiding underground and trying to bypass the defense line. In a blink of an eye, 30 springtails died in this round of bombing. After a round of salvos, the hydralisks turned their heads again and dealt with the sea of alien insects outside the circle. After all, for Zhou at the moment, the massive amount of alien insects outside is a relatively greater threat. The hostile, dune feather insect, saw the heavy casualties and roared, mobilizing all the alien insects under its command. Hundreds of springtails heard the news and moved, targeting Zhou and launching a charge. At this moment, after killing dozens of springtails, Zhou's body suddenly lit up with a golden light. Ding! Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, level 3. Ding! Your talent is detected to be SSS level, and you get 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them reasonably according to your needs. During this long journey, Zhou has accumulated a lot of experience points. In addition, he just killed a lot of alien insects in this camp, which made Zhou's experience reach the maximum value again. After hearing the prompt from the main brain, Joshua raised his hand and added all 9 free attribute points to the strength attribute of humus hunting insect. In an instant, the bone blades of the humus hunting insects became sharper and their teeth became sharper. The attack power also soared directly to 35 points. Looking at the humus hunting insects, whose momentum suddenly increased, Joshua's mouth also broke into a bloody smile. Come on, the show is about to begin. As if they felt their own power, the humus hunters also began to actively attack, baring their sharp teeth and rushing towards the hostile springtails. The sand dune featherworm could no longer sit still upon seeing this, and with its long legs as tall as a humus hunting worm, it rushed towards Joshua. The 3 sand dune feather insects charged forward like a tram, and soon appeared not far in front of Joshua. Even the cockroaches, which were as small tanks, were used as vaulting horses and jumped over because of their small size. Facing the sand dune feather bug, so close, Joshua did not move at all, and the smile on his face became even more intense. I'm waiting for you to leave the army. Afterwards, before Joshua could open his mouth to give orders, he saw a pink and purple humus hunting insect that was the first to leave the team. The humus hunting bug suddenly turned into a pink and purple stream of light, and it had already activated the raid skill. In an instant, it rushed to the sand dune feather bug, knocking it unconscious, interrupting its action that was about to threaten Joshua's life. As the humus hunter took action, the other humus hunter seemed to have sensed this invisible call. They took a step forward, activated the raid skill, and rushed towards the dune feather bug. Moreover, the humus hunters did not all attack at once.